I had just awakened to find myself equipped with the most powerful upgrade system after a night's sleep. This system, it seems, could accomplish anything I could possibly imagine. I took a deep breath and instantly, the system notified me. Host has taken a deep breath, basic internal strength activated, automatically upgraded to full level. I gasped, my eyes widening in shock. The system promptly notified me again. Host has widened eyes, basic vision activated, automatically upgraded to full level. My goodness, is this even possible? Suddenly, the world in front of me became crystal clear, as if I had been watching a movie in standard definition and suddenly switched to high definition Blu-ray. The system detected my speech. Host has spoken, basic language skills activated, automatically upgraded to full level. Elated, I jumped out of bed so forcefully I nearly hit the ceiling. Host has moved, basic physical movement and leg techniques activated, automatically upgraded to full level. Since it had come to this, I decided to do a push-up on the bed. After performing just one, the system notified, Host has performed a push-up, basic physical strength activated, automatically upgraded to full level. Suddenly I felt an explosive power coursing through my muscles and bones. I took another deep breath to calm my excitement. Ran over to the punching machine and threw a powerful punch. A terrifying number appeared, 10,000 kilograms. The machine was knocked back fiercely. Host has thrown a punch, basic hand-to-hand combat skills activated, automatically upgraded to full level. 10,000 kilograms, this was the physical limit of a 9th-tier warrior. With this in mind, what was there to worry about in the sophomore assessment at the academy? Becoming a 9th-tier warrior as a sophomore would surely astonish many. I couldn't contain my excitement and casually grabbed a water cup to take a big gulp. Host has consumed water mixed with sleeping pills, water affinity and sleep resistance activated, automatically upgraded to full level. I paused, staring incredulously at my cup. Had someone really drugged me? It must be Lu Quan. I remembered my supposed friend Lu Quan, who had offered to help me train for the upcoming assessments, had actually drugged me with sleeping pills, which would have knocked me out for 2 days, causing me to miss the assessments, and to think I had considered him a close friend. Fuming, I grabbed my backpack and rushed to the Jingwu Academy. As I pushed open the door, the morning sunlight washed over me, dispelling the chill of the night. Birds chirped from the treetops. Host is exposed to sunlight, high temperature resistance activated, automatically upgraded to full level. Host hears birdsong, basic auditory skills activated, automatically upgraded to full level. Glancing at the time, I was almost late and immediately sprinted towards the school. Now, as a 9th-tier warrior, my strength, speed and stamina had greatly improved. Host is running fast, basic movement skills upgraded to Lingbo Weibo, automatically upgraded to full level. Finally, it was no longer a passive ability. I quickly checked my character panel. Lingbo Weibo, a ghostly step technique that allowed for both offensive and defensive maneuvers, truly impressive. Upon reaching the academy's entrance, I suddenly heard exclamations.
Whoa!
How can he still come to school? I looked up to see 2 young men approaching. The leader, tall and handsome with a cold expression. Behind him was Lu Quan, who looked utterly shocked. What's going on? Didn't you make sure he was taken down? The handsome young man frowned. Lu Quan apologized to the handsome young man. Shen, I don't know what happened. He should have been out cold for more than 3 days from the sleeping pills I slipped him. I really don't want to see him around here anymore. You know what to do, right? Lu Quan quickly nodded. Yes, I understand. I stared at him coldly and said, I never thought you would drug me, Lu Quan. I always thought we were friends. Lu Quan just sneered. Friends, being chummy with you gave me nothing. But once I stuck close to Brother Shen, he immediately handed me a beast blood pill on the spot. By the next day, I had become a first-level martial artist. Shen Linfeng truly comes from a distinguished family. He could give away a beast blood pill worth 10,000 Hua currency just like that. Lu Quan sneered and said, Yi Yan, considering our past good relationship, I'll give you a piece of sincere advice. Give up on the assessment, withdraw from school immediately. And never dream of getting close to Tang Xian. It turns out it was all because of Tang Xian. Since transferring from Yendu Academy, she has been my deskmate. She's not only beautiful but strong. And rumored to have a mysterious background. This favored daughter of heaven hardly ever attends the academy. But upon seeing that I was her deskmate, she casually shared some tips on physical training with me. Probably Shen Linfeng saw this scene. Realizing all this, anger surged in me. How malicious this person must be. I merely chatted with Tang Xian and now he wants to make me miss the assessment and ruin my future. It's school time now and more students eager for some excitement are gathering around. Yi Yang, what are you doing? Confronting Shen Linfeng, he actually has the guts. Isn't this Yi Yang, the lowest ranked at our Shangjing Academy, who can't even beat the freshman despite being a sophomore? The surrounding mockery didn't shake my resolve at all. With the system I've acquired, I'm no longer the old Yi Yang. The host, indifferent to the mockery, has activated the basic willpower, automatically maxing out the level. Having calmed down, I sneered, Shen Linfeng, I know you want me gone from Shangjing Academy, but instead I will grow stronger step by step here. I will make you kneel and slap yourself. What did you say? Shen Linfeng suddenly turned around, his tiger-like eyes glaring fiercely at Yi Yang. Lu Quan was furious. Shen Linfeng was his big brother, how could he be insulted by a nobody? Anger rising. He threw a punch at me which I didn't dodge. And countered with my own punch. Lu Quan was sent flying by my punch. The host, receiving the attack, upgraded the basic physique to Iron Shirt. Automatically maxing out the level, Iron Shirt, toughened skin and muscles, ignoring attacks from martial artists of rank 9 and below. The host punched the enemy, upgrading the basic fist skill to Farmer's 3 punches. Automatically maxing out, Farmer's 3 punches to kill a master, a profound skill that can unleash hidden energy enough to contend with internal energy martial artists. Yi Yang was filled with exhilaration, it felt incredibly awesome, struck by a punch. I even activated a special ability, who else in this world could be more formidable than myself? Lu Quan's screams of agony followed soon after. And the surrounding students gasped in shock. Impossible, everyone knew who Yi Yang was, so how could he defeat Lu Quan, a first-level martial artist? Shen Linfeng's eyes brightened. He could see that Yi Yang had transcended the ordinary, becoming a martial artist himself. But even so, if Lu Quan hadn't been careless, he never would have lost to him. Yi Yang, what's going on? Shen Linfeng knew it very well, ever since he discovered Tang Xian had spoken with him. Shen Linfeng had people investigate him, orphan parents. Raised in an orphanage and with blocked meridians, unable to cultivate, even his school fees were paid by the orphanage. A complete nobody with neither money nor power, not worth considering as an enemy. Thus he hinted to Lu Quan to drug him to miss the assessment and thereby withdraw from Shangjing Academy. This was Shen Linfeng's greatest mercy towards him. Shen Linfeng scoffed, not bad. Yi Yang, must have cost you a fortune to get that beast blood pill, huh? Dreaming of making a big impression at the assessment? Making a big impression at the assessment is too easy. I might have thought that way before, but now that I have this powerful system, I'll show them a big move. Lu Quan, who had picked himself up off the ground, stared intently at Yi Yang. You kept saying we were friends. But now that you've got the beast blood pill, you won't even share it with me. Is this how you treat friends? He accused angrily. Luckily, I saw through you, or I would still be in the dark. You even drugged me, trying to make me miss the assessment, and yet you question why I won't share the beast blood pill with you, he continued bitterly. A bespectacled boy nearby muttered, yeah, Yi Yang and Lu Quan used to be inseparable, always together for meals and school, almost as close as brothers. It's stingy of Yi Yang not to share the pill with Lu Quan. Do you have a beast blood pill to share with me? A single pill costs 10,000 Hua currency. Would you share it with someone else? A girl with short hair scoffed sarcastically. Suddenly Shen Linfeng coughed lightly. And Lu Quan's eyes shifted quickly as he clutched his chest and declared, Yi Yang, from now on our friendship is severed. The second-year assessment is starting this afternoon and we'll see who is superior. Do you dare to accept the challenge? I couldn't help but laugh. Was he really offering himself up for embarrassment? Alright, any stakes? Lu Quan thought for a moment. The stake is a Qi blood pill. Do you dare to accept? A Qi blood pill is a second-level medicinal pill, at least 5 times more effective than a beast blood pill. Lu Quan's family isn't wealthy. How could he have one? A chubby bystander exclaimed. A Qi blood pill is worth 50,000 Hua currency, even more for a good quality one. This is a high-stakes gamble indeed. If you lose, you owe me a Qi blood pill, Lu Quan grinned. He was a bit unsure inside. The Qi blood pill wasn't even his, but temporarily held by him for his cousin Lu Wei. Yet, thinking of his secret weapon, he was suddenly not worried at all. All right, I accept, I declared. To the shock of the short-haired girl, who frowned even more deeply, being an orphan adopted by the welfare home, she had some sympathy for Yi Yang. But now it seemed he didn't care at all about the welfare home's money. She snorted coldly and walked away. What are you all doing here? Don't you want to attend class? A middle-aged man's figure appeared at the school entrance. Startling everyone as if mice had seen a cat, such was the natural pressure from a strong presence. Everyone but Yi Yang seemed affected, joking, do you think my max-level basic will is fake? I thought to myself as the hostile stress resistance automatically upgraded to max level. The middle-aged man glanced at Yi Yang. This young man's cultivation is ordinary, but his will is strong. He noted, hello Vice-Chancellor Yang Yan. All the students bowed slightly, including Yi Yang, who held high respect for him. Yang Yan, a beacon of hope in the dark days, had encouraged him several times. Young men should compete, but don't escalate it to life and death. Do you understand? Lu Quan nodded eagerly, sweating profusely. Alright, everyone go to class, the vice chancellor concluded. I returned to second year class 3-inch, my deskmate's seat empty as usual. Even though the assessment was in the afternoon. I sat down and opened the basic pill theory book. Immersing myself in the ocean of alchemical knowledge, engrossed Lu Quan came over. And sneered at Yi Yang, the great young master. Yi is studying the final move, can you even understand it? Seeing no reaction from me, Lu Quan mocked, still pretending when death is at your doorstep. This afternoon I'll make sure you can't lift your head in front of everyone. The bell rang and a gracefully poised female teacher walked into the room. This alchemy instructor, Tang Liuxiang, scanned the room and seeing that everyone except Tang Xian had arrived nodded in satisfaction. Then she bellowed, today we have a surprise alchemy exam. A chorus of groans erupted from the classroom, a reaction she seemed to relish. For this exam we're abandoning the written format. And heading straight to the public alchemy lab downstairs for some hands-on practice. This will be your first practical alchemy test. Tang Liuxiang said with a smile, you'll be concocting beast blood pills. It's not just theoretical anymore, it's real alchemy. Oh no, I can't even distinguish the ingredients for the beast blood pills. Soon all the students from the second year class 3 gathered in the alchemy lab, each at their own alchemy station, which was clean and laid out with various alchemical materials. Tang Liuxiang, with her arms crossed, walked behind the students. Her face showed little emotion, but inside she was a bit worried. The grand alchemy competition was nearing, and not only was the Shangjing Academy lacking in elite talent, but some students couldn't even identify the most basic alchemical ingredients. As she walked past several students, her attention caught on Yi Yang, whose actions left her momentarily stunned. His control of the fire, the timing of adding ingredients, his movements were fluid, every step executed perfectly, as if he had stepped right out of a textbook. She almost couldn't help but shout, excellent. Then Yi Yang reached a critical step where beast blood needed to be added, a step where poor timing could easily lead to an explosion. Suddenly, the alchemy furnace began to shake, a precursor to an explosion. Although the furnace wouldn't burst, the medicine inside could turn into a charred mess, losing all its medicinal properties. Tang Liuxiang sighed and was about to leave, thinking an explosion was inevitable. But then she saw me unhesitatingly grabbing the juice of ice blossom grass and pouring it in. I didn't stop there, I quickly added the beast blood. The previously restless furnace calmed down almost immediately. She was stunned by this scene. But Lu Quan, who had been watching Yi Yang, burst into laughter. Yi Yang, you shouldn't add a cold liquid at this time, haven't you been paying attention in class? He was delighted. Thinking Yi Yang had made a critical error just as he had, just wait for the teacher's scolding. Lu Quan's loud voice drew the attention of many. Suddenly, I lifted the lid off the furnace and a rich medicinal fragrance wafted directly to everyone's noses. It was my first successful attempt at concocting a beast blood pill, the basic alchemy skill upgraded to a specialized mastery of beast blood pills. Achieving the highest level automatically, each beast blood pill I crafted henceforth would be of the highest quality. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. And even Tang Liuxiang hurried over to Yi Yang, barely containing her excitement. You just added ice blossom grass juice, she said as I nodded. Actually, I think the rootless fruit would be the best since it contains no attributes. But since there was ice blossom grass on the station, I used it. Tang Liuxiang grabbed my hand earnestly, asking, why did you think to add a cooling liquid? I scratched my head. Obviously I couldn't say it was just a spontaneous thought after unlocking the basic alchemy skill. I coughed lightly and said it was just a flash of inspiration at that moment. Tang Liuxiang stared at me, murmuring, genius, you are an alchemy genius, how had I not noticed this before? Stay right here, I'm going to find the instructor. Tang Liuxiang immediately dashed out like a whirlwind, leaving the alchemy lab in stunned silence. Lu Quan's smile, originally poised to mock Yi Yang, froze on his face. As for the other students, they looked as if they had seen a ghost. It's his first time refining pills and he succeeded on his first try, someone tell me this is a joke. I then took out the second batch of ingredients, intending to craft another batch. Even a seasoned alchemist who has practiced for years couldn't possibly succeed with every batch. A female student couldn't help but remark. As the murmurs grew louder, nearly all eyes were on me. With a faint smile, I, who had mastered the art of crafting beast blood pills, knew failure wasn't in my books. The reason I continued to refine was simple. Having just reviewed the alchemic rules, after producing 10 beast blood pills, only one needed to be declared for costs. The rest, amounting to 90,000 Hua currency, were mine to keep, a truly lucrative deal. How about a bet? I bet he'll blow up his furnace within 5 minutes. What do you think? A bespectacled student said excitedly, ready to place his bets. However, everyone fell silent when they saw me calmly open the furnace and, with 2 fingers, pull out a beast blood pill even better in quality than the last. Stop staring at me like you've seen a ghost, I coughed lightly. The bespectacled student quickly bowed his head, utterly baffled. What followed was a scene they would never forget. Batch after batch, I successfully refined beast blood pills without a single explosion until I had used up all 20 batches of ingredients. I then glanced at the other students' materials with an odd look. They quickly guarded their stations like hens protecting their chicks. Lining up the 20 beast blood pills, I spoke in a moderate tone. Looks like I've run out of materials. He must be mad, the bespectacled boy muttered. Nonchalantly, I popped a beast blood pill into my mouth. Host consuming beast blood pill for the first time, initiating resistance to poison, automatically reaching the highest level. I was slightly resigned. It seemed my basic physical body had already reached the limit of the body refining realm, rendering low-level pills useless to me. However, the surplus beast blood pills could still be sold for a profit, which I gleefully packed into my backpack. However, Lu Quan saw this and immediately shouted, "Yi Yang, you're stealing the alchemy room's materials. The pills you make aren't yours, they belong to the academy. You can't keep them for yourself." Just then 2 figures appeared at the doorway of the alchemy room. One was naturally Tang Liuxiang, and the other, appearing nearly 70 with grizzled temples but an energetic demeanor, dressed in an old-fashioned Mandarin jacket, seemed to float above the earthly concerns, Master M.O. Lu Quan's eyes lit up, his speech even faltering. M.O. Danqing, revered by the students as Master M.O., was an 8th-tier alchemist and a celebrity of the Shangjing Academy. Lu Quan thought that since Master M.O. had always despised thievery, he would surely expel Yi Yang immediately. It seemed like heaven was on his side. Lu Quan's face revealed his delight as he continued, "We can't condone a culture of theft, or else those with crooked thoughts might think it's fine to just take things. That's why I believe this matter must be severely punished and Yi Yang must be expelled." However, M.O. Danqing walked straight up to me, suddenly examining me closely, his gaze involuntarily filled with admiration. Lu Quan thought he was under scrutiny and continued to fan the flames. "Perhaps Teacher Tang is better at teaching than nurturing. Last year, a senior was expelled for stealing materials from the alchemy room, and now it seems another case has appeared this year." Tang Liuxiang couldn't believe it and shouted, "Lu Quan, shut your mouth!" M.O. Danqing suddenly roared. Lu Quan smirked. "Teacher Tang, Master M.O. is telling you to shut up." "I told you to shut up," M.O. Danqing, like a waking old lion, stared fiercely at Lu Quan. Lu Quan suddenly became frightened. "Master M.O., what did I do wrong?" Yi Yang indeed stole from the alchemy room. His bag was filled with beast blood pills. I saw him stuffing a dozen beast blood pills into his bag with my own eyes. A dozen beast blood pills? M.O. Danqing didn't get angry but laughed instead. In his eyes, Lu Quan was already marked. To slander a classmate so recklessly, even making up such claims. Lu Quan looked aggrieved, but all of us can testify that Yi Yang did put a dozen beast blood pills into his bag. The materials are provided by the academy. Why should Yi Yang claim the beast blood pills as his own? Lu Quan exclaimed. "Yes, we all saw it. Indeed, it was a dozen beast blood pills." Others murmured among themselves, feeling a mix of jealousy and admiration, and joined in the outcry. M.O. Danqing and Tang Liuxiang frowned, wondering if it could be true. Did Yi Yang really produce a dozen beast blood pills? Impossible. How could a second-year student who just started learning alchemy produce so many? Tang Liuxiang remembered she had only placed 20 sets of materials on each alchemy table. Could it be that Yi Yang only failed once or twice? A startling thought suddenly crossed her mind. M.O. Danqing guessed this too, and his breathing grew rapid. "Quick, open the backpack and let me see," he urged eagerly. Tang Liuxiang, with a trembling voice, followed Yi Yang. "Did you really make a dozen beast blood pills?" Before Yi Yang could respond, Lu Quan immediately said, "Teacher Tang, we can all testify Yi Yang used up all his 20 sets of materials and produced 20 beast blood pills. He even tried to use others' materials. Please, Master M.O. and Teacher Tang, you must strictly punish Yi Yang for such behavior." Seeing the change in their expressions, Lu Quan suddenly felt triumphant. Yi Yang blinked. "Yes, what Lu Quan said is correct. My backpack indeed has 17 beast blood pills." Then he opened his backpack. Both gasped at the sight of 17 lustrous beast blood pills. Yi Yang touched his nose. "I made 22 as the cost, and I ate one just now. Here are the remaining 17. M.O. Danqing almost passed out. The kid had made 20 batches and hadn't failed once. Tang Liuxiang's eyes widened. Not a single failure. It seemed she was wrong before. This kid wasn't just a genius at alchemy, he was a prodigy. "Humph, Yi Yang, it seems you also know your actions were disgraceful. I advise you to drop out early to avoid corrupting the academy further." Lu Quan was more triumphant than ever. Yi Yang's actions were fully exposed, making him impossible to stay at the academy. Yi Yang coughed lightly. "Lu Quan, I suggest you read the alchemy regulations. After you read Article 4, you'll have a chance to rephrase your statements. Lu Quan picked up the alchemy regulations from the table corner, scoffed and said, "Humph, why bother reading this stuff?" But after he read Article 4 he was stunned. Aside from necessary costs, any extra pills produced by a student belong to the student's personal property. This left Lu Quan completely disordered. No wonder Yi Yang was so keen on reading the regulations earlier. Well, according to the alchemy regulations, these 17 beast blood pills are all yours. Mo Danqing nodded in satisfaction. Just like that, a whopping 170,000 yuan was deposited. Lu Quan's eyes turned green with envy again. That was 170,000 yuan. Meanwhile, the other students in second grade class 3 hardly reacted anymore. If you watched someone concoct 20 batches of pills without a single failure, you'd become numb too. So, under the numb gaze of all the students in class 3, Mo Danqing stepped forward, took Yi Yang's hands and said, "Yi, how would you like to work in my pill concocting room?" Mo Danqing's offer left everyone present stunned. Damn. Su Qingyan was especially shocked and speechless. Her lifelong dream had been to become a grand pill master like Mo Danqing, and the first step to realizing this dream was to enter Mo Danqing's pill room. Even if she couldn't become Mo Danqing's acknowledged disciple, just being in the pill room day and night soaking up Master Mo's pill concocting skills would greatly advance her own capabilities in the art of pill making. Yet now, this opportunity was effortlessly snatched away by Yi Yang. Yi Yang was also slightly taken aback. He had long heard of Mo Danqing's renown. Master Mo was a well-known figure in the pill concocting circles of Shangjing Academy and even across the whole country, akin to a branded professor or a top scholar. Before the resurgence of spiritual energy, Yi Yang had never even hoped to meet him face to face. But now this highly respected Master Mo was personally inviting him to join his pill concocting room. In fact, Yi Yang had underestimated the impact of his improvements to the beast blood pills. Numerous great pill concoctors had tried and failed to further improve the formula for beast blood pills, but here was a significant breakthrough in the hands of an obscure student. This was undoubtedly a massive shock to the pill concocting world. However, at the same time, many would seek to pry into Yi Yang's life, attempting to steal the improved formula and even potentially endanger his life. After all, there was more than one voice in the pill concocting world. If Yi Yang refused to hand over the improved formula, they would not hesitate to personally end this extraordinary talent. The world has seen many fleeting geniuses. Yi Yang would not be missed. Thus, when Mo Danqing made his offer, he also meant to protect Yi Yang. Seeing Yi Yang stunned and silent, Mo Danqing thought he might not have heard of him and quickly added, "Yi, this old man has a bit of a reputation in the pill concocting circles. Joining my pill room, you won't lose out." The surrounding students rolled their eyes. Damn, a bit of a reputation? Describing him as highly esteemed would be an understatement. Tang Liuxiang also quickly said, "Yi Yang, isn't your martial arts level not very high? Following Master Mo, even if your martial artist grade isn't enough, your future life won't be bad." She really adored this student. The more she saw him, the more she liked him, even blaming herself for not having discovered Yi Yang's talent for pill concocting earlier. Mo Danqing kindly said, "What do you think, young student? Consider it." Perhaps fearing he hadn't convinced Yi Yang, he paused and then added, "How about this? I heard you grew up in an orphanage. You must be short of money, right? Come to my pill room and I'll give you 5,000 a month. How about that?" A gasp went through the crowd. Damn, 5,000 a month? There are work-study positions in the academy helping to organize the public pill rooms, but they only symbolically pay 500 a month. Master Mo was offering Yi Yang 10 times that amount. Could he be any more blatantly biased? Su Qingyan couldn't help but ask Master Mo, "What exactly has Yi Yang done to deserve such high regard from you?" Mo Danqing turned to look at the short-haired beauty with a puzzled expression. Tang Liuxiang quickly added, "Teacher, he's the best student in the alchemy class, very talented and hardworking." Mo Danqing nodded thoughtfully and said seriously, "What he has done is currently confidential. I cannot reveal it, but it is certainly very important." Su Qingyan was left speechless, yet in her heart she was still not convinced about Yi Yang. "Alright, let's continue with the exam. Yi Yang, come with us," Mo Danqing directed. Yi Yang followed them to the alchemy room located at a secluded path behind the teaching building where few people passed by. "Yi Yang, we've agreed that you need to come here every day to study alchemy theory, and you must produce at least one batch of elixirs daily. Can you do that?" Yi Yang nodded earnestly. "For 5,000 a month, I certainly can." "So you're here for the money?" Mo Danqing exclaimed, but then added, "But it doesn't matter. I don't believe that with such exceptional alchemy talent, Shangjing Academy could ever lose. There's another matter. I will write a paper adding a step involving a cold medicinal liquid to the beast blood pill formula, and I will put your name after mine in the author list. Are you willing? Mo Danqing asked. Without hesitation, Yi Yang bowed slightly and thanked him. Thank you, Master Mo. By ranking me second, it seems like you are taking my contribution, but in reality you are protecting me. Thank you. He then added, also please help me sell these 17 beast blood pills. Mo Danqing gave him a deep look and nodded. This young man was not only extraordinarily talented in alchemy, but his wisdom was also exceptional. Most people would be furious to see their name placed second, but Yi Yang agreed without any hesitation. When Yi Yang left Shangjing Academy and was bathed in the noon sunlight, he was somewhat dazed. Just a day ago he was worried about his martial artist assessment, whether he could continue his education at Shangjing Academy and how he would explain things to the orphanage director, but now he was not worried at all. After readjusting his mindset, Yi Yang walked through several blocks back to his humble rental. He ordered a sumptuous takeout meal, had a satisfying nap, and then ran back to the academy. All the information about the assessment appeared in his mind. The assessment consisted of 3 parts: strength, agility, and combat, totaling 1,000 points, and scoring below 100 would result in expulsion. He was already a 9th level martial artist and had mastered the Lingbo Weibo technique. Strength and agility were no issue for him. The combat assessment, however, might have some tricks. If Yi Yang remembered correctly, a martial artist named Zhang Biao had a very poor impression of him and seemed to be close to Shen Linfeng. While pondering this, he suddenly smelled a faint scent of gasoline. The host's basic olfactory senses activated to full level upon detecting the gasoline scent, which then became much stronger, followed by the smell of smoke. Following the scent, Yi Yang immediately saw a leaking sedan slowly driving by and a pedestrian who had just finished his cigarette casually threw the still sparking butt away. Yi Yang's gaze sharpened for there was an old woman carrying a grocery basket walking nearby. He was about to move away when suddenly an idea flashed through his mind. He had drunk a glass of water earlier, activating his affinity for water. Now, if he were burned by flames, would it activate his affinity for fire? Before he had time to think further, Yi Yang dashed forward and tackled the elderly woman to the ground, scattering vegetables everywhere. In the next moment, a raging wave of fire erupted. A pedestrian caught directly in its path was engulfed in flames, screaming in agony. As people around quickly called for an ambulance, the vegetables that had spilled on the ground were instantly reduced to ashes. Yi Yang felt a searing pain on his back as the remaining flames licked his clothes and skin. As the host was burnt, his affinity with fire activated, automatically reaching the highest level. His resistance to high temperatures upgraded to flame resistance, also reaching the maximum level. Indeed, as the voice echoed in his mind, the pain on his back suddenly vanished and even the flames on his clothes seemed to lose their heat, feeling no warmer than tepid water. Young man, thank you so much. Yi Yang had just helped the elderly woman to her feet when a middle-aged man rushed over, his face showing deep gratitude. Young man, you are also injured, let's go to the hospital together. The woman looked at Yi Yang with concern. If it weren't for Yi Yang, she might have been swallowed by the flames. Yi Yang shook his head. Such injuries were trivial to him. Madam, this injury is nothing, but if I miss my academy's martial arts assessment this afternoon, I'll be in real trouble. Let's hope we meet again. With that, Yi Yang waved at them and hurried away. Martial arts assessment? The elderly woman Ji Jinji paused, then laughed. Yuhu, is this young fellow one of your students at Shangjing Academy? How can he participate in the martial arts assessment looking like this? Shi Yuhu, her son, couldn't help but smile. Mom, I've just taken up the post, but this kid is innately pure-hearted and his physical condition seems good too. He'll definitely pass the assessment, don't worry. Ji Jinji scoffed. This boy saved my life and I like him. You know what you should do now? That you're the head martial arts instructor at Shangjing Academy. Mom, I understand. Shi Yuhu quickly changed the subject. Let's first have someone take you to the hospital for a checkup. He knew well what his mother meant. It was clear she wanted him to nurture the boy as a way of repaying the favor. For him, that was a small task. If the boy showed potential, Shi Yuhu could certainly help him reach high ranks in martial arts. Even if his talents were modest, Shi Yuhu could ensure he had a well-paying job by the time he graduated. At that moment, inside the sports hall of Shangjing Academy, most of the students from Class 2 Year 3 had already gathered. Groups of students chatted animatedly amongst themselves. The vice head of martial arts Zhang Biao paced back and forth with a troubled expression. Lu Quan and a few students sat in a corner smirking coldly. Brother Quan, did Master Shen give you a special boost again? You must be a second-level martial artist by now, right? One boy asked enviously. Lu Quan modestly smiled. It's alright, just 2,600 kilograms. Amazing truly, Master Shin is really generous. The boy looked on with admiration. Lu Quan laughed heartily. The best thing about Master Shin is his generosity. Tonight, I'll take you to meet him. Maybe he will gift you one too if he's in a good mood. Really? That would be awesome, thanks Brother Quan, the other boys exclaimed excitedly. Lu Quan nodded proudly. With Brother Quan here, Yi Yang doesn't stand a chance later. Tisk TSK 2,600 kilograms against 1,000 kilograms, unimaginable. The first boy laughed. Lu Quan chuckled, just overpowering him with strength isn't enough. I've learned a few moves from my cousin. Today I'm going to make sure he leaves the academy without any dignity. In Lu Quan's mind, the scene from the Lu family martial arts dojo earlier that day involuntarily appeared. Although cousin Lu Wei was not keen on the idea of using the Qi blood pill as a bet, Lu Quan assured him that after winning he would share half of the 50,000 Hua currency with him. Reluctantly, Lu Wei taught Lu Quan 2 punches. According to Lu Wei, it was a guaranteed overwhelming victory. The Tsanglong Martial Arts School had been established in Shangjing City for more than 10 years, founded by Lu Wei's father Lu Hong, who used the family's ancestral Sanglong fist to carve out its reputation. Although Lu Quan had only learned the first 2 punches temporarily, it was more than enough to deal with a mere first-level martial artist. It's important to note that mastering the Sanglong fist to a high level could produce a powerful internal strike strong enough to challenge even masters of internal energy. You Yi Yang are nothing in front of me, so what if old Mo values you and lets you into his pill refining room? This world ultimately belongs to the martial artists. Lu Quan's eyes flickered as he suddenly shouted loudly, hey, don't you think Yi Yang is too bold? He even dared to skip teacher Zhang's assessment. Isn't that too much? Yeah, he's really bold, and besides I've been looking forward to seeing both of your results. The bet is a Qi blood pill, you know. Hee. Do you think Yi Yang is scared and doesn't dare to come to the assessment? Haha, daring to bet but too cowardly to show up, what a wimp. The students around him understood and began to laugh playfully. Although the other students didn't say much, their faces also showed a hint of contempt. Betting is one thing, but not daring to come to the assessment is another. If Yi Yang truly didn't show up, he would be looked down upon by everyone. Zhang Biao was annoyed and shouted angrily, stop the nonsense, all of you shut up. Teacher Zhang, I'm here. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Everyone turned to look. It was Yi Yang himself, however. Yi Yang didn't look good. His school uniform was mostly burned with many parts charred, making him look like a refugee who had just smuggled over. Surrounded by a few male and female students, Su Qingyan saw Yi Yang and frowned. What has he been up to? Doesn't he take the assessments seriously? What's his excuse for being late this time? Zhang Biao asked unceremoniously. Yi Yang replied directly, a car was leaking oil and caught fire. I saw an old lady about to get burned, so I rescued her. So you're saying your clothes got burned? Zhang Biao sneered. Yi Yang nodded. Then tell me, why are your clothes burned, but there's not even a scratch on your back? Zhang Biao questioned. Yi Yang shrugged helplessly. He couldn't very well say that he had resistance to fire, which almost prevented the flames from harming him. Lu Quan burst into laughter. Yi Yang, your excuses for being late are getting more and more bizarre. Next time you could say you were late because you were saving the world. Oh wait, there won't be a next time, he said, his tone dripping with undisguised mockery. Being late is being late. Don't make excuses. Zhang Biao scolded with a cold face. Luckily, the new chief instructor hasn't arrived yet. Otherwise, if he had come before you and our class wasn't even assembled, wouldn't I, the vice chief instructor, lose all face? What do you think the chief instructor would think? He would definitely believe I haven't fulfilled my responsibilities, haven't trained you well. As a punishment, just stand here. If you move even once, I'll directly disqualify you from the assessment. Yi Yang frowned deeply. He had guessed that this vice chief instructor Zhang Biao would target him deliberately, but he hadn't expected Zhang Biao to be so harsh. This was clearly oppression. This guy definitely had a deep connection with Shen Linfeng. Zhang Biao noticed Yi Yang's expression and snorted coldly. What, you don't accept this? Lu Quan watched the scene unfold with a sense of triumph. Yi Yang, oh Yi Yang, what does it matter if you cozy up to Elder Mo? I can mess with you whenever I want, making you hog all the benefits, not sharing the beast blood pills with me. Now look at your bad luck. I have powerful support. Shen Linfeng is my backer. I even know what you're thinking. Yes, Shen Linfeng invited Zhang Biao to be a guest consultant for Shin Corporation just yesterday. If you really think about it, even this seemingly upright vice principal of the Capital Academy works for young Master Shin. Lu Quan now regarded Yi Yang as his enemy, his resentment growing by the minute. The more Yi Yang was targeted, the more delighted he felt. He couldn't wait to see Yi Yang's current expression. It must be filled with despair. But he was wrong. Yi Yang's expression was as calm as ever. So what if he was being targeted? What use is targeting in the face of absolute strength? Yi Yang, having realized this, looked over with a slight mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. Lu Quan also started to laugh. This guy really knows how to play tough. Alright, keep pretending. Soon you won't even be able to cry. Now let's continue with the tests. Su Qingyan. Zhang Biao took out the roll call list and called out loudly. Dressed in a tight outfit, Su Qingyan strode out from the crowd to the strength meter. She took a deep breath, her agile body poised like a bow, then suddenly threw a punch. 4,400 kilograms. Very good, an improvement of 200 kilograms from last time. Strength assessment 220 points. Zhang Biao nodded in satisfaction. For ordinary students in their second year, the minimum requirement is to be a second-tier martial artist, which is 2,000 kilograms. As one of the top students in class 2 to 3, Su Qingyan naturally exceeded many others. Next, Su Qingyan moved swiftly to a clear area. In front of her was a tennis ball launcher. Zhang Biao counted down 3, 2, 1 and the launcher instantly activated, firing 30 tennis balls with varying speeds and forces. Su Qingyan concentrated, her body quickly shifting as she caught the balls mid-air. Caught 27. 270 points. Su Qingyan frowned slightly, finding the score a bit low. Your opponent will be this third-year student. Begin. After a short rest, Zhang Biao summoned a third-tier martial artist from the third year and nodded. Of course, a fourth-tier martial artist would dominate over a third tier. Soon, the young man was defeated. Skills assessment, full score of 250 points, total score 740 points. All the students gasped. Reaching 740 points in the second year, by the fourth year Su Qingyan definitely had the potential to break Wei Yihui's record. Zhang Biao nodded in satisfaction, then turned and loudly called next to Lu Quan. Eager and rubbing his hands, Lu Quan quickly showed his results. Damn, this guy has also reached second-tier martial artist status. That was fast. 2,600 kilograms? His agility test is strong too, catching 20 tennis balls. This test is definitely the hardest, and he even lasted 4 minutes against a third-tier martial artist, and that boxing technique was quite impressive. Zhang Biao appeared slightly surprised and nodded. Strength assessment 130 points, agility assessment 200 points, combat assessment 200 points. That was the Tsanglong fist from Tsanglong Martial Hall, right? Well learned, keep it up. I'll give you an extra 10 points. Total 540 points. Yes, Vice Principal Zhang. Lu Quan smiled proudly, having clung to Shen Linfeng's support, who naturally provided him with plenty of good things. One afternoon he took 2 beast blood pills, his vitality surged, and he directly became a second-tier martial artist. The Tsanglong Six Fists even became a bonus point in the combat assessment. Yi Yang, it's your turn. I'm really looking forward to seeing your despair, he sneered. Yi Yang smiled lightly. Are you so eager to give me the Qi blood pill? He suddenly felt a bit sentimental. As a 9th-grade martial artist, bullying Lu Quan seemed a bit unfair, like using one's strength to bully the weak. With increased strength, his mindset had also changed. Lu Quan just sneered. I advise you to think about how you'll scrape together 50,000 after you lose. Come on, let's start the assessment. No more nonsense, Zhang Biao said coldly. Yi Yang coughed lightly. Vice Teacher Zhang, I would like to have a combat assessment with Lu Quan. As soon as he spoke, everyone was stunned. Zhang Biao nodded immediately. Okay, but you have to ask if Lu Quan agrees, and the criteria for a full score will be extended to you lasting 10 minutes against him. Lu Quan was taken aback but then burst into laughter. I agree. He stretched his limbs, eager to personally take Yi Yang down. The two went to an open space. Lu Quan, while stretching, said proudly, Yi Yang, I'm actually quite regretful because if you leave Shangjing Academy, I won't be able to beat your face anymore. But I really didn't expect you to actively request a combat assessment with me. Are you seeking your own death? Yi Yang looked at him amusingly. How come I never realized before that this guy loves to dramatize himself so much? You'll beat my face? How about I make you kneel and slap your own face? Yi Yang, let me show you the power of my Tsanglong Six Punches. Lu Quan snorted coldly, stepping forward and swinging his fist. The sound of the wind in his punch seemed to carry the sound of waves smashing against rocks. This was the Tsanglong fist, a martial art that had been passed down for decades at the Tsanglong Martial Arts School, with which even a 9th-grade martial artist could injure an inner strength master. Many people couldn't bear to watch and closed their eyes, guessing the grim scene to follow. Yi Yang would be sent flying with one punch, then Lu Quan would continue to pummel him. Such was the sorrow of the weak. Suddenly a scream erupted and then they saw Lu Quan's body flying backward at an even faster speed, his punching arm hanging limply. Meanwhile Yi Yang still maintained his punching stance. Just like the scene at the school gate in the morning, it was still one punch. Holy shit, has Yi Yang turned on some cheat? How did he suddenly become so fierce? Even Lu Quan, a second-grade martial artist using that Sanglong fist, couldn't beat him, a male student exclaimed. Su Qingyan also widened her eyes, staring intently. Lu Quan screamed incredulously, impossible, impossible. My hand is broken. Zhang Biao's expression darkened and he quickly went to check on Lu Quan. He was anxious. At noon Shin Linfeng had sent someone to hire him for the Xin group at 30,000 Hua currency per month, the task being to manipulate the martial arts assessment to make Yi Yang leave the school. He thought he had it under control, but unexpectedly Lu Quan was so rubbish that he was knocked out with one punch. This guy must have taken some drugs, otherwise it's not possible for him to be so fierce, a male student cried out incredulously. Zhang Biao's eyes shifted, then he suddenly shouted loudly, Yi Yang, how could you beat a classmate like this? Don't you have any respect for school rules? Moreover, I highly suspect you've taken banned substances. Your results for this test are invalidated. Zhang Biao spoke righteously, and yet no one else could find fault with it. Yi Yang's performance indeed seemed like he had taken performance-enhancing drugs. He was too fierce. Yi Yang sneered. This guy, seeing no way to target him directly, openly targeted him, obviously in cahoots with Shin Linfeng. Oh, why would Vice President Zhang say such a thing? You can't accuse me without evidence, he asked, feigning curiosity. Zhang Biao sneered. You have the strength of only 1,000 kilograms, yet you easily fractured Lu Quan, who weighs 2,600 kilograms, with a single punch. If that's not doping, what is? He was right. If Yi Yang really only had the strength of 1,000 kilograms, the only way he could have achieved such a feat would be through doping. However, a drug known as Fury powder on the black market was incredibly expensive, and with Yi Yang's previous capabilities he couldn't afford it. As for the idea that Yi Yang's strength might actually surpass that of Lu Quan's, sorry, Zhang Biao had never considered it. How could a perennial underachiever suddenly make such an incredible leap? Pure nonsense. Yi Yang responded helplessly. How about this? I'll challenge Teacher Zhang. He will definitely be able to perceive my true strength, and that should prove I haven't doped, right? If you're going to show off, go big. What's the point in defeating Lu Quan, a second-tier martial artist? If I'm to fight, I should challenge a 9th-tier martial artist. Yi Yang was very vengeful and he didn't like to let grudges linger overnight. Since you, Zhang Biao, are deliberately making things difficult for me, I must thoroughly embarrass you. His words stunned everyone. Damn, has this guy lost his mind? The vice president is a 9th-tier martial artist. Yi Yang, merely a 1st-tier martial artist, probably can't even withstand half a move from him. Su Qingyan shook her head, feeling that Yi Yang was too impulsive. Challenging a 9th-tier martial artist was unwise. This exact folly had been committed by Wei Yihui in his sophomore year when he was just a 5th-tier, arrogantly challenging Zhang Biao and ending up utterly defeated. Su Qingyan shook her head again, thinking Yi Yang had completely lost his senses and was beyond help. Challenging Zhang Biao would not only fail to prove his innocence but might also ruin his future completely. With you thoroughly defeated, when Zhang Biao casually mentions you only have 1,000 kilograms of strength, what will you do then? Su Qingyan moved aside to drink water, feeling there was nothing left worth watching. Suddenly, she thought of Tang Xian'er, the proud daughter of heaven who had always been her target to surpass. Lu Quan on the ground, hearing this conversation, his eyes lit up and he whispered urgently, Vice President Zhang, accept his challenge. Zhang Biao was also delighted. This kid was really at his wit's end, wasn't he, to actually challenge him. Naturally, as the vice president and a 9th-tier martial artist under the rules, Yi Yang only needed to last 30 seconds against him to score full marks. Zhang Biao stated this righteously, but inwardly he laughed. 30 seconds? I won't let you last half a second. Yi Yang suddenly shook his head. Vice President Zhang, what if I defeat you? Zhang Biao scoffed. Impossible. Yi Yang shook his head seriously. In this world nothing is impossible. Zhang Biao impatiently said, if you defeat me, I will resign from my position as vice president. A vice president defeated by a student does not deserve to stay at Shangjing Academy. Yi Yang was somewhat disappointed. It would have been great if Zhang Biao had said he would slap himself if he lost. That would have made for a great spectacle. Too bad. Yi Yang just stood there nonchalantly watching Zhang Biao. Vice President Zhang, you are the teacher, you attack first, Yi Yang said with a light laugh. The onlooking students couldn't bear to watch anymore. You're even assuming a defensive stance. You really don't want to live long, do you? Zhang Biao's face maintained the kind demeanor of a teacher as he nodded, but inside he was already celebrating. This guy really doesn't know how high the sky is. If he had tried to dodge, maybe he could indeed last 30 seconds. But to think of defending, he's truly courting death. It seems this guy has no idea of the terror of a 9th-rank martial artist. In his heart, Zhang Biao even thought that he should try not to kill him when making his move, although killing a nobody wouldn't mean much, but after all he still had to continue being a teacher, and carrying such a notorious reputation wouldn't be good. Then everyone saw Zhang Biao make his move. A straight punch aimed directly at the chest, thunderous in its force. What was even more shocking was that Yi Yang seemed to plan on making no defense at all, still standing with his hands by his sides as before. Has this guy given up on himself? Was he hoping to be crippled by Zhang Biao to extort some medical expenses? A bespectacled male student couldn't help but mutter under his breath, alas, Yi Yang is finished, he'll probably spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. A short-haired girl couldn't help but close her eyes. Everyone heard this voice. What followed immediately was a grunt from Zhang Biao. Then, to the disbelief of all the onlooking students, Zhang Biao was seen clutching his right hand as he staggered back several steps. If one looked closely, they would see his right hand was completely swollen red. In contrast, Yi Yang was still standing nonchalantly at his original spot. However, he sighed helplessly in his heart. He had intentionally taken a hit from Zhang Biao as an experiment. Obviously, the attack of a 9th-rank martial artist did not upgrade his iron shirt technique. Yi Yang felt that he must let an internal energy martial artist hit him to upgrade the iron shirt. All this was ultimately Zhang Biao's fault. This guy, a vice principal, didn't even have internal energy. What a disgrace! Yi Yang pointed at Zhang Biao and complained, Zhang Biao, has me not being an internal energy martial artist hindered your affairs? Then he saw Yi Yang move, fast as lightning, even faster than him. Bang bang bang, 3 consecutive punches, like the unskilled punches of an old farmer tilling the fields, but filled with invincible power. Zhang Biao's pupils suddenly constricted, too late to ponder where Yi Yang had learned this punching technique. He crossed his arms in front of his chest to block. However, he still underestimated the power of the farmer's 3 punches. Zhang Biao's body flew out like a kite with its string cut, landing right beside Lu Quan. Both his arms hung limply, both completely broken. Vice Principal Zhang, from today onwards, please resign from your position and leave Shangjing Academy. Yi Yang slowly retracted his fist, slightly bowed in a salute, believing that as a role model you will certainly not go back on your word. Zhang Biao, enduring the severe pain from his arms, looked at Yi Yang in disbelief. Lu Quan also temporarily forgot the pain from his fracture, staring blankly. The other student's jaws nearly hit the floor. What just happened? This trash! Yi Yang first took Zhang Biao's punch unscathed and then turned around and broke both of Zhang Biao's arms with 3 punches. He won. Su Qingyan was packing her bag to leave but felt the silence behind her. Her curious gaze peered through the crowd to see the person on the ground. Then she exclaimed, her bag dropping to the floor with a thud. A 9th-rank martial artist, the vice principal Zhang Biao, actually lost. How could this be? After a long while, Lu Quan finally roared in disbelief. Yi Yang just smiled faintly. Not just that. He walked straight to the strength tester, stepped back half a step, and threw a punch. 10,000 kilograms, the peak of a 9th-rank martial artist. The 10,000 kilogram steel ball on the strength tester was shot to the highest point, full marks in strength assessment. Everyone's eyes widened. Not stopping there, Yi Yang continued to the tennis machine, lining up 5 racks. A total of 150 tennis balls appeared, but moments later, using the Lingbo Weibo technique, Yi Yang, without breaking a sweat or turning red, caught all the tennis balls, full marks in agility assessment. Everyone gasped in amazement. In addition to the combat assessment, Yi Yang directly defeated the 9th-tier martial artist Zhang Biao, scoring full marks again, a total of 1,000 points. It was unprecedented. Everyone was dumbstruck watching the solo performance of Yi Yang. Their minds were blank. If Yi Yang had been just a 4th or 5th-tier martial artist, maybe they would have felt some jealousy, but Yi Yang achieved full marks, even surpassing the record set by Wei Yihui. They couldn't feel any jealousy anymore, only admiration. However, Zhang Biao, who had been the vice principal for nearly 10 years, stood up despite the pain and shock and said calmly, Yi Yang, I originally did not believe that you were taking banned substances, but now it seems you have severely violated the academy's rules by consuming them. Yi Yang chuckled, you've lost so badly and still plan to bite back at me? Why do I hear accusations of banned substances as soon as I arrive? Suddenly a deep and familiar voice rang out, and Yi Yang was momentarily stunned. the chief instructor, Zhang Biao, first shocked then joyously said, "Chief instructor, this student has severely violated the academy's regulations by taking banned substances. He is disobedient and even injured me. I suggest that he be expelled immediately." Zhang Biao's forehead was covered with cold sweat as he spoke coldly. A not-so-imposing figure slowly walked up from behind Yi Yang. Yi Yang blinked hard. Wasn't this the son of the old lady he helped at noon? He turned out to be the newly appointed chief martial instructor of the Shangjing Academy. This was getting interesting. Yi Yang originally planned to escalate this matter ideally to the dean of the transmission hall, as he did not believe that a person as upright as Yang Yin would stand by and watch his talent be wronged, but now it seemed unnecessary. Shi Yuhu approached Yi Yang, sizing him up seriously for the first time, and finally nodded heavily. "I saw everything, your conversation and Yi Yang's performance." Shi Yuhu turned to Zhang Biao and said lightly, "Yi Yang is right, Vice Principal Zhang. As a mentor you must not break your word. Resign from your position as vice principal and leave Shangjing Academy." Shi Yuhu spoke with his hands behind his back, his voice cold. Zhang Biao's eyes instantly reddened. Shi Yuhu turned his head slightly and his internal energy suddenly burst forth. Zhang Biao was forced to kneel on one knee, his face turning red instantly. As a vice principal, not only being unfair but also deliberately making things difficult for a student, especially after the student displayed such talent. Instead of thinking about retaining such talent for the academy, he even falsely accused him of taking banned substances. Shi Yuhu unleashed his pressure without any courtesy, pressing it all onto Zhang Biao. "Vice Principal Zhang, you really are a role model." Zhang Biao could no longer hold on and both knees hit the ground, his face showing a humiliated expression. "Leave now while I still don't want to kill you," Shi Yuhu said coldly. Yi Yang's eyes widened. "Damn, this is what a real powerhouse is, talking about killing people just like that, so domineering, impressive." Zhang Biao swallowed his words back, filled with humiliation and reluctance, but he was helpless. The gap between a 9th-tier martial artist and an internal energy martial artist was like a chasm separating the two. Zhang Biao continuing would only bring more disgrace to himself. He took one last deep look at Shi Yuhu, and Yi Yang took a deep breath, ready to spit some harsh words. "If you don't leave now, I'll chop off one of your arms," Shi Yuhu said indifferently. Zhang Biao dared not speak further and left dejectedly. Yi Yang blinked. Remember this, this is how you talk tough. Today's matter must be handled as top secret by the academy. All students are forbidden to spread word of it, understand?" Shi Yuhu stood before everyone in second year class 3, his voice cold. He knew the importance of this matter better than anyone. Although Shi Yuhu was aware that the secret would eventually leak, delaying it as long as possible was crucial. The students of class 3 clearly understood as well, responding in unison. "Understood." Lu Quan lay on the ground, eyes wide open, unable to speak. "Bring 2 people and take this guy to the infirmary," Shi Yuhu ordered, glancing at Lu Quan, who lay there like a dead dog. Yi Yang shouted, "Wait," and under Lu Quan's gritted teeth and glaring eyes pulled out a chi blood pill from his chest before signaling them to carry him away. "Yi Yang, come with me," Shi Yuhu said. Obediently Yi Yang followed him to the office of the chief martial arts instructor. Shi Yuhu pulled out a jade bead emitting a chill and placed it in his hand, speaking indifferently, "This is a chi-nourishing jade. Wear it daily, and within a year at the latest you should be able to sense chi and cultivate your internal strength. This is my way of thanking you for saving my mother." As Yi Yang touched the jade bead, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind, "Host has touched a cold object, activating basic resistance to cold at full level. All physical cultivation skills unlocked, activating the talent transmutation at full level." Transmutation. When the host touches an object, spending money can randomly upgrade it from 1 to 9 levels. Shi Yuhu continued speaking, but Yi Yang wasn't listening anymore. His mind was occupied with this new ability. "Holy crap, this talent is awesome. Tap 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 tap," he thought. "Anyway, I hope you quickly advance to become a martial arts cultivator with internal strength and bring glory to Shangjing Academy. Tell me, can you do it?" Shi Yuhu asked seriously. Yi Yang nodded, too embarrassed to admit that he was already a martial artist with internal strength. He suddenly asked, "Master Shi, where in Shangjing can one witness fights between martial artists with internal strength?" Shi Yuhu paused, then nodded. "You want to observe their battles to cultivate your own internal strength sooner, right? A teachable student. If I remember correctly, there's a Wing Chun martial arts school in Shangjing. The master is a minor achiever in internal strength, though he seldom makes a move." Yi Yang chuckled. "Master Shi, I have my ways. Until next time." With it he dashed out, his only thought being to test his new talent. Shi Yuhu watched his departing figure, suddenly feeling sentimental. Perhaps this is fate. The teacher paid a great price to bring me back here to reverse the decline of Shangjing Academy, and then we encountered such a promising student. Teacher, rest assured I won't let you down. This Yi Yang, he is the hope of this generation of students. Meanwhile, Yi Yang returned to his rental room and immediately took out the chi-nourishing jade given by Shi Yuhu using his transmutation talent. Using the talent once required 50,000 Hua currency. Continue? Yi Yang grimaced but chose to continue. Damn, I haven't even spent 50,000 in my life and you're deducting it in the blink of an eye, he muttered as 50,000 Hua currency was deducted, upgrading the chi-nourishing jade from a first-level treasure to a third-level treasure, the Nurturing Spirit Jade. Nurturing Spirit Jade. Long-term wearing of this treasure can increase internal strength, usable up to the peak of internal strength. He struck gold. Yi Yang's eyes widened in shock. A third-level treasure was worth at least 300,000. He had made a huge profit. Clearing his throat, Yi Yang restrained his smile. With this talent, what money couldn't he make? Soon Yi Yang would become the richest person in the world. He laughed heartily. Yi Yang still had 120,000 Hua currency in his bank account, enough for 2 more upgrades. What should I upgrade? Yi Yang immediately noticed the rusty pipe wrench propping up the corner of the table. He still needed a weapon for self-defense, and that would do. Without hesitation, he used the turn stone into gold skill. Subtracting 50,000 Chinese yuan, the non-tier weapon rusty pipe wrench was upgraded to a tier 1 weapon pipe wrench. Miss, open the door. I'm here to fix the pipes. Yi Yang, it seems your luck has run out. You turned a rusty pipe wrench into a non-rusty one. What good does that do? I might as well buy a better wrench myself. That's 50,000 yuan after all. Yi Yang, not giving up, continued to upgrade. Subtracting another 50,000 yuan, the tier 1 weapon pipe wrench was upgraded to a tier 3 weapon, the plumber's pipe wrench. Yi Yang was baffled. Just by adding a plumber prefix it becomes powerful. Then Yi Yang glanced at the attributes. Plumber's pipe wrench. This is the handy weapon of a pair of brothers who often linger in the sewer pipes, guaranteed to stun an enemy upon hitting, with a certain chance to instantly kill enemies at the body refining realm. Yi Yang looked at the weapon in horror. Impressive. Now, that's a handy weapon. Whoever dares to mess with me, I'll knock them dead with this plumber's pipe wrench. Yi Yang coughed lightly, glanced at the time, and saw it was already evening. He thought it might be a good idea to check out the martial arts gym mentioned by Shi Yuhu. Perhaps he could really unlock a new skill. Of course, he would need to disguise himself first. Standing in front of the mirror, Yi Yang picked up his facial cleanser. Host uses facial cleanser, initiating basic disguise, automatically maxing out. Yi Yang slapped the table. I knew it. Moments later, a young man with a completely changed face walked out of the rental house. I'll call myself Yang Yi. Yi Yang chuckled and hurried off to the Wing Chun martial arts gym in the misty night. The Wing Chun martial arts gym, located on the same street as the Tsanglong martial arts gym known as Martial Arts Street, boasted numerous martial arts gyms of all sizes. Yi Yang quickly found the Wing Chun martial arts gym according to the signs, and then he was stopped by a burly man at the door. Please show your assets, no entry under 50,000. Seeing Yi Yang dressed in street market clothes, the man spoke coldly. What kind of threshold is this at your place? Yi Yang took out a chi blood pill and waved it in front of him. This chi blood pill is definitely worth 50,000 yuan, and many places also support bartering now. The man's attitude softened considerably. Please come in. Yi Yang entered the Wing Chun martial arts gym and was immediately drowned out by various noises. The gym was very spacious. He only glanced around briefly and saw no fewer than 100 people training. Some were lifting huge barbells, some started running at speed level 18, while others were practicing agility in front of pitching machines. Handsome, may I help you with something? A woman dressed in a red cheongsam revealing her curvaceous figure slowly approached, smiling. She was followed by a girl, though she looked rather reluctant. Yi Yang took out the chi blood pill. I'd like to use this to buy a chance to spar with the gym master. The woman glanced at the chi blood pill and covered her mouth with laughter. Young man, you're really joking. You think 50,000 yuan is enough to challenge the gym master? The girl behind her even pouted. Pauper, if you don't have money, don't come to the gym. 1 month's course starts at 30,000 inch. What can you buy with your 50,000? The woman frowned. Xiao Qiong, how do you speak to a guest? The girl made a face. The people from Tsanglong keep coming over to harass Dad by challenging him. I'm just looking out for Dad, and this guy obviously looks like one of them. Plus, he really does look like a pauper, the girl whispered. Yi Yang coughed lightly. Little sister, then how much does it cost to challenge the gym master? The girl puffed up her chest and Huffed at least 200,000, Yi Yang continued. What if I bring out something worth more than 200,000? The girl crossed her arms and sneered. I don't believe it, but if you really can, I'll waive a year's course for you. How about that? I see you're probably at most a second-tier martial artist, right? A year's course should definitely be enough for you to climb to 5th tier. How about it? Yi Yang said with a slight smile, sealing the deal with his words. The woman beside him shook her head helplessly. Little sister, I really didn't want to show off, but why do you force me to while life is as lonely as snow? Yi Yang chuckled lightly, pulling out a Peiyuan Spirit Jade. This thing, it's worth at least 300,000. The Spirit Jade looked unremarkable, even a bit dusty. The young girl leaned in for a look, pouted and said, what are you playing at, pretending to be the big bad wolf, coating a rock in lime and claiming it's worth 300,000? Did you escape from a mental hospital or something? Yi Yang just laughed, but the woman's eyes suddenly widened, her voice trembling as she asked, Sir, is this really Peiyuan Spirit Jade? Yi Yang nodded with satisfaction. It seems there are still people who know their stuff. Curious, the young girl asked, Red Sister, what is Peiyuan Spirit Jade? Red Sister took a deep breath and explained, wearing Peiyuan Spirit Jade for a long time can enhance one's internal energy. It's useful for martial artists below the peak of internal energy. More importantly, this thing is priceless. Forget 300,000. If it were auctioned in the underground market, it might fetch over 600,000. Sir, please forgive our earlier rudeness. Red Sister bowed deeply, her graceful curves on display. Yi Yang coughed lightly and nodded. If I bring out this Spirit Jade, can I then challenge the master of the gym? Red Sister paused. Are you planning to use this item in exchange for the right to challenge? Yi Yang nodded. Yes. Is there something wrong with that? Red Sister smiled helplessly. This is too big for me to decide. I'll go ask the master right away. Soon, the gym master Yan Chengqing came out. A subtle aura of authority surrounded him. Yes, this is indeed a martial artist with high internal energy. May I ask how to address this young brother? Yan Chengqing greeted with clasped hands. Yang Yi, young brother Yang, I would like to buy your Peiyuan Spirit Jade for 500,000. Yan Chengqing said earnestly. Yi Yang was stunned. I didn't come here to auction it. He immediately became reluctant. No, I want to challenge you. Yan Chengqing, I'm offering you 500,000 and you still insist on challenging me. Then the two went down to the special area of the Wing Chun gym accessible only to advanced members. Yan Ziqiang and Red Sister stood by watching. Red Sister, do you think he's out of his mind? Spending 500,000 just to get beaten up? Yan Ziqiang scoffed. Red Sister shook her head. I don't think so. He doesn't care about the Peiyuan Spirit Jade at all. He's clearly no ordinary person. I think this man is either rich or noble, and knowing him might be a fortunate opportunity for our Wing Chun gym. Yan Ziqiang pouted. She didn't think highly of him at all. Rich or noble? She felt that the guy was just lucky to have found a piece of Peiyuan Spirit Jade. He probably just wanted to learn some Wing Chun techniques stealthily. After all, Yan Chengqing was a master of internal energy, not the same as ordinary coaches. Such people, aren't they plentiful? Her gaze wandered aimlessly, suddenly noticing a graceful figure pushing the door open. Ah, Sister Qingyan, you usually don't come on Fridays. Su Qingyan bit her lip. Today I was outdone by a guy I must surpass him. I want to learn boxing from Master Yan. Red Sister chuckled. Unfortunately, the master is currently sparring with someone. She nodded towards the center of the hall. Su Qingyan's eyes widened. Who was that man able to spar with Master Yan? Is he from the neighboring Sanglong gym? Red Sister shook her head. I don't know him, but I guess he's from a notable background. Qingyan, just sit here and watch. Maybe you can learn a bit of Wing Chun, Red Sister added. Su Qingyan nodded, her curiosity piqued. This young man, could he possibly be a master? Yang Yi, I'll ask one more time, just one fight between us and you'll hand over the Peiyuan Lingyu to me. In the center of the arena, Yan Chengqing asked again uncertainly. Yi Yang was getting a bit impatient. Damn it, I don't need that Peiyuan Lingyu. What does it matter if I give it to you? What Yi Yang values are skills. Skills, do you understand? A mere few 100,000, can that catch my eye? Yi Yang waved his hand. Hurry up, it's yours after we fight. He muttered under his breath, you're a gym owner, why are you dilly-dallying? Hearing this, Yan Chengqing's mouth twitched and he took a deep breath helplessly. Since that's the case, he posed in the starting stance of Wing Chun and stimulated his internal energy. Suddenly, the sound of wind howling made his robes flutter. The system observed the master of internal energy in action, upgrading the basic internal energy to the 9 turns breathing technique, automatically maxing out 9 turns. Breathing technique. Every 9 breaths can refine a thread of internal energy. Yi Yang immediately felt that with his breathing, the originally thin and thread-like internal energy within him was slowly expanding. Finally, Finally he had taken the first step as a martial artist with internal energy. A smile appeared on Yi Yang's face and he discovered that he didn't even need to sit and practice. As long as he was breathing, his internal energy was growing like accumulated water forming a deep pool. This was the truly powerful system. Even breathing was becoming stronger. Yang Yi, watch out, I'm throwing a punch. Yan Chengqing took a deep breath, mobilized his internal energy, and threw a punch. This punch, infused with internal energy, was incomparable to that of a 9th tier martial artist. He had a small accomplishment in internal energy, and the force of this punch had already soared to 20,000 kilograms. Yan Chengqing threw his punch with all his might. By the time he realized what was happening, it was too late. The punch had already been thrown. His face showed shock. Even if this young man was powerful, Yan had not felt any hint of internal energy from him. Clearly his best was just that of a 9th tier martial artist. Could a 9th tier martial artist survive this punch? Yan Chengqing started to regret his action, but when he saw Yi Yang's stance he was stunned. Damn it, this guy is just standing there casually without even a hint of a defensive posture. Are you looking down on me, Yan Chengqing? I'm the owner of a martial arts gym, a master with a small accomplishment in internal energy, and you, a mere 9th tier martial artist, dare to stand like that before me? Yan Chengqing suddenly felt no regret anymore. If you remain so deluded, let me wake you up. Then, this punch weighing 20,000 kilograms landed unobstructedly on Yi Yang's chest. Yan Chengqing staggered back several steps, his face showing disbelief. He felt a strong rebound force and his arm ached. What background does this young man have to withstand a 20,000 kilogram punch with the flesh of a 9th tier martial artist? Yi Yang also staggered back a step, rubbed his chest, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn, worthy of a martial artist with a small accomplishment in internal energy. My iron shirt couldn't completely block his damage. The system detected the host was attacked by a martial artist with a small accomplishment in internal energy. Upgrading iron shirt to golden bell shield, automatically maxed out. Golden bell shield, inner refinement of blood and bones. Ignoring ordinary attacks below the pinnacle of internal energy, the host suffered an injury for the first time. Activating basic self-healing, automatically maxed out. A voice immediately rang out in his mind. Yi Yang felt his bones hardening, his blood flowing faster and his vigorous blood energy beating against his meridians like waves crashing against rocks. Yan Chengqing also felt this inexplicable mighty power and stepped back. Again, his face changing slightly. Did your technique break through? He couldn't help asking. Yi Yang coughed lightly, sort of thanks to Master Yan, but please hit me with another punch and give it your all. Yan Chengqing's eyes widened. Damn, little brother, are you serious? That last punch with 20,000 kilograms already made you cough up blood, and now you still want me to give it my all? With all my might, if I punch you, you might just die. Young man, the level of a martial artist is crucial to the body. Yan Chengqing couldn't help but say. He was essentially a kind-hearted person and couldn't bear to strike again. Yi Yang raised an eyebrow. I'm telling you to hit me, so just hit me. Stop wasting words. If you keep this up, I won't give you the Peiyuan Lingyu. Even the importance of the body is not as great as that of Peiyuan Lingyu. Yan Chengqing coughed lightly. Then I will use my full strength. Yan Chengqing once again performed the starting stance of Wing Chun. Yi Yang looked on carefully again, and indeed there was no upgrade to the 9 rotations breathing technique, meaning to upgrade his internal strength technique, Yi Yang must observe a higher level internal strength martial artist in action. As the internal energy burst forth, Yan Chengqing's robes billowed and a majestic aura expanded around him, lifting a wave of air. Yi Yang squinted his eyes. The damn dust was blinding. And amidst the dust storm, a punch came thundering like a dragon, its vigorous internal energy blasting through the layers of dust. Yi Yang's expression turned solemn. Without a hint of defense, he too smashed out a punch. Wing Chun was faster. The fist directly hit Yi Yang's chest, the Wing Chun internal energy trying to invade his body like needles. However, Yi Yang's skin glowed with a faint golden light, directly blocking the internal energy. The punch, containing 20,000 kilograms of force, was dispersed throughout his body by the golden bell shield, almost to nothing. In contrast, Yi Yang's fist directly struck into the unprotected chest of Yan Chengqing. 10,000 kilograms of force exploded. Instantly, the host attacking the internal strength martial artist with his fist. Farmer's 3 punches upgraded to Swimming Body Bagua Palm, automatically maxed out. Swimming Body Bagua Palm, agile and graceful yet able to explode with immense power in an extremely short time. Yan Chengqing spurted a mouthful of blood, retreating several steps, and after a moment he looked up at Yi Yang in astonishment. The 3 female onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief. being gazed upon by such sets of eyes. Yi Yang, now assuming the pose of a master, coughed lightly and held his hands behind his back. It's nothing, let's keep it low-key. Yi Yang don't like to show off, but you insisted on watching. Hey, isn't that Su Qingyan? Damn, what is she doing here? It was. Then Yi Yang noticed the onlooker Su Qingyan and quickly realized he was wearing another face. Stay calm, Brother Young, you're clearly very strong. Why did you insist on taking my punch at the beginning? Yan Chengqing, holding his chest, said somewhat helplessly. Yi Yang chuckled. I can't exactly say my skills just leveled up. Who would believe that? I just had a burst of cosmos power. Do you believe that? Yi Yang coughed lightly. Why did you make my dad spit blood? You have to compensate. Yan Zichong, the underdeveloped little girl, ran over to check her father's injuries, her face full of anger as she spoke to Yi Yang. Yan Chengqing coughed lightly and scolded, shut up, it's inevitable to get injured in a martial arts spar. Didn't I also hurt him with my first punch? Why didn't I see you speaking up for him? Yan Zicheng sulked and said nothing. I speak up for you and you scold me. I can't continue being this daughter. Then to Yi Yang's surprise, Su Qingyan, the young girl, was also looking at him with admiration. Mr. Yang, may I ask you a few questions? Su Qingyan couldn't help but say, even a bit shy, a stark contrast to her aloof demeanor as the school beauty. Yi Yang kept his composure, but inside he was thrilled. The two had grown up in the same orphanage. Later, Yi Yang's poor aptitude kept him from advancing in the physical realm, while Su Qingyan, with her excellent aptitude, advanced rapidly, and their relationship gradually grew distant. Of course, I'll tell you everything I know, Yi Yang said with a light cough. He then proceeded to explain to Su Qingyan in simple terms the issue she was encountering at her current level of physical cultivation. His insights earned him her admiration. Yi Yang thought to himself, oh no, this woman isn't falling for me, is she? Then he said, Mr. Yan, I just remembered I have something urgent to attend to, let's meet another time. He hurriedly stuffed the Peiyuan spirit jade into Yan Chengqing's hand and rushed off. Yan Chengqing called out, Brother Yan, leave me your contact so we can keep in touch. Yi Yang didn't bother to stop. Yan continued, this Peiyuan spirit jade is too valuable. Here, take 200,000 Hua currency for it. Hearing this, Yi Yang immediately ran back, snatched the bank card from his hand and said, you should have started with that. My number is, and he was off again, his movements as fluid as flowing water. Even Sister Hong was stunned. This Mr. Yang, he seems a bit too greedy for money, she thought. After sending Su Qingyan and Yan Zicheng out for training, only Yan Chengqing and Sister Hong were left in the basement. With him, the chances of our gym surpassing Sanglong might just have increased a bit, right? Sister Hong hesitated before asking softly. Yan Chengqing nodded, his face suddenly turning pale as he covered his mouth and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Lu Hong knows my condition. I bet he can't wait to make a move against our gym. We must get Mr. Yang Yi, he is the hope for our Wing Chun. Tears welled up in Sister Hong's eyes as she nodded earnestly. The rest of the night passed without incident. When Yi Yang woke up from his rented apartment's bed at 9 in the morning, he sensed a change in his body. His inner strength was now as thick as his thumb. According to the unspoken rules among martial artists, this meant he had progressed from a beginner to a minor accomplishment in inner strength. From today onwards, I Yi Yang am also a formidable inner strength martial artist, he chuckled to himself. After checking the time and grabbing a bite, he headed straight for Mo Danqing's alchemy room. Although Yi Yang was no longer short of money, he still maintained his thrifty habits. 5,000 a month. Can't forget that, he muttered, following the route Mo Lao had given him to his designated alchemy room at the Academy Mo Dan residence. The name was carved deeply into the wood hanging above the 2-meter-high doorway. Sure enough, old master Mo Danqing was already waiting at the door, looking eager. From now on, $100 off for every minute you're late until there's nothing left. The old man dropped this bombshell and entered the alchemy room. Yi Yang followed with a pained expression. It's Saturday and they won't even let me sleep in? First finish reading this advanced alchemy theory book, then I'll teach you how to refine chi blood pills. The old man casually tossed a thick book to him and relaxed on the sofa drinking tea, discussing some advanced furnace techniques with Tang Liuxiang across him, topics far beyond Yi Yang's understanding. Yi Yang flipped through the book with a grimace. As he read, his basic alchemy knowledge was upgraded to advanced level, automatically maxed out. In an instant, a multitude of knowledge flooded his mind, far deeper and more mysterious than the basic alchemy. The difference was like comparing calculus to the Sturm-Liouville eigenvalue problem. Most might have heard of the former, but the latter was completely alien. The book listed 5 or 6 pill recipes, mostly second-tier pills, with the highest being a 4th tier. However, to Yi Yang they were all easy now. He even spotted errors in a few recipes. What's this? Suddenly a yellowed ancient paper fluttered out from the book. Picking it up, Yi Yang glanced at it, and immediately the system's voice echoed in his mind. The host read through the miscellaneous records and initiated the furnace cleansing technique, automatically achieving the highest level. The furnace cleansing technique, an ancient method passed down through the ages, involves striking the furnace to remove impurities, where a master could strike 9 times to eliminate 99% of the impurities. Yi Yang's eyes widened. He smelled a tremendous business opportunity. He guessed that Mo Danqing and Tang Liuxiang were discussing precisely this technique. Moreover, this ancient method seemed to have been lost over time, as many alchemy masters could only manage 3 strikes, if not fewer. But Yi Yang was different. He had a system, a skill activation and instantly maxed out system. He could strike 9 times, removing 99% of the impurities, which rounded up meant no impurities at all. The pills he would produce would surely be of the highest quality. Any such top-tier pill would sell for at least 3 times its original price. Old Mo finished reading. Yi Yang coughed lightly. He couldn't wait any longer. Why pretend and read some damn book? Get out of the way, for I am about to show off. The two discussing froze. You finished reading? Tang Liuxiang's view of Yi Yang completely changed. It took her a month to finish the Advanced Alchemy Theory book and another 3 months to fully integrate it. This young man spent just 10 minutes. Did he really finish reading? Of course, she didn't know that if Yi Yang hadn't pretended for a moment, he would have finished in just 1 minute. Young man, do not be impatient. Without finishing this book, you cannot craft 4th-level pills. Mo Danqing, however, was much calmer, yet the slight tremble of his hand holding the teacup still betrayed his inner turmoil. I'll test you. If you can't answer, you better sit down and read the book. Yi Yang's eyes flickered. And if I do answer correctly? Mo Danqing paused, then pointed behind him to a row of ancient-looking furnaces. If you really answer correctly, you can pick any of these furnaces to take home. Yi Yang's eyes sparkled and he grinned. That's more like it. If there's no reward, only a fool would answer. What does page 8 of chapter 7 say about the habits of a certain herb, and what pill recipe does it record? Mo Danqing casually asked as he sipped his tea. Without a second thought, Yi Yang replied, Toon blossom, commonly found in chaotic graveyards, thrives in damp, dark places and must be covered with brown fabric as it cannot be exposed to light. Its roots are fragile and must be dug up with a golden medicinal hoe. The fire control pill, a 3rd-level pill. Its ingredients include red poplar root, flaming water lily and red poria. Its effect is to enhance affinity with fire elements. Mo Danqing and Tang Liuxiang's eyes widened in unison. The old master, not giving up, asked a few more questions and Yi Yang answered them all perfectly without missing a single word. They were at a loss for words. Tang Liuxiang muttered, monster, he's a monster. Both were shocked. That was equivalent to 3 basic theory books combined into 1 advanced theory. Just the thickness alone was not something ordinary people could handle. Yet Yi Yang had read it all in 10 minutes and recited it flawlessly. Mo Danqing's weathered face broke into a look of extreme delight. This was the prodigy he had been hoping for. No, a monster. With this child, how could they not win the alchemy competition? Mo Danqing became even more convinced that he had found a treasure. I keep my word. Pick any of these furnaces. He took a deep breath and smiled. Tang Liuxiang exclaimed, teacher, these furnaces. Mo Danqing waved his hand dismissively. No matter, compared to a monstrous student, what's a furnace? Yi Yang chuckled and walked over to the furnaces, beginning to choose. However, he didn't understand which furnace was good, as they all dazzled him. Host selecting furnace, initiate basic appraisal, automatically max level. A voice suddenly rang out. In the next moment, Yi Yang felt as if his vision had cleared instantly. The durability of the cauldron, the thickness of its base, its capacity, and the maximum heat it could withstand all became crystal clear to him. He finally chose a hefty cauldron, the Xuanwu furnace. I didn't expect you to choose this one, the old master frowned. He thought this cauldron was too heavy, requiring a great deal of time to heat up each time it was used for quenching. Yi Yang shook his head. The Xuanwu furnace is very sturdy and the base is thick. If we use the shaking method to remove impurities, it can barely withstand 6 shakes. It's the best among your cauldrons. After he finished speaking, both Mo Danqing and Tang Liuxiang were stunned. What? The shaking method to remove impurities? How do you know of this ancient method? And how can you tell that this Xuanwu furnace can withstand 6 shakes? Mo Danqing frowned. The cauldron is very important to us alchemists. I hope you choose carefully. Tang Liuxiang also nodded. I don't know where you heard about the shaking method from. In our alchemy circle, we never measure a cauldron by how many shakes it can withstand. Durability, heat control, and capacity are the standards. Both of them were serious. They had already regarded Yi Yang as an important alchemy prodigy and naturally did not want to see him go astray. A wrong choice of cauldron could greatly affect an alchemist's performance. Yi Yang coughed lightly. I have to show off again, why don't you believe me? Without saying anything more, he stepped forward and suddenly raised his hands, gently tapping the outer wall of the Xuanwu furnace. Buzz! A clear ringing sound suddenly echoed. The cauldron vibrated internally, and the impurities that were initially stuck to the walls of the cauldron began to fall off. Mo Danqing's eyes widened in shock. Damn, what did I just hear? Is that really the first shake of the shaking method to remove impurities? Where did this kid learn this from? He was about to speak when Yi Yang gently performed the second shake, followed by the third and fourth. Tang Liuxiang's eyes also widened. In the entire alchemy circle, the shaking method had become a necessary skill for high-level alchemists, but even those alchemical powers could only perform up to 3 shakes. Forcing more could either result in the explosion of the cauldron or the destruction of the medicinal pills. Now, they were witnessing the 4th shake, but that was not enough. Buzz, buzz, the 5th shake, the 6th shake. The sound of buzzing was crisp and loud. Mo Danqing felt as if his old face was blushing with too much excitement. My God! What am I seeing? 6 shakes, an unprecedented 6 shakes. Even those old fellows of mine couldn't achieve 6 shakes. They are all just a bunch of chickens who can only do 3 shakes. Ha! Tang Liuxiang shared his astonishment, her expression as if she had seen a ghost. Why didn't we realize how extraordinary this kid was before? If we had known earlier, his alchemy level might have already broken through to an extremely terrifying level. Yi Yang coughed lightly, thinking to himself that he hadn't shown off enough yet. Old Mo, if you bring out a powerful cauldron, I could easily perform 9 shakes, and if I stop, I'll consider it my loss. Yi Yang, I won't ask where you learned this ancient method, and you shouldn't publicize it either. Mo Danqing finally managed to smile, his expression suddenly turning serious. This method of 6 shakes, I want you to astonish everyone at the alchemy competition. Yi Yang scratched his head. What alchemy competition? Mo Danqing was about to speak when suddenly someone knocked on the door of the alchemy room. Come in, he said in a deep voice. Master Mo, I heard that you kicked out a 4th-year student and replaced him with a last-place 2nd-year student. Master Mo, you really are getting more confused as you grow older. I know that kid's level very well, and I bet he can't even refine a basic pill. Just call him over and you'll see. A tall figure walked in, immediately launching into a tirade. The expressions of the 3 people in the room cooled instantly. Yi Yang was particularly displeased. What do you mean by last place? What do you mean? You know my level very well. Who are you to judge me? Master Mo Danqing spoke calmly. This is Qianming, also my student. He's explaining to Yi Yang. Then he turned to Qianming. Qian, this young man is the last place student you mentioned. Now let's have him make some pills. Qianming was visibly taken aback, a flicker of embarrassment crossing his face. He had just been criticizing someone who was standing right in front of him. But Master Mo, the reality is just so. How can a struggling 2nd year compare to a well-studied 4th year? If we send him to the pill refining competition, our academy is sure to lose. Qianming continued to earnestly persuade his teacher. Master Mo, we can't let the future of Shangjing Academy be ruined by this kid. His tone was earnest, the most sincere Yi Yang had ever heard. Yi Yang touched his nose. Wasn't he considered a pill refining prodigy? How had he suddenly become a hopeless student in this guy's mouth? And it sounded so serious. Just let him make a batch of Qi blood pills and you'll know. Master Mo Danqing said with a cold laugh. Qianming shook his head reluctantly. If that's the case, I won't make it difficult for you, but Qi blood pills are too low grade. Make a batch of imperial fire pills instead. Master Mo Danqing frowned. Qianming was asking for a 3rd-tier medicinal pill right off the bat. If Yi Yang hadn't just gone over the advanced theory, he wouldn't even know the formula for imperial fire pills. This was hardly making it easy. Humph, that teaching director is really getting too arrogant, thought Master Mo Danqing. It was clear that Qianming's visit was intended to push out someone he had just accepted. Tang Liuxiang also frowned. Mr. Qian, isn't this a bit too much? Yi Yang hasn't even made imperial fire pills before. Let him make Qi blood pills instead. Qianming gave a shallow smile. Ms. Tang, you must be joking. Could Qi blood pills even be used in a pill refining competition? A 3rd-tier medicinal pill is the least I can ask of him. Tang Liuxiang was annoyed but had no rebuttal. Qianming was stating a fact. In the pill refining competition, 1st and 2nd-tier pills wouldn't cut it. 3rd-tier pills were the standard. If Yi Yang couldn't skillfully make 3rd-tier pills, it might be better if he didn't participate at all. But Yi Yang had just finished studying the advanced theory. He had only just memorized the formula for imperial fire pills. How could he possibly succeed in making them so quickly? Tang Liuxiang was about to say more when Yi Yang coughed lightly and smiled. Mr. Chen, do you really think so little of my pill-making skills? Chen Ming feigned kindness. Of course not, teacher, but obviously a fourth-year student has more experience. He couldn't outright say, I simply don't respect you. The last-place student, maintaining a facade of a teacher-student relationship, was still necessary. Yi Yang smiled faintly. Then what will you say, Mr. Chen, if I do manage to make the Imperial Fire Pills? Master Mo Danqing immediately caught on to Yi Yang's intent and added, if he really can make the Imperial Fire Pills, then as a teacher you've been quite negligent. To doubt such a talent who can make third-tier pills in his second year, think about how much of a blow that is to his self-esteem. And I do believe in Yi Yang's abilities. The old master coughed lightly and said, in his heart, Master Mo Danqing thought, I, a grand 8th-tier pill master, am also helping to set someone up, which is a bit embarrassing. When Mo Danqing thought about how Chen Ming, this young fellow, got close to the dean of the academy for money and status, even going so far as to turn against his own former teacher, he couldn't help feeling outraged. He felt completely justified in tricking him. The old master coughed lightly and said, all right, if Yi Yang fails to produce a fire control pill, you can pick any pill furnace here and take it with you. Chen Ming's breathing became rapid. Is that true, Master Mo? He couldn't help asking. Mo Danqing nodded. Of course it's true. But what if Yi Yang does manage to produce the fire control pill? Shouldn't you also offer something of equivalent value? Yi Yang blinked, wondering if Master Mo was actually helping him trick someone. Chen Ming, clearly not realizing he was being set up, pondered for a moment and said with some pain, Teacher Shui from the beast breeding department still owes me a 4th-tier juvenile beast. If you really can refine it within 10 attempts, I'll give that juvenile beast to you. Yi Yang's eyes lit up. Damn, a 4th-tier juvenile beast. This isn't just any ordinary cat or dog, but a new species evolved from absorbing spiritual energy after the revival of spiritual aura. They are collectively known as spirit beasts. A 3rd-tier spirit beast can compete with a 9th-tier martial artist, and a 6th-tier spirit beast can match the strength of a peak internal energy master. Yi Yang had also inquired that even a 1st-tier spirit beast juvenile would cost 200,000, and as for the 4th tier, it almost soared to 1 million Chinese currency. Wow, are all you teachers so powerful? Yi Yang originally just wanted to trick Chen Ming into giving him something small. But he had offered a 4th-tier spirit beast juvenile right off the bat. Master Mo really treated him well. For your attitude alone, I must have this 4th-tier spirit beast juvenile. Let's get started. I can't wait to take away this supreme beast pill furnace. Chen Ming immediately went to the largest pill furnace, gently stroked its patterns and murmured dreamily. In his view, the matter was almost beyond comparison. A mere second-year student couldn't possibly refine a 3rd-tier pill. 10 chances might seem plentiful, but in reality, many alchemists' success rates don't even reach 1 in 10, not to mention Yi Yang, who was still learning. Chen Ming sneered inwardly. It seemed that Mo Danqing really had aged, unable to distinguish between a genius and a fool. His own initial choice to follow the dean was indeed correct, as Mo Danqing, an old and confused man, couldn't lead him to a higher position. Chen Ming, imagining himself as the master of the pill room, brewed himself a cup of tea and relaxed comfortably. Not bad, Master Mo. Is this de Hongpo from Yunzhou? I heard it's been driven up to 2,000 per pound, and you old man have also started to enjoy it. He took a sip of tea and chuckled softly. Mo Danqing kept a cold face and said nothing. How had he been so blind to choose a student like this, who would stop at nothing to climb higher? Seeing Mo Danqing's lack of response, Chen Ming laughed heartily. Master Mo, I think you really have become senile. Initially you could spot a talented alchemist like me, but now you can't even tell apart talent from mediocrity. How sad. He paused, then continued. I know about this Yi Yang's achievements. He just luckily became a 1st-tier martial artist not long ago. As for his grades in the other 3 main subjects, they are just mid-level. After all, he's just a mediocre person, not to mention comparing him with the 4th-year students. Even compared to Sister Tang back in the day, he probably can't match up. As Chen Ming spoke, he shifted the topic to Tang Liuxiang, his tone becoming even more unrestrained. Tang Liuxiang could not help but laugh bitterly in her anger. Oh? So Brother Qian has always thought that Master Mo's acceptance of me was the biggest mistake of his life. Chen Ming sipped his tea leisurely. I never said that, but since Junior Sister has mentioned it, it might as well be true. A smirk of certainty appeared at the corner of his mouth as he closed his eyes. If his calculations were correct, the first batch of Imperial Fire Pills should be reaching its critical moment by now. The ominous, muffled explosion that terrified numerous alchemists should be sounding soon. Shen Ming had always found the sound of a furnace exploding terrifying, but this time he found it oddly comforting, for the explosion would mean that he could effortlessly obtain a fourth-tier treasure, the Myriad Beasts Pill Furnace. Perhaps he should even thank this young fellow named Yi Yang. Without him he wouldn't have had the chance to acquire the pill furnace. Why hasn't the explosion occurred yet? Unable to contain his curiosity, Chen Ming opened his eyes and saw three figures standing before him looking down from above. Mo Danqing's face was particularly cold. Given up? Shen Ming was taken aback for a moment before chuckling. Without a doubt their expressions suggested they had abandoned the pill concoction process. Giving up was clearly the best option. Neither party would have to waste more time and he would get his fourth-tier treasure. Teacher Qian, how would you rate the quality of this Imperial Fire Pill? Yi Yang coughed lightly, then slowly lifted the lid of the furnace. The aroma was intoxicating. Everyone smelled the rich medicinal fragrance, which seemed to carry a fiery burning sensation. Indeed, this was the Imperial Fire Pill designed to enhance one's physical affinity with fire. Chen Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. How was this possible? He hurried to the pill furnace, picked up the Imperial Fire Pill between his fingers and examined it closely. The pill was red as fresh blood, smooth and lustrous. The first whiff was intoxicating and the second brought a fiery burn. This was a top-quality Imperial Fire Pill. What's going on? How could you, a second-year student, possibly concoct a third-tier medicinal pill? This is impossible. Chen Ming's lips trembled as he shouted, Mo Danqing, did you slip in a ready-made Imperial Fire Pill at the last moment? Mo Danqing scoffed. Oh, don't you know what freshly concocted pills look like, or are you thinking of reneging on our deal? Shen Ming's face darkened and he remained silent. The Imperial Fire Pill was exceedingly hot to the touch, its surface even slightly moist, clearly indicating it was freshly made. Mo Danqing had not deceived him, but could a second-year student really concoct a third-tier medicinal pill? He took a deep breath, gave Yi Yang a cold glance and threw a jade token at him. I keep my word. The fourth-tier juvenile beast is yours now. With that he turned and left without hesitation. As for the alchemy competition, he made no mention of it. Yi Yang nearly laughed out loud as he clutched the jade token. Having a system really does make things easier. The more people there are to fool, the better. I never expected you could actually concoct a third-tier medicinal pill. Mo Danqing turned to him, unable to hide his admiration once Chen Ming had left. Tang Liuxiang also chimed in. I only managed my first third-tier pill in my fourth year, and here you are in your second year achieving it. Yi Yang scratched his head. Actually, my goal is to concoct a ninth-tier medicinal pill. Both fell silent. We wanted to keep praising you, but that's a statement we just can't follow, they said. Ninth-tier medicinal pills were still beyond anyone's reach. Yi Yang just smiled, not revealing that all he needed was enough money to raise a beast blood pill to the ninth tier. If he said that out loud, no one would believe him. By the way, Master Mo, what is this alchemy competition? Yi Yang cleared his throat and asked. Mo Danqing took a deep breath and said, our country has 4 prestigious schools. Our Shangjing Academy was originally ranked second, but now it has slipped to the last place. Many academies are vying for the title of top school, thus the competition was born. The alchemy competition is part of this grand event, in addition to artifact refining, beast nurturing, and most importantly the martial arts conference. But these are all still too far out of your reach. Your current task is to reach a height in alchemy that no other young person can match. Mo Danqing shifted the topic slightly as Yi Yang nodded, not knowing what else to say. He was too modest to admit that he had already achieved a minor mastery of internal energy. With such a high level, bullying a group who were still in the physical realm seemed somewhat unfair. Alright, go back now and read this book tonight. Mo Danqing then tossed another book to him. This book was thicker than 3 advanced theory books combined. Yi Yang's eyes widened as he read the title, Ancient Alchemy Methods, and to his surprise the author was Mo Danqing himself. Carrying the half-man tall Xuanwu furnace, Yi Yang grunted as he walked through the campus, drawing countless astonished looks from other students. Back in his rented room as the night deepened, Yi Yang began to flip through Ancient Alchemy Methods. As he read, his skill in high-level alchemy upgraded to Ancient Alchemy, automatically reaching the highest level. Profound and archaic knowledge swiftly flooded into his mind, and with each piece of information Yi Yang marveled at the endless wisdom of the ancients. Many ancient methods were highly relevant to modern alchemy. Yi Yang's alchemy skills rapidly improved. Meanwhile, at the Shangjing Dihao KTV, Shun Linfeng sat in the most luxurious private room, flanked by companions. Opposite him was Lu Quan. Brother Feng, I am incompetent. I failed to drive Yi Yang out of the academy. Lu Quan nearly pressed his face to the ground in shame. Shen Linfeng had given him many beast blood pills, but he couldn't even manage such a trivial matter. Lu Quan felt utterly unworthy to face him. Closing his eyes, Lu Quan braced himself for Shen Linfeng's scolding and possible physical punishment. But Shen Linfeng did not. Instead, he stepped forward and helped him up. Yi Yang is just a minor character, you don't need to apologize to me for him, Shen Linfeng said in an amiable tone like a spring breeze. I don't know what has happened to Yi Yang, but now he has become a 9th-tier martial artist. Lu Quan was almost moved to tears. Shen Linfeng smiled gently. This has already been discussed with teacher Zhang. Is a mere 9th-tier martial artist enough to make you lose all confidence? Suddenly Shen Linfeng picked up an iron ball from the table, clenched it in his fist, and squeezed it until iron powder trickled down. I too am a 9th tier, and behind me is the Shen family. I will soon reach the introductory level of internal energy. Can Yi Yang compare with me? Lu Quan hurriedly replied, of course not. Brother Feng can definitely suppress him. Moreover, reaching the introductory level of internal energy in the 3rd year even in Hanzhou is among the very best. Brother Feng will surely shine at the martial arts conference. Shen Linfeng laughed heartily. Not just at the martial arts conference. My ambition is very big, alchemy, artifact refining, beast nurturing martial arts. I aim to be the #1 in all. I will become the most dazzling figure in the upcoming competition among the 4 prestigious schools. Only then can I win Tang Xianer's heart. Compared to this, what is Yi Yang, who can only achieve a little in alchemy? In this world, there are plenty of fortuitous encounters. If Yi Yang can become a 9th-tier martial artist overnight, Shen Linfeng naturally can too. Shen Linfeng laughed heartily. Lu Quan nodded, then suddenly mentioned, Brother Feng, I heard that the spirit beast hill behind the academy has been completed. If nothing goes wrong, our class will be taken there to choose spirit beast cubs this Monday. Yi Yang's performance in the beast raising class was so dismal that I was sure he wouldn't be able to find a suitable cub for himself. Then you appear bringing out the most formidable spirit beast cub and smack him right in the face. Shen Linfeng nodded with interest. Your idea isn't bad. Let me think, the highest level should be a 4th-tier cub, but the beast raising teacher is an inner disciple from Spirit Beast Mountain. She probably won't give me face. Lu Quan exclaimed, isn't the Shen family the representative of Spirit Beast Mountain in the capital? They won't give you face. Shen Linfeng shrugged. No way, my dad is just an outer disciple of Spirit Beast Mountain. But I have the Spirit Beast Mountain's beast control technique. Taming a 3rd-tier cub is no problem, he laughed. Lu Quan seemed to already see Yi Yang unable to even get a 1st-tier cub, scratching his head in urgency but helpless. Their laughter echoed in the private room, carrying a chilling satisfaction. The pleasant Sunday passed, and soon it was Monday, back to class. Yi Yang was still in bed when he received a message from the academy. Spirit Beast Mount is perfectly completed. Please come to select your Spirit Beast cub before 10 a.m. Immediately Yi Yang jumped out of bed. It seems that reviewing the basics of artifact refining and beast raising last night was really necessary, otherwise this time picking a spirit beast cub would be completely in the dark. Moreover, Yi Yang was also very much looking forward to his 4th-tier cub. What kind of miraculous spirit beast would it be? After a quick bite, Yi Yang rushed to the academy. Following the crowd, he arrived at the location of the spirit beast mound. The mound was built on the back mountain of the academy, occupying a large area which was also the main venue for the beast raising course. Yi Yang looked around and finally saw the sign for the 2nd year class 3-inch and hurried over. Standing at the front was a tall, cool-faced female teacher whom Yi Yang did not recognize. This elegant and cool teacher, at her feet followed a black-haired dog. Many of its furs were falling off, looking quite ugly. She had a small nameplate on her chest that read, Beast Raising Teacher Shui Wei. Your name? Shui Wei asked indifferently. Yi Yang. Okay, go in. Shui Wei said. Wait until all the students are here, then we'll set off. Yi Yang nodded. As soon as he appeared, all the students of 2nd year class 3 turned their gaze on him. In those eyes there was admiration, awe and jealousy. To them, the fact that Yi Yang defeated Zhang Biao with 1 punch and scored 1,000 points in the test was still vivid. If not for Dean Yangyan's strict order prohibiting them from spreading this news, it would only take a day for the news of Yi Yang becoming a 9th-tier martial artist to spread across the whole academy, because this news was too explosive. Whether it was anyone scoring 1,000 points in the 2nd year martial artist assessment would cause a sensation throughout the academy. Yi Yang was even more exceptional. He had knocked down the deputy head teacher, and since then the deputy head teacher had not appeared again. What was even more terrifying was that Yi Yang had been the perennial tailender in the class, not even a 1st-tier martial artist in the 2nd year. What kind of fortune had he encountered to become a 9th-tier martial artist in such a short time? Yi Yang touched his nose. waking up to find himself granted a system. Can I be blamed? Blame this world for favoring me too much? There's no helping it, handsome people are just like this. Yi Yang coughed lightly but saw Su Qingyan walking over, biting her lip softly, and whispered, Yi Yang, this weekend is the old dean's birthday, are you going back to see him? He paused for a moment. Yes. The old director of the orphanage, who even scrimped on his own meals to scrape together some money for his education, it was time to pay him a visit. Actually, Yi Yang had always wanted to go back, but he had no money and he was afraid that the old director would be disappointed to see him. But now things were different. Would an alchemist ever lack money? Alright, let's visit the orphanage this weekend. Yi Yang nodded, already planning to concoct some pills that could refine qi and blood for the old director to bring along. He also keenly sensed the change in Su Qingyan's attitude towards him. She had never before thought of visiting the old director at the orphanage with him. Su Qingyan paused and then added, also once I become a 9th rank martial artist I will definitely defeat you. After saying this, she walked away to an open space to practice her moves, all of which she had learned from the martial artist Yang Yi. Watching her punch and kick with precision, Yi Yang couldn't help but chuckle. It's quite fulfilling, he thought, to see others practice the moves he taught. Just then another figure approached. It was Lu Quan. Yi Yang immediately beamed with a surprised smile. This guy was his lucky star. Last time he had given him a qi blood pill for free. What would it be this time? Yi Yang was quite curious. Yi Yang, I must admit you have far exceeded my expectations. I never thought that someone as insignificant as you could also become a 9th rank martial artist, Lu Quan said, his face not showing any sign of dismay but rather a smile. But even as a 9th rank martial artist, what of it? Every one of us, as long as we work hard enough, can become a 9th rank martial artist by our 30s. You're just a few steps ahead of us. But to go from a 9th rank martial artist to an inner strength martial artist requires more than just hard work. Inner strength is the first step to becoming a true powerhouse. As for you, Yi Yang, born with blocked meridians, tisk tisk, how pitiful. I bet you can't cultivate inner strength in this lifetime. Lu Quan laughed somewhat unrestrainedly. Yi Yang looked at him as if he was looking at a fool. Little brother, indeed I once had blocked meridians, but the system has already helped me clear them, and now I have inner strength and I've even achieved minor success with it. Yi Yang found this amusing. Inside, this feeling is exhilarating. The other's mockery completely missed the mark. Simply too foolish. Yi Yang pondered for 2 seconds and said, so you've been blabbing in front of me just to say this? Lu Quan almost choked on his own words. What does blabbing mean? He was engaging in cold irony and scorching satire. Alright, Lu Quan took a deep breath and scoffed. Yi Yang, I know you're a 9th rank martial artist now and I know you can skillfully concoct beast blood pills, but that doesn't mean you're perfect in everything. In terms of weapon forging, beast training, you're still at the bottom. Just watch, today on Spirit Beast Hill Brother Fong will completely crush you. No. Maybe Brother Fong doesn't even need to take action, I can crush you myself. Lu Quan sneered again, then added, also I suggest you return that qi blood pill to me otherwise. Yi Yang waved his hand dismissively as if swatting a fly. I should thank you for giving me a qi blood pill for free, adding 1,000 kilograms to my strength. Thanks. If you have more such good things in the future, remember to find me. Lu Quan's face darkened even more. Yi Yang, my cousin Lu Wei will come to settle accounts with you, just you wait. After saying this, he turned and left. Yi Yang stroked his chin. This seemed to be a case of beating the small to provoke the big, and beating the big to provoke the old, right? If Yi Yang remembered correctly, Lu Wei should be the son of Lu Hang, the master of the Sanglong Martial Arts Hall. Sanglong was just opposite Wing Chun. Maybe he should find an opportunity to ask Yen Chengqing. He would probably know what level that guy was at. These people, it's just a 2nd-tier medicinal pill, isn't it? I could casually refine a 3rd-tier pill myself. Why would I even covet your 2nd-tier one? These folks are just too greedy and materialistic. Why not be like me? When I'm short on cash, I just refine some pills. If it weren't for the fact that the higher the grade of the treasure, the more money it costs to transmute it and the more luck is involved, Yi Yang would even consider upgrading a beast blood pill directly to 9th tier, sell 1 inch, live off it for a year. Alright, everyone's here, follow me, said the female teacher indifferently. The entire class from year 2 inch class 3 followed her. Ahead, a large enclosure appeared within which various adorable little beasts were playfully frolicking. Outside, beast breeding teachers from various grades were gathered in small groups, discussing and exchanging ideas. Some students who had arrived earlier were already trying to tame the cubs, but many were clumsy at their first attempt at beast taming. A few students who hadn't paid attention in beast breeding theory were even Knocked over by the irate cubs causing a burst of laughter, Yi Yang glanced around and even spotted some students from the third year. Up ahead is the beast enclosure. You have 1 hour. Your task is to tame a spirit beast cub suitable for you within this time, Shui Wei said lightly. An hour is neither long nor short. Taming a spirit beast is a task that requires a great deal of effort, so everyone rushed out to find a suitable spirit beast cub for themselves. Why aren't you going? Shui Wei looked at Yi Yang and asked lightly. Yi Yang didn't respond. Of course, I can't show my trump card too early. Otherwise, they won't be able to keep up the act. As they say, a trump card must be used only after all the opponents have played theirs. Nearby Lu Quan scoffed. Ms. Shui. Yi Yang has always scored 0 in beast breeding theory. He probably doesn't even know the species of these cubs. After saying this, Lu Quan also rushed out aiming to acquire a second-tier cub today. Do you really not know the species of these cubs? Shui Wei raised her eyebrows. Yi Yang scratched his head pretending to be embarrassed. Sorry Ms. Shui, I'm not really talented in beast breeding. Shui Wei frowned. This subject doesn't need talent, you just need to remember. Never mind, there are plenty of cubs here, I'll teach you on the spot. Yi Yang looked surprised. Was Shui Wei going to teach him how to recognize the cubs? It was a bit odd for Yi Yang, who had just casually mentioned earlier, but in fact, after unlocking the basic beast breeding skill, he could distinguish the species of any spirit beast cub on the hill by even a slight difference in patterns. Among all the spirit beasts present, the only one Yi Yang couldn't recognize was the ugly little dog that followed closely at Shui Wei's feet. As Shui Wei entered the enclosure, many little beasts ran towards her, wobbling and making squeaking noises. She casually picked up a snow-white fluffy cat beast which didn't struggle but instead stared at her with wide eyes. Clearly Shui Wei was greatly trusted by these little beasts. Like this one, she is a snowball white cat native to the snowy mountains. Shui Wei picked up another. This one, he is a single-horned rock bull, best suited to rocky plateaus. Shui Wei patiently explained to Yi Yang, who nodded his head in a perfunctory and helpless manner. Ms. Shui, I was just saying that earlier, but actually, I'm a beast breeding genius, believe it or not? You really don't need to explain everything in such detail. Shui Wei's brow furrowed again, sensing the perfunctory attitude in her student's expression, and she couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. I'm kindly coaching you and you don't take it seriously. Yi Yang looked towards the highest point of the spirit beast mound, his brows suddenly furrowing. A gust of wind had just passed and he thought he smelled blood faintly mixed with the echo of a scream. As the host smelled the blood, his basic sense of smell upgraded to extraordinary olfactory abilities, automatically maxing out. As the host heard the scream, his basic hearing upgraded to extraordinary auditory abilities, also maxing out. This announcement echoed in his mind, and the scent of blood around Yi Yang intensified as if he were standing in a sea of blood. The scream seemed as if it occurred right next to his ear, almost deafening him. Whimpering softly, the little dog at Shui Wei's feet suddenly started to cry and burrowed into her arms as if frightened by something. Yi Yang's heart sank. Ms. Shui, the spirit beast mound is connected to the Nanping mountain range. Could dangerous spirit beasts have entered the mound? Considering the dog's reaction, Shui Wei's face suddenly changed. The spirit beast mound was indeed part of the Nanping mountain range. She couldn't finish her thought. Ms. Shui, I heard Skria Mizgo call for help. I'll head to the summit first. Without waiting for Shui Wei to respond, Yi Yang dashed towards the summit. Shui Wei cried out in alarm. How could Yi Yang, just a student, confront fierce beasts? The fierce beasts of the Nanping Mountains, many of which were 5th or 6th level mature spirit beasts, were comparable to inner strength martial artists. Frustrated, Shui Wei stomped her foot and quickly left the animal enclosure to speak with other teachers, all of whom turned ashen and immediately started making calls. There's no way around it. None of the teachers of beast training, alchemy or artifact crafting are inner strength martial artists. You keep the students in line, I'll be right over, said Yu Hu, the newly appointed chief martial arts instructor, as he hung up the phone with a grave look on his face. Students, fierce beasts from the Nanping Mountains have invaded the spirit beast mound. Everyone come out, Shui Wei shouted through a megaphone, her anxious voice spreading across the entire mound. The students shivered upon hearing this. Damn fierce beasts from the Nanping Mountains? Shen Linfeng was also taken aback, still squatting there trying to tame a third-level cub. Hurry up, phew, finally tamed it, let's go. Shen Linfeng felt fortunate to possess the Spirit Beast Mountain's secret techniques, otherwise it wouldn't have been possible to tame a third-level cub so quickly. Not everyone was as lucky as him, only 3/4 of the people managed to tame a cub. Just half an hour had passed, but with the fierce beasts being too dangerous, no one wanted to die and had to quickly leave the Spirit Beast Mound. Lu Quan was overjoyed, holding a small turtle in his arms, a second-level cub, Brother Feng. Is amazing taming a third-level cub just like that. He saw Shen Linfeng and immediately widened his eyes in flattery. Lu Quan's voice was loud, drawing more attention to the term third-level cub than to the unseen and mysterious fierce beasts of Nanping Mountain. Damn, a third-level cub, that's Shen Linfeng for you. If I'm not mistaken, that must be a flame-tail leopard, right? It's one of the strongest in the third level. The students' voices rose in surprise and admiration. Shen Linfeng humbly smiled. Lu Quan, you did well to taming a second-level cub, but spirit beasts are just external assets. What's more important is the martial artist's own strength. Such depth in Mr. Shen's words, well said. The students' praises continued to swell. Shui Wei frowned. The students were not taking the fierce beast seriously, making a fuss over a cub at such a time. She couldn't help but recall the unhesitant figure of the young boy who charged towards the summit of the mountain, her face flushed with heat. The boy seemed no more than a third-level martial artist, definitely lower in rank than herself, yet he fearlessly made his way to the summit. This was exactly what Shui Wei envisioned as an ideal student. Compared to that boy, the other students seemed so superficial. She wondered how he was doing and hoped that Principal Shi would arrive soon. Such a good child must not come to harm. Meanwhile, Yi Yang was swiftly making his way to the summit. A girl lay unconscious on the ground, her right leg almost completely devoured, exposing ghastly white bones. A giant wolf squatted beside her, about to devour her other leg. Sensing the presence of strangers, the giant wolf bared its teeth and looked over. Help, save me, the girl barely breathed. Yi Yang's expression flickered. She was still alive. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. Any later and her throat would have been severed. This giant wolf was not covered in Yi Yang's basic animal training, but he had seen it in the news, a fourth-stage adult spiritual beast, the Blood Fawn Wolf. In terms of strength, it was comparable to a martial artist who had just mastered internal energy. Yi Yang let out a breath, relieved that he wasn't facing a beast he couldn't handle. Moreover, with the recent days' practice of the 9 turns breathing technique, he was gaining over 200 units of internal energy daily. He estimated that in about a day he would reach the great mastery of internal energy. His cultivation speed was astonishingly fast, with every breath strengthening his internal energy. The Blood Fawn Wolf snarled at Yi Yang, who frowned. His extraordinary sense of smell not only gave him an edge far beyond ordinary humans but also made him extremely sensitive to various pungent smells. Damn, it almost knocked him out. He needed to kill the beast quickly. He couldn't miss out on showing off later. Taking a deep breath, Yi Yang charged forward, throwing punches. Bang, bang, bang. His 3 punches, however, were agilely dodged by the Blood Fawn Wolf. Yi Yang raised an eyebrow. Not bad, little dog, quite agile. It seemed he needed to use something more powerful. Suddenly, Yi Yang switched from fists to palms and started moving with the Lingbo Weibu, his figure becoming even more agile and fluid than the Blood Fawn Wolf. He used the swimming body Bagua palm. With a shift of his form, a palm strike carrying 11,000 kilograms of force craftily landed on the wolf's side. The Blood Fawn Wolf howled in agony, its side visibly dented. At the same time, on the open ground below the mountain, Shi Yu, who arrived as quickly as he could. What's the situation? Is there any student injury or missing? Shi Yu asked with a stern face. He had just taken office and such an incident was really embarrassing. Shui Wei replied, a girl from class 7 of year 2 is missing. Her name is Lu Xiaowan. Hearing this name, many students were startled. Lu Xiaowan, the goddess of class 7 of year 2, was not only beautiful but also an excellent student. The goddess missing? Many immediately thought of rescuing her, but the thought of fierce beasts at the summit made them hesitate. Clearly, their lives were more important than winning the goddess's heart. Shui Wei bit her lip and continued, a boy from class 3 of year 2 heard the screams and went straight to the summit to rescue her. I couldn't stop him. Shi Yu was stunned for a moment and then shouted, what's that boy's name? This is reckless. The beasts on Nanping Mountain are comparable to martial artists with internal energy. Is a student going to throw his life away? Shui Wei said, his name is Yi Yang. At her words, everyone who knew Yi Yang was shocked. Su Qingyan showed a look of surprise, while others from class 3 of year 2 were either astonished, admiring, or schadenfreude. Shen Linfeng and Lu Quan were initially stunned, then their faces lit up with glee. Yi Yang actually went to his death. It really seems like the heavens are helping us out. A 9th-tier martial artist is indeed very strong and has reached the peak among students. However, faced with beasts comparable to internal strength martial artists, a 9th-tier martial artist isn't much stronger than an ordinary person. Shi Yu's eyes instantly turned red, not to mention that this kid saved his mother. Just his talent alone would be enough to make him a seed contestant in the future martial arts conference. Shi Yuhu even gave Yi Yang the Qi nurturing jade, hoping he would develop his internal strength sooner and become an internal strength martial artist, but now. This kid is being so reckless. Indeed, saving people is commendable, but you must act according to your capabilities. You, a 9th tier martial artist, what are you puffing up for? If something happens to you, wouldn't the hopes I just had be dashed? Shi Yuhu glared fiercely at Shuiwei. I'll deal with you when we get back. Shuiwei lowered her head in sorrow. Yes, senior brother. Lu Quan suddenly sneered. President Shi, it's not Shui teacher's fault that Yi Yang overestimated himself and insisted on saving others. This kind of person putting himself in danger is one thing, but causing others to suffer for him, I think he might as well be dead. Shi Yuhu was about to step forward but stopped. He turned around, his eyes filled with lethal intent, and coldly stared at Lu Quan. I know you have a grudge against Yi Yang, but a grudge should not escalate to a life and death struggle. If this happens again, I will ask the dean to expel you from the school. Shi Yuhu's words were chillingly cold. If this were a few years ago, given Shi Yuhu's fiery temper, he would have already beaten this guy to the ground. After speaking, he strode away at full speed. Lu Quan, sternly warned, was frozen all over and dared not speak again. At this moment, Shi Yuhu, who was desperately hoping that nothing bad would happen to Yi Yang, saw him staring in astonishment at a blood-fang wolf in front of him. Just now, with a single palm strike, the blood-fang wolf whimpered, tucked its tail, knelt on its front legs, and submitted to Yi Yang. Yi Yang scratched his head, somewhat unsure what to do. Logically, he should kill this giant wolf since it had injured people, but it had surrendered after all. Yi Yang felt quite helpless. There's no helping it, powerful people just end up in these situations. With just a casual display of his capability, the ferocious 4th-tier spirit beast blood-fang wolf was already prostrating in submission. Alright then, you can go back to Nanping Mountain, but don't hurt people anymore. Yi Yang pondered for a moment before deciding to let it go. The blood-fang wolf looked up as if it understood him, whimpered a few times, and then turned its head and left directly. The host attempts to communicate with the blood-fang wolf. Basic language upgrade, branch skill Canady language mastery, automatically maxed out. Yi Yang was stunned for a moment, thinking, wow, that worked? Puppy, I'll come to see you later. Remember, don't hurt people again. He coughed lightly and tentatively called out. The departing blood-fang wolf whimpered a few times. Oh whoa, I understand, the person who hit me really hard. But it wasn't me who hurt that person. Yi Yang, what do you mean by the person who hit you really hard? You still dare to hold a grudge? Wait, what do you mean it wasn't you who hurt them? Yi Yang quickly stopped the blood-fang wolf and after asking a few questions let it go. A sense of crisis rose in his heart. When the blood-fang wolf arrived, Lu Xiaowan's right leg had already been gnawed almost to nothing. This unlucky dog hadn't even bitten down yet when Yi Yang rushed up and gave it a thorough beating. Yi Yang took a few deep sniffs. Indeed, among the bloody scent there was a stench of a feline creature, but that beast had already temporarily left the area. Yi Yang frowned, approached Lu Xiaowan and fed her a beast blood pill. The beast blood pill can stimulate qi in blood precisely because it can replenish blood. In fact, many middle-aged tycoons who can't cultivate but are very wealthy use beast blood pills as a blood tonic health supplement. The beast has been driven away. I'll take you home. Yi Yang carefully placed her on his shoulder and slowly descended the mountain, but her leg was essentially ruined. Yi Yang furrowed his brows as he received an ancient alchemical method from Mo Danqing, which included some ancient speculations about resurrecting the dead with human flesh and bones. He decided to examine it carefully at home, hoping to find a way to help her. Thank you, Lu Xiaowan managed to utter in a hoarse voice. Yi Yang nodded, about to descend the mountain. Suddenly a gust of wind swept by and Shi Yuhu appeared in front of him, slightly stunned. Where's the fierce beast of Nanping Mountain you spoke of? Why isn't it here? However, when he noticed the girl's leg nearly gnawed to the bone, his eyelids twitched. What happened? Did you drive the beast away? Shi Yuhu immediately asked. Yi Yang nodded, omitting the part about him driving away the blood-fang wolf, and mentioned only that the girl was already lying there when he arrived and subtly hinted at another roaming beast. Shi Yuhu's brows furrowed and he gave Yi Yang a deep look. Take this child down the mountain, I must find this dangerous beast. With that he pulled out his phone. Director Yang, there's a roaming beast in Ling Beast Hill, roughly a 5th level. It has injured a student and must be killed. On the other end, Director Yang nodded. I'll call all the teachers with internal energy and will come immediately. Soon Yi Yang was carrying Lu Xiaowan back down the mountain. Hey, do you think Yi Yang can still come down the mountain alive? That's a fierce beast from Nanping Mountain. I reckon it's over for him. It's said that Yi Yang from class 3 is just a 1st level martial artist. He surely won't return. Students from other classes couldn't help but discuss The students from Year 2 Inch Class 3 sat with complex expressions, especially Su Qingyan. They all knew Yi Yang was a 9th level martial artist. But even a 9th level martial artist is not invincible. Any creature classified as a fierce beast is 4th level and above, a realm only those with internal energy can confront. What is a person of the physical realm doing trying to show off? Su Qingyan bit her lip, her hands twisted together, her heart in turmoil. Her feelings were a mixture of admiration, jealousy, respect, and a hint of regret for Yi Yang. No one believed Yi Yang could come back alive. Moreover, many were also mourning for Lu Xiaowan's presumed fate. In their view, Yi Yang was worthless. Hey, look, it's Yi Yang, and he's carrying someone. My god, he actually came back alive, and he saved Goddess Lu too. A sharp-eyed person immediately noticed Yi Yang walking down the mountain path. Everyone showed a look of surprise, including Su Qingyan, Shen Linfeng, and Lu Quan displayed faces of regret. Shui Wei immediately rushed out, patted Yi Yang on the shoulder with a smile of approval, and then asked the other teachers to take the girl to the infirmary. As Lu Xiaowan was carried down, many students gathered to express their concern, but she ignored everyone. Her eyes were only fixed on Yi Yang outside the crowd. Catching this scene, Shen Linfeng's face involuntarily turned stern. Lu Xiaowan's appearance was on par with Tang Xian'er and her figure was exceptionally striking, only her family background was slightly lesser. Thus, Shen Linfeng's first thought was of Tang Xian'er and his second of her. Humph, this kid must have just run into dumb luck. If he had really encountered a fierce beast, not even his bones would have remained, Shen Linfeng muttered under his breath, careful not to let others hear, as it would affect his reputation. Lu Quan sneered, now that everyone is here, why don't we? Shen Linfeng nodded, his hand stroking a flame-tail leopard in his arms. Lu Quan took a deep breath and called out loudly, Yi Yang, you haven't tamed the cub yet? TSK, looks like you might score 0 in the next beast taming test. Yi Yang's eyes sparkled. He had been worrying about how to provoke these two, and it seemed they had delivered themselves right to his doorstep. Yi Yang deliberately furrowed his brow and remained silent, presenting himself as truly unable to tame the young beast. Filled with worry, Shui Wei quickly said, Yi Yang, don't worry. If taming the cub didn't work this time, there's always a next time. Let the teacher give you a good tutorial on the basic theories of beast taming and you'll catch up soon. Yi Yang felt a warmth in his heart. This beast taming teacher really cared about him. Lu Quan, seizing the opportunity, said, look Yi Yang, even I have tamed a second-tier cub. What about you? Look, there are still a group of first-tier beasts over there. Why don't you give it a try? He gestured with his mouth and laughed out loud. The group of small beasts Lu Quan referred to all huddled timidly at the edge of the pen, all of them first-tier. His suggestion for Yi Yang to try taming a first-tier was actually a way to belittle him. Many students also noticed the commotion here and, driven by a love of excitement, gathered around. Shui Wei and other teachers couldn't help but frown. However, Shinjing Academy always advocated for healthy competition among students to enhance their capabilities, and the teachers had no right to interfere. Seeing so many people gathering, Yi Yang almost laughed out loud. The more people who came, the more embarrassing it would be for the two when they were proven wrong. Yi Yang wished everyone knew about this. Moreover, Yi Yang deliberately furrowed his brows deeply, putting on an expression as if he was at a loss for words. Seeing this, Lu Quan felt even more proud and said, Yi Yang, are you capable or not? Yeah, are you capable or not? Many students chimed in, jeering. Many were resentful of Yi Yang for being able to be in close contact with Lu Xiaowan and quickly forgot their own fears of ferocious beasts just moments ago. Yi Yang put on an annoyed expression and said fiercely, what if I can do it? Lu Quan laughed triumphantly, clearly seeing that Yi Yang had no confidence left. If you can do it, this second-tier cub is yours, he said with a sneer. Considering Yi Yang's performance so far, Lu Quan was confident that Yi Yang had no expertise in beast taming. Suddenly Yi Yang started laughing. Actually, I have a cub and it's a 4th-tier one. His statement made many pause, then burst into laughter. Lu Quan laughed heartily. Why don't you say you have a 9th-tier cub while you're at it? Yi Yang, be realistic, don't just bluff. Yi Yang blinked. What if I really do have a 4th-tier cub, what then? Shen Linfeng suddenly stood up. If you really can produce a 4th-tier cub, then this Yenwei leopard of mine is also yours. Coming from a distinguished family, his bet was naturally generous. Wow, this is quite the gamble, someone remarked. A 3rd-tier cub is worth at least 600,000 Hua currency. That's an astronomical figure. Rich people really know how to play. We just watch for fun. Murmurs of amazement echoed around. Yi Yang blinked. No backing out, whoever does is a puppy. He then took out a jade token. Teacher Shui, the teacher from the alchemy department, Qianming, owes me a 4th-tier cub. Please hand it over to me now. Shui Wei was stunned. So were the students, really? Shen Mei knows you a fourth-tier cub. Shui Wei took the jade token, nodded, glanced at the dog at her feet, and said with some difficulty, the token is correct, but this fourth-tier cub has contracted a serious illness. I can't hand it over to you. Yi Yang was stunned. No wonder he couldn't recognize this dog as a fourth-tier spiritual beast. Shen Linfeng and Lu Quan simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief, then laughed together. Yi Yang, our bet was that you must produce a healthy fourth-tier cub. If Teacher Shui won't hand it over to you, then the bet is void. Shui Wei took a deep breath and said, Yi Yang, I'm sorry, I can't hand over an unhealthy cub to you. Yi Yang frowned, not expecting this Teacher Shui to be so stubborn, but he wasn't panicked at all. So it's sick, no big deal, I can treat it right here. Suddenly Yi Yang smiled, leaving everyone stunned. What are you talking about? You, who haven't even completed basic beast raising theory, are talking about treating a fourth stage cub? How is that any different from talking nonsense? Shui Wei whispered, Yi Yang, let's not get caught up in this fight of pride. Even my mentor is helpless against this puppy's chronic illness. You can't possibly cure it on the spot. Yi Yang chuckled lightly. How do we know if we don't try? Puppy, right? The puppy looked up and barked twice, its eyes bright. Shui Wei was a bit taken aback. Did it seem like the puppy understood what Yi Yang was saying? Teacher Shui, do you have any books on beast raising? May I have a look? Shui Wei nodded subconsciously and handed Yi Yang a book on advanced beast raising theory. As the host read through it, his basic beast raising knowledge upgraded to advanced level, automatically maxing out. Yi Yang's eyes lit up. He immediately recognized that the nondescript little dog was a jewel dog. From its shedding fur, red eyes, and cracked paws, it was suffering from canine fissure foot disease in addition to ASH virus alopecia. 1 pound of swallowtail herb soaked in hot water and then air-dried, 2 ounces of white mite powder at least 80% pure, also a raw beefsteak, and I want Lu Quan to fetch these. Lu Quan sneered upon hearing this. Who knows if you're just spouting nonsense? You want me to fetch medicine? Dream on. Yi Yang smiled faintly. You don't have to fetch them, but then our bet is void right here. Shen Linfeng immediately shook his head, causing Lu Quan's face to darken as he gritted his teeth. Yi Yang, you wait. 20 minutes later, all 3 ingredients arrived. Teacher Shui, this jewel dog has fissure foot disease and ASH virus alopecia, Yi Yang explained. First, apply the white mite powder to its cracked foot areas, then feed it swallowtail herb to induce vomiting. Yi Yang picked up some stones, built a makeshift stove, set up some forked branches, lit his lighter, and casually started grilling the steak. As the host attempted to grill the steak, his basic cooking skills automatically maxed out. Lu Quan scoffed, he's really going through with it. I can't wait to see how this ends. But Shui Wei's eyes sparkled. Yi Yang had identified the jewel dog, which was beyond her expectations. Then he not only described the dog's conditions but also detailed the treatment steps. Even her mentor hadn't recognized the ASH virus alopecia. Shui Wei softly asked, and the beef steak, what's its effect? Planning to restore the jewel dog's strength. Yi Yang patted his stomach. I'm hungry. I want to eat. The crowd, especially Lu Quan, almost ground their teeth in frustration. To think he had specifically gone to the cafeteria to get a steak. This guy was just playing with him. Wait, if the jewel dog can't recover, then what? Shen Linfeng asked coldly. Yi Yang scratched his head. Then I'll offer this steak to you. It's a delicacy from heaven. Many people laughed. Shen Linfeng, please be serious. Yi Yang nodded. If it doesn't recover, I'll drop out right here. How about that? Well, fine. Shen Linfeng sneered. He absolutely didn't believe that Yi Yang, just by flipping through a few pages of advanced beast raising theory, had found a way to treat the jewel dog. If that were the case, wouldn't everyone at the academy be a genius? Even Shui Wei's mentor couldn't solve this chronic illness. How could a sophomore like him possibly do it? To put it plainly, you're just being mysterious for the sake of it. You say, is Yi Yang telling the truth? Can he really cure the illness of a fourth-tier cub? Give me a break, who does he think he is? I heard that Teacher Shui's mentor is one of the top beast trainers in the country, and even the chief elder of Spirit Beast Mountain, yet even he couldn't solve this complicated disease. How could Yi Yang possibly solve it? Exactly, I also think this guy is just bluffing, making a last-ditch effort. But he looks so confident. Let's see how this charred-eared dog performs before we talk. Something feels off. Under everyone's gaze, Shui Wei meticulously followed Yi Yang's instructions to treat the charred-eared dog's illness. She could clearly feel the vitality of the little guy growing stronger. Initially weak and listless, after the application of white mite powder it actually barked twice. Shen Linfeng and Lu Quan's faces gradually stiffened. Impossible. Then Shui Wei used swallowtail grass to induce vomiting in the charred-eared dog. After vomiting, the dog immediately started bouncing around lively. Woof, it flapped its ears and howled excitedly. Now, it didn't look sick at all. It was completely a lively and energetic pup. Watching the charred-eared dog frolic, Shui Wei suddenly burst out laughing. Then she bowed deeply to Yi Yang, sincerely thanking him. Thank you, Yi Yang. The charred-eared dog has recovered, and now it's yours. Shui Wei held the charred-eared dog close to her chest, reluctantly handing it over to Yi Yang. Woof. The charred-eared dog playfully barked a few times, nudging towards Shui Wei. Shui Wei blushed and quickly pushed it into Yi Yang's hands. Yi Yang touched his nose and whispered, "Didn't expect you to be such a flirty little dog." The charred-eared dog shook its ears and turned its head, barking, clearly longing for Shui Wei's gentle embrace. Yi Yang said lightly, "What do you say now, shouldn't you?" Admit defeat. Everyone present saw it clearly. Yi Yang had solved a problem that even Shui Wei's mentor couldn't handle, and in a blink of an eye he restored a sickly charred-eared dog back to health. Moreover, this is a genuine fourth-tier cub. Shen Linfeng lost. He lost without dignity. He took a deep breath, dropped his flame-tail leopard, and left with a cold look. The flame-tail leopard whimpered and crawled towards its master's departing silhouette. Lu Quan's body trembled. He wasn't like the wealthy young master Shen Linfeng. A second-tier cub was already a great achievement for him. Not to mention, even if he was too lazy to train it, selling it off would still bring in 200,000 huabi. Of course, the academy strongly discouraged this. In the end, Lu Quan put the little turtle on the ground. Yi Yang, you wait, I will repay everything 1,000-fold. That day won't be too far, Lu Quan said through gritted teeth. Yi Yang nodded contentedly. All right, I'll wait. Make sure to call me for such good events next time. The departing Lu Quan nearly stumbled upon hearing this. Teacher Shuet, I can't train so many cubs by myself. It's better to return these two to Spirit Beast Hill. Yi Yang directly handed over the abandoned cubs to Shui Wei. I have urgent matters and must go now. Shui Wei nodded in surprise. These two cubs together were worth 500,000 huabi, and he didn't care. She became even more curious about Yi Yang. What kind of person was he? Dean Yang Yan led several internal martial artists into Spirit Beast Hill, wondering if they could find the fifth-tier fierce beast. Yi Yang was also curious. If he killed that fierce beast, could he unlock some new abilities? But before that, he needed to concoct a pill to heal Lu Xiaowan's right leg. Repairing flesh was not a simple matter. Yi Yang had to choose the best time for treatment. Too early and the surface nerves of the bones would necrotize, too late and the nerves around the wound would also die. He ran straight to Mo Danju's place, and amidst the shocked gaze of the latter he declared, Master Mo, I wish to concoct a pill unlike any other. Upon hearing Yi Yang's idea, Mo Danqing looked at him as if he were a fool. Yet from inside Mo Danju a somewhat mocking elderly voice emerged. Old Mo, is this your new student? Isn't he a bit too unrealistic? Yi Yang followed the voice and saw two people sitting on the sofa reserved for guests. One was a tall, vigorous old man. Beside him sat a boy of about 15 or 16 sitting upright with a serious expression. With a helpless look, Mo Danqing introduced them. Yi Yang, this is my old friend Tang Shuashan, and this is his grandson Tang Donxin. Old Mo, your student here I must say doesn't impress me much. He's all over the place, and while his ideas are wild, they're utterly impractical. Unlike my grandson. Come on Donxin, let the young man hear about your accolades. Tang Shuashan took a sip of his Dahong Pao tea and smiled. Standing up, Tang Donxin seriously began. I started recognizing herbs at the age of 3, finished reading the basic theories of pill concoction at 4, made my first beast blood pill at 5, at 6 I won first place in the Hanjiang City Children's Pill Concoction Competition. At 8 I mastered advanced pill theories, and that same year, as the youngest contestant, I won first place in the Hanjiang City Youth Competition. At 11 I won the gold medal in the Hangzhou Youth Pill Competition. At 14 I won the gold medal in the Huanglao Cup Pill Competition. A string of honors poured out of Tang Donxin's mouth without pause. Mo Danqing listened with a headache while Tang Shuashan grew more and more enthusiastic. Yi Yang furrowed his brow deeply. So Tang Shuashan came here just to show off his grandson? You old folks, have you become this bored? I'm in a rush to save someone here, could you please be quiet? How about that? My grandson Donxin is quite impressive, isn't he? Compared to him, you're just a few years older without much to show, Tang Shuashan said with a smug smile. Old Mo, we used to compare everything, sons, students, even our wives' cooking skills. But every time I lost to you. Now things are different. My grandson Donxin is a pill concoction prodigy, definitely better than your student. I actually came here not to slap you in the face on purpose. I heard that you finished writing your ancient pill concoction methods and I wanted to show them to my grandson. How about that? Tang Shuashan rubbed his palms together, revealing his true intentions. Since your student isn't up to much, you might as well let my grandson have a look. Yi Yang coldly said. Enough, shut up. I need to go make pills to save someone. Tang Shuashan was momentarily stunned, being a pill concoction guru in Hanjiang City. Just like Mo Danqing, he was not accustomed to being contradicted. He immediately became angry. Mo Danqing, how does your student talk to his elders? Save someone? What can a second-year student like you save? Mo Danqing also frowned and gently scolded Yi Yang. Old Tang just likes to show off in front of me, don't stoop to his level. Then turning to Tang Shuashan, he continued, however, I've already given the ancient pill methods to Yi Yang. Until he is finished with them, I can't hand them over to your grandson. Tang Shuashan immediately became anxious. No. The first few chapters of the pill methods are our joint achievement. How can you give them to someone else without my consent? It's a waste. To leave it with your student, it must be given to my grandson, Tang Shuashan exclaimed angrily. Yi Yang frowned and sighed inwardly. He had only come here today to concoct a flesh-regenerating pill for Lu Xiaowan and had not expected to encounter such a troublesome old man. Not only was he being aggressively persistent, but he also wanted to take away the ancient pill methods. You're pushing me too far. Just watch, I'll ask him a few questions and he surely won't be able to answer any. Tang Shuashan spoke in a cold voice. Mo Danqing's face stiffened. Just 2 days ago he had handed over the ancient alchemy method to Yi Yang. How could such a thick book be finished in just a few days? If Tang Shuashan really asked about it, Yi Yang's most likely response would be complete ignorance. Yi Yang snorted coldly. No need to ask, I will recite the ancient alchemy method for you right now. Without waiting for the two to speak, he began reciting. Yi Yang recited the ancient alchemy method, which was as thick as 10 centimeters without missing a single word. The two elders gasped in shock. Tang Shuashan's eyes were vacant. He had written the preface himself and knew it better than anyone. Mo Danqing's eyes widened involuntarily. His student had far exceeded his expectations. It seemed that no matter what book he read, he could memorize and understand it thoroughly in an extremely short time. But knowing it by heart wasn't the real skill. The key was to fully comprehend it. Let me test him. Tang Shuashan grabbed the alchemy book, which was thicker than 2 bricks. Yi Yang sneered. Testing me is fine, but you've wasted my time, so I want to add a condition. If I answer the question, you must agree to one of my demands. Tang Shuashan smiled confidently. All right. He flipped to a random page and asked, when and where did Xiao Chuji write the great alchemy masterpiece, the direct pointers to the great elixir? Yi Yang replied coldly, the ancient alchemy method doesn't record the time and place at all. You're bluffing me, but I can tell you more. He continued, the direct pointers to the great elixir, also known as Qiu Ancestor's secret transmission of the direct pointers, includes an external elixir section and an internal elixir section, but the latter has been lost. The external elixir section explains. Yi Yang spoke fluently and endlessly. Mo Danqing and Tang Shuashan both stared with wide eyes, incredulous. Beside them, the young Tang Danqing also widened his eyes, his face gradually showing admiration. He had heard from his grandfather that the ancient alchemy method was a comprehensive work of contemporary ancient methods, profound and abstruse, and that anyone who could finish it was extremely talented. But the big brother in front of him was not only extremely proficient but had also integrated much knowledge. He truly was showing off before the master. No wonder he had earlier dismissed his own honors. All right, I admit defeat. Tang Shuashan pinched his nose to signal a stop. His face full of resentment. State your condition. I'm willing to concede the bet. You're only conceding verbally, not in your heart, Yi Yang said, then walked straight to the Wan Beast Pill Furnace. My request is simple. I want to start alchemy now and you come be my assistant. Tang Shuashan was stunned for a moment, almost exploding in anger. I'm a famous alchemist in Hanzhou and I'm actually working for you. Wouldn't it be a shame to tell the world that I've lost my face? Yi Yang sneered. Oh, so the alchemist of Hanjiang City is such a faithless person. I remember. Tang Shuashan cursed. Okay, I would like to see what you can refine. Yi Yang's mouth had already popped out the names of materials one after another. Tang Shuashan ground and took the herbs with a stifled face. All right, I'll come and help too. Mo Danqing couldn't hold back the smile on his face and came over to help as well. Yi Yang nodded. Let's start refining the pills now, no more delay. Tang Danqing's little friend sat on the sofa shivering. It was because he saw that the two respected old men in the alchemy world, except for a few minutes at the beginning, were excited from the beginning to the end for the rest of the time. His own grandfather was even more arrogant than anyone else at first, and then more excited than anyone else. What, sand, grub and bear's liver can actually be paired like this? This shock furnace removal method, 5 shocks, here reference to the formula of the raw muscle pill, it's simply a heavenly vision. While you've added the flowering flower, Are you planning to use high temperatures to activate the flesh and blood, accelerating its growth? The two old men who were past their prime yelled with red faces as if they were small children. Eventually Yi Yang took a deep breath and opened the lid of the furnace. Strange aroma instantly rushed out of the Dan furnace and lingered on everyone's nose. This Dan aroma was so strange that it made one feel like the muscles in all the limbs were moving. Success! Both old men stared at the flesh and blood-colored Dan pill with an excited look on their faces. Yi Yang, this is your self-created elixir, you have the right to name it. Mo Danqing pressed down his excitement and said seriously. Yi Yang nodded. From now on it would be called Vitality Pill. Good. If this formula can be published, you, a student, can even be among the top tier of alchemy scholars. Tang Shuashan couldn't help but say. Mo Danqing hemmed and hawed. Now you know to boast. What did you do just now? Tang Shuashan lightly coughed. I'm a person who speaks more straight. Xiao Yi, you don't take it to heart. Danshan, come and say hello to brother Yi Yang. In the future you have to learn more from him. Tang Danshan hurriedly ran over and bowed to Yi Yang with a reverent face. Mo Danqing laughed and the faint resentment in his heart was washed away clean. Alright you two, I still have to take this elixir to save someone, so I will take my leave first. Yi Yang greeted and left in a hurry. Tang Shuashan looked at Yi Yang's back and suddenly sighed. Old Mo, sometimes I really envy you. I didn't expect you to take in such an alchemy demon again. Mo Danqing hemmed and hawed. Well, we should also leave. The next time we meet it will be at the alchemy competition. Tang Shuashan asked Tang Danshan to bring along the ancient method of alchemy, but I won't keep my hand. But I delayed him from saving people. This is my fault. I have to go and apologize. Tang Shuashan said seriously. Mo Danqing nodded seriously and watched the two go away. He suddenly had a bit of a headache. This student of his own was too excellent. When he released his essay on the formula of the Vitality Pill later, he had to deliberate on his words. It must be made clear that Yi Yang's contribution was evident, yet he would not be taken as the main contributor to the Xingji Dan in the first place, otherwise it would invite unnecessary trouble for Yi Yang. I didn't realize that I have to write a serious paper even though I'm so old. On the other hand, Yi Yang furiously ran to the infirmary. However, when he arrived he froze. A luxury car was parked outside the infirmary, and when he walked into the aisle, there was a big, menacing man in black straddling both sides. In the innermost room, Yi Yang's superhuman hearing could still hear an old man's angry rebuke. Standing next to the obediently scolded man, he couldn't see very well, the crowd of people blocking the scene. The host tries to see the scene through the crowd. Basic vision upgraded, transcendental vision, automatically full level. The vision was immediately clear. It was Dean Yang Yen. Seeing Yi Yang coming over, a big man at the head snapped. Stop, what are you doing? Yi Yang said in a deep voice. I'm here to deliver medicine to Lu Xiaowan. I can restore her leg. The big man froze for a moment, but once he heard that it was related to the lady, he didn't dare to stop him and brought him directly in front of the two. Yi Yang, what are you doing here? Yang Yen was shocked. He already knew about Yi Yang's talent from Ziuhu, but he didn't find it strange. After the recovery of Aura, people had strange encounters every day. However, he saw that Yi Yang was able to restrain himself and still studied hard, and that was what made him feel relieved, and at the same time he also regarded Yi Yang as the hope for the next martial arts competition. Who was this person? The old man dressed in red with a pipe in his mouth frowned. Without waiting for Yang Yen to speak, Yi Yang directly said, I have made a potion that can catalyze the growth of blood and flesh in Lu Xiaowan's legs. The old man coldly snorted, directly stimulate their own pressure. Wild wind and rain, general pressure down the old man and Yang Yen talk. What do you insert your mouth? The host is subjected to the inner strength master's mighty pressure. The mighty pressure resistance is upgraded to the 1000 mil 10,000 strikes body, which is automatically at full level. 1000 mil 10,000 strikes body ignores any pressure from the internal force master realm, and any internal force pressure will accelerate the host's internal force growth. The fierce pressure was vented. Even Yang Yen stifled a grunt and took a few steps backward, but Yi Yang did not change his face and still stood at the same place. It's a bit interesting. The old man laughed coldly and was about to continue increasing his pressure. Yi Yang nonchalantly interrupted him. Elder Lu, you don't want your granddaughter to have only one leg for the rest of her life, do you? He guessed at a glance that the grumpy old man in front of him was Lu Xiaowan's grandfather, Lu Yunshan. Lu Yunshan said impatiently, even the best doctors in my group can't cure her. What are you? Yang Yen couldn't help but say, Lu Lao, it was Yi Yang who saved your granddaughter. Only then did Lu Yunshan's expression ease up. Yang Yen whispered again, Elder Lu, Yi Yang is still Elder Mo's student. Only then did Lu Yunshan's expression show slight surprise. Old Mo? Although I have a deep grudge against him, I still recognize his alchemy ability. You are his student and you saved Xiaowan's life. Lu Yunshan sighed. Go in and give it a try. If it really works, I will do anything you ask me to do. But if it doesn't work, Lu Yunshan's expression suddenly became vicious. Do you know the consequences of deceiving my old man? Yi Yang looked straight at him without fear. Do you know the consequences of missing the best time for healing, if we let this cranky old man waste time again? Lu Xiaowan's best healing time will be missed. Without waiting for him to reply, Yi Yang directly pushed the door in. Looking at Yi Yang's figure as he pushed the door shut, Lu Yunshan stormed out. Elder Lu, don't worry. Yang Yan coughed lightly. It was really a bit embarrassing to be seen by a student with his careful appearance just now. If this kid was in my group, I would have thrown him into the ferocious beast cave in Nanping Mountain for a day and a night. To actually dare to contradict my old man, Lu Yunshan was so angry that he blew his beard and eyes. Yi Yang pushed the door and entered the room, which was crowded with two people, one old and one young. On the bed in the infirmary, Lu Xiaowan was out of breath. The pain in her legs kept her between awake and unconscious. How come all the cats and dogs are running in? Middle-aged Zhang Jishir frowned and said in a cold voice. Yi Yang bluntly pulled out the elixir. I have refined an elixir that catalyzes blood and flesh. Feed it to her quickly while the best healing time has not passed, otherwise this leg of hers will never grow back. Zhang Jishir frowned fiercely, clearly displeased with Yi Yang's words. The youth next to him laughed exaggeratedly. An elixir that hypnotizes blood and flesh? Do you consider yourself a god? There is no such miraculous elixir in today's alchemy world. Brother, hurry back to the mental hospital. Don't come out to wreak havoc on others. Zhang Jishir took a deep breath, his eyebrows still high and furrowed. This student, I am doing my best to save this leg of MS. Lu, at such a critical time, can I ask you to go out? If you talk any more nonsense and delay Miss Lu, I will definitely tell your Dean Yang and mark you with the harshest disciplinary action. I, Zhang Jishir, am true to my word. Zhang Jishir's eyes were unusually cold. He was a great doctor practicing both alchemy and medicine and had achieved great success in both. In the entire capital city, he thought that the only person who could surpass him in Dan Dao was Mo Danqing. As for medical skills, he was number one. Zhang Jishir was very confident in himself, but he could barely save Lu Xiaowan above the knee. This kid who barged in actually said that he had refined an elixir that could catalyze blood and flesh and could restore Lu Xiaowan's right leg to its original state. One must know that pills that catalyzed blood and flesh were simply not available in today's Dan Dao world. What was this if not gibberish? If this was in the Lu clan, Zhang Jishir would have had someone beat Yi Yang out with a messy stick long ago. Yi Yang frowned again and again. Why did he meet another old curmudgeon who was blindly confident in himself? Shall Lu kick him out? Zhang Jishir said nonchalantly. The youth sneered and rolled up his sleeves to grab Yi Yang's shoulders. Xiao Lu was confident in himself. He followed Zhang Jishir and was often able to take pills, thus he came to the peak of the body refining realm, which was the 9th-ranked martial artist early on. The students enrolled in the Shangjing Academy were generally at the level of the 4th or 5th rank. The student in front of him looked even younger and was at the top of the 3rd rank. Throwing him out wouldn't take much effort at all. Then he realized that he was wrong to his grandmother's house. What he was grasping in his hand seemed to be a hill made of steel. It was impossible to move it at all. Get out of the way. Yi Yang's face also went cold and directly pushed him away. Then he quickly stepped to Zhang Jishir's side and pulled him away unceremoniously as well. Zhang Jishir incredulously pointed at Yi Yang. You, on the hospital bed. Lu Xiaowan, whose breath was weak, intermittently said, Zhang, Mr. Zhang, it was him on the mountain who saved me. Zhang Jishir's face eased slightly. But even if he saved your life at the Spirit Beast Mound, you can't just let him act so recklessly. A student, what can he know? Stop it. Stop it. What kind of potion is that? You fed it to Xiaowan. If anything goes wrong, I'll be responsible. Yi Yang turned around and smiled. What if this potion can really stimulate flesh and blood? Zhang Jishir held his eyes for a while and smiled back in anger. If this elixir can really stimulate the growth of flesh and blood, I will recognize you as my teacher on the spot. Yi Yang said indifferently, fine, then you wait to be called a teacher. He had already fed the vitality elixir. Next he took out many beast blood elixirs and fed them together. The vitality pill could only stimulate the blood and flesh to grow faster, but wound healing and new blood and flesh needed a lot of nutrients. The beast blood pills provided the nutrients. Alright, sit back and watch. Yi Yang let out a long breath and lay down on the sofa in the infirmary. For the first time, the host is saving people with his medical skills. Basic alchemy opens the branch skill Myriad Hands Rejuvenation Technique, which is automatically at full level. Myriad Hands Rejuvenation Technique, ordinary illnesses are dispelled at will, difficult illnesses can be dispelled for the most part. That's good? Zhang Jishur looked at Yi Yang, who had an idle look on his face, and said with wide eyes, Yi. Yang nuzzled his mouth. Take a look. Zhang Jishur looked and was immediately shocked. The flesh and blood on Lu Xiaowan's right leg was actually growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. First it was the thigh, then it slowly reached the knee, and finally the calf, and then every toe was covered. The skin was pink, just like a newborn baby. Zhang Jishur was astonished, and the ordinary youth without a name Xiao Lu was also astonished. Too powerful, too awesome. Zhang Jishur forcefully resisted the idea of ruffling Lu Xiaowan's thighs to check it out and placed his astonished eyes on Yi Yang's body. What kind of person was this kid? Why could he take out an elixir that catalyzes blood and flesh? Shit, where is that little brat? I must hammer him to death. At this moment the door to the infirmary was suddenly kicked open by Lu Yunshan. This cranky old grandpa walked in angrily, cursing as he went. The more I think about it, the more wrong I get. You're a student. What kind of elixir can you refine to catalyze blood and flesh? Even if you saved Xiaowan, that wouldn't work. You must be fucking messing with me on purpose. Say which family sent you. Lu Yunshan forced his way over nonchalantly. The violent pressure of his internal energy erupted, and the whole infirmary was filled with papers, bottles and cans that were shattered all over the place. Yi Yan was motionless, crossing his legs and drinking tea without taking a sip. The taste of the tea was not good, not as good as the Dahongpo in the mutant residence. He skimmed his lips and completely ignored Lu Yunshan's internal pressure. But it was different for the others. Zhang Jishur was fine, his face was only white, but Xiaolu directly kneeled down with his legs softened. Damn, actually still not putting lousy in his eyes. I'll split you. When Lu Yunshan saw Yi Yang's face, he was even more furious and his fist was about to smash over. Yi Yang looked unperturbed, but in his heart he was already laughing out loud. Right. Hit me quickly. How can I upgrade my skills if you don't hit me? Hit me quickly. Yi Yang's golden bell shield was now able to ignore the normal attacks of an internal force martial artist, so there was only one way to upgrade his skills. That's to have an inner strength master whack it. Coincidentally, Lu Yunshan is an inner strength master. Come on, old Lu, if you don't dare to whack me, you don't deserve to be Lu Xiaowan's grandfather. Yi Yang smiled maliciously. His smile fell in Lu Yunshan's eyes, and it made him gnash his teeth even more. Lu Yunshan blasted out a fist, his internal energy like a dragon. Grandpa, a soft and feeble voice suddenly rang out. Lu Yunshan's fist still landed on Yi Yang, but it was already too soft and naturally he could not upgrade his skills. Classmate Yi Yang glanced at grumpy old master with a helpless face. Grumpy Elder had already rushed to Lu Xiaowan's bedside with an agitated look, completely throwing himself aside. Yang Yan also rushed in and saw that Yi Yang was fine and let out a breath of relief. However, when he saw Lu Xiaowan's right leg, which had actually recovered from the white bones to its original well-proportioned and white appearance, this transmission dean, who had always been known to be calm and composed, could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Mr. Zhang is indeed a great talent. Yang Yan's first reaction was that Zhang Jishur had done it. He had managed to combine alchemy and medicine together to restore Lu Xiaowan's right leg in a short period of time. Yang Yan did not think that Yi Yang had done it. He didn't think at all that a second-year student could do something that even a great doctor couldn't do. Lu Yunshan also screamed in excitement and hurriedly shook Zhang Jishur's hand with an enthusiastic look. Old Zhang, you are indeed still awesome. Saying nothing more, after we return your cultivation resources will be doubled. Zhang Jishur cried and laughed. Old Lu, doubling the cultivation resources is indeed very appealing, but without merit I can't take this reward. Why are you so polite to me? Who else can do it besides you? You guy knows how to be modest. Lu Yunshan smiled and said, Zhang Jishur is helpless. Old Lu, really not? I heal, it is him. He pointed to naturally as crossing his legs with a cozy face, still drinking tea. Yang. Everyone in the small infirmary froze for a moment. After several seconds, Yang Yan carefully said, Mr. Zhang, you're not joking, are you? He regretted saying this out loud. What was Zhang Jishur's status? Why would he be joking? If it was his credit, he would never excuse himself, and if it wasn't his credit, he wouldn't take a single cent. Since Zhang Jishur had said that it was Yi Yang who had done it, it was truly Yi Yang who had done it. Lu Yunshan turned around and carefully looked Yi Yang up and down. Zhang Jishur knew that they had doubts in their minds and had to continue. This young student fed Xiaowan the elixir that could catalyze blood and flesh, supplemented with a large amount of animal blood elixir in order to completely restore Xiaowan's right leg in a short period of time. But I'm a doctor and alchemist, and I've never heard of an elixir that can catalyze the growth of flesh and blood. I wonder how this young student got it. Child, do you still have this kind of elixir? I am willing to buy them all for $500,000 apiece. Zhang Jishir looked at Yi Yang and said seriously. Yang Yan froze for a moment. Yi Yang was Elder Mo's student. Perhaps this elixir was refined by Elder Mo. Everyone nodded thoughtfully. Mo Danqing had absolute authority in the alchemy world of the upper capital city. If it was him who had refined this elixir, then everything that followed was not half a surprise. So that's how it is. Then I'll have to go find Elder Mo to purchase this kind of elixir. Zhang Jishir also nodded his head. Obviously, everyone did not think that Yi Yang, who was also a second-year student, would be able to concoct this unprecedented elixir. Yi Yang smiled lightly. It was saving lives anyway, so it didn't matter who had refined this elixir. Besides, even though this vitality elixir was new, it was only a fourth-order elixir at best, so Yi Yang didn't put it in his eyes. At this time, a bright and slightly apologetic voice suddenly sounded outside the infirmary. Old Luo, I didn't expect that the person to be saved is actually Xiaowana. This is all my fault. I didn't know the importance of the situation at Old Mo before I delayed Xiaoyet, and I almost missed the best medical treatment time. Old Tang, why are you here? Lu Yunshan froze for a moment, then revealed the look of old friends reunited, and the two came forward for a bear hug. Old Tang, what do you mean by what you just said? Lu Yunshan asked hesitantly. Tang Shuashan smiled apologetically and told what happened at the Emodan residence without the slightest concealment. Blame me for being too reckless at that time. I only thought that Xiaoyu was bragging. I didn't think that he actually really wanted to save people, and the one he saved was still your granddaughter from old Lu. But fortunately, it didn't lead to a big mistake. At the end of the day, Tang Shuashan sighed. In the infirmary, in the end, he was the only one's voice, so quiet that even breathing could be heard. Everyone's eyes were on that teenager. The elixir was actually really made by him. The way Zhang Jishir looked at Yi Yang, even more so, suddenly became unbelievable. He himself had far underestimated this teenager. Tang Shuashan's face was ashamed. You may not believe me when I say it, this time I brought my grandson to Shangjing because I wanted to put on a show in front of Old Mo. Originally, I thought that Old Mo had confiscated any students with good qualifications, so I was sure to win this time. But I really didn't expect that Old Mo would actually have a student like Yi Yang, who was extremely talented and almost a demon. He actually combined the ancient method of alchemy written by Old Mo, found the idea of the ancients to produce flesh and bones from the dead, and added his own pie-in-the-sky techniques to configure an elixir that could catalyze the growth of blood and flesh. Vitality elixir. Tang Shuashan shook his head and said, I'm almost 70 years old, but it's really the first time I've seen a kid who can create his own elixir formula at such a young age. There was one more thing he didn't say. Even he himself hadn't been able to create his own Dan formula yet. After Tang Shuashan's words, the entire infirmary fell into dead silence. Everyone's eyes converged on the student Yi Yang, who was still drinking tea. Lu Xiaowan cocked her head and sized him up, red clouds flying on her face once again. Twice in despair, it was Yi Yang who helped her pull back from the abyss. At the top of the spirit beast mound, when she was desperate for life and death, it was him who saved her. Now facing the despair of having her right leg amputated, it was him who restored her right leg again. Tang Shuashan, she knew, a big name in the Dan Dao world of Hanjiang City, almost on par with Mo Danqing. Even such a person was praising Yi Yang. Lu Xiaowan suddenly felt that this teenager had an extraordinary attraction to her. At this moment, Zhang Jishir suddenly clasped his hands and bowed deeply to Yi Yang. Old Zhang has looked away, and I will fulfill my promise. Master Yi. Yi Yang nodded his head gently. This Zhang Jishir seems to be a man of true character, actually really keeping his verbal agreement to call him teacher. Lu Yunshan also let out a long sigh at this moment and came in front of Yi Yang. Little friend Yi Yang, I was wrong to blame you before. You are the benefactor of my granddaughter. I, Lu Group, owe you a favor. As long as you open your mouth, old Lu will definitely do it. Yang Yen sked. Lu Yunshan was a big shot at the top of Shangjing City. His business almost spanned half of Hanzhou. If such a character owed Yi Yang a favor, he would be able to walk horizontally in Shangjing in the future. Yi Yang waved his hand. I just don't want to see Xiaowan suffer from her right leg. Elder Lu doesn't need to be like this. I still have something to do. I'll leave first. Yi Yang finished his speech and left with big strides. The host's words made Lu Xiaowan feel good, turning on basic flirting automatically full level. Hey, it can still be like this. Elder Mo really took in a good student. If only I had such a student. Zhang Jishir lamented. Xiaolu bristled, but didn't dare to speak. With a student with alchemy qualifications like Yi Yang, the future battle of the four most prestigious schools should not be difficult. Lu Yunshan suddenly said. His words, however, were addressed to Yang Yen. Judging from the Current appearance of the Upper Beijing Academy. The title of this famous school was almost hopeless. Yi Yang's sudden rise, however, had brought about the dawn. Yang Yan smiled heartily. If I were to exaggerate, Yi Yang was a lucky star. Turning to the weekend, Yi Yang got on a bus alone and headed to the orphanage in the southern district of the city. Today he had made an appointment with Su Qingyan to go to the orphanage to see the old director. Apart from that, Yi Yang had another purpose. If he was not wrong, there should be a spirit vein hidden under the ground of the orphanage. This was because although the orphanage was very poor, the workers and children here almost never got sick. This was the power of aura. It silently nourishes the body and prevents all diseases. If he practiced on the spiritual vein, Yi Yang's speed of accumulating internal energy would be greatly accelerated. However, Yi Yang did not intend to take away the spiritual vein. It was something that belonged to the orphanage. It could shelter the children of the orphanage to grow up healthy. What he valued was the treasures in the depths of the spirit vein. The chi-nourishing jade that Shi Yuhu had given him earlier was exactly what could only be formed in the depths of a small spiritual vein. At this time, the cell phone suddenly rang. "Is it Mr. Yang Knight? I am Yen Chengqing," a deep, majestic and serious male voice said. Yi Yang almost said the words, "I'm Yi Yang, you called the wrong person. Damn it, it's been a long time since he changed his voice." He almost forgot the name Yang Knight. He changed his voice. "It's me, what's the matter, Pavilion Master Yen?" About the soon-to-be Upper Capital City Martial Arts Pavilion Room meeting, Yen Chengqing said, "You tell me the address, Xiao Hong, and I will go over to you." Yi Yang nodded. "I will be arriving at the orphanage in the southern district of the city soon. Let's meet there." "Good." On the other side, the orphanage in the southern district of the city, Su Qingyan had already arrived early. She had always been a very favor-oriented person and would come back to help clean the orphanage whenever she had time. But as soon as she came back this time, she noticed the sadness in the orphanage. "Auntie Zhao, what's wrong? Where is the old dean?" Su Qingyan found someone to ask. "It's all Chen Guanping's doing. He wanted to sell the land of the orphanage." Old Zhao was directly angered and is still lying in the hospital. Aunt Zhao faced a burst of sadness. "He also told us to hurry up and get out. Do not delay him to make money." When Su Qingyan heard this, she was enraged. That Chen Guanping she knew, it is said that he also grew up in the orphanage and later returned to the orphanage as the vice president. But this person was mean and snobbish by nature, and in the early days he didn't treat them children as human beings, and now he had actually hit on the idea of the orphanage's plot of land. Moreover, she had heard Director Yang say that there might be a spiritual vein deep underground of the orphanage which was very precious and could shelter the children from all diseases. She immediately reacted that Chen Guanping was definitely hitting on the idea of this spiritual vein. "Where is Chen Guanping? I'm going to find him to argue," Su Qingyan said angrily. Aunt Zhao sighed. "If I'm not mistaken, Chen Guanping should have already brought a group of punks to drive us away. The elderly, the children, they are all going to be kicked out. Chen Guanping wants money. Xingyan, you'd better go back. Those punks claim to be from the Black Cloth sect and they're all 5th or 6th level martial artists. You can't beat them. Among the children who came out of the orphanage, you are the most promising one. Don't suffer this kind of pain for us." Auntie Zhao patted Su Qingyan's shoulder and advised bitterly. Su Qingyan wanted to say, "Actually, I'm not the most promising one, it's Yi Yang." But before she could say anything, unexpected guests arrived. The one who walked in the front was Chen Guanping, the vice director of the orphanage. He was in his 30s, tall, and his face was even a bit handsome, except for a pair of lips that looked mean. Behind him, 6 youths followed, all dressed in black. "Auntie Zhao, why are you still here? Haven't I already told you that you are leaving the orphanage soon?" Chen Guanping saw Aunt Zhao and laughed. "Yo Qingyan, why did you come back from the academy? Want to see the old dean? He's sick, you can't see him for a while." Chen Guanping saw Su Qingyan at another glance and smiled warmly. Su Qingyan quietly looked at him. She could see that underneath that face covered in warmth it was filled with malice. A student of the Shangjing Academy, the person at the head of the Black Clothes sect frowned. "President Chen, you didn't talk about this." Chen Guanping laughed. "Shi Wei, just an ordinary student, not in the way. If she stops, just drive them away together, just don't leave any obvious scars." Shi Wei nodded. He has been in this business for a long time and has done this kind of thing many times, hitting people in pain and not leaving scars. "Get out of the way, or I will even beat you together." He walked straight to Su Qingyan and looked at her condescendingly. Su Qingyan stared at him without fear. Even if this youth's body refining cultivation was the 7th rank that far exceeded hers, interesting, don't let it be, right? Shi Wei laughed and was about to fling down a slap. "Stop it," an old voice suddenly rang out. Then everyone saw that a dry and thin figure wearing a security uniform came out from the guard post, pointing his cane this way and roaring with all his strength, "Old Li, are you still planning to get involved even though you're an old man?" Chen Guanping glanced at him and coldly said, White-eyed wolf, ah, I shouldn't have let old Zhao raise you in the first place," Old Li roared. After roaring, a violent cough was immediately squeezed out of his throat, and it was obvious that his body was already very weakened. "Hey Old Li, don't speak up if you're not well. If you fall down from anger on the spot, won't I still have to post the medical bills?" Chen Guanping laughed. "Shiwei, do it quickly, don't waste time," he then said. Shiwei nodded his head and mercilessly grabbed at Su Chengyan's shoulder. Su Qingyan was shocked in her heart and hastily retreated, but how could her speed compare to a 7th-ranked martial artist? Her shoulder was immediately grabbed and a huge force came steeply. "Get out of the way," Shiwei snorted coldly and was about to throw Su Qingyan out. "Stop," a voice suddenly rang out. Naturally it was Yi Yang, however he had now changed his face on the verge of a battle and turned into the appearance of Yang Knight. Su Qingyan looked at the voice and suddenly exclaimed, "Mr. Yang, who are you?" Shiwei didn't let go of his hand and stared at Yi Yang in a deep voice. He smelled a hint of danger from this young man but was unsure of what the other party's cultivation level was and was unwilling to get into trouble. "My name is Yang Knight and I have a connection with this girl." Yi Yang pointed at Su Qingyan and said indifferently, "Then you take her away." Shiwei stared at Yi Yang for a while and let go of Su Qingyan. He was paid to do the job and didn't want to get into more trouble. Su Qingyan anxiously said, "Mr. Yang, save this orphanage." "Damn, you seek death," Shiwei said angrily. "Mr. Yang, I don't know what your status is, but I'm paid to do things for people, so I advise you to stay out of it." Shiwei turned to Yi Yang again and forced him to look at him fiercely. Yi Yang laughed. "I have a side relationship with this orphanage too." "You are looking for death too, aren't you?" Shiwei growled lowly. Yi Yang waved his hand. "Looking for death? No, it's you guys who are looking for death. Ho, you dare to talk to our black clothes sect like that? You are really bold." Shiwei laughed back in anger. "Dare I ask, what is your cultivation level?" "I'm afraid of scaring you to death when I say it," Yi Yang said seriously. "I'm an inner-strength martial artist." Su Qingyan also had a small proud face at this moment. "Yes, Mr. Yang is an inner-strength martial artist. I advise you guys to leave quickly so that you don't have to suffer the pain of skin and flesh." The 6 people from the black clothes sect froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. "Inner-strength martial artist? Do you know what inner strength is?" Our black clothes sect's boss, Tiger, only stepped into the introductory realm of inner strength when he was 40 years old, so what are you? Ha ha ha, I'm laughing my ass off. If he's an internal force martial artist, then I'm not an internal force master. Chen Guanping also laughed meanly. "Mr. Yang, pretend not to pretend too much will die." "Oh." Shiwei crossed his waist and laughed. "I suspected at first that you are really good, but now I think you are just pretending to be a big-tail wolf." Yi Yang didn't have much reaction yet, but Su Qingyan already had a small red face. "Mr. Yang is really an inner-strength martial artist. You guys, even Auntie Zhao came over." "Qingyan, this person is not a liar, right?" Old Li coughed lightly, but turned to Yi Yang and said, "Son, you want to help us? I'll accept this favor, but you'd better take Qingyan and hurry up while you still can. It's too late." "What I Shiwei hate the most is people pretending in front of me," Shiwei sneered out. "Brothers, hammer him for me." The 6 people from the black clothes sect all voiced out in unison and were about to rush over. Yi Yang frowned. This time he had planned to take a look at the old dean and, by the way, donate some money to the orphanage to repair the facilities. As a result, the mood was all ruined. "Fighting with you people and maybe even breaking the orphanage's things, it's really annoying." The figures of the 6 people from the black clothes sect zoomed rapidly in their pupils. Yi Yang stood with his hands hanging down, not even bothering to block. Bang, 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 the 6 punches successively struck Yi Yang in various parts of his body. Everyone, including Shiwei, felt the huge recoil force coming from their arms. It was almost like smashing on a steel plate. What a monster. After the fight, "It's my turn." The 6 people covered their hands and were about to rub them when they suddenly heard Yi Yang's icy voice. Bang bang, 5 figures were sent flying out at the same time, all of them spewing out a huge mouthful of blood with a wow sound, instantly wilting. Shiwei was not sent flying out, because his wrist was directly grabbed by Yi Yang. As if it was clamped by an iron vise. "Let go of me," Shiwei said in shock. "Hey, this is releasing." Yi Yang directly swung Shiwei 360 degrees and threw him directly towards the orphanage's pool. Shiwei was like a javelin, plunged directly into it without even splashing the water. Dead silence. Su Qingyan's face was adoring, Aunt Zhao and Old Li's jaws dropped, and Chen Guanping was dumbstruck. Chen Guanping knew very well in his heart what cultivation level these 6 people from the black clothes sect were. One was of the 7th rank and the rest were all of the 6th rank. Even if a ninth-ranked martial artist came, they would be at a disadvantage. But in front of this young man there was no ability to resist. Could it be that he hadn't bragged before that he really was an inner-strength martial artist? Chen Guanping looked like he remembered something and hurriedly dialed someone's number. "Wait, don't be afraid, I've already asked Tiger to come over." Only after coyly nodding to the other side of the phone a few times did Chen Guanping put away his cell phone and sneered. Wei jumped up at once. "Right, I still have Brother Tiger on my head." Yi Yang frowned. "Who is Brother Tiger?" Wei walked to Yi Yang and laughed. "Now you know you are afraid? I admit you're strong, but you're so young, at best you're an introductory inner strength. But our Tiger brother is already a small internal energy master. You won't even last 10 rounds in front of him." Yi Yang smiled faintly. Inner strength success. His 9 revolutions forging breath technique had been converting his breath into internal energy, and this morning he had already stepped into the grand completion realm. Plus he also had the golden bell shield and the wandering body Bagua palm. The inner strength Xiao Cheng in front of him should not last a round. Yi Young classmate nodded his head and faintly said, "Your boss is powerful, not you. What are you pretending in front of me?" Wei, he seems to be right at all. Yi Yang gave him a hand to pick him up and put him under his butt. "A human chair, it still feels pretty good." Yi Yang waited and nodded slightly. "Little Su, do you want to give it a try?" He coughed lightly and extended an invitation to Su Qingyan. Su Qingyan's face flushed red, but she still went forward to try it out. Wei, who was used as a chair, already had a look of shame covering his face. "When Brother Tiger comes, I will definitely kill you. I will definitely kill you." 10 minutes later, an arrogant Hummer rushed directly into the orphanage. A man with a cigarette in his mouth jumped down, looking only in his early 30s. He wore a tight military green stretch undershirt on his upper body, but he set off his muscles perfectly. "Brother Tiger!" Wei, who was used as a human chair, screamed miserably. "Brother Tiger, you have finally come," Chen Guanping also said excitedly. His voice was like a complaint or a cry, almost like a modern-day sinus. Brother Tiger didn't bother to look at Wei but took a serious look at Yi Yang before exhaling a smoke ring. "Kid, not from Shangjing, right?" Tiger coldly said. "When you come to Shangjing you have to abide by the rules here." Chen Guanping followed with a cold smile. "Those who don't follow the rules either get lost or die." Yi Yang smiled faintly. "I'm new here, I haven't heard of any rules. Why don't you tell me what the rules are?" Tiger frowned. "You're deliberately pretending to be confused with me, aren't you? In the entire southern district of the city, in addition to Lu Hanlu Pavilion Master and Yen Chengqingyan Pavilion Master, my words are the rules." Tiger beckoned. The little brother ran over with a cigar box and by the way also handed over a Zippo lighter. "If you don't understand, I will fight until you do." After he finished, he first lit the cigar, heated it for a while, and then cut off the cap with a cigar cutter. "I have said to this point, this guy should understand, right? Doing business or peace is good, why fight and kill?" Pei, who is also a 40-something years old, want to do business to make money to retire, do not want to fight. "I spent money to buy the orphanage for this spiritual vein for the second half of life enjoyment. Of course, if this bastard doesn't know how to behave, then I don't mind letting him realize what it's like to be a small success in internal energy." Pei, who nodded his head in satisfaction and began to comfortably gulp down the clouds. Yi Yang frowned. "So there are 2 more on your head? Looks like you are not good either." Cough cough cough. Pei, who let out a violent cough. "Damn kid, do you have the guts to say that again?" The black-clad Sect Junior who passed the cigar was filled with violent anger. Pei, whose face was grim as he reached out his hand to shut him up, a pair of tiger eyes staring at Yi Yang. Pei, who haven't made a move for a long time now. You are good, you make me think of making a move again." Yi Yang waved his hand. Called Pei, who, "Right, since I'm here, the rules of the southern part of the city will have to be changed from now on." Pei, who laughed back in anger. "Oh, I would like to hear, what are your rules?" Yi Yang touched his fist. "See, whoever has the bigger fist is better, this is my new rule." Pei, who stared at him for a while and suddenly burst out laughing. "Good. I like this new rule. I'll tell you now who has the bigger fist." Pei, who took a deep breath, took a big step and slammed his fist over. The fist came out like a tiger descending a mountain, domineering and fierce. Wei shouted in excitement, "This is Boss Pei, whose tiger fist. Young knight, you're dead." Chen Guanping had the same grim smile on his face. In the beginning, Pei, who had used his tiger fist to defeat the boss of another gang in the southern district of the city, thus stepping into the level of an inner strength martial artist in that battle. This was Pei, whose kill. Obviously he was provoked out of his true anger by this young knight and wanted to make an example out of him. However, Yi Yang did not move a muscle, as if he was shocked by this punch. Pei, whose face grew even more smug. It seemed that this kid was really just an introductory inner strength and he had completely shocked him with just a slight display of his strength. Old Li and Zhao and the orphanage's group of Employees couldn't bear to look at him. A half-grown child couldn't help but say, "Why didn't that big brother block?" Oldly sighed, but couldn't say anything. Su Qingyan had an anxious look on her face and even wanted to go forward to help Mr. Yang. "You should dodge it." But Yi Yang instead turned his head and smiled faintly. "Dodge? He can't hurt me a bit. Kid, you still want to show off in front of a woman at the end of your life?" Pei, whose face was even covered with a cold smile. In a matter of moments, the domineering and fierce fists are already approaching. Shi Wei Qingguanping, the 5 black-clothed disciples who had been beaten by Yi Yang and spat out blood, all revealed a fierce smile. It was as if they had already seen Yi Yang spitting up 3 liters of blood and kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. But they were wrong. Yi Yang similarly threw a punch squarely in the back. The 2 fists suddenly blasted against each other. In the next moment, Pei Hu flew out directly backwards in midair. His entire right arm collapsed limply, obviously ruined. Under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, Yi Yang wiped his fist on Shi Wei and laughed. "My fist is big, I say what I want, got it." The whole place was dead silent, no one dared to say anything. Pei Hu rolled over and stood up, his face pale and cold. "This guy is also too scary, right?" Shi Wei opened his mouth wide and looked up at Yi Yang. He couldn't even say anything. Chun Guanping was even more eager to smack his own mouth. Even Pei Hu, the boss of the Black Clothes sect, had lost. Who could beat this guy? "Kid, I advise you not to be too arrogant. You are ultimately an outsider, and outsiders are not welcome in the southern part of the city. So what if you're better than me? Lu Hong, Yen Chengqing are even stronger. They'll beat you to your knees and beg for mercy." Pei Hu took a deep breath, his eyes were cold, and he regained his old Black Clothes sect boss demeanor. "Men, go and invite the 2 pavilion masters. Let this outsider brat know that he knows the heights of heaven and earth." "Yes," the cigar box junior brother said. "No need, I'm right here." A deep, majestic and serious voice rang out from outside the orphanage's door. Pei Hu's face showed joy. How could he not recognize this voice? It was the Wing Chun Martial Arts School's director, Yen Chengqing. When Pei Hu had not yet become an internal force martial artist, Yen Chengqing had already gained a reputation that shook the south of the city. According to some gossip, Yen Chengqing's cultivation has even reached inner strength. Pei Hu, on the other hand, is over 40 years old and has only barely climbed to a small internal strength. This realm, Pei Hu estimated that he has not much hope, but in inner strength, great success. Killing you in seconds is not a piece of cake. Pei Hu took 3 steps to Yen Chengqing. "Pavilion Master Yen, you are one of the most powerful and strongest people in our area. You have to judge me. My Black Clothes sect received money to do a job, but a Changbite Jin came out halfway. He beat up my people, but also said that he wants to change the rules here, saying that whoever has the biggest fist is the most powerful." I was furious when I heard that. What kind of talk is that? How can there be such a voice in a good society? I went up to argue with him on the spot and ended up losing. "Pavilion Master Yen, you must step in and ruthlessly suppress this son's arrogance." Yi Yang, who was sitting on top of Chi Wei, smiled faintly. Su Qingyan was not happy. "What do you mean by losing? It was clearly you who was crushed by Mr. Yang, okay? This person is really shameless." Yen Chengqing, who heard Pei Hu's words, didn't say anything, and when he saw Yi Yang at a glance, he took a big step towards him. When Pei Hu took a look, his face smiled even more maniacally. Pavilion Master Yen was indeed deeply righteous. This kind of person who didn't know the rules had to be fixed. We must not let people like him corrupt the morals of our southern city district. Pei Hu hurriedly followed. "Pavilion Master Yen." Su Qingyan looked up at Yen Chengqing and timidly called out. Pei Hu froze for a moment. "Pavilion Master Yen, this child knows you all. I told you this girl looks beautiful and has good qualifications, certainly not an ordinary person." He secretly wiped the sweat. Fortunately, he did not take a shot at this girl. Dean Li, as well as a group of employees, could not help but take a step back. This was a martial arts hallmaster who had achieved great success in internal energy. Even if he was just standing here, it would invariably create a great deal of pressure. Chen Guanping stiffly stepped forward and said in a cold voice, "Pavilion Master Yen, this son has severely beaten the members of the Black Clothes sect for no reason and maliciously destroyed the facilities of my orphanage. Please do us justice." Su Qingyan stared with wide, beautiful eyes after hearing this. Chen Guanping's hatchet is really a set of hatchet yet. Yen Chengqing looked straight at Yi Yang, then nodded. A casual slap was thrown out. Chen Guanping was at best a 4th or 5th rank martial artist. Where could he withstand such a force? His body was directly jerked out and fell to the ground, a large tooth flying out of his mouth. Even half sitting up, the eyes also keep popping up gold stars. Pei Hu sucked in a mouthful of cold air and carefully said, "Pavilion Master Yen, what are you doing?" Yen Chengqing looked back at him, his eyes cold. "Old Pei, don't mess with people you shouldn't mess with. Mr. Yang has already stood at the pinnacle of inner strength martial artists, you can't afford to mess with them." After Yen Chengqing finished speaking, Pei Hu's body went ice cold. The peak of the internal force martial artist. No wonder this kid from the beginning to the end of a look of cynicism emboldened, combined with his in the pig-eating tiger Pei Hu stole a glance at Yi Yang and hurriedly compensated with a smile. "Mr. Yang, don't take me to heart." Yi Yang looked at him with a smile on his face. "Then you have to show some real action." Pei Hu gritted his teeth and said, "We don't want this money from the orphanage, not only that we Black Clothes sect are responsible for the renovation of the facilities that the orphanage destroyed." Yi Yang's face was expressionless. "What else?" Pei Hu gritted his teeth and said, "The safety of the orphanage. I Black Clothes sect will guarantee it, and in the future the orphanage will be maintained by my Black Clothes sect." Yi Yang nodded his head in satisfaction. "Okay, you are very sensible." Mr. Yang is joking, this is what little tiger should do." Pei Hu nodded and said. Yi Yang gave him an odd look with his eyes. This guy was over 40 years old and actually called himself Little Tiger. In front of him, beside him, Old Li and a group of employees were dumbfounded. "Our city's South Welfare Institute, is this even out of the crisis? Who is this Mr. Yang? Oh, too powerful, right? Mr. Yang, please accept my obeisance." Old Li came to Yi Yang trembling and was about to bow. How could Yi Yang dare to accept it? He hurriedly helped Old Li up and persuaded him to give up the idea of bowing. "Mr. Yang, please come with me, we will talk in detail in the car." Yen Chengqing saw that the two had finished before he went forward and said sincerely. Yi Yang nodded his head and got into the car. What Yen Chengqing wanted to talk to Yi Yang about was simple, it was to invite him to participate in the Paiwan conference a few days later. At that time, all the major martial arts schools in the entire Shangjing city would gather at the Martial Arts School Street in the southern district of the city. The top 10 martial arts schools in Shangjing city will be decided. This was the same as the 4 most prestigious schools in China. It was a kind of honor and a golden signboard. Although it was tiring to fight for this signboard, it had to be fought every few years. But this year Wing Chun Martial Arts School really couldn't get anyone, so they could only invite Yi Yang to fight. Yi Yang refused at first, but Yen Chengqing directly took out a bank card of $300,000, so Yi Yang nodded his head and accepted it and said, "I will definitely help you win the title of the #1 martial arts school in Shangjing." Yi Yang wasn't lying. Soon he would become the peak of inner strength, enough to stand up to most of the martial artists, and what he lacked the most right now was money, as upgrading anything required a lot of money. Yen Chengqing let out a bitter smile and just thought Yi Yang was joking. He only hoped that the sign could be preserved. It only took the two of them 20 minutes or so to talk, and then Yen Chengqing drove off. When Yi Yang came down, Pei Hu went up to him and shushed him again. Before he left with his men, the boss had gone soft. Chi Wei, the little brother, had nothing to say but to honestly apologize to Yi Yang. Yi Yang's classmate nodded his head as an old-timer and left at a quick pace without going back to the orphanage. Of course he didn't really leave, but he changed his path, removed the disguise on his face and changed back to his original appearance. In the orphanage, only Old Li, the security guard, a group of employees, Chen Guanping and Su Qingyan remained. Su Qingyan muttered under her breath while helping to organize. That guy Yi Yang hadn't shown up yet. She was so mad at him. Chen Guanping was sitting alone on the floor and suddenly let out a loud, ear-piercing laugh. "Aunt Zhao, let's throw him out." Su Qingyan frowned. "I am the vice president of the city's southern orphanage." Chen Guanping collected his laughter and stared at the two men dead in the face. "What gives you the right to throw me out?" Su Qingyan nonchalantly said. "You sold out the welfare institution interests for your own selfishness. Based on this alone, you do not deserve to be this vice president." Chen Guanping sneered. "Right, I am unworthy, but who are you? Can you dismiss me?" Su Qingyan was dumbfounded. It was true that Chen Guanping did not deserve to continue to be the vice president, but after Su Qingyan left the orphanage, she was an outsider and she was not qualified to tell Chen Guanping what to do. "I, Old Li, am a member of the orphanage and I will resign you on the spot right now." Old Li pointed at his nose and cursed. Chen Guanping laughed. "You're a security guard, what are you talking about? And even if you're the director, of course it's fine to dismiss me, but back then when we signed the contract, the old director said that he would give me a salary of $7,000 a month, so even if you dismiss me, you still have to pay back the salary, right? I've already done the math, it's a total of 18,699 Chinese dollars. Erasing the zeros, the orphanage only needs to pay me back 180,000. Old Li almost didn't faint when he heard this figure. Su Qingyan also roared with anger. $180,000? Why don't you go rob Chen Guanping patted the dirt on his clothes and laughed. I Chen Guanping am now going through the legal process. No matter who comes, I have a reason. Don't forget, the strongest in China is not a martial arts school, nor is it a gang, it is the government, it is the Ministry of Government. I'll give you 10 days. If you don't pay back the 180,000, I'll see you in court. He still has one thing left to say, this spiritual vein under the ground of the orphanage is destined to be his. Chen Guanping resumed his appearance of being wise in the beginning. Yes, he did fail, but he had long ago found himself a back way out and stole that contract while the old dean was infuriated. No one knew better than him how much money the orphanage still had on its books. This figure was the last straw that crushed the City South orphanage. Chen Guanping, you're a scum. Deliberately waiting for Mr. Yang, Pavilion Master Yan and the others to all leave before speaking, you're a bully and a scumbag. Su Qingyan was already out of her mind with anger. Chen Guanping laughed. Indeed, that's the way it is. I am a bully. But what can you do to me? Su Qingyan rushed up and wanted to beat him. I advise you to be sensible. Everything you move your weapon against me will be seen as trampling on the rules of the Ministry of Armed Forces. A martial artist cannot use force against ordinary people. You, a student, should know better than me, right? Chen Guanping smiled coldly. Su Qingyan stopped her fist stiffly. 10 days later I will be back. Either give me 180,000 Chinese dollars or get the hell out of the City South Welfare Center. Chen Guanping waved his hand and turned around to leave. Wait, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Yi Yang. Su Qingyan had thought that it was Mr. Yang who had folded back, but once she saw that it was Yi Yang, she bristled. The fact that he was here didn't change anything. Little Yi, you're back? The old dean forced a smile. Everything, I heard everything. Student Ji. Yang put down his bulging school bag and said coldly. Chen Guanping crossed his arms and laughed. Oh, do you, a hangdog from Shangjing College, wanna get involved too? What kind of thing are you, a pauper plus a loser? He laughed. Yi Yang calmly looked at this mean face. Aren't you, Chen Guanping, money hungry? Then I will use money to smash your face hard. Yi Yang said coldly. On behalf of the orphanage, I will dismiss you today. Chen Guanping froze for a while and laughed out loud, holding his stomach. Su Qingyan rolled her eyes nicely. This guy late at the critical moment. Now come is here, but say stupid things. Old Li was even more helplessly holding his forehead. He had practically watched Yi Yang grow up. Yi Yang, this kid is good at everything, but he is a bit of a talker. Yi Yang, I would like to know who gave you the courage to say such things? Liang Jing. Chen Guanping has not finished. Yi Yang directly pulled open the school bag, put 200,000 cash, a pile of smashed in the face of this goods. This pile is 4 years old. You deliberately kicked over my rice bowl. Boom. This pile is the year you were 7. You tore up my paintings. Boom. This pile. Yi Yang's strength was so great that even a $10,000 bill smashed on his face was raw and painful. This is a total of $200,000, the extra $20,000. Counted as my alms to you. Yi Yang coldly looked at the bruised and swollen Chen Guanping. Now get lost. Chen Guanping only felt as if he had been doused with a bucket of ice water. This back road of his was cut off just like that by a poor scum out of the welfare institution. How could he come up with $200,000? Chen Guanping took a deep breath and picked up the money in piles. Yi Yang, I will be back. This spirit vein, I am determined to get it. Yi Yang frowned. Qingyan beat him up. Chen Guanping's face panicked and he turned his head away. He walked away without any semblance of dignity. Yi Yang turned around. Old Li, Su Qingyan, a group of workers and the children from the orphanage all looked at him with shocked plus curious eyes. Little Yi, where did you get so much money from? Don't ever do anything illegal. Old Li was silent for a long time before he tried. Su Qingyan's face was complicated. Grandpa Li, Yi Yang can now refine pills, but I didn't expect that he could take out so much money at one time. It's a small thing. If he dares to come back in the future, I'll continue to hit him with money. Classmate Yi Yang laughed lightly. Su Qingyan rolled her eyes again. Bah, who believes it? You can only refine beast blood pills now. It's not like you're some kind of alchemy powerhouse. In order to celebrate the orphanage's passing through this time, I'll treat everyone to a nice meal. Yi Yang smiled at the children again. Wow, brother Yi Yang is the best. Wow, yummy yummy yummy. I want yendu roast duck. I want crystal elbows too. I want more. The kids all got excited when they heard about the delicious food. But before that I have to go pick up the old dean first, Yi Yang said seriously. When he talked about the old dean, the others immediately stopped talking and lowered their heads. Old Zhao, it might not last a month. Old Li was silent for a long time before he said. Aunt Zhao's eyes were also bleak. After being infuriated by Chen Guanping, all the old illnesses from before came together. Old Zhao. Yi Yang frowned. Why didn't you guys tell me earlier? Go to the hospital now. Su Qingyan turned around and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and hurriedly said, "I will go with you, Grandpa Li. You and everyone else stay to take care of the orphanage lest Chen Guanping that scum come back to wreak havoc." Old Li nodded seriously. Yi Yang and Su Qingyan both sped to the City People's Hospital. Yi Yang was really anxious. The old dean could almost be counted as his biggest benefactor in his first decade or so. Without him he might not even be able to enter the gates of Shangjing College. This time when he went back to the orphanage and brought so much money with him, Yi Yang also wanted to let the old dean know that he was no longer the useless little guy he used to be. He could also add to the orphanage himself. Su Qingyan on the other hand peeked at his face from time to time, her face complex and inexplicable. It was from the day of the second-year examination that Yi Yang had become more and more powerful, so powerful that it was hard to look up to him. One should not be having a crush on him, right? Su Qingyan felt a little feverish. But Mr. Yang Knight seems to be even more handsome and powerful. The host has gained the favor of women. The basic flirtation and basic transfiguration are merged and upgraded to Thousand Faces Kung Fu, which is automatically at full level. Thousand Faces Kung Fu significantly increase the face value and can change the appearance. It will not easy to be recognized. Ji Yang, who was in a hurry, heard such a sentence for no reason. "Hey, what's the situation?" He glanced at Su Qingyan beside him and his face looked strange. Su Qingyan also glanced at Yi Yang, a blush rising on her face. Why did he feel so much more handsome than just now? Was it an illusion? On the premise of paying an extra $100, the two arrived at the City People's Hospital more than 10 minutes ahead of schedule. Yi Yang, what can you do about a disease that other doctors can't cure? Su Qingyan actually wanted to ask this question a long time ago, but now she finally couldn't help herself. Yi Yang shook his head. "When I was a kid, I saw the old dean having an attack several times, and at that time I felt that the old dean didn't have a disease. Now that I have studied a lot, I finally realized that the old dean's revealed pathology is all an illusion. In fact, he is being parasitized by some dirty things." Parasitized? Su Qingyan's beautiful eyes widened. She, who had studied the knowledge of breeding beasts, naturally understood a lot about spirit beasts. The recovery of spiritual qi led to biological mutations. Many parasites naturally would also change. She hadn't thought of it until Yi Yang said it, and after careful speculation combined with her knowledge, it seemed that the old dean was really being parasitized, or a revival. Modern medical techniques have been gradually lack of power. If the hospital doctors still follow the Western medical methods to cure the old dean, not only cannot get rid of the disease, but will even stimulate that thing. At that time, even if it's me, also Yi Yang took a deep breath. "Let's go, we'll go and find the old dean right away." "Good." Su Qingyan's small face was serious. Meanwhile, in front of the old dean Zhao Weiguo's hospital room, 3 nurses flanked a handsome young doctor as he walked in. Along with them, there were also TV reporters and photographers holding microphones. The pretty-faced reporter said to the camera, "Today we have the honor of meeting the youngest attending doctor of the city's People's Hospital, Dr. Zhou Zhihao. This Dr. Zhou has returned from studying in Milan, and at the age of 25 he has already been nominated for the Lasker Medical Research Award and has been hailed as a rising star in China's medical field." It was said that his attainments in human internal medicine had already surpassed those of his mentor. And recently, the city's People's Hospital has seen an elderly patient with a suspected miscellaneous illness, leaving many veteran doctors with nowhere to turn. "We may be able to see Dr. Zhou's miraculous hand today." The reporter clearly held this Dr. Zhou in high esteem, his tone dripping with admiration. The small hospital room was almost full of people, but everyone very consciously made room for Zhou Zhihao. "Dr. Zhou, it is said that this old man's illness has left many gold medal doctors helpless. May I ask how you plan to deal with it this time?" The reporter squeezed in front of Zhou Zhihao and said in a delicate voice. Zhou Zhihao's face was cold. He was handsome and had long been accustomed to such sights from women. The patient is 72 years old and has a history of stomach atrophy, kidney failure, and many other diseases. He is ferociously ill this time, with clinical manifestations of fever, dysphoria, vomiting, severe muscle weakness, and generalized lymphatic swelling. So I believe that what caused the patient's illness should be the A epidemic virus that has been extremely rampant lately. This kind of virus is troublesome to deal with, but my mentor has already dealt with similar cases in Milky Way and has already developed a new drug, so I can guarantee that this patient's condition will definitely not worsen," Zhou Zhihao said seriously and gravely. The nurses clapped their little hands. "Dr. Zhou is so powerful. Wow, I didn't realize that the United States of America had actually developed a targeted new drug." Reporters covered their mouths and exclaimed in shock. Zhou Zhihao nodded. Well, please go out. I'm going to use the medicine for this patient. It involves confidentiality, so I can't film it. The reporter expressed understanding. After all, people in the United States of America had just developed it. If you used that medicine, it will really harm him. Yi Yang squeezed through the crowd and said. Coldly, Zhou Zhihao wrinkled his nice eyebrows. Who are you? Before Yi Yang could say anything, the nurses chattered away. Who are you? How can you talk to Dr. Zhou? This is a new drug developed by Dr. Zhou's mentor. How could it harm this old man? Yes, this gentleman. Please don't disturb the normal medical process, okay? Otherwise you'll be held responsible if there's a medical incident. The nurses gave Yi Yang face. They didn't scold him directly. This old man's name is Zhao Weigua. He is the director of the orphanage. I grew up under his watch, Yi Yang said in a cold voice. I came here this time to save him. Please get out of the way right away. Don't delay the best medical treatment time. Once that parasite enters deep into the body, things will be very difficult. He was in a hurry. In his heart, it was because he had already seen the triple corpse worm squirming. The host has seen the slightest thing, and his extraordinary vision has upgraded his heavenly eyes to full level automatically. Heavenly eyes, close enough to see inside the physical body, far enough to see thousands of miles. At the same time this voice appeared, Yi Yang's eyes shook. He immediately saw every meridian, every muscle and every bone of the old Dean. He could see the churning resonance of his internal organs and the rushing of blood. He could also see that 1-3 corpse insect that was constantly traveling among the veins and meridians. After the revival of Aura, even the fucking parasites have become refined. Wasn't it agreed that after the founding of the country no sperm was allowed? Zhou Zhihao laughed back in anger. Parasites? Amateurs better not talk nonsense. This is clearly an epidemic virus invading the brain. Let me tell you, if you delay a few more minutes, the patient's brain will be completely invaded by the virus. No medicine will help then. What's wrong with you, Dr. Zhou is the best doctor in our hospital. He knows exactly what to do. Even if you have a close relationship with the patient, you can't interfere with the normal medical process. Dr. Zhou is a graduate of the United States of America and has been nominated for the Lasker Medical Research Award. He will definitely be able to cure this old man. Don't worry about it. Don't worry, he'll be able to cure this old man. Get out of the way, or I'll have to call someone. The nurses also called out, holding up their small breasts in front of Yi Yang. Yi Yang was also anxious in his heart. I don't care if you are a graduated student from the United States of America. I don't care what medical research awards you have. After the recovery of Aura, the world has changed a lot. But in the field of medicine, many people are still sticking to the stereotypes, and the group of people represented by the modern Western doctors are totally looking down on the traditional Chinese medicine. Obviously, this Dr. Zhou Zhihao, who graduated from a prestigious school in Milan, is one of them. Get out of my way. Yi Yang nonchalantly reached in with both his hands and directly pushed the two little nurses out of the way. Will you get out of the way? He said in a cold voice. Good, I don't care. Zhou Zhihao sneered and walked away with his arms around him. I'd like to see what are you capable of. Zhou Zhihao was obviously also provoked out of his anger. He was superhumanly gifted and grew up with a smooth ride. Who would dare to talk to him like that? Well, since you have to do it yourself, you can do it yourself. If you kill someone, it has nothing to do with me. Zhou Zhihao. Yi Yang walked straight to Zhao Weigua and said in a deep voice, sterilizing forceps. Su Qingyan grabbed the sterilizing forceps in the nurse's tray and handed it over. The little nurse was about to stop it when Zhou Zhihao sneered and waved his hand. But Dr. Zhou, like this it won't cause a doctor-patient accident, right? The little nurse hesitated. Zhou Zhihao pointed to the monitor in the corner. This person is a relative of the patient. He forced himself to come. Cannot blame us. Zhou Zhihao am most annoyed with these people who like to overstep their bounds. He sneered out. Yi Yang opened his heavenly eyes and immediately saw the triple corpse worm that was still traveling among the blood vessels. It was currently traveling out of the thigh meridian and rapidly traveling towards the heart. Yi Yang's technique was extremely fast. The sterilizing forceps ruthlessly stabbed into the old Dean's thigh and blood immediately splashed out. The little nurse let out a cry of alarm. She had been working in the hospital for several years, and she could tell with a glance that Yi Yang had directly stabbed the thigh artery. Are you crazy? Bleeding like this will kill you. Quickly give the patient a blood transfusion, Yi Yang calmly said, feeding the Dean the beast blood pill. Su Qingyan hurriedly pulled out the beast blood pill that Yi Yang had given her long ago and fed it into the old Dean's mouth. The effect of the beast blood pill was to stimulate the qi and blood of the whole body. Then everyone saw that the blood spurted even more violently. The TV reporter was almost stunned. Is this murder or saving lives? The scene was a bit out of control. The patient's relative, perhaps eager to save the patient, even picked up the sterilizing tongs and went into action himself, and he also fed the patient the elixir, which should be a beast blood elixir of 10,000 Chinese dollars a piece on the market. The female reporter took several deep breaths before reorganizing her words. Zhou Zhihao raised an eyebrow. As a promoter of modern Western medicine, he naturally knew about elixirs such as the beast blood pill. Of course, he himself was quite contemptuous of these things. In his opinion, these things were nothing more than high-level healthcare products, and as long as modern medicine wanted to make them, they could be made just as well. Moreover, he knew that his mentor was participating in an important program in the United States of America and would soon be launching similar medicines. But losing so much blood, I would like to see how you end up. Zhou Zhihao hugged his bladder and sneered, "And what parasites? I think you are the one delaying the treatment. At this rate of blood loss, in 10 minutes at the most the patient would die of organ failure all over his body." Yi Yang suddenly stopped. "What if it's really a parasite?" Zhou Zhihao said coldly. "If the cause of the disease is really a parasite, Zhou Zhihao will resign on the spot." The female reporter also spoke up at this time. Dr. Zhou was very confident in his medical skills and was convinced that the cause of the disease was epidemic virus A. But this teenager always insisted that the cause of the disease was parasites. Was he just showing off his skills? Come on, let's ask the cameraman's brother who he would like to believe. The cameraman big brother smiled. One is a high achiever, graduated from a prestigious university in Milan, nominated for a medical research award, and the other, sorry, he is wearing what seems to be the uniform of the Shangjing Academy. Right, this is really not comparable. Ha, it seems that our camera brother is also very honest. The female reporter was about to continue when a sudden cry of alarm came from behind her. Actually, really is a worm. Wow, so disgusting. Everyone saw that the pliers in Yi Yang's hand ruthlessly stabbed and picked out a 5 cm long viciously shaped triple corpse worm. Dr. Zhou, please resign now, Yi Yang said coldly. Yikes. Everyone couldn't help but take a few steps back. It was the first time to see such a big parasite. Some even had a vomiting reaction. But Zhou Zhihao had dealt with parasites, and one of the best subjects he had studied in his university program in Miriam was parasitology. These things were the same as mice and rabbits for medical experiments in his eyes. This is Toxoplasma gondii, but why did it grow to such a large size? Zhou Zhihao froze for a moment and said, "With the abundance of aura, the more humans become stronger and stronger, the parasites will naturally change as well." Yi Yang asked Su Qingyan to feed the old dean another hemostatic elixir while pinching another hemostatic elixir into powder and sprinkling it on the wound, which soon stopped the blood from spurting out. "More than that, Dr. Zhou, shouldn't you honor the promise you made a few minutes ago?" Yi Yang seemed to be smiling. Zhou Zhihao was worthy of being a senior student, and with a slight change in his face, he said, "Parasites can be found in all human bodies, but the cause of the disease is not necessarily it. There is absolutely no problem with the new medicine that my mentor gave me. Even without you, this patient's illness will be cured soon." Yi Yang sneered. Ordinary triple corpse worms were micron level. This triple corpse worm had directly doubled 10,000 times. How dare you say that the cause of the disease is not necessarily it, and the new medicine will cure the disease? I have celestial eyes, I can tell at a glance what the ingredients of this crap medicine are. Not only does this stuff not inhibit the three corpses worm, it will instead stimulate it greatly. Yi Yang said indifferently. Good, then you use the new medicine on this worm and see what happens. Zhou Zhihao raised his eyebrows. Good. After saying that, he picked up the brown glass bottle containing the medicine and carefully poured it on the body of the three corpse worms. It was in full view of everyone, and the camera elder brother moved the camera a little closer. The next content might cause discomfort to the viewers. The female reporter took a deep breath and laughed helplessly. The three corpse worms suddenly rolled and twisted in agony, curling up into a spherical shape as a large amount of mucus was secreted out. Zhou Zhihao's face showed joy. Sure enough, the new medicine given to him by his mentor lived up to its name. Take it easy, Yi Yan laughed coldly. In the next moment, the three corpse worm actually stopped tumbling. Its size suddenly swelled up and a hard cuticle even appeared on its head. This new bottle of medicine not only failed to kill the worm but also made it even more vicious. With a toss of its head, the three corpse insect was about to slink away. It had been successively stimulated by the aura, blood and flesh in the new medicine, and it was already completely able to survive away from the human body. Yi Yang casually threw out his hand and the sterilizing forceps deadlocked the three corpse worm in the healing tray. The host flung out the sterilizing pliers and turned on basic imperial shot, automatically full level. Dr. Zhou, this new medicine of yours is really powerful. if you really let the old dean take it, what will happen? You should have seen it too, right? Yi Yang said coldly. Zhou Jihao's cheeks turned red and he was speechless. The female reporter and cameraman as well as the group of small nurses were all dumbfounded. Yi Yang was right. If Zhou Jihao really used this drug, it would cause an extremely serious medical incident and his future too would be cold. Little Yi, why are you here? What happened to me? The old dean woke up leisurely and was surprised to see Yi Yang. Yi Yang patted the old dean soothingly. Old dean, you should rest. First, I've thoroughly helped you with your illness. Zhao Weiguo nodded half-heartedly. Dean Zhao, let's go back for dinner. Su Qingyan ran over to help Zhao Weiguo and said. The three of them left straight away. The female reporter looked at Yi Yang's back and there seemed to be a strange color in her eyes. Things had taken an amazing turn. The second-year student from Shangjing Academy not only hit the nail on the head about the cause of the patient's illness, but even performed a successful surgery with the elixir. The new medicine that Dr. Zhou brought from Miriam on the other hand backfired. This makes us ponder, after the revival of aura, who will stand at the peak of the era, the medical art or the Dan art. Let's wait and see. The female reporter glanced at the somber Zhou Jihao and sighed softly as she left with the photographer. The nurses didn't want to continue disturbing Zhou Jihao, and within the ward he was left alone. Zhou Jihao took a deep breath and pulled out his cell phone. Butler, help me check out a few of the most powerful students of the Shangjing Academy's Dan arts. In addition, help me tell my mentor that there is a big problem with his new medicine. After explaining these things, Zhou Jihao slowly recovered his expression. No matter who you are, we will meet again. I will endeavor to prove that medicine will never be outdated. Going all the way back to retro alchemy is the real dud. On the other hand, Yi Yang's trio quickly returned to the orphanage. Dean Zhao is back. Dean, how is your health? Is it serious? As soon as the three of them came back, everyone gathered around. The staff, the children, all came up to shush them. Although Zhao Weiguo's face was still slightly pale, the cause of his illness had been eradicated by Yi Yang, and he only needed to take one beast blood pill every day, and his body would naturally get better. As for the beast blood pills, Yi Yang had plenty of them. My body doesn't matter, what matters is the orphanage. Where is the Black Cloth sect? Have they come to the door looking for trouble? And Chen Guanping? Did that guy? Zhao Weiguo's mouth still twitched slightly when he talked about Chen Guanping. The latter was actually one of his most valued children back then, and as a result, not only did Chen Guanping fail to benefit the orphanage, but he also wanted to embezzle the assets of the orphanage. Old Li laughed out loud. Old Zhao, you can be happy. In the future, our orphanage has already survived this crisis. Not only that, the boss of the Black Clothes sect, Pei Hu, also patted his chest to guarantee the safety of the orphanage and said that the orphanage's future infrastructure work would all be handed over to him. Zhao Weiguo was a bit slow. How could someone who was a bigwig of a power and inner strength martial artist protect an orphanage? What about Chen Guanping? He would probably threaten the orphanage with his own salary, Zhao Weiguo added. Old Li even laughed. Chen Guanping, forget it. That guy asked the orphanage to come up with 180,000 Chinese dollars, or else he would go to the government to sue us. As a result, was Xiaoye take 200,000 Chinese currency ruthlessly smashed face off, piles and piles of Chinese currency. Ouch, I'm glad to see it. Zhao Weiguo almost didn't go out of breath after hearing that. Smashing people's faces with money? I guess only Yi Yang can think of this kind of idea. Little Yi, it's not easy for you to earn some money, so don't spend money like this in the future. Zhao Weiguo sighed and said. Yi Yang lightly laughed. Old Dean, I am now an alchemist. This amount of money is just a small thing. From now on, I will give you an animal blood elixir every day. After you eat it, your body will gradually get better. Alright, since the old dean is also back, let's go eat. Celebrate this victory of the orphanage. Yi Yang smiled towards everyone. Good. Oh, the children jumped up and down with glee one by one. Zhao Weiguo was first stunned, then couldn't stop his relief. Yi Yang had really grown up. Su Qingyan looked at this scene and her eyes were suddenly a little moist. A few hours later, the orphanage group came directly to the Tai Fong restaurant in the south of the city, which was one of the most upscale restaurants in the entire Shangjing. The people were seated at a large round table, and Yi Yang directly called the waiter. Crystal elbow, yendu roast duck, Westlake vinegar fish, flying dragon soup, dompa pork, lapis hop steam, and all of them were ordered. Yi Yang pointed at the menu and said without a care in the world. Zhao Weiguo hurriedly said, Xiao, you don't order anything too expensive. Yi Yang waved his hand. It's okay, today I'm treating. You can eat as much as you want. Everyone can eat as much as you want. The waiter smiled and wrote down all the requests. The kids all cheered because all the names Yi Yang reported were their favorites. Brother Yi Yang, I must marry you when I grow up. A little girl with pink makeup plucked up her courage and said. Yi Yang touched his nose and laughed. Soon the fragrant and hot dishes were served one after another. Wow, it looks delicious, the little girl who showed her love to Yi Yang exclaimed. Sister waitress, what is this dish called? The little girl asked, pointing at a dish. The waitress smiled kindly and said, this dish is flying dragon soup. It is very nourishing to the body. Flying dragon soup? That's awesome. Then brother Yi Yang, do you know how the flying dragon soup is made? Why is it called flying dragon soup? The little girl asked Yi Yang again. Yi Yang smiled mysteriously. I have to taste it to know. I can guess the raw materials and production process of the dishes in this world just by tasting them. Although the waitress still smiled on the surface, she couldn't help but skim in her heart. It's only in front of children that you can brag, right? The flying dragon soup is made by the most powerful chef in our restaurant, and it's his secret recipe, which can be completely different from the circulating flying dragon soup recipe. But it wasn't anything evil, and the waiter just wanted to spit it out. But some people didn't think so in their hearts. Oh, just you, and you're still talking about how you can taste the ingredients and craftsmanship of the flying dragon soup in just one bite. Just blow it off. A pretty woman who looked to be in her 20s suddenly opened her mouth towards the side. This flying dragon soup is the top chef of Taifeng restaurant Chef Zhang hand-cooked. We ate all over the north and south of the Yangtze River and even ate for a month of flying dragon soup. Cannot eat the flavor of it, you well, the woman spoke nonchalantly. Don't say it. Sitting across from him, the young man softly rebuked, and then his eyes slightly closed, still reminiscing about that mouthful of flying dragon soup, but his tone is also full of condescension. Oh, you guys are, Yi Yang lightly smiled. We are Yendu Foodie, famous food bloggers. He is my boyfriend Wang Jin and I am Lu Jing. The woman raised her head and said in a loud voice, they are actually Yendu diners? They were very famous food bloggers on the Old Wave platform. The number of fans exceeded 3 million. Hearing this voice, a youth sucked in a breath of cold air and whispered, is it really Yendu Eater? I even followed them on Old Wave. They haven't posted a blog for quite some time. I didn't expect that they would be drinking flying dragon soup in our Shinjing. Quickly go over and take a picture. The young men and women were all a bit excited and went over to take a photo. I have to say, Yendu Eater, these two groom and daughter, both born a good skin, but also for them to attract a lot of fans. After signing a few business cards for the excited fans, Lu Jing looked at Yi Yang's side and laughed again. This friend, you should try it. We are also interested to know if you have your own understanding of the flying dragon soup. Her tone sounded kind, but in reality she was trying to make Yi Yang lose face in front of so many people. The two of them were food bloggers who had eaten all over the country, and neither of them had been able to tell the general idea of flying dragon soup. What could Yi Yang, a nobody, do? Yi Yang smiled lightly and took a sip of the soup. Well, the soup was very fresh. Other than that, nothing could be felt. One couldn't even tell if it was seafood or fowl at first glance. Host tastes food, basic tasting, upgrade, branch skill, grade, gourmet, automatically full level. In an instant, Yi Yang's mind was filled with tons of extra knowledge about ancient and modern gastronomy and nutrition. Yi Yang took another taste. This time, it was different. Flying dragon soup, the main ingredient was chicken. What was not quite the same was that the ingredients used in this bowl of flying dragon soup were very picky. All of them were 1-month-old chicks. Flying dragon soup was about not adding any ingredients, but this soup did the opposite, adding many unusual seasonings. Yi Yang spoke eloquently with a gourmet's demeanor. Wow, he was telling the truth. Flying dragon soup is really made with these things? How come I can't taste it at all? A diner shouted excitedly. I don't know. Hurry up and take a picture. I'm afraid I've met a bull today. Wow, first I met a Yendu diner and now I met someone who is very knowledgeable about food. Today is really a lucky day. The diners were taking pictures. Lu Jing couldn't help but frown. This guy actually did say a little something. Who knows if you're right? Why don't we ask Chef Zhang to come out and rule on it? She suddenly laughed. The waiter nodded. Chef Zhang had said that if a guest had revealed the craftsmanship of the flying dragon soup, he would definitely come out to thank them. Soon, the tall and tough-faced Chef Zhang came out. He was originally full of joy, but when he realized that the one who had revealed the process of flying dragon soup was actually Yi Yang, a student, he was a bit disappointed. Yes, but I thought it was a fellow practitioner, but I didn't expect it to be a student, Chef Zhang said in disappointment. Yi Yang frowned. The Chef Zhang was a bit arrogant, looking down on students. But he didn't bother. He didn't come here specifically to discuss food with this chef anyway. This flying dragon soup is very nourishing. I would like to order another one for the old dean, Yi Yang said indifferently. Chef Zhang waved his hand. Sorry, only one serving per table. After saying that he was about to leave, Yi Yang frowned. The pair of Yendu diners, didn't they have 2 servings of flying dragon soup on their table? Literally, it's fine, it's not just a flying dragon soup. Isn't it the same for me to eat one of your refined beast blood pills every day? Zhao Weiguo quickly said. Lu Jing skimmed her mouth. You guys are really rich, but also eat a beast blood pills every day, huh? Although Wang Jin did not say anything, there was a hint of contempt on his face. Dan pills were very expensive, not ordinary people could afford to eat them. Not only them. Inside the restaurant, many people shook their heads when they heard this, thinking that Zhao Weiguo had blown it in order to take care of Yi Yang's face. Yi Yang sneered, this flying dragon soup is so inferior that it tastes like chewing wax. I'll make you a better one when I go back. He was right. After upgrading the skill of Great Gourmet, this bowl of flying dragon soup tasted like chewy wax in his mouth. Once the taste came up, it was spoiled. Zhao Weiguo nodded his head gratefully. After experiencing those things before, he believed whatever Yi Yang said. But when this fell on the ears of the other diners, it was definitely no less than a deep water bomb. What? You said that the flying dragon soup tasted like chewing wax? This was the top dish of Tai Fong restaurant. This kid is really arrogant to say such words. He really doesn't know the heights of heaven. Do you know who covers Tai Fong restaurant? It's Mr. Chung of the Lux Group. I guess Mr. Zhang will be here soon at this hour. Don't leave if you have the guts. The diners were furious, and a few even threatened. They often drank flying dragon soup here and had posted many praises of their own on the internet. For Yi Yang to say that the flying dragon soup was hard to drink, wasn't that just slapping them hard in the face? Chef Zhang's face was even more instantly gloomy. Flying dragon soup is my best dish. It's definitely considered a first-class delicacy. You actually said that it tastes like chewy wax. This was an insult to a chef who had been immersed in the culinary arts for decades. Yi Yang, however, looked odd. Mr. Zhang from the Lu Group, what a coincidence. Yo, is this place so busy today? An elegant figure stomped in and laughed. Xiao Zhang, I'm in a good mood today. One flying dragon soup is not enough, I need two. It really is Mr. Zhang. Wow, Mr. Zhang from Lu's Group, he really came to drink flying dragon soup too. The diners are in high spirits. Zhang Jishir was a great Dan and medical doctor, and he also had his own opinions on the way of cooking and eating, plus a good and elegant and handsome skin. He was considered a first-class celebrity in the upper capital city and many people knew him. The two of the Yendu diners also couldn't help but cast their eyes over Chef Zhang's heart was delighted, but his face revealed a difficult look. Mr. Zhang, today I don't want to make the flying dragon soup. All of you please return as well. Why out? Zhang Jishir froze for a moment. Many diners also frowned. Some people who had just walked into the Tai Fong restaurant were even more upset. I just came and you were telling me to go back. Chef Zhang let out a long sigh and did not speak. Lu Jing also pretended to sigh and said, hey, it is not this student spoke to. Hurt Chef Zhang's heart, said what flying dragon soup tastes like chewing wax. Also said that after going back to make a better taste, everyone thinks that flying dragon soup is good, but you think it tastes chewy. You are great. Lu Jing pointed at Yi Yang and sneered. Zhang Jishir frowned. He didn't realize it was Yi Yang because his back was turned. This student Chef Zhang of Tai Fong restaurant has been immersed in the culinary arts for many years and he is most proud of the flying dragon soup. This dish is not too much even if it is called a delicacy. Zhang Jishir said seriously, why do you say it tastes like chewing wax? Yi Yang turned around and said lightly, I said it tastes like chewy wax or I've raised my hand. If I tell the truth, I'm afraid the Chef Zhang can't bear it. When Zhang Jishir saw his face he froze and didn't say anything for a moment. Wang Jin however suddenly stood up. Shut up, I will not allow people like you to casually slander such a delicacy. Zhang's flying dragon soup was not only popular in the upper capital city, it was famous even in Hangzhou. The whole Hangzhou people recognized the flying dragon soup and Mr. Zhang Jishir also gave it a high praise. But you are talking nonsense. What is it if it is not a slander? Wang Jin laughed coldly. It is precisely because of you people that the culinary world seems to be in a mess. The diners nodded their heads. In their hearts, they were also quite unhappy with Yi Yang's words, but they were too lazy to say it out loud. Now that Wang Jin had said it, naturally they all backed him up. Lu Jing also said in a cold voice at this moment, let's not talk about anything else. We Yendu diners have always regarded Mr. Zhang Jishir as a great man in the food world. There's something wrong with his mouth too. To put it more bluntly, who are you? Who are you to criticize Zhang's flying dragon soup? You even said just now that you are an alchemist and that you are going to make an elixir for this old man beside you every day. I just want to say, it's good to have such a heart, but not to mention what attainments you can have in alchemy at your current age. As far as I know, many alchemists many times can't successfully refine a single elixir a day. In the end, you're just bragging. Including the review of the flying dragon soup, it was all nonsense. Lu Jing didn't believe that such a young teenager would be any kind of alchemist. Although she didn't know much about the alchemy world, none of the powerful alchemists she had come into contact with were old men with gray hair. As for those young alchemists, the success rate of alchemy was almost ridiculously low. For a while, the entire Tai Fong restaurant was swarming with people, all targeting Yi Yang alone. Su Qingyan was a bit flustered, not knowing what to do. At this moment everyone heard Zhang Jishir speak. Master Yi, Mr. Yi. Yi Yang didn't look around and accepted Zhang Jishir's salute very openly. Zhang Jishir was a person who was very trustworthy and remembers his promises. When he said that he would recognize Yi Yang as his teacher in the first place, he would always honor Yi Yang as Master Yi. What did Mr. Zhang just say? Did I hear you right? Holy shit, Zhang Jishir called this teenager Master Yi, treating him as a teacher? Those who heard those two words showed disbelieving expressions. Wang Jin and Lu Jing were even more stunned. Zhang Jishir was actually honoring Yi Yang as Master Yi. Could it be that Yi Yang really had a high status? Zhang Jishir then said seriously, Master Yi, I don't know if that Shangji Dan is still available. On behalf of Lu Group, I am willing to purchase it for $500,000 Chinese dollars apiece. Inside the restaurant, there were bursts of sounds of cold air being sucked in. The eyes of the two Yendu diners were even instantly red. $500,000 Chinese coins. Although prices had risen quite a bit again after the recovery of the aura, $500,000 Chinese coins was definitely a large number. Unexpectedly, Zhang Jishir actually used $500,000 to buy an elixir? This teenager, is he actually that powerful? Now many people's eyes changed as they looked at Yi Yang. The group of workers from the orphanage even widened their eyes. Zhao Weiguo also covered his chest with a look of disbelief. It turned out that what Yi Yang had said before was true. He really was already an alchemist, and he still looked like the powerful kind. His expression became pleased again. The boy had really grown up. There was no hurry about the vitality pill, Yi Yang said indifferently. Zhang Jishir nodded and added, then why did Master Yi say that Zhang's flying dragon soup tastes like chewing wax? Personally, I think it is still delicious and is considered a delicacy. Yi Yang shook his head. The so-called precious delicacy, aura full of flavored lips and teeth aftertaste. This Zhang's flying dragon soup does not have half of it. The expression on Chef Zhang's face was almost about to be strained. Mr. Yi, you have high attainments in alchemy, perhaps very impressive, but this is culinary arts, you are not qualified to judge, Chef Zhang snapped. Every word of Yi Yang's critique on the flying dragon soup was a hard slap in his face. He could not stand it anymore. Yi Yang coldly said, flying dragon soup is indeed nourishing, but those who drink it for a long period of time will be mentally depressed instead, and drinking too much of it will even harm their body. If I am not wrong, do you often have abdominal pain and bleeding and urination? Chef Zhang, who was about to directly blast Yi Yang out, was stunned and an embarrassed look appeared on his face. It was because what Yi Yang said was not far from his symptoms. The diners were alarmed. What, drinking flying dragon soup body can actually cause problems? Yi Yang waved his hand. I mean more than 3 big bowls a day. Chef Zhang is a chef, he has to taste a lot of flying dragon soup every day, so he consumes a very large amount. The diners then quieted down. It's good that we are fine. Chef Zhang gritted his teeth. Mr. Yi, I apologize for what I said before, can you help me? If this continues, I may never be able to cook again. He had to retract what he said before. Compared to face, it was still his own body and future that was more important. Zhang Jishir likewise pricked up his ears. He was also curious about Yi Yang. A few days ago he had seen Yi Yang's terrifying skills in the Dan Dao, but he didn't expect to see Yi Yang's attainments in cooking now. This teenager, he was becoming more and more unable to guess. Helping you is naturally simple, but I dislike the two people who spoke just now, Yi Yang said indifferently. Wang Jin and Lu Jing's faces immediately changed. They were not fools. The two people Yi Yang was referring to were them. Wang Jin said in a deep voice, Chef Zhang, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. Flying dragon soup is a delicacy on Earth. How could there be a situation where eating too much of it would cause your body to hold a sickness? Instead, Chef Zhang took a deep breath. Security guards, asked the two of them to go out of the restaurant for me. Standing at the entrance of the restaurant, 2 fifth-order martial artists immediately stepped forward and expressionlessly invited the two out. Wang Jin and Lu Jing's faces were blue. This time they had lost face. We'll break the news about what happened here later. Zhang's flying dragon soup is the dish that sells its reputation. Lu Jing took a deep breath and threw down harsh words. Yi Yang said indifferently, of course you guys can break the news, but the consequences are something you definitely can't afford. In a maximum of 5 hours' time, your fans will be taken off in large numbers. You will also lose a large number of restaurant promotion article slips, and your reputation will drop to the freezing point. Wang Jin's face flushed. What this guy said, till the heart. Lu Jing is even more angry. Hup, also our fans a large number of takeoff. You just continue to pretend. I see how long you can pretend. Surname Zhang. You also wait, soon your reputation of this Tai Fong restaurant will completely collapse. The two finished and directly left. Chef Zhang was anxious in his heart. Yi Yang faintly said, you can go and recover them. Chef Zhang's face was flabbergasted. He heard the coldness in Yi Yang's tone and hurriedly said, the two of them intentionally defamed Mr. Yi. How could I possibly go and get them back? I'm just worried about the reputation of this dish of mine. Bring out the stove. Yi Yang waved his hand. Your worries are unnecessary. Soon an open space was invited in the center of Tai Fong restaurant. The stove had been moved out and the ingredients were ready. The diners surrounded the restaurant. They were all curious. How could such a half-grown-up teenager make a better flying dragon soup? The people from the orphanage also gathered around. Everyone was a bit worried, especially the old Dean Zhao Weigua. After all, Yi Yang had gotten into this mess just to order him an extra serving of flying dragon soup. This guy can't be pretending, right? I'll be honest, when I was his age, I didn't even know how to make tomato scrambled eggs. I don't think so. Even Zhang Jishur honors him as Master Yi. This teenager is very confident. Chef Zhang carefully came to Zhang Jishur's side. Mr. Zhang, is this Mr. Yi really? Zhang Jishur shrugged his shoulders. Master Yi's attainments in the Dan Dao are indeed very high. He can even create his own Dan formula, but when it comes to his culinary skills, I haven't really seen it before. Chef Zhang let out a long sigh and never spoke again. This Yi Yang was honored by Zhang Jishur as Master Yi. His future achievement must be very high. He could not afford to offend. He just pretended that nothing had happened today. Hey, Yendu Diners really posted a blog. They severely condemned Zhang's flying dragon soup from Tai Fong restaurant. Fuck these words. They almost didn't write Zhang's flying dragon soup as something that pigs and dogs won't eat. While pink to black, I didn't expect them to go back on their words. Inquisitive, inappropriate people. Yendu Diners fans all started to show solidarity and opened fire on Tai Fong restaurant. Zhang's flying dragon soup's heat level was instantly high, but basically it was all cursing words. Here's one. I'm never going to eat at Tai Fong restaurant again. What the hell? It was followed by a bunch of words, basically all voices stating that they would never go to Tai Fong restaurant again. Many people habitually swiped through the old waves, and a few moments later, they swiped through to Yendu Eater's blog post. These two apparently didn't like to hold overnight grudges and had just left before posting a blog post, and Yendu Eater's fans weren't bad either. Some people even directly found Tai Fong restaurant's online store, directly brushing the 9.8 positive feedback to 4 point something. Not only that, Wang Jin and Lu Jing were afraid that the online public opinion caused by this matter was not big enough. They even paid for a large number of water armies to specifically attack Zhang's flying dragon soup's reputation and frantically brush the bad reviews. When Chef Zhang heard these voices, the corners of his mouth twitched and he didn't say anything, but his heart had been dripping blood. This was all the reputation he had accumulated over a decade. Surprisingly, it collapsed so quickly, and with everyone watching, Yi Yang came to the ingredients, swept a glance and frowned. Host picks ingredients: basic tasting, upgrade, branch skill, grass and wood spectrum, beasts and bird spectrum, automatic, full level. In an instant, all the ingredients were visible in front of his eyes. Freshness, aura, fullness. Yi Yang frowned again. The aura of these ingredients was simply ridiculously low. Forget it, just make do with what you have. Yi Yang picked the ingredients with the least loss of aura and directly put them in the pot. Host starts cooking Reiki flying dragon soup. Basic cooking is upgraded to 5-star chef, full level automatically. The host uses a chopper to handle the ingredients. Basic knife skill is opened, full level automatically. The host ignites an open fire. Fire affinity is upgraded to fire. Spiritual root automatically, full level. Everyone present had trouble forgetting what they saw: clean and sharp knife scales, the flowing pawing of the pot, and the wonderful aroma that flowed in a silky stream, hidden and tantalizing the cravings. I'm stunned. Fuck, take a picture, it's amazing. I'm amazed. This knife is so fast. I've never seen such fast knife skills in my life. Diners have been snapping photos to publish on Old Wave. But that's not the end. The moment Yi Yang lifted the lid of the pot, the pungent aroma of meat enveloped everyone. Instant intoxication. Yi Yang smiled faintly. These spirit meals were meant to be richer in spiritual energy than ordinary meals. It would be strange if they were not appealing. If we really want to compare it, the spirit meals were like Chinese paintings in an art gallery, high class and elegant, while the ordinary meals were shoddy comic strips of little people. Even the printing had mistakes and omissions. Yi, Mr. Yi, if it's possible, could you let me have the first taste? Chef Zhang's voice was trembling a little. He knew that he was wrong the moment Yi Yang showed his marvelous knife skills. Yi Yang, surely, had extremely high attainments in the culinary arts as well. and when the pungent aroma appeared, Chef Zhang understood that he had completely lost. Such a flying dragon soup did not know how many times beyond his. If he really had to compare, his own flying dragon soup was trash that should be given to dogs. What a contraption! Yi Yang nodded his head. Chef Zhang took a deep breath, forced himself to stop his trembling arms, scooped up a spoonful of flying dragon soup and gently tasted it. A feast for the tongue, an orgy for the esophagus, even the soul was drifting away. After finishing this mouthful of flying dragon soup, Chef Zhang unexpectedly shed tears and covered his face as he collapsed on the ground. I was wrong, I shouldn't have spoken to Mr. Yi like that just now. I Zhang Song don't deserve to be a chef. Everyone opened their eyes wide and scrambled to squeeze forward just to take a sip of this superb flying dragon soup. Many people were even the first to take photos and upload them to platforms like Old Wave to share the food. Tai Fung Restaurant has a guest who is a god of cook to make the best flying dragon soup. Extreme flying dragon soup, the feeling of floating in the air, two powerful knife skills, pawing pot are all a masterpiece. Such flying dragon soup is simply the best on earth. A large number of blog posts instantly washed away the posts of those fans of Yendu Eater. Zhang Song was grateful, directly arching his hand in a big salute. From now on, Mr. Yi, you are my Zhang Song's reconstruction of the teacher. Tai Fung Restaurant will honor you as a supreme VIP guest, forever free of charge. Mr. Yi, what else do you want? Please feel free to order me. Since the flying dragon soup is ready, I should go. Yi Yang waved his hand. He didn't care about that. About your hidden disease, it's actually caused by toxins entering the body. The culinary path and the Dan Dao started out much the same, but in the end, they all go the same way. You taste dishes. In fact, it can also be said that you taste the Dan medicine. Dan medicine will have Dan poison if you have eaten the amount of Dan medicine, and naturally, the same applies to the dishes. According to my recipe, you will soon be fine. The recipe of this extreme flying dragon soup is also given to you. Yi Yang waved his hand and said, Master Yi's great favor is unforgettable. Zhang Song took a deep breath and was extremely respectful. Yi Yang nodded his head and left the Tai Fung restaurant with the group of people from the orphanage. It was not until Yi Yang's figure disappeared into the sea of people on the street that Zhang Jishir slapped his head like he had come to a realization. Being mesmerized by this extreme flying dragon soup, I actually forgot to talk to Master Yi about the vitality pill, Zhang Jishir said without any chagrin. Zhang Song gratefully said, Mr. Zhang, since Mr. Yi left behind the recipe for the extreme flying dragon soup, why don't I make a pot of it for you to taste? Also good. Zhang Jishir nodded his head. The diners couldn't help but eat their fingers. The large number of blog posts on Old Wave had even caused many pedestrians to flock to the restaurant. Some saw the blog posts of Yendu diners and came to see if this Tai Fung restaurant was as bad as the blog posts. Some saw the blog posts of other diners who did not mince words of praise and wanted to come over to have a bite to try. Not only did Tai Fung restaurant's foot traffic not fall, but instead skyrocketed. On the other hand, after sending out blog posts instigating fans to buy water armies to attack Tai Fung restaurant, Wang Jin and Lu Jing sat down at a cafe. Lu Jing in particular had a malicious smile on her face. Jin, with the amount of fans we have, plus buying $1,000 of water army, it's not easy to stink up a Tai Fung restaurant. That Zhang Song dared to directly kick us out, he will have to bear the consequences. She looked at her cell phone and sneered. Wang Jin had a faint smile on his face. The two of them ordered a latte very comfortably. This feeling of manipulating public opinion and strategizing on the internet is so good. Tai Fung restaurant had been running its reputation for 10 years at least, right? It took 10 years to get a rating of 9 point something. As a result, it only takes 1 day for that rating to drop below 5. This was the power of the big V, moving their fingers and posting. A few lines of text was enough to cause a restaurant's reputation to collapse instantly. The corners of Lu Jing's mouth filled with smiles. Just a moment ago she had reached another order. A total of 5 newly opened restaurants in Hanjiang City were asking them to write a blog post to attract people, and the highest one directly offered $30,000. Of course, Lu Jing accepted them all. That's right, a big V with a lot of fans does whatever he wants. We Yendu diners didn't receive any money from you, Zhang Song. When we went to taste the flying dragon soup, we came here purely to taste the food, but you threw us out. In that case, don't blame me, Lu Jing, for disregarding my feelings. The cell phone suddenly vibrated. Wang Jin picked up a look. Frown. Xiao Jing, just now that's single. The single master himself returned. Lu Jing froze for a moment. It cannot be. She did not finish her words. The phone vibrated 4 times in a row. Wang Jin's face suddenly became ugly. The remaining 4 single also retired. Lu Jing face green. Impossible. Our fans close to 1 million. How can they? Wang Jin opened the old wave. A blog post came. All of them are denouncing Yendu Diners in order to attack Tai Fung restaurant by any means, instigate fans by water army. Behavior is extremely bad. Tai Fung restaurant's excellent flying dragon soup attracted a large number of customers and the peak of foot traffic jumped to the first place in Hangzhou. At the same time, there were even a large number of fans who turned pink to black. I didn't expect you guys to be such. Yendu Diners. Take off. Oh really, do whatever it takes. For money. 2 trashy people. And then your moms. See, their number of followers has plummeted from 1 million and now they're actually down to 700,000 and it's continuing to dwindle. No wonder those 5 restaurants in Han River City all returned their orders. Those orders added up to more than 100,000 Chinese dollars. Lu Jing directly fainted and Wang Jin gritted his teeth in hatred. Yi Yang. The next day Yi Yang came to the academy on time. He couldn't stop playing with an ethereal crystal stone in his hand. This was what he dug out last night underneath the orphanage. Originally he thought that the appearance of Peiyuan spirit jade was already good, but to his surprise he actually dug out a piece of mustard seed Empyrean crystal. This thing is the main material for refining mustard seed treasures. As for the mustard seed treasure, it was the opening up of a small carry-on space that could be loaded with many items, but to refine this treasure it was estimated that one would have to upgrade to the ancient method of weapon refining. It seems like he also needs to put the weapon refining course on his schedule and refine his own mustard seed treasure at an early date. In the morning was the beast breeding class. The spirit beast Mount Fierce Beast incident had caused a great impact, so this class was held inside the classroom. Yi Yang swept a glance. Lu Quan actually obediently sat in his seat today and did not come over to look for trouble, but there was an extra person wearing a mask beside him with slightly fierce eyes. He was too lazy to pay attention to such a small person like Lu Quan and sat down in his seat when he heard other people talking away. Some people were talking about the ferocious beasts in the spirit beast mound because the academy's martial arts teachers had all gone to round up the ferocious beasts, so the martial arts classes would have to stop for a day or two. Others were discussing what happened on the old wave. Hey, did you guys watch Old Wave yesterday? Yendu Eater and Tai Fung Restaurant disliked each other. Of course I did. Hey, I used to be a fan of Yendu Eater, but I didn't realize that they are such people, not to mention instigating their fans, but also buying water armies. I really feel like I was blind before. I also heard that Tai Fung Restaurant is now launching a superb flying dragon soup limited to 100 servings a day while stocks last. It's said to be delicious. Let's try it after school. You don't think so? I've had Chef Chang's flying dragon soup and it's just a so-so. You're lagging behind. It's rumored that a master appeared at Tai Fung Restaurant yesterday and made the best flying dragon soup on the spot, calming everyone down, and not even Zhang Jishir called him teacher. Fuck me, Zhang Jishir called him teacher. It seems that this master is really high. I must try this superb flying dragon soup. The students were chatting away. Su Qingyan also came over at this time and teased with a smile, don't you want to tell them that the high person is actually you? Yi Yang's face was odd. If I say it, will they believe me? Su Qingyan froze for a moment and covered her mouth with a smile. Yes, those who didn't see it with their own eyes would never believe that Yi Yang is so young and is actually so proficient in cooking that he can make that kind of delicacies on earth. It is said that Tang Sienna also knows about your strength. She is expected to come to class today. Su Qingyan suddenly bit her red lips lightly. She is definitely here to challenge you. Yi Yang lost his smile. Fight me. I am afraid that she will cry. Su Qingyan snorted a laugh. You can blow it. Tang Sienna can be very powerful. It is said to have been the introduction of internal energy. Internal energy? Tang Sienna is only 18 years old, and to be able to reach this level, she's definitely 1 in a million. But Yi Yang was only thinking about one thing right now: a fight with an inner strength master. Only then could he continue to upgrade his skills. With Tang Sienna's strength, he really couldn't quite raise his interest. This scene was seen by Lu Quan. He couldn't help but sneer. Young Master Yi is really getting more and more powerful on not even putting goddess Tang Sienna in his eyes anymore. His voice was deliberately made loud and everyone else stopped talking all of a sudden, all quietly looking this way to eat their melon. Who doesn't like to watch the fun? Yi Yang faintly said, only inner strength masters are qualified enough for me to make a move. Lu Quan almost didn't laugh. The students in the class too frowned without any trace. You are also too pretentious, aren't you? Lu Quan sneered. Oh, in that case, is my cousin Lu Wei not qualified enough for you to make a move? Yi Yang nodded. Inner strength entry. It really isn't worth my hand. I asked Yin Shengqing at the orphanage before this. Lu Wei is 25 years old and he's still just in introductory inner strength. honestly speaking this strength really doesn't make you feel good. Cousin, you see this Yi Yang has no one in his sight he doesn't care about you at all. Lu Quan made a face of righteous indignation and said to the man wearing a mask beside him. The youth slowly stood up, took off his mask and took off his clothes. On his chest a blue and white wave was embroidered. His body was surprisingly robust, even his arms were thicker than an ordinary person's thighs. Blue and white waves. Song Lang Martial School. Ah, he's Lu Quan's cousin Lu Wei, right? Holy shit, actually sitting right next to him. Ah, everyone exclaimed in shock. At first I thought it was normal for young people to win or lose in a bet and that a Chi Blood Dan, although precious, wasn't a big deal, but now I've changed my mind. I'm going to beat you until you kneel down and beg for forgiveness. The inner strength initiation is not even worthy of you. It seems that you must be very strong, maybe even stronger than my father. Lu Wei condescendingly looked straight at Yi Yang and said coldly. Su Qingyan droned. The Chi Blood pill is what Lu Quan lost to Yi Yang in a bet. Do you still want to take it back? Is this how you people from Sanglong Martial Arts School go back on your word? The corner of Lu Wei's mouth tugged. I don't know what others are like, but I Lu Wei am like this. Moreover, who said that the original bet was a Qi and blood elixir? It was clearly a Qi nourishing Dan. He continued. Yi Yang forcibly took a third-order elixir from my cousin's hands. As his divine power I must do him justice, Lu Wei sneered. Su Qingyan's eyes widened as she listened. Gosh, there really are such arrogant and domineering people in this world. Ah, the students in the classroom were also stunned. Everyone knows that the bet is clearly a second-order elixir Qi and blood Dan. Hard to you as a third-order elixir Qi nourishing Dan. The Qi nurturing pill was an elixir that could gradually cultivate internal energy. This is something that is twice as expensive as the same grade of imperial fire pill. When Lu Wei said those words, it was obvious that he had made up his mind to ruthlessly tear a big chunk of meat from Yi Yang's body. You Yi Yang beat up my cousin and took my Qi blood pill. That's like slapping my face. If I Lu Wei don't fight back and take back the elixir, how will I be able to run amok in the southern part of the city in the future? Where will my Lu Wei's face go? Su Qingyan immediately said angrily. Lu Wei, this is Shangjing Academy, not your family's Sanglong Martial Arts Center. I'm warning you, don't do anything rash. Lu Wei pointed to his badge. Open your eyes and take a closer look. I'm a temporary martial arts teacher hired by the academy. I'm just assessing student Yi Yang. Where am I fooling around? After saying that, his expression suddenly turned grim again. Besides, even if I am acting recklessly, who can stop me? Aren't all the inner strength martial artists of the Shangjing Academy out to round up that beast? Su Qingyan was dumbfounded. Yes, all the inner strength martial artists had left. Lu Wei was probably the only one at the inner strength realm within the academy. Under normal circumstances he could hang and beat all the students. After saying this, Lu Wei's expression became cozy again. I'll give you one last chance. Take out $500,000 Chinese dollars and kowtow to me, then I'll spare you. Yi Yang seemed to be smiling. Even if your father was here, he wouldn't dare to say such words as for you. You really don't have the qualifications to make me fight. Yi Yang was telling the truth. Not to mention the complete suppression of the inner strength realm. Even if Yi Yang was only a 9th-ranked martial artist, he would be able to grind this Lu Wei to death with his strong physical body and kung fu techniques. Instead of wasting time fighting with such a person, it would be better to read more books on the 3 major subjects and upgrade his skills more. Su Qingyan rolled her eyes. It seemed like Yi Yang was always bragging lately, but then again she always felt that Yi Yang was not bragging. He seemed to be really very confident. As for the other students in the classroom, some skimmed their lips and some sneered. Basically, none of them took Yi Yang's words in their eyes and just thought that he was making a pretense to scare off Lu Wei. What did you say? Lu Wei's gaze flared with a fierce aura. You are just a student. Are you qualified to say such words in front of me? I know that you are already a 9th-ranked martial artist and perhaps you have learned a few fists and palms, but so what? In front of that Sanglong fist, what are you? I'm not afraid to tell you that the reason my Songlang Martial Arts School is so powerful is because behind it stands the Tang Clan, which is a large group that spans several cities just like the Shin Clan and the Lu Clan. Oh, someone as ignorant as you probably doesn't know about the Tang Clan, right? Then let me tell you. The Tang Clan is the Tang Clan group that has a great connection with both Yen Du's Great Tang Ling Yin Pavilion. Tang Xiener is the big miss of the Tang Clan. Now you tell me, do you still dare to say such words? Lu Wei finished his speech and looked straight into Yi Yang's eyes as he coldly said. Yi Yang smiled faintly. This Lu Wei probably didn't want to start a conflict in the academy. Using his own realm to press him wasn't enough, he also had to take out the backstage of the Zhonglang martial arts school to press him. Yi Yang, let me tell you today, unless Miss Tang Xian'er personally sends word that she will bail you out, no one can save you. Lu Quan even sneered from the side. Yi Yang, I don't need to bail you out, but I don't want anyone to make trouble outside under the name of Tang. A cold voice suddenly rang out. Immediately after that, there was a light fragrance that was refreshing to the heart, not rich, but with a mesmerizing charm. Before the person arrived, the aroma had already arrived first. Everyone could not help but be shocked. They all saw that a slender figure had appeared at the classroom door. Who could it be if not Tang Xian'er? A watery blue dress, long black hair, and a pair of eyes as clear as water. Fairy. It really was a fairy. It wasn't even too much to say that a heavenly fairy had descended to earth. Su Qingyan looked at Tang Xian'er, adoration rising involuntarily in her heart. Tang Xian'er's charm was too great so that others could not even be jealous, only ashamed of themselves. Miss Tang. Lu Wei stuttered and swallowed back his words to insult Yi Yang. Tang Xian'er stepped away from her long legs and came to stand 3 meters in front of Lu Wei. She seemed to keep a deliberate distance from everyone, neither cold nor close. Leave the academy now. I don't want to say what I said a second time. Tang Xian'er glanced at him and said indifferently. Lu Wei lowered his head and didn't dare to speak, but Lu Quan stalked his neck and said, "But Miss Tang." A ghostly figure suddenly appeared behind Tang Xian'er, and without seeing what he did, Lu Quan was directly thrown out. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. This figure, definitely a powerful internal energy master, should be Tang Xian'er's personal bodyguard. Lu Wei couldn't help but say, "Miss Tang, for the sake of a mere student, is it necessary to do so?" Tang Xian'er faintly said, "I came here today to discuss martial arts with Yi Yang. I don't care about your entanglement with Yi Yang, but I don't want Tang's reputation to be tarnished by you." Lu Wei was not a stupid person and immediately understood her meaning. "You can't move Yi Yang today. I'm going to fight him." "Good, then I will wait outside the academy for Ms. Tang." Lu Wei nodded and left. Before leaving, he glanced at Yi Yang. "Just let you be complacent for a while longer. I heard that you gained 1,000 points in the test a few days ago, breaking the record of the academy." Tang Xian'er looked straight at Yi Yang and smiled. Yi Yang gently nodded his head. "I'm glad that my tablemate has changed so much. I will press my strength at the peak of the body refining realm. Let's try a game." Tang Xian'er said seriously, "You can get 1,000 points on the test. It proves that you are definitely not a hangman. How about it, do you agree?" Yi Yang nodded his head. "Yes, but we can't fight for nothing, right?" Tang Xian'er froze for a moment after hearing this. Her favorability towards Yi Yang dropped quite a bit. "Do you want money or pills, or maybe treasures and spirit beast cubs?" she said indifferently. Yi Yang shook his head and pointed at the figure behind Tang Xian'er. "I want to be punched by this inner strength master." Tang Xian'er, the inner strength master behind her, is even more? "Young man, are you afraid that your brain is not in the water? When other people make conditions, they all ask for a lot of money and status and treasures, and you want a beating? Are you out of your mind?" Tang Xian'er took a deep breath. "Are you sure?" Yi Yang nodded confidently. "Of course." "Aunt Ning, are you willing?" she added to the inner strength master behind her. "Can," the same cool voice came out. "Good, let's go to the gym." The two quickly arrived at the gymnasium. This sensational news also quickly spread throughout the entire academy. "What? The goddess came to the academy?" Shocked, Goddess Tang actually argued martial arts with second-year Yi Yang. "The gym? Go and see." "He'd go and see. I don't care who Yi Yang is, I just want to see Goddess Tang." Almost 2/3 of the entire college has gathered in the gym just to see the goddess. "Wow, the goddess is so beautiful. If she could be my girlfriend, I'd be willing to lose 50 years of my life." "Come on, Tang Xian'er is the pride of the world in every way. She's not the one who's interested in you. You can't be serious." "Who is this Yi Yang? He looks a bit handsome." I remember now, this guy seems to have pissed off a martial arts vice president in the examination. I don't know if it's true or not." "Nonsense, what I heard is that this person got 1,000 points on the test, and as a result he was made difficult by that vice chief teacher, and in the end chief teacher she stepped in and directly dismissed that vice chief teacher on the spot. 1,000 points? Are you kidding me? This is a human test score." The gymnasium was abuzz with people, all of them discussing enthusiastically. Most of the eyes were converging on Tang Xian'er, but some people, either through gossip or hearsay, had heard some rumors about Yi Yang. In the center of the arena, Tang Xian'er had changed into an aqua blue power suit at the moment. "In the body refining realm I practice the smoke steps and finger wrapping softness, so be careful." Tang Xian'er bowed gently to show her respect for her opponent. Yi Yang touched his nose, slightly embarrassed. "Body refining realm I practice farmers 3 fists. Tang Xian'er froze for a moment and guffawed. The name of this move is funny, let's get started then. As soon as her words fell, she stepped on an ethereal and agile pace, lightly stabbing with a finger, winding finger softness. It is like a colorful butterfly fluttering between the floating and softness, but it hides thousands of killing opportunities. Even if the steel is refined, it can't resist the softness of the fingers. Yi Yang's eyes condensed, his eyes immediately appeared more and more approaching Jade Finger. This finger seemed to be light and fluffy, but it contained a large number of variations. This kind of martial art was the most restraining to the most rigid and simple techniques. With just this one martial art, she could almost cross the challenge. Wow, that's the Tang clan's winding finger flexion, isn't it? It's said to be a very high-grade martial art. We can't start learning martial arts until we reach the inner strength realm. Compared to that, people like Tang Xian'er are truly strong. How can they not be strong when they've already started learning at the body refinement realm? I've also heard that Senior Wei Yihui once fought with Tang Xian'er at the peak of body refinement and lost to this finger wrapping softness. Powerful martial arts with different names. I think this Yi Yang is cold. Many of the students who were in the field or who had seen a lot of things screamed, looking uplifted. Yi Yang's complexion was equally austere. The rigid farmer's 3 fists couldn't be used, and his first intention was to use the wandering 8 trigrams palm. The host observes high-grade finger martial arts. The basic fist palm upgrades the branch skill Ku Gang wrapping finger softness automatically full level. Ku Gang wrap finger softness. Hundreds of refined pure steel will also be transformed into finger softness. Effect. This technique is particularly effective in restraining rigid and simple martial arts. Even internal energy masters are not immune to it. In Yi Yang's mind, there were dozens of variations of finger wrapping soft and how to target it. Hey? When he stared at it again, finger wrapping soft was still the same, but it was no longer a dark tide with hidden killing opportunities. Instead, it was exposed and full of loopholes. If you really want to compare it, the previous finger wrapping is like a top-level assassin in the crowd. He wants to kill you. You can't even notice his killing intent, while the current one is like a poor sneak attacker. The knife is exposed outside. High-grade martial arts. It can also be broken. Yi Yang smiled fatally and stabbed the same finger in full view of everyone. Finger wrap versus nameless finger technique. Fuck, is he crazy? He's actually fighting head-on with finger wrapping softness best restrains rigid and simple martial arts. He actually fought hard. The goddess Tang is still strong. The students couldn't help but applaud. In the next moment, everyone saw that Tang Xian'er's face changed abruptly and her finger wrapping softness changed from attack to defense, protecting her chest. At the same time, Yi Yang's swift finger directly broke through her defense. What kind of monster is this guy? What kind of monster is this guy? He can actually get the upper hand at the same level. The crowd of onlookers couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. You actually managed to break the winding finger softness so easily. Tang Xian'er took her first serious look at him and suddenly smiled like a flower. Let's continue. Now I'm going to perform a body technique. Her steps suddenly became fluttering, as if a thin layer of smoke rose from her footsteps, making it impossible to figure out. Smoke steps. The host observes a high-grade stance, and the Lingwave microsteps are upgraded to ethereal smoke steps, which automatically reaches full level. Ethereal smoke steps. Steps are ethereal like smoke. Effect. Can significantly dodge normal attacks from internal force masters and below. Yi Yang's face was odd. He seemed to be stealing someone else's martial arts to his face, and stealing was stealing, and he even gave it an upgrade. By the way, Yi Yang coughed lightly. Tang Xian'er, you can never beat me in body techniques. Let's not compare. Body technique is different from fists and palms. There is no reservation at all. Once it was performed, it would stun a crowd. Tang Xian'er frowned. Since I was a child, there haven't been many people who have spoken to me like this. I don't believe it. The students who heard this were even more nearly in an uproar. I didn't hear it wrong, did I? This kid said that Goddess Tang couldn't compare to him. I do know about the smoke steps. It's even higher grade than the finger wrapping softness. It's the unspoken secret of the Yendu Great Tang Smoke Pavilion. This guy is really arrogant, but he was just lucky enough to beat Tang Xian'er in fingering. Now he actually got an inch and let slip that his body skills are absolutely stable. Humph. A student who was quite jealous of Yi Yang snorted coldly. Yi Yang touched his nose. Fine then. His footsteps were staggered, pulling out a residual shadow in an instant. Between the steps, the same layers of faint smoke rose. The highs and lows were immediately judged. Tang Xian'er was stunned and stopped directly. I lost. Her tone was somewhat unwilling. All the students sucked in a breath of cold air. Using the nameless finger technique to break the winding finger softness was not enough, but now she was actually able to perform a stance that was even more advanced than the smoke steps. What kind of monster is this Yi Yang? I will fulfill my promise. Auntie Ning, please take a shot at him and slap him. Don't hurt him, he might. Tang Xian'er was afraid that Auntie Ning didn't have a light heart and hurriedly said. Aunt Ning nodded. I understand the great use of this child to the Tang clan. Yi Yang however shook his head. Please make sure you go all out. If this Aunt Ning refuses to go all out, there is a high chance that the judgment will not be validated and then he will be beaten for nothing. Aunt Ning froze for a moment. Are you sure? I'm in the Dengtang realm, you might lose your life with one slap. Yi Yang said lightly, not to mention a Dengtang realm master. I can barely catch a slap from even an entry realm master. You can come as you please. Auntie Ning frowned. She was really arrogant. She directly slapped her palm towards Yi Yang's chest. Meanwhile, Lu Wei and Lu Quan sneaked into the gym through the back door. Lu Wei was itching to do something. He couldn't wait to fix Yi Yang, so he immediately saw the scene where Auntie Ning slapped Yi Yang. Could it be that this kid had wicked Tang Xian'er's personal bodyguard? This was a good thing. It's best to slap him to death. Kid, what's going on? He laughed and casually pulled up a student and asked. It seemed like Yi Yang himself had asked for it. He wanted to be slapped by that inner strength master. The student of course knew the young master of the Tsong Lang martial arts school and immediately replied in a low voice, "Eh? There is still this kind of death-defying person, ha ha ha." It seems like Yi Yang is really out of his mind. Lu Wei froze for a moment. Lu Quan said in a cold voice, I think he can't afford his cousin's anger and deliberately let Miss Tang's personal bodyguard slap him, preferably with serious injuries so that he can blackmail Miss Tang and will be able to avoid his cousin. Lu Wei suddenly realized, so that's how it is, this Yi Yang really has grown a good brain. Then the next moment his laughter came to an abrupt end. It was because he saw that Yi Yang took Auntie Ning's palm with one hand and his figure retreated 5 or 6 meters. Host suffered a fist and palm attack from a Dengtang realm master. Vajra shield upgraded Vajra unbreakable body to full level automatically. Vajra unbreakable body. Body like a diamond, strength like 9 oxen, even in entry realm. Grandmaster cannot harm the host in the slightest. Effect. Increases strength by 10,000 kilograms, completely immune to common toxins and ignores common attacks from entry realm masters and below. The host is injured and bleeding. The basic self-healing upgrade Evergreen Kung Fu is automatically full leveled. Evergreen Kung Fu, Undying Evergreen and Endless Life. Effect. Significantly increases Qi and blood recovery. Trauma recovery. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. His physical body had finally been upgraded. It was not a vain trip. The upgrade of the self-healing ability was out of his expectation, but it was good to be upgraded. Mr. Yi Yang was still immersed in the joy of upgrading his skills, but everyone present was stunned. Auntie Ning, the one who started it all, even touched her hand and sensed her internal energy. That's right, she was a Dengtang realm master and she had just struck a palm with all her might. How come this kid is still alive and kicking, and it looks even more alive than before, and his wound, why so small? The wound is small enough, why is it recovering so fast? Are you a monster? The students were all mesmerized on the spot. What the hell? A 9th-ranked martial artist took a slap from an inner strength master head-on and only coughed up a little blood, almost unharmed. What kind of player are you? Lu Quan gulped. He did want to ostracize Yi Yang from the academy. He did hate Yi Yang for slapping him in the face 3 times before. But he wasn't a fool. Yi Yang was able to take a slap from an inner strength master head-on. How strong was he? Don't talk about 9th-rank martial artists. Do you think I, Lu Quan, am stupid? Cousin, this Yi Yang. Lu Quan's voice trembled a little. Lu Wei also swallowed his saliva. Cousin, it's not that I don't help you. I can't afford to mess with such a person. A Qi blood dan is only $50,000 to $60,000. If you don't want it, it's better to mess with such a person. Even my dad wouldn't dare to take a slap from an internal strength master. Lu Wei completely dismissed the idea of targeting Yi Yang. If he could go back in time, he would really like to go back half an hour ago and smack his own self, who had let out all kinds of harsh words with a few big mouths. Damn it, what kind of harsh words are you looking for? Death? This Yi Yang is so strong, why don't you just say it earlier? Lu Wei was annoyed that he had to pretend to be a weak pussy. Lu Quan said weakly, cousin, you won't believe him even if he said it. Lu Wei was stunned and then smiled bitterly. Yes, it is true that he will not believe it. Go, such a person absolutely do not mess with. The two of them came with their toes in the air and left with their tails between their legs in resentment. With Yi Yang's extraordinary vision, he could of course see the two of them. It was only a 9th stage of body refining, it hadn't been placed in his eyes, and he had never thought of Lu Wei as any kind of strong enemy. Yi Yang, after graduation, can I ask you to come and work for Tang Group? Tang Xian'er re-measured him once more, smiling like a flower. the students in the gym burst into tears. Kula goddess actually threw out an olive branch to a boy. Auntie Ning was also slightly shocked. This was the first time she had seen Tang Sienna rising to the idea of wooing others. Yi Yan lost his smile and gently shook his head. You underestimated me. Goodbye, MS. Tang. He didn't stay any longer and left. Straight away, leaving behind Tang Sienna and Auntie Ning looking at each other. Miss Tang, this is the first time I've seen someone who has rejected you. Auntie Ning covered her mouth and laughed. Tang Sienna also slightly lost her smile. Perhaps I underestimated him. However, his attainments in martial arts are indeed very high. Perhaps he can help with the recovery of the Lingyan steps. Yi Yan, who had left the gym, avoided everyone and brought his black doggy and went straight to the Murden residence. The class was not in the mood to go to class. The only way to regulate the mood this way was to read a book. There were a lot of canonical books collected here at Mo Dan Xing, and Yi Yang upgraded his refining to high-level refining very smoothly. Previously, when he was in the gym, the dog had been kept in a cage, but now that he had arrived at Merdanju, he could be considered to have liberated his nature and was spreading his joy all over the place. Only it hadn't been spreading joy for long before it growled at the door. 3 silhouettes pushed through the door. The one who walked in the front was veterinary teacher Shui Wei, and behind her was a tall and handsome man with an extremely cold face, and behind the man was a young girl with pink makeup and a slightly arrogant appearance. Shui Wei was carrying a cage in her hand which was covered with a layer of black cloth. Ah, Yi Yang, you are really here. Shui Wei's eyes lit up when she saw Yi Yang. I have a 6th order cub here that is strangely ill and I would like you to take a look at it. After the last incident with the scorched ear dog, she already thought of Yi Yang as an expert in difficult diseases. Senior sister, is the expert you were talking about such a child? The man frowned. I thought we came here to ask for Elder Mo's help. The young girl behind him even bristled. She doesn't look a few years older than me. How did she become an expert in breeding beasts? Shui Wei smiled embarrassedly. Yi Yang, this is my senior brother Sun Pengyu. This is my senior sister Zhang Yue. Elder brother Sun Yue, this is my student at Shangjing Academy Yi Yang. The words were then addressed to the two. What? He is senior sister's student. Zhang Yue's expression became even more disdainful. Vivian, the 6th rank cub is very important to me. Don't treat it like child's play. Sun Pengyu frowned even more deeply. Their thoughts were simple. You, a teacher, have not been able to solve this cub's illness, and you're actually handing it over to your own students, are you? Teasing us? Shui Wei hurriedly said. You guys don't be the first to make subjective assumptions of the Jiao-ear dog that the master didn't even cure was saved by Yi Yang. Look, it's still alive and well now. As soon as Xiao He, the Jiao-ear dog that was playing around in the alchemy room, saw Shui Wei, he immediately barked a few times and jumped directly into the latter's arms, arching towards his towering breasts. A blush rose on Shui Wei's face and she hastily removed it. The young girl Zhang Yue bristled. I also thought of it, but Elder Shui, that old codger wouldn't listen to me. Sun Pengyu glared at her fiercely before the young girl didn't continue. He coughed lightly and organized his wording, saying, perhaps this student of yours is indeed talented, able to discover the Jiao-ear dog's illness in the first place and prescribe the right medicine, but that doesn't mean that he was able to recognize this red-maned bear's illness at a glance. After all, the Jewel dog was only of the 4th rank, while this little bear of mine was of the 6th rank. If it wasn't for the sudden illness on the road, I wouldn't be sick and desperate. Instead of wasting time here, I should quickly return to Spirit Beast Mountain to find Master to solve it. Sun Pengyu was about to leave after saying that. Yi Yang frowned and did not stay. He had already read the higher order breeding beast theory, and naturally he could see the red-maned bear's illness at a glance. Its right hind leg muscles were atrophied, and if he let other people to cure it, he would definitely need to use a large amount of medicine. But Yi Yang only needed to use a few vitality pills along with the beast blood pill to completely heal the red-maned bear. If this Sun Pengyu had a better attitude, he could still give some pointers, but with this attitude I won't bother. That's not my spirit beast anyway. At this time, a few more silhouettes pushed the door in, and the internal energy pressure that came on the face almost didn't scare the dog to pee. Where is Elder Mo? Where is Elder Mo? Quickly ask him to come out and heal teacher phone. A martial arts teacher rushed in and shouted anxiously, immediately after Shiyu, who walked in carrying an injured martial arts teacher. Yi Yang shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Elder Mo was not there. When he came, he saw a note left on the alchemy table. Mo Danqing said that he had gone to Yendu to attend the thesis conference. What should we do then? If we bleed too much, this arm of old foam will be ruined. That martial arts teacher was anxious. Yang Yan also rushed in at this time. Elder Mo is not here. Is Yi Yang here? Yi Yang, who is Yi Yang? The martial arts teacher froze for a moment. Yang Yan's eyes lit up when he saw Yi Yang. Yi Yang, quickly use your vitality pills to save old Foam, he said in a hurry. Good. Yi Yang nodded his head and told the others to put Mr. Foam on the bed in the lounge and immediately started treating the wounds. Dean, can this kid make it? The martial arts teacher at the beginning, his face was worried. Yang Yen nodded confidently. Just don't worry, Yi Yang is an alchemy wizard. The vitality pill he configured can definitely make old Foam recover. It's just a pity that we have these spirit beasts. Shui Wei hurriedly said. Is it something wrong? During the capture of the ferocious beasts of Nanping Mountain, Yang Yen revealed a look of heartache. That beast is very cunning, it can hide its own breath. In fact, it is the 7th stage. Our spirit beasts were sent out to look for traces of the ferocious beast, and half of them were killed or injured, and the old Foam who was left alone even almost lost his life. Shui Wei's heart flinched. Sun Pengyu and Zhang Yue's faces similarly changed, and when they encountered this situation they were too embarrassed to just leave. Dean Yang, we are disciples of the Spirit Beast Mountain. Please bring your injured spirit beasts here, we can heal them on your behalf. That couldn't be better. Yang Yen was overjoyed, but when these spirit beasts were brought to the 2-inch, they were immediately in trouble. Almost all of these spirit beasts were drenched in blood and had torn flesh and blood. If they were placed in the Spirit Beast Mountain, such spirit beasts wouldn't need to be healed at all, as it would be better to breed a new cub instead of spending a lot of resources on healing. The two were at their wits' end. Shui Wei, however, was doing her best to ease the injuries of these spirit beasts, which was the only thing she could do. Yang Yen glanced at the two and shook his head without a trace. Alright, are there any other injured teachers? Yi Yang crushed the vitality pill on Teacher Feng's arm, then fed him a few chi blood pills and said directly, That's good, kid, don't make a mistake, human life is more important than heaven. The martial arts teacher at the beginning frowned. Shiyu, who came directly to Teacher Feng's body, he saw at a glance the recovery speed on the latter's arm that was visible to the naked eye. Not believing Yi Yang's to see for himself, Shiyu tore off his clothes in 3 tries, revealing his sturdy back. Yi Yang, help me with this. Yi Yang went over to take a look. There were actually a dozen of claw marks on his back. He hurriedly helped him apply the vitality pill. Teachers, all you need to do is to crush the Shang Ji Dan and apply it on the wounds, and then take a few chi and blood. Dan. Yi Yang saw that the others also had wounds of varying degrees and immediately distributed the Shang Ji Dan to everyone. Sun Pengyu and Zhang Yue's eyes were glazed over. A wound of that magnitude was actually healed so quickly. What kind of miraculous medicine is that vitality pill? How come I'd never heard of it before? Alright, I'll deal with the injuries of these spirit beasts. Yi Yang didn't stop for a moment. His fingertips came into direct contact with the wound of a spirit beast which was glowing green and obviously poisonous. Yi Yang, be careful. Shiyu, whose pupils shrank and hurriedly pulled his hand to stop him. The host touched the rotting poison, turning on the rotting poison resistance automatically full level. Shiyu, who knew the power of that ferocious beast's claw-tip corrosive poison better than anyone else if it was a body-refining martial artist like Yi Yang, I was afraid that in a minute or so his fingers would be completely corroded. What's the matter, General Instructor? Yi Yang took a closer look at the turquoise rotting poison on his fingertips and was puzzled. Shiyu shook off his hand and walked away expressionlessly. Damn, what kind of monster is this kid? Is he invulnerable to all poisons? I was worried for nothing. Yi Yang did as he had done and crushed the vitality pill on the wounds of these spirit beasts while feeding them the beast blood pill. For some of the more deeply poisoned spirit beasts he also specially refined a furnace of anti-corrosion Dan for them to consume. A few moments later all the spirit beasts, all the martial arts teachers were cured. They were alive and well. Sun Pengyu and Zhang Yue both sucked in a breath of cold air. In fact, from the moment the vitality pill took effect they had been sucking in cold air. It can't be helped, this elixir is too powerful. Have you ever seen a recovery speed visible to the naked eye? This isn't a 4th order elixir anymore, it's a 4th order divine medicine. By the way, I still don't know what the two from Spirit Beast Mountain came to Shangjing Academy for, Yang Yen said. Sun Pengyu hurriedly said, President Yang, we were ordered by the division to collect samples of spirit beasts all over Hanzhou and were supposed to go to Nanping Mountain, but it turned out that halfway there this red-maned bear of mine suddenly had some problems and he couldn't go on with his words. We can't say that we looked down on Yi Yang, so we didn't let him heal the red-maned bear. Damn, why is this kid so powerful? A few pills and it was healed quickly. If I had known that he was so powerful, I would have definitely given you the bear to heal. Next to her, Zhang Yue was even more stumped for words. Just now she was the one who looked down on Yi Yang the most. Unexpectedly, just after she had finished speaking, Yi Yang had healed so many people in front of them, and by the way, he had also healed all the spirit beasts. As shrewd as Yang Yen was, he immediately guessed what the two had not said. He immediately snorted coldly, "Hell," looking down on Yi Yang. "So you didn't want him to heal, right?" The two of them looked even more embarrassed. Zhang Yue was a bit ashamed and stubbornly said, "Then who would have thought that he is so young and actually so proficient in the Dan Dao and healing arts? Moreover, senior brother Sun was right before, even if he can heal the Jiao Air Dog and so many spirit beasts, but their grade is at the highest of 4 or 5 orders. The red maned bear, on the other hand, is of the 6th rank, so I don't believe he can heal a 6th rank spirit beast. I reckon that the only way to heal it is to go back to the sect and ask the elders." Zhang Yue pouted, her face turned to the side. A bitter smile appeared on Sun Pangyu's face. This senior sister of his, because she was the daughter of the spirit beast mountain lord, had developed a haughty nature since she was a child. The more Yang Yen said, the more Zhang Yue refused to admit that Yi Yang could heal a 6th order cub. Shui Wei also secretly sighed. "What if I can heal it? What should you say?" "Saying that I can at best heal the 6th order, but definitely not the 7th order." Yi Yang let out a light laugh. Zhang Yue was choked for a while and became angry. "This lady is not that kind of person. If you can really heal, I will give you this book." When she finished speaking, she pulled out an ancient book with a yellowed cover from her bosom. Sun Pangyu's face suddenly changed. Even Yi Yang saved so many people and spirit beasts, his face didn't change this much. "Yue, this book can't be used for gambling." Shui Wei also froze for a moment and laughed out bitterly. "Yue, if you really lose, I'm afraid that the mountain master will beat your ass." Zhang Yue heard Shui Wei's words and her pert little ass jerked a bit, but she still stalked her neck and said, "No way. I don't believe this guy can cure Little Bear. Besides, even if it is exported, so what? It is full of ancient text, he cannot read it, and our spirit beast mountain spells will not be spread out. At best I will let my old dad beat me with a board and then let him take it back from this guy. Anyway, in short, I don't believe this guy can cure Little Bear." Zhang Yue huffed and puffed. "How about it, Yi Yang, do you dare?" Yi Yang smiled faintly. "You gave me a spell for nothing. So what else would I dare?" "Wait." Yue took out the bet. "What's yours?" Sun Pangyu's eyes suddenly turned and said, "I see that you are still a student, so I guess you don't have anything worthwhile. How about this? How about using the formula of that Shengji Dan as a bet?" Yi Yang glanced at him with a smile. "The formula of the Shengji Dan? You think it's beautiful? This is a self-created formula, not to mention the whole of Hanzhou, even in the whole of China, only Yi Yang is the only one who can refine it. However, it is indeed possible to do this no-cost, no-profit business." When Yang Yen heard Sun Pangyu's words, he hurriedly gave Yi Yang a wink, telling him not to take this bet. He couldn't be clearer about the value of the vitality pill. Mo Danqing went to Yendu to attend the thesis conference. One was a thesis on the improved formula of the beast blood pill, while the other was a thesis on the formula of the vitality pill. These two papers were heavy bombs that could stir up the entire alchemy world. If the application had a patent from the ministry, Yi Yang would almost have a talisman with the ministry's seal of approval. He couldn't let Spirit Beast Mountain swindle him. Yi Yang smiled confidently at him and then said, "I'll take this bet." Yang Yen slapped his forehead. "It's over." Sun Panyu didn't expect Yi Yang to be so dry. He nodded somewhat sardonically. He naturally knew the value of the self-created Dan formula. If he really wanted to compare, the value of the self-created Dan formula was obviously more than the Spirit Beast Mountain technique. But since Yi Yang had promised, well, this bargain couldn't be taken without taking advantage of. "Let's get started then. 3 hours of time. If you can't completely heal Little Bear, it will be considered a failure on your part." Zhang Yue hugged her bladder and said. Yi Yang frowned. Zhang Yue thought the time was too short and added, 5 hours then. "No, 3 hours is too long, I only need half an hour," Yi Yang faintly said. All the people gathered around Yang Yen was shocked. "Do you really have the courage, or do you have a fake courage? Half an hour. What's half an hour enough for?" Yi Yang directly opened the cage and a half-man-tall bear with a red mane looked at him suspiciously. Its right hind leg was in a state of atrophy and necrosis. Compared to its left hind leg, it was like a pocket-sized version. "I would like to see how you are going to solve this first step of contacting the red-maned bear, Sun." Pengyu held his bladder and watched coldly. The red-maned bear was a spirit beast with a violent temperament and a great desire to attack. Yi Yang would probably be attacked by it if he went directly into contact with it. Then he heard Yi Yang softly say, "Good bear, I am here to help you heal." Everyone froze for a second. In their hearts, they were frantically spitting. "What the fuck are you doing, coaxing a child?" Yang Yen even forced himself to hold back his laughter. Zhang Yue contemptuously skimmed her mouth. "If this works, then my Spirit Beast Mountain would have long become the #1 clan in the world." Then everyone saw that the red-maned bear hesitated slightly before extending his little paw and resting it on Yi Yang's palm. Sun Pengyu, Zhang Yue, Could Yi Yang really communicate with spirit animals, communicate like coaxing a child? Seeing that Yi Yang was going to directly touch the right hind leg of the red-maned bear again, Sun Pengyu couldn't help but remind him, I advise you not to directly touch it. The bear's leg is poisoned with cold. The consequences of touching the toxin directly were horrible. Sun Pengyu had knocked down several antidote pills to ease it down in the first place. Yi Yang, however, as if he didn't hear it, directly picked up the right hind leg and examined it carefully, frowning slightly. The host is exposed to cold poison and depression poison, turning on cold poison resistance, depression poison resistance, automatically full level. Sun Pengyu on the other hand raised his eyebrows. What kind of physique is this? Yi Yang, when direct contact with cold poison is fine, not only cold poison but also depression poison. Yi Yang said without looking back, please help me fetch the alder root, Yenling flower and wood whiskers. Sun Pengyu was stunned and then realized with a black line on his face that Yi Yang was making him. Damn, if you can't cure little bear later you'll have a good time. Yi Yang got the herbs, slapped the Xuanwu furnace and directly started to refine the dan, and a few moments later a kind of dan that emitted a strange fragrance came out of the furnace. What kind of dan is this? Never seen it before. Yang Yan froze for a moment. I created it myself, the universal antidote pill, Yi Yang said lightly and directly fed it to the bear. Then he put 2 more vitality pills into his mouth and applied them externally. Another self-created elixir. Yang Yan sucked in a breath of cool air. Zhang Yue on the other hand bristled in disdain. Go ahead and blow it up, it's still a self-created elixir. Yi Yang let out a light laugh. Well, just wait. Sun Pengyu frowned straight away. Are you kidding me? That's good. Yi Yang, please take little bear seriously. If the disease worsens instead, I will never forgive you lightly for the sake of senior sister Shui, he snapped. Yi Yang picked up the hot water kettle, brewed a pot of big red robe and greeted everyone to come over to drink tea before he slowly and leisurely said, you are blind. Sun Pengyu's eyes widened. He was about to get angry, but his sleeve was grabbed by Zhang Yue. Feather senior brother, the bear seems to really begin to recover. Zhang Yue's voice is not only very but also to cry out, because she had already seen that the red-maned bear's right hind leg was really recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not with this 6th order spirit beast you can heal. If you really output the spirit beast mountain technique you will definitely go back to a beating. Thinking of this, Zhang Yue's little buttocks are again in a vague pain. Miss Zheng, shouldn't you fulfill your agreement? Yi Yang took a sip of the big red robe without any hesitation and laughed lightly. Is it hard to believe that you guys want to break the contract? Yang Yan could see the difficulty of the two men and laughed even more. Spirit Beast Mountain has always been famous in China for its focus on promises and agreements, and I believe that the two of you will definitely not breach the contract. Yang Yan and Yi Yang sang in unison, instantly lifting Sun Pengyu 2 people to the point of riding a tiger, riding roughshod over. There are more than 10 inner strength martial artists in this alchemy room. You dare to cheat? Keep your promise? After going back, I'm afraid that the performance points will be deducted. Not only that, Sun Pengyu feel that he will also get the same treatment with Zhang Yue buttocks to get a beating. Zhang Yue at this time is a delicate grunt. Give you. This young lady doesn't believe that you can read. You wait for me, soon old dad will send someone to ask for the spell back. She viciously shoved the Spirit Beast Mountain technique into Yi Yang's arms and turned around. Yi Yang smiled faintly and directly flipped it open. The host reads ancient languages, basic language upgrade, ancient language scholar, automatically full level. Beast breeding tactics, Yi Yang murmured as his eyes lit up. Host reads ancient beast breeding texts, high level beast breeding upgrades, ancient method of beast breeding, automatically full level. Instantly a large amount of ancient knowledge on cultivating spirit beasts to evolve and mutate flooded into his mind. The two of them, Zhang Yue, who were just about to walk out, almost didn't hit the door when they heard the 4 words coming out of Yi Yang's mouth. He actually really read it. Zhang Yue was like seeing a ghost. Sun Pengyu let out a long sigh. Yue, this time we have really gotten into big trouble, and on the off chance I still have no way to get the spell back. Yue's senior sister, next time I hope to see you at the Mountain Gates Spirit Beast ceremony. He turned back again. Shuiwei hesitated and nodded. The two of them carried the red-maned bear and left straight away. Yi Yang shifted his sight to Little Black, the Jiao air dog, who was tearing up the sofa as if he wanted to take in the latter's flesh, meridians and bones. The dog whimpered, as if it had encountered an overwhelmingly ferocious beast at the top of the food chain, and instantly got down and didn't even dare to breathe. I see, just by looking at this I actually saw 3 or 4 evolutionary routes. Breeding beasts is also an avenue, Yi Yang murmured. Yang Yen could see that he must have seen something in the Spirit Beast Mountain technique, so he didn't want to disturb him and was about to leave with the other martial arts teachers. However, these teachers did not leave first but came to Yi Yang one after another. Fellow student Yi Yang, you saved my old Feng's arm. From now on in Shangjing you can do whatever you want. Despite the difference between teacher and student, Mr. Feng did not have the slightest bit of a teacher's demeanor, but instead made a promise with great earnestness. The other teachers also nodded their heads, and some of those who were healed by Yi Yang even bowed slightly. Yang Yen was watching from the sidelines. With this, Yi Yang's status among the teachers had almost come to an extremely high level, which was actually a good thing for Yi Yang. Yi Yang accepted the gratitude with equanimity. The teachers left in droves next. Senior brother with the temperament of the mountain master, will he make things difficult for Yi Yang? Shui Wei said to Shiyu, who was the last to leave. Shui Yu said lightly, there will definitely be difficulties, it depends on whether Yi Yang can hold out or not. After all, this spell was actually counted as Yi Yang's deliberate gamble from Zhang Yuwei. Senior brother, don't you want to see the Mountain Lord? Shui Wei added. Shui Yu left without saying a word. Yi Yang, I really thank you for today. I owe you a favor, so if you have any requests in the future, feel free to mention them to me. Shui Wei said to Yi Yang again. She was already extremely beautiful, and she was even more gorgeous when she smiled at this moment. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Really? Then I need quite a few materials unique to the breeding beast section. Shui Wei returned the favor on the spot. The names of the materials jumped out of his mouth one by one, and Shui Wei's face revealed a look of surprise. She had been delving into beast breeding for many years and had successfully bred a large number of spirit beast cubs, and when Yi Yang just casually said it, she could hear that Yi Yang was planning to cultivate this Jiao Ear dog. But these materials were a bit too heavily and also too expensive, adding up to more than 300,000 Chinese dollars. Shui Wei couldn't help but say, Yi Yang, silver bellflower is on the cold side, it's not suitable for Jiao Air dogs, and this Mushu Z, Mr. Shui. Would you believe me when I say that I can directly promote Xiao He to the 9th rank? Yi Yang suddenly laughed softly. Shui Wei was stunned. Her first reaction was that she didn't believe it. However, Yi Yang's tone was characterized by unquestionable confidence. It was as if what he said was just the simplest thing. Okay, I'll go and bring it for you. I don't have much Mushu Z at my place, but Elder Mo should have it here. Shui Wei took a deep breath and said seriously. A few moments later, the materials were all complete. The dog sat obediently on the alchemy table according to Yi Yang's instructions and shivered. 500 grams of silver bellflower ground into powder, 600 grams of Mushu Z incinerated at high temperature to remove the shells, 2 kilograms of macrophage dog's blood and flesh, and inner elixir of a 4th-rank spirit beast, added water, distilled. Yi Yang's hands flew as if they were flying. His eyes gleamed like electricity. His expression was meticulous. He who had upgraded the ancient method of breeding beasts seemed to have become a collection of ancient beast breeding greats and beast breeding forefathers in this instant. He could see at a glance the flaws and strengths of a Jiao Air dog's growth and could see at a glance the path suitable for its growth. He was even more able to formulate the most perfectly fitting growth path based on the character of each spirit beast. From the 4th rank, soaring directly to the 9th rank was not a difficult task. Shui Wei beside her was almost dumbfounded as she watched. In a trance, she even recognized Yi Yang as her master, Elder Shuifeng of the Spirit Beast Mountain. This was really the state of a breeder who had been immersed in the breeding beast way for many years. Eat all of these. Yi Yang took a deep breath and said seriously to Little Black. The dog barked twice, not questioning Yi Yang's words, and ate all of what he had configured in a few large bites. Ouch. After eating it, Xiao He immediately wailed and even rolled on the alchemy table as if he had swallowed a piece of 10,000-year-old cold ice, or as if there was fire burning in his stomach. Shui Wei was in a hurry. Will it be all right? Yi Yang said seriously to Little Black. Little Black, hold on. Little Black whimpered a few times. It understood Yi Yang's words and tried to hold its voice. The sound could indeed reduce the pain, but accordingly it would also escape the power. After more than 10 minutes, the Jiao Air dog collapsed on the alchemy table with a limp body. Its oily fur was even soaked with sweat. However, the aura around it had risen several notches. Shui Wei pulled out the bead she carried with her and approached Little Black. The utility of this bead was simple: detecting the spiritual beast's aura level. This was a special product made by the Spirit Beast Mountain after the recovery of aura. Basically all the teachers of the beast breeding section in the country had one in their hands. The bead flashed for a moment and 5 sun-like marks quickly surfaced on its surface. 5th rank. Shui Wei's eyes widened. The evolution wasn't over yet. In 4 days at the most it would become 9th rank. Yi Yang smiled faintly. Shui Wei looked at the dog that had fallen into A sweet-smelling dream with a look of disbelief. 10 minutes ago, this Jiao-Er dog was still 4th order, now it had actually become a 5th-rank pup. Yi Yang makes sure not to reveal this matter. In the future, in the battle of the 4 prestigious schools and the race of breeding beasts, Little Black will be our bottom card. Shui Wei looked straight into Yi Yang's eyes and said seriously. Yi Yang nodded his head. Of course he would not reveal this matter, because the 9th rank was not the limit he had planned for Xiao Heya. However, the inner pills of high-rank spirit beasts were not that easy to get, sometimes even money could not buy them, so this matter would have to be put aside for a while. Well, it's almost dark, I should go home too. Shui Wei picked up her bag and was about to leave, then as if she remembered something she said, it's best not to go to the neighborhood on the South Screen mountainside. That ferocious beast is injured and is likely to come down the mountain at night. Yi Yang's eyes lit up. Yi Yang's eyes lit up. Yes, there are still ferocious beasts on Nanping Mountain. The beast that was seriously injured by Dean Yang and the others is even a 7th order. Okay, Mr. Shui. Yi Yang had already started to calculate how to deal with that 7th order beast in his mind. Leaving the school, Yi Yang hailed a cab. Master, Nanping Mountain, he said directly. The middle-aged master on the main driver's seat shivered. Kid, what are you doing there? I heard that a ferocious beast came out from there. I also heard that a family in Nanping neighborhood was eaten up by the beast. The thief is scary, Master. Double the fare. Yi Yang directly stuffed over $200. Hey, walk. Master, put the rest of the half-sentence back into the stomach. Immediately start the car. Kid, this big night, what the hell are you doing in Nanping Mountain? Although I can send you to wherever, but I'll tell you the truth, it's really dangerous. The middle-aged master still couldn't help but say. Yi Yang held the dog in his arms, jerking his stomach to help it digest, and casually said, I'm going to kill that ferocious beast. He looked in the rearview mirror. The badge on the master's chest had the words Gugwoping written on it. Gugwoping almost didn't throw out the steering wheel in his hand after hearing this. Holy shit, you a student of Shangjing Academy telling me that you're going to kill a ferocious beast? Kid, I heard that the teachers of Shangjing Academy failed to round up the beast. You a student? Gugwoping didn't put words in his mouth. Yi Yang smiled faintly and was non-committal. Just now when he was refining the dog's medicine, his internal energy had already broken through to the peak of internal energy like water. If analogized over, it was the level of a 7th rank adult spirit beast. That ferocious beast, however, had been seriously injured by the academy teachers. Yi Yang did not come to Nanping Mountain this time to see the scenery. Seeing that he could not persuade Yi Yang, Gugwoping brought the topic back to breeding beasts. This spirit beast of yours is a 4th order Jiao-Er dog, right? Master Gu said. Yi Yang was slightly surprised. This driver master actually knew all about it? Gugwoping saw his surprise and said with a slight look of surprise, my daughter Gu Xiaoxiao just entered the academy this year for school. Her favorite thing is breeding beasts. Now she has finished reading that what the higher order theory every day in my ear. I naturally understand a little bit. Yi Yang gently nodded his head. It's very impressive for a first year to be able to finish reading the high-level beast breeding theory. Gugwoping added, Xiaoxiao admires Shen Linfeng in the 3rd year. She said that Shen Linfeng is probably the most gifted beast breeder in the academy. Hey little student, do you know Shen Linfeng? Shen Linfeng? Yi Yang smiled faintly. This guy hadn't come looking for trouble lately. He did not think that Shen Linfeng had given up. On the contrary, Shen Linfeng was saving up, waiting for the right time and increasing his capital. The next time he struck, it was bound to be a furious attack. Shen Linfeng, my relationship with him is considered a deadly feud, Yi Yang said indifferently. Gugwoping, his right hand wiped the sweat without any trace. Do kids nowadays speak so bluntly? More than 20 minutes later, Yi Yang got off the car at the foot of Nanping Mountain. He was about to take a step when Blackie screamed at the flower bed next to him. There was a spirit beast approaching. Yi Yang's eyes narrowed lightly. Immediately afterward, he saw that 3 huge wolves of majestic stature came out from the bushes. Gugwoping saw this scene and died, but he still shouted at the first opportunity, get in the car, get in the car. Yi Yang took a closer look at the leader of the wolves and suddenly smiled and walked up to meet the wolves. Gugwoping's pupils suddenly tightened. Fuck, this kid don't wanna die. Gugwoping gritted his teeth, got out of the car and pulled Yi Yang to run, but he realized that he couldn't pull Yi Yang at all. This teenager is like a small mountain. Not only can he not pull himself, he is dragging himself forward. Master Good, don't be afraid, I know this wolf. Yi Yang laughed lightly. Gu Guoping screamed miserably, I believe you, damn it. Quickly let go of me, quickly let go of me. I shouldn't have come over to save you. The blood-toothed wolves were already close to his face. Gugwoping could even smell the blood in the mouths of these giant wolves. Xiao, I can't go back this time. You must study hard in school, wife. In fact, I hid my personal money behind your back. It's in my pair of unworn leather shoes. It's as if he had given up the resistance. His face was pale and he mumbled, explaining the aftermath. Gu Guoping has even closed his eyes, giving up, struggling. Then nothing happened. He couldn't help but open his eyes and immediately saw the biggest wolf whimpering, rubbing his head against Ji Yang with a look of "I'm a loyal dog, quick to praise me." Gu Guoping, he froze for a long time before jumping up violently. I'm actually not afraid." Master Ji's legs were still shaking when he said this. Yi Yang was amused in his heart. "Master Good, can I trouble you to wait for me here for an hour? I'm afraid I won't be able to get a taxi here when it's too late." Yi Yang laughed. Gu Guoping, legs are still trembling. It said nothing, refused to state, immediately shook his head. "No, Xiao is still waiting at home." Yi Yang stuffed over $100. "I think it is still possible to wait a little bit. Gu Master, a little heart." Yi Yang stuffed over another $100. Master Good drilled back into the car. "I can wait for you here, but I can only wait for you for an hour. This side of Nanping district is really not peaceful. Besides the ferocious beasts, the law and order is not too good. 1 hour is enough." Yi Yang looked out over Nanping Mountain, then followed the giant wolves into the night. Gu Guoping shrank his neck and rolled up the car window. The 3 blood-toothed wolves ran wildly ahead of them, closely followed by Xiao He, who was less than 1/3 of their size, with Yi Yang following closely behind. In a few minutes' time, Yi Yang had already run wildly all the way to the halfway point of the mountain, but he didn't even gasp for breath. His physical strength had been strengthened to the extent that it was enough to tear a tiger or leopard alive. Of course, this term was outdated after the recovery of aura. As humans were getting stronger, tigers and leopards naturally got stronger as well. Human blood? The largest blood-toothed wolf stopped in front of a puddle of blood. Yi Yang sniffed and froze. There was movement over there. Yi Yang carefully distinguished the sound in the night wind and immediately locked onto a direction and quickly chased after it. Soon he saw a petite figure trudging forward. Zheng Yue? Yi Yang froze for a moment. He quickly followed up. "It's you." Zheng Yue also spotted him at the first moment. But after all, after exporting away a copy of the Spirit Beast Mountain True Knowledge, she did not have a good impression of Yi Yang, and her tone was even colder at the moment. "South Screen Mountain is very dangerous. You are too weak. Hurry up and leave." The wound that Zheng Yue was covering was still bleeding. She frowned. Yi Yang handed over a Shang-Chi Dan. "Where is Sun Pang?" You guys got separated." Zheng Yue hesitated for a moment but still took it and crushed the vitality elixir and put it on the wound. The flesh and blood near the wound quickly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Having experienced it herself, she truly realized the powerful medicinal power of this elixir. Hearing this, she suddenly lowered her head, tears falling like rain. "It's all my fault. I heard from my old dad that the blood of the tyrannical tooth wolves has the best quality in the dead of night, so just after I left the Shanjing Academy, I encouraged senior brother Yu to come to Nanping Mountain with the intention of collecting samples, but as a result I was surrounded by a group of tyrannical tooth wolves and senior brother Yu protected me to rush out and I was dispersed on the way." Yi Yang couldn't help but frown. No one knew the habits of these ferocious beasts in Nanping Mountain better than him. The storm-tooth wolf, like the blood-tooth wolf, were the 2 most numerous beasts in Nanping Mountain. However, the former preferred to fight alone and were stronger individually, and they would rarely hunt in clusters like the blood-tooth wolves. Whimpering, the head wolf walked to Yi Yang's side and barked a few times. Zhang Yue's eyelids jumped and she was shocked for a moment before she said, "You actually tamed a blood-tooth head wolf?" Yi Yang nodded. "Just now the head wolf told me that those storm-toothed wolves were controlled by the strongest ferocious beasts in Nanping Mountain. I'm afraid Sun Pingyu is in a bad way. Let's go and save him." Zhang Yue seemed to have heard something incredible. "Save him? How can you save him?" "I'm going to save brother Yu, but I can't take you with me. Just now you gave me a vitality elixir, so I will also advise you to hurry up and go." Zhang Yue scolded in a stern voice. Yi Yang frowned. This woman, she was really arrogant. "I am the peak of inner strength," Yi Yang said lightly. Zhang Yue looked like she heard a joke. "Don't tease senior brother Yu is only at the peak of inner strength. You be careful." Yi Yang's eyes flashed as his fist blasted out. In the next moment, a tyrannical tooth wolf that pounced out from the grass was sent flying out viciously. Its skull was even strangely dented, obviously not alive. Zhang Yue was speechless. The tyrannical tooth wolf was no longer a 4th rank, and Yi Yang's strength must not be low if he could punch the tyrannical tooth wolf to death so easily. "Alright, then you will follow behind this lady. Don't try to be brave," Zhang Yue said helplessly. Yi Yan laughed in his heart and gave a hand signal to the blood-tooth head wolf, who whimpered and quickly left. Zhang Yue pulled out a chipmunk from her pocket. The mouse chirped a few times and ran quickly towards the front. Keep up. She droned lowly. Yi Yang sked. This kind of chipmunk seemed to be extremely good at tracking sense. It should be a spirit beast carefully bred by Spirit Beast Mountain. Soon the two of them arrived in front of a cave, at the entrance of which lay a giant tiger in a false sleep, not participating in the battle. Sun Pangyu was surrounded by 24 tyrannical tooth wolves, charging left and right but unable to break through. He used his sword to hack away at one of the tyrannical tooth wolves and secretly grumbled in his heart. This time, going up to Nanping Mountain late at night to collect samples was indeed a mistake. Originally he had thought that the ferocious beasts had been seriously injured and shouldn't be out in the open. With his own realm of great internal strength he would have no problem dealing with other spirit beasts. Who knew that the ferocious beast was so terrifying, not to mention that it also controlled a large group of Tyrannosaurus teeth wolves under its command. The tyrannical tooth wolves discovered the two of them and immediately surrounded them, and the adult spirit beasts that he had brought out were quickly killed with little to no resistance, and the ferocious beast was only lured out as well. At this moment the eyes of the ferocious beast looking at him were even more like looking at food. Human flesh and blood that contained spiritual chi was a great tonic for a ferocious beast like him. It was still late at night, so there was no way to call for help. Could it be that he was going to die here? But fortunately Yue escaped and Yi Yang stood at the top of the tree looking out over the battle. The knowledge of the ancient method of breeding beasts began to turn over in his mind, and he soon learned the information about the ferocious beast. Hanging Golden Eyes Tiger's 7th order intelligence is not low, huge strength. Looking at this, it should have activated a certain amount of rejuvenated bloodline under the aura tide and also manipulated a large group of low-order spirit beasts. Yi Yang nodded as he rubbed his chin. It didn't matter if it was a brainless brute force monster, what was most feared was having a brain. No wonder this one was able to escape from the siege of the academy teachers. Sun Pangyu's stamina was obviously slipping, and several tyrannical tooth wolves seized the brakes and swarmed up, looking about to pounce on his vitals. Zhang Yue let out a cry of alarm and drew her sword, about to rush up. Yi Yang however threw him behind him, and instead of retreating he violently stepped on the ground. His internal energy erupted and he approached as fast as a cannonball. The host explodes with great speed. The basic leg technique is upgraded to Yama Ghost Kick and automatically reaches full level. Yama's Ghost Kick. The King of Hell tells you to die on the 3rd night, but he will never leave you until the 5th night. Yi Yang, don't you want to die? Come back quickly. Zhang Yue froze for a moment and roared, "This is my Spirit Beast Mountain's business, it has nothing to do with you, come back." Yi Yang was in midair, yet he still had time to turn around and smile, infuriating Zhang Yue's teeth. His leg stepped out with the Yama Ghost Kick, and the surging huge force exploded out, directly shocking those tyrannical tooth wolves to death. Fishy hot blood splattered all over Sun Pangyu. Sun Pangyu's eyes widened. Was this Yi Yang actually that powerful? Zhang Yue was also confused. Yi Yang, could it be that he was really the peak of internal force? Otherwise, it couldn't be this powerful. A one kick and a few tyrannical tooth wolves were shot to death. Seeing another living person joining the battle and their compatriots being killed, the tyrannical tooth wolves became more violent instead. The wolves that surrounded Sun Pangyu directly separated more than 20 of them and surrounded Yi Yang together. The pressure on Sun Pangyu's side suddenly decreased. However, the hearts of the two of them instead became even more clenched. Yi Yang was surrounded by the wolves in order to save them. If he died, the two would feel guilty for the rest of their lives. Don't look at Zhang Yue, who was a bit arrogant and a bit bratty, but her heart was still very kind. Zhang Yue gritted her teeth and raised her sword to charge over. Yi Yang shouted violently, "Don't come over and drag your feet for me." A metal pipe slipped out from between his sleeves. Every time he swung it out, it could set off a bloody storm. Every time he swung it, there was bound to be a storm-tooth wolf screaming miserably as it was sent flying out. The host wielded the plumber's pipe pliers, opening the basic Chi-Men automatically full level. Yi Yang was dangling these Tyrannosaurus teeth wolves with a relaxed face, and he couldn't help but pull the corner of his mouth when he heard this voice. It turned out that this plumber's pliers counted as a Chi-Men weapon, while in the eyes of Sun Pangyu and the two men, Yi Yang seemed to have become a piece of reef, while the tyrannical tooth wolves looked like an ever more raging tidal wave. The tidal wave had lashed out countless times, but the reef was still standing. Sun Pangyu's eyes were even a little moist. Yi Yang, hurry up. His spirit shook as he casually chopped off the storm-tooth wolves in front of him with a few swords protruding out of the encirclement, and roared. Zhang Yue also shouted, "Yi Yang, senior brother, you is already safe, let's leave quickly." otherwise it will be too late when that ferocious beast catches up. Yi Yang turned around and glanced at it in disbelief. Leave? Why should we leave? I came here today to kill this ferocious beast. Zhang Yue was so angry at his words that her face was suffocating red and she couldn't say anything for half a day. Sun Pingyu let out a bitter smile. Yi Yang, don't joke around, that beast is a 7th rank. Even if it's injured, it's still not something you and I can deal with. We'd better leave quickly while we still can. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Sun Pingyu was about to continue to open his mouth. The giant tiger suddenly raised his head, tilted the sky with a tiger whistle. The sound shook the mountains and forests, startling a piece of flying birds. It's over, the beast has woken up. Zhang Yue's face turned pale, being victimized by this guy with a pit in his brain. Sun Pengyu's face was even more anxious. The beast was coming over. Yi Yang, retreat quickly. Yi Yang hacked over the last tyrannical toothed wolf and casually said, there is a cab waiting at the foot of the mountain. You guys go first, I'll follow up after I kill this hanging golden eyes tiger. After saying that, he actually took this big step towards the cave entrance. Zhang Yue was so angry that she stomped her feet when she saw Yi Yang killing several tyrannical toothed wolves with a single kick and rescuing Sun Pengyu from the fire. She had originally had a few good feelings towards the latter. Now, those good feelings were gone. Dead people did not deserve good feelings. Yi Yang in her eyes had become a person who had a little strength but especially liked to show off. Now he was about to lose his life for his love of bravado. Senior brother, you let Zhang Yue lightly bit her cherry lips. Sun Pengyu hesitated for a moment, but finally shook his head. No, Yi Yang saved me, I have to go and help him. But Yue, you are different from me. You are the daughter of the mountain master and the next successor of my spirit beast mountain. You can't die here. Leave Nanping Mountain and go to Shangjing Academy for help. Sun Pengyu pulled out his blood-stained sword, took a deep breath and chased after Yi Yang's back. Zhang Yue had several celestial battles in her eyes and finally decided to quickly go to Shangjing Academy to ask for help. Elder brother, you must hold on, I will be right back. On the other hand, Yi Yang had already arrived in front of the cave where the golden-eyed tiger was entrenched. The huge ferocious beast stared at him with a pair of tiger eyes. It had to be said that the visual impact of an adult ferocious beast of the 7th rank was indeed great. It was more than 2 meters tall and its body length was even 5 meters. With a stomp of its meaty paw, its half-done body lunged straight at him. Its bloody mouth came straight towards Yi Yang's neck. Yi Yang smiled faintly. I'm afraid you don't dare to go on. His footsteps steeply became ghostly. The ethereal smoke steps were performed in an instant. This was an internal strength master level stance, immediately dodging the giant tiger's bite. Immediately afterward, with a continuous flick of his wrist, he imprinted 5 or 6 palms on the waist of the giant tiger. Wandering body, a trigram's palm. The giant tiger flung its tail violently under the pain, however it was unable to touch Yi Yang. This was also the essence of the wandering body, a trigram's palm, a short strike on the enemy's body like a maggot on the bone, unable to break free. Your body is also hard. Yi Yang slapped out a few palms, yet he could not help but frown. The giant tiger roared furiously, its claws slapping hard. Yi Yang dodged again, his eyes flashed with a strange light and had opened his heavenly eye. The heavenly eye swept through the giant tiger's body but did not see several weak points. The host tries to use the heavenly eye to observe the enemy's broken points. The heavenly eye is upgraded to wise eye, automatically full level. In an instant the world was refreshed. It was as if everything was minimally visible. Going back to look at the giant tiger at this moment, all the weaknesses of the latter's entire body were exposed in front of Yi Yang's eyes. The left front leg had been injured a year ago, the right ear had been pecked by a giant bird, the abdomen had been struck by Chief Teacher 11-inch and the back had been burned by President Yang with his firepower. Wherever his eyes looked, Yi Yang could tell in the first instance what injuries the giant tiger had suffered in the first place based on the hair growth style and the shape of the injuries. This is the place. Yi Yang took a deep breath and stabbed the pipe vise at a tricky angle directly into the knee of the giant tiger's right hind leg. The giant tiger roared miserably. This place was exactly where it had been most severely injured by the academy teachers. It was originally hidden extremely deeply, but now it was pierced by Yi Yang at a glance and broken with the pipe wrench. In an instant blood flowed out. The giant tiger roared and used its entire body to pounce. At this moment Sun Pingyu arrived just in time. He saw the scene, his eyes were burning with anger and he immediately yelled, "Get out of the way!" Yi Yang subconsciously dodged. However, the giant tiger used this force to grab on the tree and instantly jumped more than 10 meters away, actually intending to escape. Sun Pengyu froze for a moment. Why would you dang a 7th order ferocious beast want to run? But no matter what, this was a good thing. Yi Yang, quick, let's run while we can. Sun Pengyu rushed over and pulled Yi Yang's hand to run, then he realized that he couldn't actually pull Yi Yang. Run, can you run? Yi Yang ignored Sun Pengyu, instead he laughed coldly and let out a shrill whistle from his mouth. His whistling was like a signal. The surrounding forest suddenly resounded with the sound of wild beasts running. Groups of wolves raised their voices to the sky. In the area of South Screen Mountain, the Bloodtooth wolves were the most numerous, with more than 100 of them. Sun Pengyu's face instantly turned pale. Damn it, the entire Bloodtooth wolves of Nanping Mountain have come running over. It's over. Not only can this ferocious beast control the Stormtooth wolves, it can even control the Bloodtooth wolves. I should have thought of that. No, Yi Yang, follow me, we must kill our way out. Sun Pengyu took a deep breath, turned his back to Yi Yang and drew his sword with a murderous aura. Yi Yang's face looked odd as he listened to his words. The giant tiger is back. Sun Pengyu's face was aghast. Sure enough, the giant tiger had returned. It had returned with a large group of Bloodtooth wolves. A particularly large Bloodtooth wolf was walking straight towards Yi Yang with eyes that seemed to want to devour people. Sun Pengyu's eyes flinched as he dodged in front of Yi Yang. He took a deep breath. Yi Yang, you saved my life. I, Sun Pengyu, am not the kind of person who likes to owe favors. Now I will return the favor to you. The odd look on Yi Yang's face got heavier. Amidst Sun Pengyu's nervous and serious eyes, the Bloodtooth head wolf came to Yi Yang's body, then rubbed its head against Yi Yang with an inviting look. Sun Pengyu, Yi Yang touched its head. Good job, I will give you a name later. The Bloodtooth head wolf became even more excited, its tail wagging as frequently as a small motor. Brother Sun, in fact, this Bloodtooth wolf has already been tamed by me, Yi Yang said seriously. Sun Pengyu suddenly had the urge to cover his face. Damn, the feelings I just had brewed for nothing. The corners of Yi Yang's mouth lifted up in a faint smile, then he turned towards those Bloodtooth wolves and said, kill. More than 100 Bloodtooth wolves roared and charged forward and backward towards the giant tiger. Even though they could only tear off a small piece of flesh and blood from the giant tiger each time, with more than 100 of them together, even if you were a giant dragon, I would still bite you. The giant tiger ended up dying. Even if it was extremely cunning and even escaped from the siege of a dozen academy teachers to live, in its huge tiger eyes it reflected this full of unwillingness. If it could speak human language, it would have raised its voice to the sky. How did this Nanping Mountain's 100-odd Bloodtooth wolves become your people? Ah. Host kills a 7th order ferocious beast, opens basic fury chi, automatically full level. Basic fatal chi. Fatal chi is compelling and all beasts are shocked into submission. Effect. It will be a great deterrent to beings whose strength is lower than its own. Yi Yang shook his head. This skill was not useful. It was better to have that 7th grade inner pill, which was more affordable. He took a few steps forward and scooped out the inner elixir from the head of the suspended golden ice tiger. While the tiger's eyes were fed to Arisher Teeth, Arisher Teeth was the name he gave to the Bloodtooth head wolf. From now on you will be the boss of Nanping Mountain, don't harm anyone, got it? Yi Yang stroked Lanya's head. Arashia nodded obediently and tamely. The frequency of his tail flicked faster. Yi Yang suspected that if he put a propeller on it, it would be able to go up to the sky. Sun Pengyu, the inner disciple of Spirit Beast Mountain, on the other hand, seriously wondered if he had fallen into an illusion. However, the huge skeleton on the ground with only its head left and its head dissected was reminding him that it was all true. The 7th-ranked beast, the hanging golden eyes tiger, a beast comparable to the peak of inner strength, had died in the hands of a second-year student of Shangjing Academy just like this. His own face was red as he had shouted a few minutes ago that he would protect him and pay back this favor on the spot. To be honest, when Master introduced himself to a person, his face was not as red as it is now. Let's just wait here, it's a big night, I guess we can't get a cab in Nanping district. Yi Yang casually found a rock and sat down. More than 100 Bloodtooth wolves scattered and converged into the mountains. From now on, without the 7th-ranked ferocious beast, Lantooth was the boss of Nanping Mountain. Although its rank was a bit shabby, Sun Pengyu found a stone pier and sat down and didn't speak. He wanted to talk, but he couldn't even say a fart. Yi Yang had given him too much of a shock. The inner disciple of Spirit Beast Mountain, the #1 sect in Hanzhou, was deep in the siege of the tyrannical tooth wolves, and you, a second-year student of Shangjing Academy, not only hacked over the entire tyrannical tooth wolf pack by yourself, but also called in the entire Bloodtooth wolf pack of Nanping Mountain, drawing out the former overlord of Nanping Mountain alive. Yi Yang, if he was a disciple of Spirit Beast Mountain and could make such a feat, he would only be promoted to a true disciple the next day and be personally taught the complete true secrets of the sect by the Mountain Master. You are a peak inner strength, After hesitating for a long time, Sun Pingyu still can't help but ask. Yi Yang nodded. There was nothing to hide about this. Sun Pingyu stopped talking again. People are more angry than people. His own 26 only internal force into this kid looks like just adult, actually on the peak of the internal force, such a cultivation speed he really cannot catch up. After finishing his 2 sentences, the scene once again fell into awkwardness, but fortunately, the situation did not last long, and soon Yi Yang heard the sound of many people running wildly. Elder brother, I've rushed over with the teachers of the academy. Where are you? Zheng Yue's anxious voice rang out from the mountain forest. Sun Pengyu's face was delighted as he hurriedly shouted out. Soon, the academy teachers also rushed over. It was already 2 o'clock late at night at the moment, and the teachers had all gone to sleep, but once they heard that Yi Yang was in danger to save Sun Pengyu, each one of them rolled over and got up. Not to mention Yi Yang's talent, they had to come just because of Yi Yang's kindness in healing their wounds not long ago. Shiyu, who rushed at the front, he was panicking, that was the truth. He especially panicked when he saw the tyrannical tooth wolves that had died tragically along the way. These giant wolves died in different ways. Some were smashed to death with their fists, some were kicked to death, and some were killed alive by blunt weapons. Most importantly, all of them were killed with a single blow. This was very wrong. Apart from practicing beast breeding, the spirit beast mountain disciples practiced the most sword techniques. As for Yi Yang had only shown boxing body techniques so far. Could it be that there was a super expert mixed in on this South Screen Mountain? That's why Ziyuhu was panicking. Instead of worrying about those ferocious beasts, he was more worried about that nameless person laying his hands on Yi Yang. Because of this, when he was the first one to see Yi Yang, he couldn't help but be overjoyed and patted him hard. It's good that you are all right. Fortunately, that ferocious beast should have sensed our breath and run away. Mr. Feng nodded and was about to continue. Then he saw that huge skeleton in the center of the clearing, as well as that huge hideous tiger head. Dead. Yang Yan, who had arrived right after him, also froze. He clearly remembered every inch of the fur and every pattern of this hanging golden-eyed tiger. But now, this 7th-ranked beast, which was comparable to a peak inner strength martial artist, was lying quietly in front of his eyes. And there was only a skeleton left. Zhang Yue also screamed in fear. How did it die? Yang Yan tried. Sun Pengyu, did you kill this giant tiger? Sun Pengyu sighed darkly and said helplessly, Yi Yang killed it. Although we all have such a guess in our hearts, but after Sun Pengyu said it himself, it still feels a little unreal. What cultivation level Yi Yang was, Ziyuhu knew very well, because only a short while ago he had sent a chi nurturing jade to Yi Yang in the hope that the latter would find chi sense and cultivate inner strength as soon as possible. But now it seemed that not only did this student have internal energy a long time ago, but he was only afraid that his cultivation had already reached an extremely high level. Tell me honestly, what is your current cultivation level? Shiyu said seriously. Peak inner strength. There was another chorus of voices sucking in cold air. They had no doubts. If Yi Yang didn't have a cultivation level that was comparable to that of the hanging golden-eyed tiger, there was no way he could have killed him. It wasn't that the teachers had never seen a genius before, but it was really the first time they had seen such a bullish and demonic genius. I hide it. Ziyuhu's tone was a bit complaining. Good. I'm hopeful that I'll be able to go to the Beijing Academy. Yang Yan suddenly laughed out loud. It had been a long time since he had laughed so heartily. If Yi Yang's self-creation of the vitality pill at the Murden residence had brought him a ray of light before, then the strength Yi Yang was showing now made him see the hope of victory. Becoming a peak inner strength in the 2nd year, with such a horrible cultivation speed, which other academy students can catch up. Let's go down the mountain. Shiyu also let out a laugh and took Yi Yang's shoulder, not like teacher and student, but like 2 fox friends. Zhang Yue and Sun Pengyu looked at each other and smiled, also followed. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, Master Ji's cab was actually still parked there. This middle-aged man was obviously very trustworthy. Even though there were only more than 2 minutes left from the 1-hour appointment, he didn't leave early. Seeing a large group of people descending the mountain, Gu Guoping hurriedly came forward. Seeing that Yi Yang was unharmed, he could not help but let out a long breath. Luckily, Gu Guoping saw that the teacher of the academy was also here and couldn't help but show a little bit of his elder's majesty. What's wrong with what you kids said? You had to say that you were going to kill that ferocious beast. Fortunately did not take his own little life, otherwise your family will not die of sadness. You see, these teachers of the academy are all here to save you. In the middle of the night, for you a student to raise a crowd, you do not feel ashamed. You are still killing the beast. The beast did not eat you even. Good. Gu Guoping was getting more and more angry, as if he had taken Yi Yang as his own daughter. he indeed disliked this kind of behavior that belittled life. But the more Gu Guoping spoke, the more strange the faces of everyone present became. In the end, it was Shi Yuhu who broke the deadlock with a light cough. Master Ah, I know that at this time there must be transportation trouble. You to help us call a small truck, the skeleton of the beast to transport back. I will give you an additional $500. Shi Yuhu finished and pointed backward. Gu Guoping nodded and subconsciously looked behind him. He was so scared that he almost didn't fall to the ground with his legs soft. Holy shit, what the hell is that? Is that the ferocious beast that ravaged Nanping Mountain and ate people? The teachers are still awesome, they actually killed this beast. It's awesome, it's a big scourge for Nanping district. Gu Guoping was a little excited again. His neighbor's family was taken away by this beast at night. His family is in Nanping district. And with the death of this beast his family can also feel at ease. Ziyuhu coughed lightly. Master, you are mistaken, in fact this beast was killed by Yi Yang, that is this young student. Gu Guoping froze for a moment. Are you kidding me? This, a man-eating beast, how could it be killed by a student? Really? Gu Guoping hesitated. Ziyuhu cried, and laughed. Is there any benefit for me to lie to you? Gu Guoping sucked in cool air. Yang Yan pulled Shi Yuhu to a corner. Yuhu, I'll go to that martial arts discussion class in class 3 tomorrow, Yang Yan said directly. Shi Yuhu immediately guessed what he was thinking. I know President Yang, you plan to give Yi Yang a little lesson, right? Give him a lecture on internal energy attributes, right? Yang Yan had a pleased expression on his face. Shi Yuhu also sighed. I'm only afraid that this kid will soon be promoted to inner strength master even faster than me. Haha Yuhu. Don't be so presumptuous. It's because Yi Yang's natural talent is too demonic. Even us teachers are red in the eyes. More than 20 minutes later Yi Yang returned to his rented house. The dog kept nibbling on the corner of his coat, just wanting to eat that 7th order inner elixir. Yi Yang however rubbed his chin and thought of a problem. This inner elixir, one can also upgrade it with the talent of turning stones into gold, right? Host attempts to upgrade the 7th order inner elixir. The required money is 1,100,000 Chinese coins. Yi Yang silently pressed out this thought of his. He was really short of money. Don't be anxious, I will feed this inner elixir to you when all the medicinal power in your body is stimulated. Yi Yang stroked the dog's chin and laughed. The next day, it was the alarm clock that woke him up. Sleeping so comfortably, Yi Yang stretched his waist. Today was the day of the Paiwan conference that Yan Chengqing had mentioned. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but feel a bit energized. If an inner strength master could appear at the convention, then his skills could be upgraded again. It was better to go to school first. Yi Yang rushed to Shangjing Academy at a fast pace, and on the way he checked his internal energy in passing. After reaching the peak of the internal force, the 9 revolutions forging breath technique had also become slow, and if he were to rely solely on this skill to break through to an internal force master, it would take at least 10 days. Therefore Yi Yang felt that he had to find a chance to observe the way an internal strength master carries his power. If he remembered correctly, this morning was a lesson on martial arts, right? According to the progress of the lesson, it should also be the time to talk about searching for Qi Sense. Yi Yang nodded slightly and walked into the classroom. In the classroom, the discussion was in full swing at the moment. Completely unaware of Yi Yang's approach, the Pavilion Row Conference. This was a great event in Shangjing City. Let's go and watch it together after the martial arts class. A boy with freckles on his face shouted excitedly. I've heard that the martial arts schools this time are all of a very high caliber, so it should be an eye-catching battle between the dragons and the tigers. Well, the recently risen Chongping Martial Arts School is also very strong, and this pavilion ranking meeting is very interesting to watch. I think that the lower pavilion meeting can actually not watch it first, wait for the upper pavilion meeting to watch it, then the technical content is higher. Lu Quan, who just walked into the classroom at this moment, heard them talking and suddenly said, "What is the lower pavilion meeting? What is the upper pavilion meeting?" A girl couldn't help but ask. Not only her, some boys also showed puzzled expressions. Quan, your cousin is from Sanglong Martial Arts School, he must know a lot, tell us about it, a boy said. Lu Quan coughed lightly and said with a slight expression of interest, there are more than 50 martial arts schools in the entire Shangjing City. If they were to fight together, how long would it take to fight? So there is a ministry of the Ministry of Justice issued such a regulation. First of all, each district to determine the first place, this is the next hall will be. Then all the district's first martial arts halls will start a round-robin tournament, and finally the 10 martial arts halls with the highest points will be able to obtain the title of the top 10 martial arts halls in Shangjing. Wow, so the competition system is so complicated. Brother Quan is awesome, the boy exclaimed in surprise. Lu Quan was modest on his lips, but in reality he was very proud of himself, and his eyes couldn't help but sweep over Yi Yang's side, wanting to see what Yi Yang's reaction would be, but he was disappointed. Yi Yang was expressionless and didn't react at all. Lu Quan sneered in his heart. Yesterday, after he went back, his cousin Lu Wei told his father Lu Hong about this matter. Lu Hong immediately said that there was no way that a second-year student could catch a punch from an inner strength master. This Yi Yang should be carrying some kind of powerful body protection treasure on his body. Speaking of this, Lu Hang's eyes even changed a bit. What was the grade of a body protection treasure that could allow a 9th-rank martial artist to resist a slap from an internal strength master? At least Lu Hang, as the head of Canglong Martial Hall, did not have such a body protection treasure. Yi Yang, on what grounds did he have it? Lu Quan's heart was not without envy but also bloating at the same time. That body protection treasure of Yi Yang had already been spotted by Lu Hong. This kid, he won't be able to jump around for long. Okay, classmates, class is in session. A figure suddenly entered the classroom with quick steps and a deep and majestic voice. Everyone froze for a second, because this voice was completely different from Xiu Hua. Yi Yang also froze slightly. The person who came this time was actually Vice Dean Yang Yan. Yang Yan let out a light laugh. His eyes lingered on Yi Yang for a moment, fainting to chortle. Can't I come to give you guys a lecture on martial arts? You like to listen to Chief Teacher Shi's lectures? In this lesson, let's focus on the search for Chi Sense, and by the way, I'm going to give you a lecture on the cultivation of internal energy and the changes in the attributes of internal energy. Yi Yang smiled heartily when he heard this. He had already guessed Yang Yan's mind. Yang Yan was an internal energy master, and stepping from the peak of internal energy into the ranks of a Dengtang realm master required more than just a massive amount of internal energy. He also needed to make his internal energy appear to have attributes. For example, Yang Yan himself, his body had a greater affinity for fire attribute auras, so his internal energy was born with a fire attribute known as fire energy. Fire strength was one of the 5 elements of internal energy, and apart from these 5, there were also some other attributes that were born strange, such as ice strength, thunder strength, dark strength, poison strength, and so on. For other students, specifically talking about the attributes of internal energy was just to open up a bit of knowledge for them in advance, but for Yi Yang, it was the avenue to the masters of internal energy. Close your eyes and adjust your breathing, 3 long and 1 short. After lasting hundreds of times, your body will be emptied. At this time, the glowing dots around you are the sense of chi you can look for. You can try it yourself. After recounting a bit of the history after the revival of Aura, Yang Yan returned to the main topic. The students all closed their eyes and started searching. The 3 long and 1 short breathing technique was not precious. This technique was called the vomiting method. It was developed by a high-ranking person from the Ministry of Politics, and many people had access to it. The search for Chi Sense could be done at any stage of the body refining realm. Some affluent families even help their children to search for Chi Senses starting from the time they are just born, and they naturally achieve more in the future. I can feel it, dozens of glowing little dots. Hey, I can't believe I only have a few. I can't feel it at all. Finding a sense of chi. Some people are happy and some people are sad. Lu Quan suddenly let out a wild laugh. I found hundreds of Chi Senses. Immediately many envious eyes were cast on him. This thing Chi Sense was equivalent to internal energy qualification. The better the qualification, the higher the achievement would naturally be in the future. Yang Yan nodded his head slightly. Although this kid Lu Quan had a bad character, his cultivation qualifications were still good. Su Qingyan, what about you? Have you found your Chi Sense? He walked to Su Qingyan's side and asked warmly. Su Qingyan bit her lip. Dean Yang, there are too many, I can't count them. Her voices vary, but the people in the surrounding circle can still hear it. Those few students who didn't feel any sense of chi in their farts were in tears. Sure enough, people are more angry than people. Lu Quan's laughter came to a screeching halt. Compared to people who couldn't even count, he was low. Yang Yan was very pleased. The Chi Senses were like sesame seeds densely packed. Su Chongyan could reach the inner strength master realm without any obstacles in the future. Yi Yang, how are you doing? Yang Yan walked to Yi Yang's side and asked softly. Yi Yang blinked, similar to Su Qingyan. Yang Yan's majesty was here. No one dared to directly open their mouths to ridicule him. However, there were still quite a few people who revealed a look of contempt. Your Yi Yang's body refining realm is high, but physical body qualification and internal strength qualification are not the same thing. Just because you are high in body refining does not mean that your internal energy will be high in the future. People can't even count Su Qingyan's Chi Sense. You can't even count it either. Why don't you go to heaven? Will there be 2 geniuses in a class at the same time? Yi Yang wasn't actually telling the truth. His Chi Senses were like stars, and each one of them emitted a dazzling light as if they were illuminating the entire universe, but he was too lazy to compete. He himself was at the peak of internal energy, and these people hadn't even cultivated internal energy yet, so there was no need to fight with these people over whose internal energy qualification was more powerful. Next, I will tell you about internal energy attributes. As a human being is the spirit of all things, his body is in contact with all kinds of auras, and naturally a body that prefers the 5 elements of auras emerges. For example, I am a body that favors fire attribute auras, so when I was promoted to Grandmaster, my internal energy became fire energy. In order to achieve this step, you also need a large amount of elixir support, that is, elixirs such as the Imperial Fire Elixir, the Imperial Water Elixir, and so on. I'll give everyone a look at the power transportation. After Yang Yan finished speaking, he directly sat down and transported his internal energy. His clothes bulged out and a mindless wind suddenly formed. The host observes the internal energy master transporting his energy, and the 9 revolutions forging breath technique is upgraded to the innate 1 chi method and automatically reaches full level. Innate 1 breath method, innate 1 breath. Xian Kuan reverses. Effect: a portion of internal energy is formed with every breath. Yi Yang's eyes lit up as he immediately felt that the speed of internal energy formation in his body had accelerated by a full dozen times. Originally, it took 9 breaths to form a portion of internal energy, but now every breath could form a portion of internal energy. He roughly calculated that in only half a day's time, his internal energy content would be enough to match that of a newly promoted master. Yang Yan let out a low gulp, his hands fiercely joined together towards the center, and in an instant a crimson flame flower appeared abruptly. Wow! The crowd of students under the stage cried out in astonishment. The host observes the operation of the firepower, and the innate 1 chi method upgrades the branch skill Mixed Elemental 1 power, which automatically reaches full level. Mixed Elemental Strength. Forge the Mixed Elemental Internal Strength to form the Supreme Spiritual Body. Effect: combine the 5 elements of internal energy into the Mixed Elemental Internal Energy, greatly increasing its power. Surprise rose on Yi Yang's face. As expected, the system never lets me down. However, the cost of hammering out the mixed internal force was also frighteningly high. Yi Yang needed to refine all the 5 types of pills, namely the Imperial Fire Pill, and all of them had to be upgraded to the 5th rank or above and swallowed before he could forge a copy of the Mixed Yuan Internal Force. The bell rang for the end of the class. This class is over here. Yang Yan lightly smiled. The martial arts hall street side is going to start the lower hall meeting of the Row Hall Assembly. Everyone can go and take a look, it will be beneficial to them. Su Qingyan immediately came over. Yi Yang, why don't we go together? I've always supported Master Yen of Wing Chun Martial Arts School. Good. Yi Yang nodded his head. Soon, all the people from Year 2 Class 3 arrived at the Martial Arts School street one after another. This place was already very busy in the past, with people coming and going, but today it was even more bustling. On the square in the center of the street, a number of square rings had been temporarily set up. The one in the center was the largest, and behind the ring was where the bigwigs of Shinjing were seated. On the other smaller rings, there were already some Hans who had begun to compete, with all sorts of moves and paths thrown out, winning a round of applause. The students had never seen such a hot-blooded scene before, and every time they saw it they exclaimed in amazement. Yi Yang just watched for a while and lost interest. Flowery fist-wanking was not worth mentioning. These people were all famous martial artists in Shinjing City, and young Master Yi couldn't even look at them. Lu Quan caught a glimpse of his movements and could not help but sneer. Yi Yang frowned slightly. Why did this guy start again? Wasn't the last shock enough? He coldly glanced at Lu Quan and rolled. Lu Quan showed his anger. He was about to retort. Suddenly he met his eyes. He felt like falling into an ice cave. He lost his temper. When cousin uncle comes, see if I don't get you killed. Lu Quan hurriedly walked a few steps away and sneered in the gap of the crowd. Wow, they're here. An exclamation of surprise suddenly rang out. Immediately after, Yi Yang saw that a large group of imposing figures walked up to the ring and took their seats. Yang Yen, who was an inner strength master, was also among them. Li Shuanjin, the branch minister of the Ministry of Education, was here, so it seemed that this Pavilion Row conference was indeed a battle between dragons and tigers. A person next to Yi Yang lamented. Yi Yang lightly narrowed his eyes, looking at the stage in the middle of a person's Sisu Wanwan looks still some elegant, but he is unshirkable to sit in the center of the position. This person should be their Ministry of Finance branch minister. And Lu's group, Lu Yunshan old man, Shun's group, Shinguanqing chairman, Tang's Tang Blow Snow Tang family head. These can be stomp on the capital city are going to be shaken for the big brother. Ah. The bystanders seemed to be extremely excited and enthusiastically said. Yi Yang was also excited. if all these people showed a hand or two in front of him, I'm only afraid that his strength could soar in a very short period of time. However, at the realm of a master, moves were not shown easily, otherwise what if an enemy found a break? Yi Yang, someone from the martial arts school is here. Su Qingyan looked like she had noticed something and pointed in a direction. Yi Yang followed the sound and looked. 3 pavilion masters with a deep and majestic aura were walking quickly, and behind them were the elite backbones of their respective martial arts pavilions. In addition to San Lang and Wing Chun, there was also a newly risen Changping martial arts school in the southern part of the city, and they were also coming to compete for the first place. Do you want to make a bet? Wing Chun martial arts school will definitely lose this time. Lu Quan came over again and sneered. He was aware of the fact that his own cousin had spent a lot of money to bring in a peak internal energy martial artist from another state in order to win this time. On the other hand, Wing Chun Yim Chung Ching himself was only at the peak of internal energy, therefore Wing Chun would definitely lose. He deliberately raised his voice so loud that everyone around him could hear it, but not many people had any objections, because that was what they thought in their hearts as well. Wing Chun's strength was not a fraction of a star weaker than San Lang. In addition, San Lang's fist was known for its ferocity, so Wing Chun would most likely be shaved, meaning that he would lose all 3 battles. This bet, in fact, didn't make much sense. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. This guy was planning to give himself a baby again. What if Wing Chun wins? He said lightly. Lu Quan sneered. If Wing Chun wins, I'll kneel down and slap myself 10 times in front of the whole school. But if Wing Chun loses, his eyes flashed with greed. You give me that spirit beast cub by your side. The value of a 4th-rank spirit beast cub was incredibly large. Su Qingyan was afraid that Yi Yang would be provoked to anger. She quickly said, Yi Yang, don't agree to him. Yi Yang smiled faintly. Fine, I promise. 10 slaps, must be dry and loud. Qingyan, I'm going to the restroom. After saying that, he left the crowd straight away. Lu Quan laughed coldly for a while, but I don't know why, but seeing Yi Yang agreeing so dryly, his heart was flustered. It shouldn't be. Why panic over something so solid? Yi Yang was also a fool to actually agree. The thought that he could get a 4th-order cub without any effort. Lu Quan was so excited that he almost jumped up and down, and the trace of panic flew to the sky. Yi Yang circled around a few times, reached a deserted place, casually wiped his hand, changed into the face of young Knight, and squeezed into the crowd with a big stride. Wing Chun martial arts school, why aren't all your people here yet? Lu Yunshan on the stands frowned. Yen Chengqing said stiffly, perhaps they were late because of the traffic jam on the road. Lu Han laughed out loud. It can't be that he is afraid and doesn't dare to come, right? Xingguanqing sipped a mouthful of pour and laughed softly. Master Yen, do not do such a thing again, otherwise I have the right to directly sentence the Wing Chun martial arts school to abstain. Lu Yunshan slammed the armrest. Fart, you have a fart power, this needs to be voted by all of us. Xingguanqing laughed lightly. Master Lu, don't be so grumpy. On the ring, Lu Hong suddenly lowered his voice and laughed. Yen Chengqing, to tell you the truth, I have already broken through to the peak of internal energy. Yen Chengqing's pupils shrunk. Moreover, I have also hired an external helper from Jiangzhou who is also at the peak of inner strength. Oh, Pavilion Master Yen, you are a smart man. Do you still want to continue fighting? If you really continue to fight, missing an arm or leg is a small matter. I'm afraid that you Wing Chun martial arts school will die. Lu Heng's eyes steeply became cruel. Yen Chengqing was so angry that he was trembling. You, Master Yen, can't afford to joke. Lu Heng suddenly laughed again and went forward to pat Yen Chengqing's shoulder. We have a good relationship, how could I possibly kill him? Under the stage, in the area of Wing Chun martial arts school, Su Qingyan came here while she was surprised how Yi Yang went to the toilet and how the person was gone. She curiously asked Sister Hong, where is the foreign aide that Master Yen invited? Hasn't come yet. Yen Ziqiang, a serious-faced little lowly, clenched her small fists. That Yang Knight is really unreliable, he can't be afraid. What an asshole. Sister Hong let out a bitter smile. Mr. Yang doesn't look like a timid person, maybe something really happened on the way. The first battle is between San Lang and Changping, they should still be able to delay a bit. On the stands, Li Xuanjin slowly got up and faintly said, 3 martial arts schools, 2 against 2, playing 3 matches, according to the order of the previous draw. For the first battle, Sanlong Wushu Hall versus Changping Wushu Hall. After he finished speaking, he sat down. The audience under the stage rubbed their fists and waited. The strength of the Changping Martial Arts Hall was also quite impressive. Although it wasn't as good as San Lang, it was still interesting to watch. Especially Changping's Hall Master Li Chongxiao. This bald man was a fierce man. Back when he was still only a 9th-rank martial artist, he ran to Nanping Mountain alone without any food for 10 days and 10 nights. by the time he came out he had already stepped into the ranks of inner strength martial artists. This kind of bravery and talent was beyond the reach of many people. Such a character, even if slightly inferior to Lu Hang, would surely have a wonderful battle. A total of 6 people from both sides leaped onto the ring together, each with their own martial artist salute. Lu Hong had deep meaning in his eyes and smiled slightly. Li Chongxiao also revealed a mouthful of big white teeth. Immediately afterward the referee blew his whistle. Ai Chongping conceded defeat. Li Chongxiao grinned broadly, directly arched his hand and led people off the stage. The audience under the stage, Ai Chao Nima. The bigwigs on the stands had different demeanors. Lu Yunshan was stunned, then became furious. Shen Guanqing always had a faint smile on his face. Tang Blues now was an old man with an expressionless face. Li Xuanjin narrowed his eyes as his sight traveled over the 3 in front of him. He knew that this was the game of the 3. Below the ring, Yan Qingqing's face was stunned, but he quickly reacted. Song Lang and Chang Ping had colluded. In the next match it was Chang Ping fighting Wing Chun. Song Lang already had an overwhelming advantage, but they didn't think it was secure enough and they had to use the Changping Martial Arts Center to drain Wing Chun's stamina. It's the most vicious thing they've ever done. Mr. Yang hasn't arrived yet. Thinking about the bigwigs standing behind each of them, Yan Changqing had a better idea. He had originally wondered how Changping, originally unknown, could have risen to prominence in a month or two. Now it seems that it is the Shin and Tang families' joint move against the Lu family. The first match, watching the spectators on the stage, their teeth itching, it was useless to clamor loudly, so they could only have greater expectations for the second match. However, on the Wing Chun Martial Arts School side there was a delay in taking the stage. As time passed, the voice of skepticism under the stage grew louder and louder. What's going on with the Wing Chun Martial Arts School? Why hasn't the third person arrived yet? Is this going to be a fight or not? Hey, you do not know if the third person according to the usual are invited foreign aid, but Yan Chengqing's side of the foreign aid, I guess it is afraid of it. That's right, facing the 2 peak of the internal force, anyone must be afraid of even Pei, who stood behind Yan Chengqing, could not help but say, Yan Pavilion Master Mr. Yang. Yan Chengqing lowered his voice and rebuked, Mr. Yang will definitely come. Atmosphere more and more anxious. On the stands, Li Xuanjin, who had not said anything, suddenly stood up and he was about to open his mouth to announce that Wing Chun had directly conceded defeat. An athletic figure suddenly leapt onto the ring. I'm coming, Yi Yang said indifferently. Mr. Yang is here. Su Qingyan's eyes lit up. He's coming. Sister Hong was also energized. Yan Zicheng bristled and didn't say anything. In the second battle, Chang Ping faced Wing Chun. The audience under the stage was swarming, but the bigwigs didn't care about that. The 3 on Changping's side jumped into the ring in unison and Wing Chun's side was about to go up as well, but Yip Yang held them down. Wait a minute, Yi Yang suddenly said. What's the matter with you? The referee said impatiently. I'm fighting 3 people at once, does that count as a violation? Yi Yang said indifferently. The referee froze, not only him, almost everyone froze. The Changping One Pavilion Master Li Chongxiao was the first one who couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha, kid, are you sick in the head? Under the stage, all the audience revealed sneers, contempt and puzzled looks. This person was out of his mind, right? He wants to fight 3 times? Fuck, I've never seen someone who likes to be so cocky. He doesn't even look at who's on the other side. That's Li Chongxiao, who spent 10 days and 10 nights in Nanping Mountain. Yan Zicheng also wrinkled her pretty little face. This young knight, Sister Hong, frowned and didn't say anything. Not only them, the stands were also in a daze. Shen Guanqing froze for a long time before he laughed. Old Lu, do you want your Lu clan's Zhang Jishir to give this kid a look? Is he having a brain attack? Tang Shueshue opened his mouth for the first time. Such an unaware person, this is the first time I have seen it. Old Lu, you were very lucky. Lu Yunshan's face was covered with a sulking color, but he could not say a word. However, his eyes were almost ready to spit out flames. Damn, this is the idiot Yan Chengqing invited from where later on when the lower pavilion meeting is over I have to pinch you to death. Yan Chengqing hurriedly went to pull Yi Yang. Mr. Yang, don't. The referee sneered and said, sure, good, that I have full authority to challenge the 3 of them on behalf of the Wing Chun Martial Arts School. Yi Yang took a step up to the ring, looking down again compared to the Changping trio with a beautiful cartwheel into the ring. Master Yan, I get it. You must have wanted to admit defeat but were afraid that you would lose face, that's why you let this kid come up alone, right? Li Chongxiao laughed out loud at this time. Don't worry, Pavilion Master Yan, I will definitely save face for you and definitely won't beat this kid to death. He touched his bald head and laughed. In the laughter, however, there was cruelty. The corner of Yan Qingqing's mouth twitched and he was about to rush to the ring. But the referee intentionally blocked in front of him. Master Yan Yang Knight has already represented Wing Chun in the ring. You don't need to go on, stay here and watch. Cool, what's the point of watching? 1 against 3. Does he think he's Superman? This is the first time I've seen someone who likes to die so much, and this fight is really not worth watching. Let's go. The audience lost their mood and all of them wanted to leave. This is already a fight without any suspense. There is nothing to see. Next, what kind of death do you want? Li Chongxiao rubbed his fist and laughed harshly. Yi Yang faintly said, it's the other way around. It's you guys. What death do you want? Yi Yang said with a slight smile. Damn, you are really looking for death. The youth standing beside Li Chongxiao couldn't help but throw a punch. The fist came out like a dragon and swept up a cloud of dust. Who is this guy? He looks fierce too. Hey. Under the ring, a short and stout youth asked. Li Chongxiao's son Liang is said to have been thrown into the Nanping Mountain by Li Chongxiao when he was a 9th-rank martial artist, and he stayed even longer than his dad, a full 14 days. His friend, the spectacled youth, replied, I'm afraid that this guy who blew a great deal can't even beat Li Chongxiao's son. Go go go. The short and stout youth waved his hand and turned to leave. Then he heard a sound of spitting blood followed by the dull crash of a human body falling to the ground. That Yang Knight actually didn't even block a single punch. Looks like I overestimated him. The short and stout youth didn't turn around but instead shook his head. Hey, aren't you leaving yet? He saw the incredulous face of his friend next to him and couldn't help but wonder what's so surprising about Yang Knight being defeated by a single punch. Wasn't, it's Liang On. He was knocked out of the ring by a single punch and spat out blood. The spectacled youth had a horrified look on his face. The short and stout youth. All the spectators saw that Li Chongxiao's son Liang, who was a small achiever in internal energy, bombarded young Knight fist to fist. The next moment the former flew out like a broken kite, spitting out a large mouthful of blood in midair. Fuck, this young Knight really is still a bit of strength. Thought Glasses youth nodded, presumably also have the internal force into it. The short and stout young man recovered from the stunned state. Just take advantage of his defenses. He is still going to lose. Moreover, this young Knight also have to face the furious Li Chongxiao. In the ring, Li Chongxiao looked deeply at Yi Yang. You really aren't a fool, still hiding a few tricks, huh? He laughed harshly. Yi Yang faintly said, you two go together. Don't say I didn't give you a chance, Chongping. Li Chongxiao laughed in anger and arrogance. My son lost to you. It's his fault for not learning the art well, but if you hurt him you have to pay back 10-fold and 100-fold. Li Chongxiao bellowed, took a fierce step and slammed his fist. The pace is like a dragon's step. The fist is like a dragon's roar, bringing up a wave of air. Dragon tiger steps, dragon tiger fist. The audience under the stage exclaimed, finally seeing real kung fu. The short and stout young man was immediately pleased. Li Chongxiao's 2 sets of martial arts is a masterpiece. It is said that he picked it up in a cave under the cliff of Nanping Mountain back then. With these 2 sets of martial arts he had even wrestled and killed a 5th-order adult spirit beast with his inner strength initiation cultivation. The spectacled youth's eyes widened. So powerful. That's a step up, that's right. Otherwise how could Li Chongxiao get a piece of the southern part of the city and establish the Chongping Martial Arts School? The short and stout youth said proudly, as if he was Li Chongxiao, above the ring facing Li Chongxiao's violent and domineering offense. Like a dragon pouncing and a tiger devouring, Yi Yang did not move at all. Look at that guy is just scared silly. It's true the son is not good at learning the art, but the old man is still very good. The short and stout youth was even more complacent. Some of the spectators had even covered their eyes as if they had already seen Yi Yang's misery. Then everyone saw that Yi Yang raised his palm. With a backhand he took hold of Li Chongxiao's fist. Li Chongxiao's eyes were wide open. Yi Yang's movements just now were so fast that he couldn't even catch them. Yi Yang smiled faintly, his wrists steeply rotated. The sound of clicking sleeves bursting one after another from Li Chongxiao's wrist all the way to his shoulder. The crowd looked again. Li Chongxiao's entire right arm sleeve had completely burst, revealing his bloody arm underneath. Severe pain instantly enveloped this man. Roll. Yama ghost kick. Yi Yang threw a direct kick towards Li Chongxiao's chest. More than 20,000 kilograms of force suddenly erupted and the latter instantly stepped off the stage. Li Chongxiao's figure rolled out a long way, spitting out a large mouthful of blood, his breath wilting. Everyone sucked in cold air. You still want to fight? Yi Yang pointed at the last person. That person's face changed red and white and he eventually cupped his fists and stepped down from the stage. He was just a foreign aide invited by Chongping. There was no need to risk serious injury. Wing Chun, I apologize. Yi Yang clasped his fist towards the referee and said lightly. The whole arena was dead silent. True, 1 against 3. This young indeed still looked quite strong. On the stands, Lu Yunshan laughed heartily. Shen Guanqing's face was covered in gloom. Old Lu played a good hand, actually even fooled me. Tang Shueshue did not say anything, but the armrests that he gripped fiercely left deep marks. Under the ring, Yan Chengqing and Pei Hu were overjoyed and laughed. Yang Yan was actually really this strong. Yan Chengqing really didn't look at the wrong person. Let's start the third battle straight away, my time is precious. Yi Yang glanced at the referee, who didn't know what to say and said indifferently. The referee took a deep breath and said helplessly, third battle, Wing Chun vs. Song Lang, Lu Hong, and the other two jumped into the ring. Surname Yang, I have to admit you greatly exceeded my expectations. Lu Hong scrutinized Yi Yang several times as if he wanted to see him from the inside out before he faintly said. Yi Yang smiled without saying anything. But everything will stop here. Lu Hong looked indifferent because there are not two peak-inner strengths on my side, but three. The one who had been wearing a cloak at the end suddenly lifted it off and stimulated his entire body's internal energy. Lu Hong and that expert from Jiangzhou similarly stimulated their internal energy. The three-peak internal energy auras stirred up layers of airwaves. Yan Chengqing's pupils tightened. It's you. A gasp of surprise came from the audience under the stage. After all, 3 peaks of internal energy appearing at the same time, such a thing was not something that could be seen normally. Wasn't that Zhao Hao? He actually came all the way from Jiangzhou to assist in the battle, under the ring. Sister Hong exclaimed out in shock. Zhao Hao. Yin Zichong's small face revealed a look of extreme disgust. Who is Zhao Hao? Su Qingyan curiously said. Sister Hong let out a long sigh. Zhao Hao was originally in Wing Chun. He was a genius. The owner of the pavilion even gave him the secret Wing Chun martial arts to watch, but as a result, after he finished learning, he directly defected to Tsanglong. Su Qingyan's beautiful eyes rounded. There is actually such a shameless person. But Zhao Hao is indeed a genius. Less than a year's time, he learned all of Song Lang's secret martial arts. A few months ago, he was sent by Lu Hong to Jiangzhou's Tianya High Pavilion, which is where Lu Hang's master is located. He didn't expect that Lu Hang would call him in for the sake of this match, and what's more, he didn't expect that in just a few months' time, Zhao Hao had actually stepped into the peak of inner strength. Sister Hong did not hide her shock. On the side of Wing Chun Martial Arts School, naturally they were also not willing to show weakness. Yan Chengqing and Pei Hu had both fully stimulated their internal energy. One internal energy great success, one internal energy small success, but compared to each other, they were much more dwarfed. Lu Hong suddenly laughed. Yin Pavilion Master, it's not much fun for us to fight to the death. Why don't we add a little something to the mix? Oh, what is it? Let's hear it. Yan Chengqing coldly said. I just got 7 or 8 pieces of Qi Nourishing Jade and a precious 4th Order Withered Tree Heart. How do you think I'll use these as add-ons? Lu Hong let out a light laugh and said, I remember the attribute of your Wing Chun's Kung Fu is wood, right? Yan Chengqing's breath immediately caught. Yes, his heart was moved. Although the Qi Nourishing Jade was useless to him, its value was close to infinite to a martial artist at the peak of body refinement. After all, this item could improve the ability to find Qi sense. As for the 4th Order Withered Tree Heart, it was a treasure that Yan Chengqing had searched all over Shangjing but could not obtain. With this item, there would be no more obstacles to stepping into the Grandmaster realm in the future. However, he couldn't afford this addition. The value of all these items combined was enough to buy the Wing Chun Martial Arts School. Yan Chengqing was about to reject it straight away. Lu Hong smiled and said, I want something that Yan Chengqing doesn't have, but he does. Lu Hong pointed at Yi Yang and then glanced at Zhao Hao. I want the City South Welfare Center. Zhao Hao, who had not opened his mouth, said faintly. Yi Yang frowned. Was it hard for this guy to know that there was a spiritual vein under the ground of the orphanage? His eyes swept towards the area of Song Lang Martial Arts Center. As expected, Chen Guanping was serving tea and water to Lu Wei with a doggy expression. Sensing Yi Yang's eyes sweeping into Chen, Guanping sneered and disliked him without any fear. Yi Yang sneered. Sure enough, letting him go that day was raising a scourge for himself. This Chen Guanping to be killed. Yan Chengqing frowned. He was not a stupid person. Zhao Hao wanted the orphanage, which naturally meant that the orphanage represented a greater interest. He was about to reject it for Yi Yang. Yi Yang, however, smiled faintly. I promise. Lu Hong was stunned, then he laughed out loud. Cool, I was waiting for your words. Let's get started then. I can't wait. Yi Yang shook his head. Slow down. What if I beat you all up in a fight? Lu Hang's eyes flashed with contempt and viciousness. This is a brat. At the end of the day, he's just a peak inner strength. How dare you say 1 to 3? If you win 1 to 3, I promise to triple the amount of money. But the 4th Order Withered Tree Heart is not a cabbage. I can only give you the equivalent value of Qi Nourishing Jade, Lu Hong coldly said. Good. A faint trace of joy rose on Yi Yang's face. He just needs a lot of first-order treasures. If you give him something of a higher order, he won't be happy about it. As long as one was lucky with the talent of turning stones into gold, first-rank treasures could also be helicoptered to the 9th rank. In comparison, the upgrade cost of a high-ranked treasure is too expensive. Mr. Yang, do you really want to do this? Yan Shangqing let out a long sigh and had the intention to dissuade him. Yi Yang waved his hand. 3 peak inner strength. I don't put it in my eyes yet. Lu Hong. 3 people naturally heard this side of the conversation at this moment. They even snorted coldly, just as if they were pretending before dying. Then Shangqing wished Mr. Yang a victory. Yan Shangqing and Pei Hu both bowed deeply. Timothy, a bit of fun. On the stands, Lu Yunshan sneered. Old man Lu, should we also play a little bit? Shen Guanqing suddenly laughed. Let's hear it, Lu Yunshan coldly said. The 2 iron ore mines in the 4 directions. Tang Shuashua directly said, that 100 acres of spiritual fields in the Yutian district. Shen Guanqing spoke at the same time. Lu Yunshan's old eyes widened. Boy, are you guys adding to this? Is to take out the old bottom to a fight? The 2 iron ore mines in the 4 directions 100 meters deep have come out of the Xian iron and steel. In the future it will definitely be the first choice for martial artists' weapons. Yutian's 100 acres of spiritual fields is the Shen family has been operating for more than 10 years of treasure-rich and spiritual qi, specializing in the diet of internal strength martial artists, the income of almost a quarter of the Shen family. Lu Yunshan suppressed his rapid breathing and said, what do you want? Spirit Beast Mountains operating rights in Shangjing Mai. Shen family and Tang family also want a share. The 2 spoke almost simultaneously. The corner of Lu Yunshan's mouth twitched. He was a bit hesitant. A few years ago he was the elder of Spirit Beast Mountain, so he was able to easily obtain the exclusive right to operate Spirit Beast Mountain in Shangjing. With this authority in hand, the Spirit Beast trade in the Shangjing region was in his pocket, but he also coveted the 2 iron mines in the 4 directions and the 100 acres of spiritual fields in Yutian. Old Lu, you wouldn't dare, would you? Shen Guanqing knew Lu Yunshan's temper and deliberately said, Lu. Yunshan immediately stormed. Who said I dare not? It's not just the right to operate, I was also an elder of the Spirit Beast Mountain back then. Even if the output went away, I can still get it back again. Gambled. He slammed the armrest. Shen Guanqing and Tang Shuashua exchanged glances, both seeing the laughter in each other's eyes. Li Xuanjin looked on coldly. He was the branch minister of the Ministry of Politics, a transcendent role in Shangjing, and only needed to stabilize the big picture. Yi Yang gently nodded his head and strutted up to the ring. The referee asked for both parties' consent and blew his whistle. Attack! Almost at the same time Lu Hang shouted violently and the 3 of them instantly bullied their way to the top. It looked like they didn't want to give Yi Yang half a chance. At the forefront was Lu Hong, who swung out 6 punches in the blink of an eye. The air seemed to resound with the sound of waves lapping against the reef, and the breeze blew as if it was filled with the salty scent of the ocean. On the left was the Jiangzhou expert. He was just a plain and ordinary palm, but it was filled with a meaning that could not be dodged, could not be blocked. If the fist continued to build up, even if it was a hill in front of me, I will blow it up for you. On the right side was Zhao Hao, who had carried the name of genius for over 10 years. He was also the only one who held a weapon. In his hand was a heavy sword without a blade, but he slashed out 3 swords in the blink of an eye. These 3 swords, one stronger than the other, were like the back waves pushing the front waves to create a monstrous tsunami. The 3 of them were executed in unison, enveloping all the vitals around Yi Yang's body. It's like mercury cascading down to the ground. Lu Hang, this great disciple is awesome. That's the 6th ranked Song Lang sword technique, right? I can't believe I've learned it all. Shen Guanqing laughed. Jiangzhou, that person is also not bad. The comprehension of the palm intention is nearly top. If another 10 years of cultivation in the future will also be a generation of martial arts. Tang Shuashua faintly said. Lu Yunshan didn't say anything because Yi Yang's fart move didn't exist. He couldn't just brag about it out of nothing. Do you really have the courage, or are you just pretending to have the courage? Lu Yunshan stared at Yi Yang and muttered under his breath. Is this all you have in your bottom card? Above the ring, facing the tricky and harsh 3 attacks, Yi Yang just casually glanced at them and frowned. An attack like this can't even penetrate my defense. Vertical Sun crazy. Lu Hong snorted coldly and was about to mock a few words. Then he felt as if his fist smashed into the hardest alloy steel plate and was rebounded back hard. The Jiangzhou expert, on the other hand, felt as if he had smashed into the towering Mount Tai, unable to shake it in the slightest. Zhao Hao's feeling was the deepest, as all 3 of his Song Langs failed to break Yi Yang's defense, but instead his tiger's mouth, which was holding his sword, was cracked. The audience under the stage sucked in their cool breaths in unison. What's the situation? 3 peak inner strengths attacking one and they didn't break the defense at all. What kind of monster is this young knight? Above the stands, Li Xuanjin also narrowed his eyes and glanced at Xin Guanqing and Tang Shuashu at the corners of his mouth, revealing playfulness. It seems like they're moving in an uncontrollable direction. Since you guys are done fighting, it's my turn. Yi Yang looked around at the 3 of them and suddenly moved. Between his feet, it was as if a layer of ethereal and void smoke was born, and his figure instantly cut out static shadows. Both feet gave birth to smoke. This was a vision that only existed in a stance martial art of the 8th rank or above. Lu Yunshan suddenly slapped the armrest and exclaimed. Xin Guanqing grimaced. Tang Blues now, on the other hand, took a few serious looks. He always felt that this stance had a familiar feeling. Before the Jiangzhou expert could react, he felt a pair of fists and palms suddenly imprinted on his waist, as continuous as a tidal wave, and yet each strike contained an extremely strong force. In his haste, he could only barely resist. However, with every block, the qi and blood in his body would flutter more and more, and after receiving the 5th palm, he directly sprayed out a large mouthful of blood and flew out backwards. Only then did Lu Hong react and directly blasted out Song Lang's 6th fist. Berserk internal energy blasted out. Kokong wrapped finger softness. Yi Yang pointed out a finger, but it seemed to have become a flexible pike, dissolving that Song Lang fist into nothing. In the next moment, the finger stabbed Lu Hang's chest like lightning. The latter instantly flew out backwards, spraying out a large plume of blood. There was another round of cold breaths under the stage. In a few blinks of an eye, both Lu Hong and that Jiangzhou expert were actually sent flying. This young knight, too terrifying. It seems that Pavilion Master Lu has underestimated you, but it's time for everything to end here. Zhao Hao suddenly whispered. That spirit vein in the southern part of the city's welfare center, I'm determined to get it. As soon as his words fell, he violently drew his sword and slashed out a shocking sword chi. Song Lang sword technique, sea opening style, one sword opening the sea. On the stands, many bigwigs rose up. Li Xuanjin said in a deep voice, this open sea style is the secret sword move of the Heavens NC Pavilion, and it is also said to be the start of the Heavens NC sword technique that was lost in the Heavens NC Pavilion. When the Heavens NC Pavilion opening pavilion master was fighting against someone on the shore of the North Sea with one sword, he rolled up 100-meter tsunami. Lu Yunshan similarly sank his voice. Xin Guanqing sked. Zhao Hao, this child is powerful, no wonder he can be called a wizard that comes out of Shangjing once in 100 years. Lu Hong also knows how to make trade-offs. Such a genius should be sent to the end of the world pavilion. It cannot be buried in this small martial arts center of his. Tang blowing snow nodded his head. The big brothers were frightened, and the spectators under the ring even more so. All of them sucked in cold air, not even daring to make a sound, lest they made a sound and attracted the killing chance of that tsunami sword chi. The Wing Chun martial arts school lineage was like a mother. Yan Chengqing couldn't help but lower his eyes. He didn't dare to look. Mr. Yang, Su Qingyan clenched her fists in death. Yang Knight had taught her several moves and was considered half a teacher, yet she could only stand on the stage and watch her teacher face great danger. The feeling of powerlessness in her heart grew stronger. The host observes high-grade sword techniques. The basic sword is upgraded to Tianya High Sword Technique, automatically full level. Tianya High Sword Technique. I have a sword that can open rivers, lakes and seas. I have a sword that can move the heavens and the earth. Effect. One sword is stronger than the other, one sword is heavier than the other. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. The palm of his hand, however, met the sword chi on top. Is this guy crazy, using his palm to resist a weapon? Fuck, he's really tired of living. It's over. The next scene is not suitable for children. We should not watch it in full view of everyone. Yi Yang's palm, however, steeply held the sword. Zhao Hao, the most powerful sword I've been saving up for is actually held by you. The host utilizes the palm of his hand to seize his opponent's weapon, and the wandering 8 trigram's palm is upgraded to the star-seeking hand, automatically full level. Picking the star and the moon hand, picking the star in the 9 heavens, picking the moon in the water in the 4 seas. Effect. There is a great probability of taking away the opponent's weapon after execution. Yi Yang's palm lashed out and instantly snatched the bladeless heavy sword from Zhao Hao's hand. The Eye of Wisdom opened and immediately obtained all the information about this heavy sword. Bladeless, 8th rank treasure, one of the top 10 famous swords of the Sky's NC Pavilion Swordwash Pool. Effect. Inflicts greater damage on opponents with less chi than itself and greatly strengthens overbearing and rigid martial arts. Good stuff. Yi Yang was slightly delighted. Zhao Hao was infuriated. You give me back the no front. Yi Yang smiled faintly. Famous sword choosing master, Zhao How almost didn't spurt blood in anger. Choose the Lord, choose the Nigus master. This is mine. He was about to grab it. Yi Yang casually slapped out a sword, and the sword directly slapped Zhao Hao on his chest. A huge force of more than 30,000 kilograms erupted steeply, and the latter flew directly more than 20 meters, cutting a long trail on the ground. This no front directly reinforced with more than 10,000 kilograms of chi. The entire arena was dead silent. Yang Knight had done a good job. The Wing Chun martial arts school is awesome. Lu Yunshan unceremoniously laughed out loud, not caring at all about Shin and Tang's faces, and his loud voice spread throughout the entire square. Both Shin Guanqing and Tang Shueshue's faces were instantly gloomy, as if they were about to drip water. The referee's lips trembled, and he didn't even dare to speak, even though he didn't know what Zhao Hao's sword was called. He was so close that he could feel that this move was very powerful. It was as if he was alone facing a tsunami dozens of meters high. What's worse, the sword chi hadn't been fully formed yet. Once it's fully formed, no matter who you are, one sword will cut you down. But things are just so jaw-dropping. This young knight held the bladeless heavy sword in one hand and directly snatched it away, and this terrifying sword move naturally dissolved into nothing. Let's announce the result, Yi Yang said indifferently, casually glancing at the referee. The latter's legs trembled, and he was unexpectedly and inexplicably flustered when he met Yi Yang's eyes. Third battle, Wing Chun vs. Song Lang. Wing Chun wins. He took several deep breaths before he could say the sentence in full. Yang Knight is awesome. No one in the arena said anything, but little lowly Yin Zicheng suddenly screamed, her little face reddening. Sister Hong gave the little lowly a blank look without a good reason, but the delight in her eyes could not be hidden. Yin Chengqing looked at Yi Yang. Up to now his eyes were still in disbelief. A surefire loss, but this was how it was, a comeback? Yi Yang came to Lu Hong with big strides. Master Lu, as divine power of Song Lang Martial School, you are a formidable party. So I think you won't renege on your debt, right? He utilized his internal energy. His voice was like adding a tweeter. Lu Hong covered his chest, the corners of his mouth twitching. I'm not a man who goes back on his word. The stuff will be delivered to Wing Chun Martial Arts School in a few days. But Lu Heng's eyes suddenly turned cold. A man is not guilty of a crime, but he is guilty of a crime. How long do you think you can hide the secret of that spirit vein underneath the ground of the City South Welfare Center? His voice was also loud and spread throughout the entire square. What a spirit vein was, ordinary people might not have much of a concept, but the crowd of bigwigs on the stands all rose violently, especially Li Xuanjin. He hadn't lost his temper just now when Zhao Hao amplified his moves, but only this time he lost his temper. Spirit vein. Yi Yang's eyes suddenly went cold. Also, you injured Zhao Hao and took his sword. You think you can count your money in peace? Don't dream of it. The Sky's Inn Pavilion will come for you. They're not a bunch of people who like to be reasonable. Don't worry. Lu Hong laughed out loud. Qinguanping Yuan, who was serving tea and pouring water, was a bit flustered, but when he heard Lu Heng's words he calmed down as well. Ha ha, young knight, I told you long ago that spirit vein, you're just a peak inner strength. You won't be able to keep it. You are doomed, or you will fail miserably. Yi Yang's icy cold eyes looked over and Shen Guanping was chilled all over. He then reacted to the fact that this young knight was a ruthless person who had defeated 3 peak inner strengths of Song Lang instantly in one fight. Shen Guanping immediately lowered his head, eyes and nose more well behaved than a turtle. Ministerly, if I remember correctly, inner strength masters can possess spiritual veins, right? Yi Yang suddenly looked up at the stands. Li Xuanjin froze for a moment and then nodded his head. This was a rule set by the Ministry of Politics. An inner strength master could already open a sect, so naturally he could possess a spirit vein. If any inner strength master opened a mountain gate and ended up not having even the most inferior spirit vein, it would be laughed off. I have a real estate license for the City South Welfare Institute. Moreover, I am an inner strength master. After Yi Yang finished speaking, he released his internal energy completely without any concealment. Milky white internal energy tumbled out and filled 100 paces. The internal energy was released outwardly. He really was an internal energy master. Lu Yunshan slammed the armrest. Shen Guanqing and Tang Bluesnose gazes became even more somber. Li Xuanjin's face also changed. Even if this young knight didn't have an internal energy attribute and was only a newly promoted master, he was after all an internal energy master, and becoming an inner strength grandmaster would mean that this young knight has come to the very top of the power in Shangjing. Am I qualified enough to own a spirit vein? Yi Yang's voice was not loud, but it resounded throughout the entire square. With his hands behind his back, he looked up at the 4 people on the stands. Obviously he was looking up, but Li Xuanjin felt that the other party was looking at him condescendingly. According to the regulations of the Ministry of Having Ministry plus the fact that you also have a real estate license from the orphanage Master Yang, you are qualified. Anyone may not embezzle the property of an internal strength master without reason, otherwise it is like going to war with the Ministry of Political Affairs. Li Shuanjin said in a deep voice. He said this to discourage the Shen and Tang families. Good, in the future I will go to the capital and add another mastery. Elder Lu, however, was overjoyed. After all, the Wing Chun martial arts school was considered to be in his lineage, and Yi Yang becoming an internal strength grandmaster would mean that the Lu family's strength had grown once again. I announced that the Wing Chun martial arts school has won the top prize and will represent the southern district of the city to participate in the upper hall meeting. Li Shuanjin took a deep breath and his voice carried throughout the entire martial arts school street. The audience under the ring applauded. Today's fights were really exciting to watch. The latter two matches were all 1 to 3 inch and all of them were overwhelming turnarounds in situations where everyone was not optimistic. That's what the audience loves to see. Hey Wing Chun won, hey where is he? The spectacled youth cheered and shouted, wanting to drag his friends to watch with him, only to find that the short and stout youth had already left in disgrace. Among the crowd at the Shangjing Academy, Lu Quan couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to drill into. Damn, that Yang Knight actually managed to save the day and turn defeat into victory. As soon as he thought of the grandiose words he had set up not long ago, his face turned blue and he immediately planned to sneak away while no one else was paying attention. Lu Quan, what's wrong with you? Don't you understand the principle of willing to gamble, willing to lose? Su Qingyan, however, purposely shouted loudly, drawing everyone's attention. Lu Quan lowered his head, his eyes full of resentment. Damn it, this Su Qingyan is really having an affair with Yi Yang. He actually helped him to screw me on purpose. In the ring, Yi Yang also noticed the place and could not help but smile faintly. He declined Yan Qingqing's goodwill, declined Li Shuanjin and Lu Yunshan's dinner invitation, and casually found a reason to leave. He didn't like this kind of false party. What he liked was the chi-nourishing jade that Lu Hong was going to deliver next. On the streets of the Martial Arts Center, the discussion about Grandmaster Yang Knight Yang was hot and boisterous, but this Grandmaster Yang, however, had already returned to his rented house and huffed and puffed. Since Elder Mo had just finished his thesis presentation, he probably wouldn't be able to make it back yet, so Yi Yang went straight to the classroom as soon as he woke up the next day. Today's refining class could not be missed. That mustard seed Empyrean crystal was still lying quietly in his arms, and Yi Yang couldn't wait to make it into a mustard seed treasure. He came to the classroom and swept a few eyes. Lu Quan didn't even dare to come to school. He was probably afraid. Hey, did you watch yesterday's downfall meeting? Wing Chun martial arts school, that young knight so powerful. Yeah, he fought 2 times in a row, picked off Chongping and Sanglong by himself, and even dared to grab the Zhaohao's weapon. Simply awesome. What's more crucial was that he hadn't shown his full strength yet, because he didn't externalize his internal energy until the very end, showing his newly promoted Grandmaster Relma. Such a person was truly formidable. Even though the incident happened yesterday, the students who came to the classroom early still couldn't hold back and discussed it in groups. When they got excited, they even danced with their hands itching to substitute themselves into Young Knight and blow up 2 martial arts schools in the ring. Yi Yang was amused in his heart and did not participate in it. Instead, he was conceptualizing the method of refining mustard seed treasures in his mind. Su Qingyan walked over and frowned her pretty eyebrows. Yi Yang, what happened to you yesterday? People were absent from start to finish, and you didn't even participate in their chat about Master Yang. Are you looking down on Master Yang? Su Qingyan grunted. Yi Yang rubbed his nose in slight embarrassment. I look down on myself. Okay, classmates, be quiet. At this time, 2 figures suddenly walked in. Yi Yang frowned. Wasn't it a refining class? Why did Qianming from the alchemy section walk in, and why was he followed by Shen Linfeng? Facing the doubts of the students, Qianming smiled kindly and said, Teacher Dong of the alchemy section is sick and can't come to the class, but the Dean of Instruction has to come to listen to the class today, so there's no other way, so he let me take over for him. Of course, students don't need to have doubts about my refining level, because besides being a 5th order alchemist, I'm also a 4th order refiner. This one, I believe you all know, is the 3rd year student Shen Linfeng. Let him come in order to exercise his weapon refining ability in order to prepare for the future participation in the weapon refining conference. Shen Linfeng, say hello to everyone. Shen Linfeng revealed a warm smile. Hello everyone. Wow, it's Mr. Shen. Good talent is awesome. The teacher has brought him along. The students were talking, not hiding their envy. Shen Ming was obviously quite proud of this. alchemy, and refining, both deep attainments. This is his Qian Ming unique qualifications, otherwise it would not have been Mo Danqing fancy under the door. Furthermore, to be able to teach such a talented student as Shen Linfeng, he should be proud of himself. Qian Ming glanced casually and saw Yi Yang in the corner and could not help but frown. This student he still remembered vividly. When he was in the Mo Dan residence, Yi Yang successfully refined the fireproof Dan and took away a name to participate in the alchemy conference. He was still a bit annoyed to this day. He was still a bit annoyed at the fact that Yi Yang's alchemy qualifications were good, right? It doesn't matter, a person can't be all things to all people. A person with a high IQ may not necessarily have a high EQ. Those who are good at alchemy are bad at refining. Mo Dan Cheng is a good example. He's uniquely gifted in alchemy, but in dealing with people he's a mess. Today in this weapon refining class I'm going to convince you. No. My student Shen Linfeng will be able to convince you. Qian Ming thought briefly and had an idea. Teacher Dong has already taught you about the refining of first-order treasures, so I'll play a little trick today. Let's directly talk about the refining of second-order treasures. I believe that if you all master the refining of the second rank, you will definitely be able to handle the first rank in the future. The most important part of refining is the formation. Qian Ming swished and drew a formation on the blackboard. Who can tell me what this formation is? Not a single person in the classroom could answer. After all, this was a second-order formation. Yi Yang just glanced at it and didn't look at it again. He already had the skills of high-order refining, and any formation below the sixth order was just like an elementary school student's topic in his eyes. Qian Ming deliberately shook his head. Shen Linfeng, tell us your understanding of this formation. Shen Linfeng nodded his head. This is a second-order formation, the Divine Walking Formation. This formation could be split into 3 first-order formations, the Spirit-Inducing Formation and 2 Wind-Generating Formations. The Spirit-Drawing Formation is, he said while pointing it out on the blackboard. Oh, I see, I told you it looks familiar, but I can't tell what it is. A student suddenly realized, worthy of being the all-round schoolmaster Shen Linfeng, so powerful, speaking so thoroughly. The students nodded their heads. Qian Ming nodded his head in satisfaction, but when he glanced at Yi Yang in the corner, who still had that soulful look, he couldn't help but get annoyed. Yi Yang, what are you doing? Not listening in class? Do you still have the teacher in your eyes? He chided loudly. Shen Linfeng pursed the smile at the corner of his mouth. Su Qingyan put down her pen and frowned. This teacher Qian Ming, why did he have the intention of targeting Yi Yang? Yi Yang came back from the design of the mustard seed treasure, looked at the formation on the blackboard and frowned. This formation is too simple, he said indifferently. The students froze. Yi Yang, what are you talking about? Too simple? It's so simple that not a single person in the entire class would know about it. This was a formation that even the school bully Su Qingyan didn't know about. Shen Linfeng smiled without saying anything. Qian Ming on the other hand sneered and said, second-order formation is too simple? Fine, I'll write you a difficult one. I'd like to see if you know how to do it. After he finished speaking, he immediately swished and wrote an incomparably complex formation on the blackboard, taking up half of the blackboard. This was the hardest of the third-order formations, containing a full 4 second-order formations and 10 first-order formations. Come on, you tell me, what kind of formation is this? Qian Ming raised his volume and chided loudly. Young man, don't be too impatient with your heart. Don't think that you're drifting off just because you've made a little bit of progress in other areas. You're not omnipotent, you're only slightly talented in alchemy. In the area of weapon refining, you need to learn honestly and seriously. To put it bluntly, you can't even reach 1/10 of Shen Linfeng's level of weapon refining. You know what? Shen Linfeng took the certificate of a third-order refiner just 3 days ago. The more Qian Ming said, the more complacent he became. Shen Linfeng also had a hint of self-satisfaction on his face. Now that he was a third-order alchemist, when it came to the day of the prestigious school competition, the alchemy conference, he was bound to amaze the entire audience. This was him, Shen Linfeng, alchemy, refining and weaponry, breeding beasts and discussing martial arts all around. What kind of crap formation is this? That lightning strike formation in the lower left corner should be removed and replaced with a lightning attraction formation. In this way, the power of the entire lightning attraction formation would only decrease by 0.5%, but the safety would be greatly strengthened, and it would be almost impossible for the electricity to leak out again. Yi Yang frowned and spoke. A shocking statement. The students exclaimed, holy shit, you actually said that this is a garbage formation? You have to know that the ones that were written into the textbooks were formations that had been witnessed for years by the great refiners. These formations were the representatives of the most concise and optimized Now Yi Yang actually said that this formation was garbage. Are you looking down on those weapon refining grates? The smile at the corner of Shin Lin Feng's mouth became even more intense. He was very happy to see Yi Yang being so arrogant. The more arrogant he was, the more miserable he would fall when the time came. Shen Ming was about to rebuke, but subconsciously went over Yi Yang's statement in his mind, but it seemed really feasible. A trace of joy that was excited to the peak rose on his face, but he quickly covered it up. No one knew better than him what the scene would be like after this improved scheme of the formation was presented. Shen Ming's current emotions were the same as Mo Danqing's back then, the only difference was that he wanted to see Yi Yang's results. Shut up, how dare you question the formations in the textbook? In your eyes, do you still have those artifact refining seniors who pioneered the way ahead of them with thorns and thorns? Shen Ming scolded sternly. Yi Yang frowned. Mr. Chen Ming, if you don't have any profound knowledge to talk about, I'll go to the library and read the books myself. He didn't take this third-order formation improvement to heart. What he cared more about was whether Chen Ming could talk about some profound knowledge about refining weapons. Going to the library to read books was the next best thing because the most profound knowledge would never be placed in a library. What arrogance! Shen Linfeng finally couldn't help but sneer. Su Qingyan also frowned gently, but for some reason she felt that the words Yi Yang uttered were full of confidence. It was as if in his eyes all those refining grates could catch up with him in just the blink of an eye. The students, however, were not happy. What kind of character are you, Yi Yang? You're so arrogant that you're out of bounds. Aren't you the one who became a 9th-level body refiner? Aren't you just favored by Mo Danqing and became his disciple? What are you so proud of? What's going on? I just came a little late. Why did it turn out like this? A serious voice suddenly sounded at the classroom door. It was a middle-aged man in a suit around 40 years old, his eyes very sharp. Xian Ming immediately piled a smile on his face. Dean, will you have finally come? I don't know. This kid entered Mo Lao's alchemy room, seems to be a little too proud. Didn't put the lessons I taught in his eyes, Chen Ming said with fake feelings. To be honest, as a teacher, when it comes to this, I feel that I am a great failure. As a teacher, actually unable to stimulate the students' interest in learning. Dean Wu, this class is better for me not to go on. He lowered his head as if he was really ashamed of himself. Who will come if you don't? I'll take it. Wu Jingyu coldly swept him a glance. He had just returned from a business trip to Jiangzhou and was not too clear about what was going on in the academy. Xian Ming was his direct line and came over to listen to the class because he wanted to know what had happened in the academy recently. This student was favored by Mo Danqing and taken into the alchemy room. A bit interesting. Wu Jingyu carefully sized up Yi Yang for a few moments before he said lightly, as a divine power, respect for knowledge should come first. The teacher is the one who imparts knowledge, so you shouldn't disrespect him. You feel that what Mr. Chen taught in class is too simple and you want to listen to something profound, but that knowledge, you ask yourself, do you really understand it? Young people, don't be overly ambitious when you haven't built up your basic knowledge, or you'll fall very hard. You haven't fully grasped the basic refining theory, the high-level refining theory. I'll put it bluntly, you don't deserve to grasp the more advanced knowledge right now. Yi Yang frowned. Higher-order refining theory, I have already melted my way through it in the Emodan residence. I just want to see something more profound and don't want to repeat it a second time. Wu Jingyu's pair of sword brows suddenly frowned together. Shen Ming sniffed with a sneer. Higher and deeper knowledge is naturally available. I'm afraid you'll be scared. Dean Wu had previously gone to Hangzhou to attend a refining seminar exploring all kinds of ancient methods of refining weapons. If we talk about the skills in refining weapons, the entire academy could not find a second person who was stronger than Dean Wu. Yi Yang sneered. Oh? I don't think so. Wu Jingyu was also provoked out of a trace of fire. You student is really too arrogant, completely disregarding me, the dean of instruction. If a mere student like you can ride on my head, how will I, Wu Jingyu, be able to gain a foothold in the refining world in the future? Mo Danqing, I can't touch you, but I can't touch your students. Wu Jingyu directly pulled out a thick, large book from his briefcase. The cover was even forged with metal flowing with a bronze luster. This book was called The 100 Refinements and 1000 Hammers Canon. It was written by Dean Ge Ong of Yendu University's Alchemy Institute in conjunction with master alchemists from a dozen key universities across the country. The book contained detailed records of the experiments, formulas and conjectures of a large number of ancient refining sects and refining masters. This is the premier tome in ancient artifact refining, and when you graduate from the academy and enter the university, this will be one of the most profound pieces of knowledge. Even I can't read it all. If you're truly capable, you'll read and understand this book within a month. Otherwise, be a good boy and take the alchemy class. Behave. yourself and apologized to teacher Qian. Wu Jingyu carried his hands behind his back and coldly said, Tsukuyami, to read through this book, even the most gifted artifact refining demon couldn't do it. That recognized once-in-a-century wunderkind in the refining world from Hanjiang Academy next door had stepped into the ranks of a 6th-ranked refiner in the 3rd year and stood at the top of the youth refining world in almost the entire country of China. He was powerful enough, wasn't he? However, he confessed that it would take at least half a year before he could completely meld this tome. How can you, an ordinary second-year student, be able to read through it in a month? Yi Yang's eyes lit up. Striding to the podium, he opened the 100 Refinements and 1,000 Hammers canon and started directly. He flipped through the book so fast that in the eyes of the onlookers it looked like he was just like walking on a horse. Wu Jingyu laughed. Back in anger, Yi Yang, I mean read through, not flip through. You take this book seriously? This is the work of the vast number of refiners in China who have vomited their blood. Yi Yang completely left his voice behind. He had the eye of wisdom and he could read the book faster than before. Even a glance was a very low-level analogy. In a minute or so, Yi Yang turned to the last page. The host reads the 100 Refinements and 1,000 Hammers Codex. The high-level refining is upgraded to ancient method refining, automatically full level. Yi Yang was delighted in his heart. He had finally learned the skill of ancient method refining. He pondered slightly and immediately conceived 5 or 6 options for refining mustard seed treasures in his mind. Yi Yang put them down and was directly about to leave. Wu Jingyu was simply out of rage. What do you mean? I asked you to spend a month reading through this book and you flipped through it in a minute in front of me, and you skipped class in front of me. Do you still have me, the Dean of Instruction, in your sights? Stop right there. Wu Jingyu was extremely angry and directly released his internal energy about to stop Yi Yang. He was able to hold the position of Dean of Instruction, so he naturally had his own strength. Wu Jingyu was also a master of internal energy. Yi Yang frowned. He was in a hurry to refine the mustard seed treasure now. He had no time to gossip with a boring person here. It's true that you, Wu Jingyu, are an inner strength master, but if you want to stop me, you're a bit unqualified. Stop it. Wu Jingyu, what are you doing to my student? A pale and resolute voice rang out abruptly. Mo Danqing directly ran over to protect Yi Yang and glared at Wu Jingyu. He had a head full of gray and white hair flowing as if he was an angry old lion. Wu Jingyu's face changed several times before he suddenly laughed and his internal energy was restrained for the occasion. Elder Mo, you've already rushed back from Yendua. Do not rest on the road, don't hurt your body. Mo Danqing sneered. If I delayed, wouldn't I let Yi Yang be bullied by you? Xianming shouted from the side, bullying. Elder Mo, you can't be biased towards Yi Yang. It was clearly him who defied the classroom in the first place. Then he ignored Dean Wu and skipped class in front of him. If we don't educate such a student properly, what will happen to my school spirit at Shangjing Academy? Shen Linfeng also pretended to be heartbroken and said, Elder Mo, we can't just sit back and watch the school spirit being corrupted like this. Dean Wu is just too angry, but he is concerned about Yi Yang being your student. That's why he came up with this plan. Su Qingyan bristled. Why didn't she realize before that these people were so good at acting? One by one, the level of putting high hats on others was also one set. Mo Danqing didn't even turn around to question Yi Yang, but directly said, Yi Yang won't do such a yes, and I won't allow you guys to move against Yi Yang. He had just come back from Yendu and Yang Yan hadn't had the time to tell him that Yi Yang was actually already at the peak of his inner strength. But even if Mo Danqing knew Yi Yang's cultivation level, he would still unconditionally take Yi Yang's side. Yi Yang's heart trembled slightly and he did not say anything. Good. I didn't see what happened before and I don't care, but what's up with you flipping through this 100 Refinements and 1,000 Hammers Codex in 1 minute like you were walking around and then skipping class in front of me? Wu Jingyu snapped. Yi Yang said indifferently, I have finished reading this book and I am ready to go to the refining room to start refining weapons. Good, good. Wu Jingyu was getting angrier and angrier, but he laughed back in anger. In 1 minute he had finished reading the work of a dozen refining masters who had been working on it for several years. You Yi Yang are truly an unparalleled genius. Xianming, go bring over a refining table. I want to watch the student refining on the spot. Take as many materials as you like. I want to see what you can refine. Wu Jingyu's voice was filled with anger. Xianming was about to go and get the refining table when Yi Yang faintly said, wait, you're going to admit that you're wrong? Wu Jingyu narrowed his eyes lightly. I need 2 kilograms of Xian iron and 1 kilogram of black sandstone. Yi Yang ignored him and a large list of materials popped right out of his mouth. The more Qianming listened, the more shocked he became. Damn, all these materials must add up to more than $1 million Chinese dollars. He couldn't help but turn his eyes towards Wu Jingyu. Wu Jingyu said in a deep voice. What the hell are you playing at? This is the Academy's smithy room, not your family's warehouse. Yi Yang smiled faintly. Didn't Dean Wu say just now that the materials are at my disposal? Wu Jingyu took a deep breath. Materials worth more than $1 million cannot be taken as child's play. If you don't refine a treasure above the 3rd rank today, the Academy doesn't want this 1 million. I want you to withdraw from the Academy on your own. Wu Jingyu's pair of sharp eyes pressed straight over. Since this Yi Yang is Mo. Danqing student, I don't care if you're a genius or a fool, just make a quick cut and kick them all out of the Academy. Mo Danqing immediately revealed his anger. Wu Jingyu, Yi Yang let out a light laugh. But what if I have refined a 3rd rank or a treasure that is higher than the 3rd rank? Wu Jingyu sneered. Then I guarantee with my credibility that all the material warehouses of the Academy are open to you unconditionally. You can use any material you want. When he finished speaking, he even pulled out a black card. This black card represented the proof of access to all the warehouses of the Academy. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Fine, I promise. Shenming, go get the materials, Wu Jingyu said in a cold voice. Shenming nodded his head and moments later the refining table and materials appeared in the classroom of the 3rd class. Yi Yang was about to walk up when Mo Danqing pulled his arm and whispered, Yi Yang, can you really do it? If I can't, I'll bring out my bottom card with the Medal of Honor issued by the ministry. I don't think Wu Jingyu would dare to challenge it. The old man's voice was full of concern. Yi Yang's heart warmed up and he said seriously, Elder Mo, just wait here and watch a good show. Mo Danqing gave him a deep look. Good. The refining table was placed in the center of the classroom and the students were on the periphery, each one of them sticking their necks out to look inside. You guys, did Yi Yang really read that what's his name 100 refining codex? He can refine weapons? A freckled girl said curiously. Come on, didn't you see Yi Yang's action of flipping through the book just now? What the hell can he read into it? I guess this guy is already riding the tiger. He's thinking about how to admit his mistake. A boy with a ponytail said he's thinking about how to admit his mistake. Hey Yi Yang, this person is actually quite good. Is too love to pretend. If he did not say that the formation is too simple, will not evolve to this point. A girl with glasses sighed. Hey Qingyan, what do you think? Su Qingyan recovered from her dazed state. I think he can do it. She now always felt that there was a strange magic in Yi Yang. Everything he said was true. Although Su Qingyan knew that it was absolutely unbelievable, she really felt that Yi Yang had completely mastered the 100 refinements and 1,000 hammers ceremony in that short period of time just now. A person without self-confidence could not be so calm and composed from start to finish. Yi Yang stood in front of the refining table, methodically and tirelessly checking the materials and instruments. This was a necessary step in case some people had evil intentions and deliberately destroyed the materials. Dean Wu, what exactly is Yi Yang going to refine out? Shen Ming asked in a low voice. These materials he asked for are of different natures. If we were to compare them, they are like the onion, ginger, garlic, sugar, vinegar and salt in a dish. They cannot be used as the main ingredients. Wu Jingyu said indifferently. As an 8th order refiner, he still had his own eyesight, therefore he definitely had a piece of the main material. A mere 2nd-year student, what kind of precious things could he have? Shen Ming froze for a moment and said disdainfully, don't underestimate him, after all he is old Mo's man. Wu Jingyu said coldly. Then everyone saw that Yi Yang took out a crystal that emitted a soft white light from his bosom. The crystal looked very strange, as if it was changing shape all the time. One moment it was a cube, the next a triangular cone and the next a messy polyhedron. What's even more bizarre is that when the eyes look over, it's as if they're all sucked in and can only be recovered a moment later. This is the mustard seed ethereal crystal? Wu Jingyu's expression, which had been undisturbed from beginning to end, changed abruptly. There was no way for him not to change color. As the main material for refining mustard seed empty spirit crystals, they had always been extremely rare in the refining world as they only appeared within large spiritual veins, and with such a fist-sized piece in Yi Yang's hand, it was simply unimaginable. In the entire Hanzhou, I'm afraid that there were no more than 2 hands of people who possessed a mustard seed magic weapon. These people basically still have mustard seed ethereal crystals as big as the tip of their little finger or even a nail cap. So how can this son have such a big piece? Wu Jingyu did not show his face, but in his heart he had already begun to calculate how to seize this mustard seed empty spirit crystal. This kind of treasure, putting it in the hands of a student like you is simply a waste. Only giving it to a top refiner like me can bring it into perfect play. Then everyone saw that Yi Yang started to move. From this moment onwards everyone's mouths never closed. What a skillful, what a flowing operation this was. It was simply too powerful, so powerful that people would be ashamed of themselves. Look at their grasp of the fire. Look at the timing of the materials they put in, even Wu Jingyu was in a trance. He felt that he wasn't watching a second-year student smithing, he was watching his teacher smithing. Yi Yang's current state was like those refining masters who had been immersed in refining for decades. Yi Yang lifted the lid of the furnace and glanced at the stone at the bottom of the furnace. The stone as a whole showed a hexagonal shape with ancient patterns around it, and right in the center there was a mustard seed Empyrean crystal that changed shape all the time. Yi Yang's eyes were not without regret. He had previously promised Mo Danqing that he could not use the shocking furnace removal method when there were many people, or else he could have raised the grade some more, but it doesn't matter. Later, when no one is around, go back to the furnace and remake it again. Let me see what grade of treasure is it. Old man Mo was the most excited and pulled out the crystal beads and walked over. This is something that has been developed by the Ministry of Politics to detect the aura level of an item, and some martial artists with free money will basically buy one. It was worth mentioning that the bead on Spirit Beast Mountain that detected the grade of spirit beasts was modeled after this item that was developed. The closer they got, the brighter the surface of the bead became. Knowing that Mo Danqing came to the grayish golden stone, 6 golden suns directly rose on the surface of the bead, 6th rank treasure. The entire room was dead silent. To be able to independently refine a 6th rank treasure in a sense, Yi Yang was already a 6th rank refiner. Wu Jingyu's voice steeply became hoarse. I'll test it once more. He pulled out the spirit measuring bead and tested again without dying, but the result did not change. This thing, it was a 6th rank treasure. The bloody truth was right in front of his eyes and could not be changed. Wu Jingyu fell silent. A few seconds later he directly threw down the black card and suddenly laughed softly. Very well, you really did refine a treasure that exceeds the 3rd rank. It seems that my Shangjing Academy has produced another refining genius. However, I still say that the Shangjing Academy is not your family's warehouse and will not provide you with materials for free. You'll have to pay the $1 million fee for refining the 6th rank treasure yourself, Wu Jingyu coldly said. Mo Danqing was slightly stunned. You have lost your black card to Yi Yang and you still want to pay for the materials? The warehouse is unconditionally open to him. That's for later. Just now I didn't say that the academy unconditionally provided him with this 1 million plus material fee. Of course, if you can't come up with the material fee, you can choose to turn this 6th order treasure over to the academy. Yi Yang smiled faintly. More than $1 million? It's not in my eyes yet, Elder Mo. After the release of the 2 papers, how much is the bonus given by their ministry? He asked casually. Mo Danqing laughed. $2,600,000. Their ministry also reimbursed the car travel. Hear that, Dean Wu? What else do you want to say? Yi Yang faintly said. Wu Jingyu eyes round and quickly returned to calm. That is the Ink Danqing's money, not yours. Mo Danqing laughed out loud. Dean Wu, that's not right. I went to Yendu to participate in the thesis conference, but the formulas recorded in those 2 theses were all proposed by Yi Yang alone, and I only played a guiding role. Mo Danqing paused. That is to say, this $2,600,000 is a joint bonus for the 2 of us. Yi Yang naturally can also take as much as he wants. Wu Jingyu clenched his fists deathly tightly for a long time before slowly loosening them. Without a word he turned his head and left. Old Wu, remember to call me for such a good thing next time, huh? Mo Danqing laughed like an old boy. With his backer gone, Shen Ming naturally didn't dare to stay any longer and hurriedly chased him out. Shen Linfeng took a deep look at Yi Yang and also left in quick steps. Yi Yang, well done. Worthy of being my student. Mo Danqing's old face was a little red with excitement. In the past, he had almost never won any disputes with Wu Jingyu, but now he had gotten one back. Go back to the Mo Dan residence. The 2 of us will have a good chat. Hey, those old guys in Yendu are not as interesting as you are. Mo Danqing hooked Yi Yang's shoulder and left directly. An old man and a young man living out the feeling of fox and dog friends. Until they all left the classroom of Year 2, Class 3 was still a group of dumbfounded students. Today's events had completely exceeded their cognizance. The 100 refinement 1000 hammers cannon mustard seed Empyrean crystals mustard seed treasures passes to all of the academy's warehouses and a full $2,600,000 in Arigato ministry bonuses. This pile of pieces actually all fell on Yi Yang's head alone. Mo Danqing was so excited that he couldn't wait to tell Yi Yang about what he had seen and heard in Yendu, and by the way, he also pulled out a whole bunch of ancient alchemy books. However, at this time Yi Yang's cell phone rang. Excuse me, is this Master Yang? This is Zhang Jishir from Lu's group. A familiar voice came from the other side of the phone. Yi Yang changed his voice line. What is it? Mo Danqing's face was odd. Was this student of his having a brain problem? Why did he suddenly change his voice line to speak? Zhang Jishir said respectfully, Spirit Beast Mountain has shipped in a batch of spirit beasts, so my Lu group is organizing a spirit beast auction. I hope you will have the honor of attending with your spirit beasts. Yi Yang frowned. What's the point of going to such an event? He was about to refuse immediately. The owner of Spirit Beast Mountain had also sent a strange spirit beast, hoping that someone would design a path of evolution for him, and the one with the best design would get to choose any one of the Spirit Beast Mountain secret books. Yi Yang's eyes lit up. There are secret books, say it earlier. Good time and place, Zhang Jishir hurriedly said. The outskirts of the city, Faiyun Villa 5:00 p.m. Where are you? Where are you? I will pick you up right away. Yi Yang shook his head. No need. I will go there by myself. Zhang Jishir was a celebrity in Shangjing. If he came over, wouldn't the students on the academy side explode? Mo Danqing had a regretful look on her face. She had a lot of words in her stomach that she wanted to say to Yi Yang, who was the person on the other side of the phone. Why was she so uninterested? Yi Yang said hello to Mo Danqing and left with a pat on the back. Faiyun Villa was on the outskirts of Shangjing, a very quiet environment, but of course it was also very far away. Yi Yang took a taxi there and arrived more than 2 hours later. The square outside the villa was already full of luxury cars. BMW, Audi were on the low side, Porsche and Lamborghini were the most numerous models, and he could even see a Rolls-Royce Phantom with a license plate that was a straight number from 1 to 8. In order to organize the Spirit Beast auction, the Lu family had invited almost the entire upper echelon of Shangjing, and even people from the next door Hanjiang city had come. Yi Yang casually swept a few glances at these mega-rich tycoons. Almost everyone had a spirit animal with them, tigers and lions. At first glance he thought he had come to the zoo. The security guards at the entrance had obviously seen the world before and did not panic at all in the face of such beasts. After reporting Zhang Jishir's name to the security guard, Yi Yang was respectfully invited into the Faiyun Villa. The interior decoration of the villa was very luxurious, with many places having master craftsmanship. As far as the eye could see, the hall was brightly lit. All of them were well-dressed celebrities in suits. Apart from that, there were also some young people who were brought by their parents to get a better understanding of the world and basically knew each other, and at the moment they were forming a small circle. However, someone like Yi Yang, who ran into the Spirit Beast auction wearing a set of casual clothes with a small black dog, was really rare and naturally attracted the attention of many people. Although everyone kept their mouths shut, they could not help but look down on Yi Yang. Everyone is dressed in suits, but you are dressed in casual clothes. Everyone has a tiger and a lion that looks like a powerful spirit animal, but you have a small black dog. If you don't look down on you, who do you look down on? Yi Yang was happy to have some leisure time, and it so happened that he didn't have any dinner, so he took a dinner plate and started foraging for food. Just as he was about to lay his hands on a dish of Emmaus caviar, a surprised voice suddenly rang out. Was it Master Yang Knight Yang? Such a soft and adorable voice seemed to only come from Yan Ziqiang, that little lowly. Yi Yang looked at the surprised Yan Ziqiang and couldn't help but laugh. You can come, can't I? The little lollicon hurriedly waved her hands. No, 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 shout Xiong, come with me to drink. A deep and majestic male voice rang out, and immediately after, a tall and handsome youth walked over. Wang Pan, I don't drink, stop following me. If you keep this up, I'm going to yell for someone. Yan Ziqiang huffed and puffed, loudly scolding. The surrounding sights converged this way. All of a sudden, Wang Pan's face suddenly changed. Shout Xiong, I really like you. You see, you don't have a boyfriend. Can't you consider me? Yan Ziqiang's eyes turned around and immediately hugged Yi Yang's arm. Who said I don't have a boyfriend? Yang Knight is my boyfriend. Yi Yang rubbed his nose. Was he being used as a shield? Wang Pan looked Yi Yang up and down seriously for a few moments. His expression changed from puzzled to contemptuous. All his clothes together are not as expensive as a pair of my leather shoes. Shout Xiong, it's not worth it for you to be in a relationship with such a person. And that little black dog by his feet, that's a typical Earth dog, right? I'm afraid it doesn't even have a grade. The little black woofed and growled at Wang Pan, seemingly disdainful of him. Wang Pan laughed. You look at my little eagle growing in the Gobi Desert, soaring all his life. This is my father specially from the Spirit Beast Mountain to buy me the 5th order Spirit Beast. Follow me, and this eagle is yours. How about it? Yi Yang glanced at the eagle on his shoulder. Although his eyes were sharp, they showed exhaustion. Spirit beasts are good spirit beasts, but they just follow the wrong master. Growing in the desert? Wang Pan's face steeply became very ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, Kid, do you know what you have offended? My dad is the head of the Ding section of the Hanjiang Ministry of Finance. I am an officer of the Ding section of the Ministry of Hanjiang. As long as you report my Wang Pan's name, there is not a single person in Hanjiang's circle who does not recognize me. How dare you scold me? The commotion over here has naturally attracted the attention of others. Who's that guy? He's pissed off the king of Han River, Wang Pan. He's out of luck, a young girl laughed. Han River Ancient Martial Arts Association, that little chairman has to submit to the power of Wang Pan. This kid is nothing, dare to offend Wang Pan. Hey, really looking for death? Another youth also gloated and laughed. Yan Ziqiang made a face. What are you? You're from Hanjiang and you've come to Shangjing to show off. Let me tell you, my boyfriend is the Yang Knight, young master of Shangjing. In front of the inner strength master you are nothing. Yan Ziqiang huffed and puffed. Wang Pan froze for a moment, then laughed. What did you just say? Inner strength master? So young inner strength master? Shout Xiongao, even if you don't want to be with me, don't deceive me with such lies, right? If he's an inner strength master, then wouldn't I be a grand master? Wang Pan's unbridled laughter suddenly rang out. Security guards, come over here. I seriously doubt that this person doesn't have an invitation to the auction. How did such a person blend in? Where is the manager of your Faiyun villa? Quickly call him over. Wang Pan suddenly called out. Soon, the blonde manager Pang ran over and when he saw that it was Wang Pan, he couldn't help but wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead. This one could be considered infamous. He had heard of him long ago. This gentleman, please show your invitation. Manager Pang had to turn to Yi Yang and said with a bitter face. Yi Yang frowned. I'm invited by Zhang Jishir. I don't have an invitation. Zhang Jishir invited me. Haha, then I am still invited by Master Lu Yunshan. Wang Pan was filled with disdain when he heard Yi Yang's words and was even more certain that Yi Yang was playing a trick. Yan Ziqiang said in a cold voice, my father is Yan Chengqing. I can guarantee that he is Master Yang Knight Yang. Aren't you afraid of losing your position if you do this? Manager Pang listened to the more disdain. Yan Chengqing compared to Wang Pan is nothing. To put it bluntly, Yan Chengqing is a martial artist. Your Wing Chun martial arts school is still attached to the Lu family's power. But Wang Pan's father, but the Han River has a branch of the Ministry of Ministers. It's a world apart. Sir, if you don't have an invitation, please go out. Yi Yang smiled faintly. I'd like to see who is going to invite Master Yang out. At this moment Lu Yunshan came down from the stairs and said in a chilling voice, he was really angry this time. Yang Knight helped Wing Chun win the name of the Lower Pavilion Association, that is to say he fought for the face of my Lu family. That's one thing. Lu Yunshan had gambled 2 Xian iron mines and 100 acres of spiritual fields from the Xin and Tang families through Yang Knight's match. This was 2. At the end of the day, Yang Knight had even shown his status as a newly promoted grandmaster, and any internal strength grandmaster would be a precious asset. This was the 3rd. With these 3 points, Lu Yunshan was enough to treat Yi Yang as a guest. And you blind things are trying to throw Master Yang out. Master Yang is my honored guest. What are you trying to do by checking his invitation and throwing him out? Lu Yunshan had an old face that seemed like it could scrape off frost. Manager Pang's plump body couldn't help but shiver and his face completely changed. This kid was actually really Elder Lu's honored guest. How could this be possible? Which of the people Elder Lu usually met were not socialites, which were not dressed in suits? How could he know this poor student who was covered in ground floor goods? Manager Pang tried to defend. I didn't know this gentleman was invited by you. I won't dare to do it again. Lu Yunshan was unmoved. Instead he directly bowed gently towards Yi Yang. Mr. Yang, it's the old man's fault. I came late. I didn't expect these men of Faiyun Shan to be so unintelligent as to cause such a mess. Old Zhang, take off his badge and throw him out, Lu Yunshan said in a chilling voice towards Zhang Jishir at his side. Zhang Jishir nodded his head and the attendants guarding the door immediately rushed up, directly about to drag the manager away. Manager Pang's eyes were rounded. He had a monthly salary of $30,000 for this manager's position. Now he was actually going to be kicked out for saying a few wrong words. Chairman Lu, I was wrong. Please listen to my explanation, Lu Yunshan said in a cold voice. No need to explain. I will truthfully speak to the oldest 2 about your matter and suggest that he dismiss you outright. Lu family's oldest 2-inch Lu Hongyuan is the apparent boss of Faiyun Mountain Villa, that is Manager Pang's direct supervisor. Lu Yunshan said it lightly, but it made Manager Pang's heart fall straight into the abyss. He knew that Elder Lu's words, his own boss, was absolutely unconditionally compliant. At this moment he could only look at Wang Pan pleadingly, looking forward to this Wang Dishao to pull himself up on the basis of what he had just done so hard. He didn't know that Wang Pan was also a bit scared at the bottom of his heart. After all, Lu Yunshan used to be the elder of the Spirit Beast Mountain, and he also has many people with the Ministry of Politics have a deep friendship. Even if Wang Pan's father is here, but also have to compensate for the smiling face, he Wang Pan in front of Master Lu, and what is a thing but if so in the public goat he may be looked down upon by others later. Look at that, Wang Pan even help their own people do not dare to protect, really a coward. Wang Pan can only go forward with his head. Grandpa Lu Yunshan turned his head to look at him and said in a cold voice, "Do you have anything you want to explain too? What is your own nature?" "I do not know." Wang Pan sniffed and was also somewhat unable to suppress his fire. "My Hanjiang Wang family and your Shangjing Lu family also have a very deep personal relationship. Of why are you so biased in favor of this young knight?" Wang Pan is not convinced, but clearly this kid first robbed Ziqiong. "Shut up." Lu Yunshan's face was icy cold as he sternly rebuked. There were a few moments of hatred in his eyes. "I originally thought that after old Wang sent you into the Ministry of having politics you would get rid of this playboy habit, but I didn't think that you would instead intensify it. Mr. Yang is such an easygoing person, even by you to this extent, can see you usually stubborn. To what extent? I will personally talk to old Wang about this matter." After Lu Yunshan finished speaking he no longer cared about the pale Wang Pan and turned his head to Yi Yang. "Master Yang, the auction is about to start. Let me take you to see those spirit beasts first." "That's good, I'm very interested in that mountain master spirit beast." Yi Yang nodded his head. After saying that he turned back and swept a glance at Wang Pan, smiled faintly and turned around. "Grandpa Lu, can I go and take a look too?" Yan Ziqiang had a longing face. "Of course you can come along with Master Yang." Lu Yunshan nodded with a light smile. "Oh, good." The little lowly took Yi Yang's arm, not forgetting to turn back and make a winning face at Wang Pan. Manager Pang couldn't support himself any longer and went limp on the ground, his face pale as he let the two security guards drag him away. Wang Pan even lowered his head, gritted his teeth and clenched his fists to death. Yi Yang's last glance was like a sharp sword, piercing through his high self-esteem. The eyes of the people around him looked over as if they were all mocking. He could not stay any longer and could only leave in disgrace. On the other hand, Yi Yang joined Yan Ziqiang and entered the garden of Fai Yin Villa. Some naive little beasts were chasing and playing on the turquoise turf. Little Black immediately joined in the playing, and with the rich aura on it the little beasts all gathered around him. Yan Ziqiang let out a cry of surprise and immediately began to jack these little beasts. "Master Yang, please wait here for a moment. I'll ask someone to go and bring the mountain master spirit beast." Lu Yunshan apologized. Yi Yang nodded his head and admired himself in the middle of this garden. "Who are you? How did you come to the garden?" A questioning voice suddenly rang out. Yi Yang looked at the voice, but it was a middle-aged man with a slightly blonde figure whose facial profile slightly resembled that of Lu Yunshan. Beside him was a tall and straight youth with a spirited little monkey on his shoulder. Yi Yang faintly said, "I am Young Knight." If he was not wrong, this middle-aged man should be Lu Hongyuan, the second oldest member of the Lu family. By reporting his name he naturally knew who he was. "Young Knight? Who is Young Knight?" Lu Hongyuan froze for a moment and immediately said to the waiter next to him, "Call Manager Pang over and check this person's invitation." "Brother Hongyuan, where is all this business? Isn't it enough to kick out the idlers?" The youth glanced at Yi Yang and said disdainfully, "I'm in a hurry to see that mountain master spirit beast. The secret skill of the spirit beast mountain I Chen Shuahong aspire to get it." Yi Yang let out a cold laugh. This youth was high-eyed, completely looking down on people. "Lu Lao, I suggest you call and ask your father what I am," he said coldly. When Lu Hongyuan heard this, he was first furious. "Damn you, a flathead kid dare to call me Lu Lao looking for death." But when he heard the second half of the sentence he froze again and hurriedly tried to dial Lu Yunshan's phone. "No need to call." Lu Yunshan's thunderous voice already sounded not far away. "Damn you, unfilial son, if it wasn't for Lao Zi rushing over in time you would have caused trouble for Lao Zi again." Lu Yunshan felt that he was really tired of his heart. In the hall a Wang Pan, a Pang manager, two idiots almost drove Master Yang out. Now, this son of his actually wants to drive Master Yang out again. How blind are you guys? Don't even think about it. Can an ordinary person cross the security network of Fai Yun Villa and stand in this place to enjoy the scenery? Although Lu Hongyuan was unprofessional, he wasn't stupid and immediately realized that this youth was only a valued guest of his own old man. But instead of apologizing at first, he pointed at the youth beside him and said, "Dad, this is the genius master I befriended in Hanjiang, specially for that mountain master spirit beast. Hello Mr. Lu, my name is Chen Shuahong, a 6th order beast breeder under the tutelage of Hanjiang Academy's teacher Guan Chenghan Guan." The youth beside Lu Hongyuan smiled condescendingly, and without losing decorum, Lu Yunshan suppressed his urge to curse raw, his eyes widening. This guy was Guan Chenghan's student. No wonder this fellow was so arrogant. Not only did he recognize Guan Chenghan, he honestly admired him. Back when Lu Yunshan was still serving as an elder at Spirit Beast Mountain, the mountain master had repeatedly drawn in this Guan Chenghan, so one could imagine how high his attainments were in breeding beasts. However, this person was very stubborn and just wanted to stay at the academy to teach and educate people, and then he had to give up. Lu Hongyuan patted his chest. Dad, you always say I'm not doing my job, always say I didn't learn from my big brother, but this time for this spirit animal auction organized by our family, I have taken great pains. I've invited this Master Chen, who is a graduate of Hanjiang College. If I hadn't mentioned the Mountain Master Spirit Beast, I'm afraid Master Chen wouldn't have come. Chen Shuahong smiled brightly. Mr. Hongyuan is joking, I'm just more interested in the more advanced knowledge of breeding beasts. Where is that Mountain Master Spirit Beast? Can I go and take a look? Lu Yunshan glanced at Yi Yang next to him and made a mistake. I'm really sorry, Master Chen, I've already promised Master Yang to let him see the Mountain Master Spirit Beast first. He apologized. Chen Shuahong frowned without any trace, especially when he saw Yi Yang's little black dog. He didn't say anything, but Lu Hongyuan understood what he was thinking. Dad, this Master Yang, how come I'd never heard of him? Lu Hongyuan seemed to be smiling. Was that little black dog his spirit animal? This grade doesn't seem too high. Lu Yunshan glared at him fiercely. You ran away to Hanjiang when the lower pavilion meeting was held before. Of course you don't know about it. I will tell you about Master Yang's feats later. You only need to know that this Master Yang is my Lu family's honored guest. Chen Shuahong at this time but coldly laughed, clasped his fists, feigned respect, and said, so I wonder how many orders of beast breeder is this Master Yang? Yi Yang glanced at the dog, whose aura grade had already reached the 8th order, and faintly said, 8th order, impossible. Chen Shuahong couldn't help but snicker. My mentor Guan Chenghan is only at the 8th rank. To put it bluntly, what are you? You deserve to be an 8th rank beast breeder. Do you have a beast breeder certificate? Take out your certificate, otherwise you are just talking out of your ass. Chen Shuahong sneered again. Yi Yang smiled faintly. I can breed 8th order spirit beasts, so I am an 8th order beast breeder. Do you still need a beast breeder certificate? Chen Shuahong was stunned and then broke out into a fit of laughter. Ha, after all is said and done, you are just believing in your own words. People like you really don't know how to be ashamed. Yi Yang was expressionless. Not only breeding beasts, he didn't even bother to take the certificates for alchemy and weaponry. That stuff was just a proof of one's strength, if one really had strength. Why would one need proof? If you are not convinced, I will convince you. Hearing Yi Yang's words, Lu Yunshan's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He only knew that this Yang Knight was an internal strength master, but nothing else. Could it be that Yang Knight was really still an 8th order beast breeder? That was an 8th order beast breeder, a level that could only be reached by old people who had been immersed in beast breeding for decades? Back then Lu Yunshan himself was only a 7th order beast breeder and later retired from Spirit Beast Mountain. You said that you can breed 8th order spirit beasts, then you tell me where the 8th order spirit beasts are. Chen Shuahong had laughed enough before he said. Yi Yang pointed at the small black dog that was mixed in the small group of beasts chasing and playing. Look, the dog that is my 8th order spirit beast. Chen Shuahong snorted. It's a 4th order spirit beast Jiao Air Dog. Do you think I can't tell? Master Yang, right? In the future remember to make a draft before you lie to people. You are really very disrespectful to other people's intelligence when you lie to people like this. I have a spirit measuring bead on me right now. If it detects that this is the real 4th rank, I'll see what you do. Chen Shuahong directly pulled out the spirit measuring bead. This explosive fire monkey of mine is a real 6th rank. Watch. He brought the spirit measuring bead close to the monkey and the surface immediately flashed with 6 red sunlight traces. Yi Yang nodded his head. The explosive fire monkey had just been born and was a 3rd rank spirit beast. This Chen Shuahong was able to nurture it to the 6th rank, so it was evident that his own qualifications for breeding beasts were quite impressive. If your scorched ear dog is not of the 8th order, I hope you will leave Faiyin Mountain Villa directly. If someone like you exists beside me for one more second, it will be a defilement to me. Chen Shuahong said disdainfully. Yi Yang smiled faintly. So what if it is the 8th rank? Chen Shuahong took out a tome and casually said, this is the Coiling Dragon and Crouching Tiger tome handed over to me by my mentor, a precious tome from the ancient Dragon and Tiger Beast King sect. If it is really the 8th rank, I will lose this ancient tome to you. Yi Yang's eyes lit up. Ancient tome, good stuff. Chen Shuahong saw Yi Yang's look and sneered, "Looks like you are not bad, you still know the value of this item. But don't be paranoid, I just couldn't come up with any good bets for a while, so I took this out and there's no way I'll lose to you. People like you, it is better to get out earlier." Chen Shuahong didn't even want to get close to Little Black and directly threw the spirit measuring bead over. Before the spirit measuring bead got close to Xiaohei in midair, it lit up with 4 red sun-like marks. "Ha, I told you, this is a 4th order spirit beast undoubtedly." Chen Shuahong laughed out loud. Then the spirit measuring bead fell to the ground and slowly rolled to the side of the little black dog. Miso rub dash. The surface of the bead steeply lit up 3 red sun. Chen Shuahong's smile immediately froze on his face. Lu Honyuan, who was next to him, was also like swallowing a light bulb. "No hurry, it's not the 8th rank yet. The bet we made was the 8th rank." Seeing that the 7 red sun seals did not change again, Chen Shuahong only wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, his voice slightly trembling. The dog seemed to have sensed the strangeness of the beads and walked over with a curious face. Then everyone saw that the 8th red sun seal suddenly slowly lit up. Chen Shuahong's heart was steeply raised to his throat. In the next moment, the dog took a bite of the spirit measuring bead and ran to Yi Yang's side, wagging his tail pleasingly. It was as if saying, "Master, see if I am powerful." At the same time, the 8th red sun seal suddenly lit up. Yi Yang squatted down, stroked the dog's head and let out a light smile. "Well done, go play." Getting his master's affirmation, the dog immediately ran out like he was scattering and played with the crowd of small beasts into a ball. 3 people, dead silence. Only after a long time did Chen Shuahong squeeze out a hoarse voice from his throat. "If you are actually really in 8th rank, what should be the reaction to encountering a beast breeder of a higher rank than yourself? Didn't your mentor teach you that?" Yi Yang carried his hands behind his back and said indifferently. A hint of humiliation flashed across Chen Shuahong's face, but he had to bend slightly and gritted his teeth. "Good day, teacher. Respecting those who are better than you is supposed to be the default rule. Ancient books, bring them," Yi Yang said indifferently. Chen Shuahong's eyes were filled with flesh pain, but he could only offer it with both hands. Yi Yang nodded gently and was about to flip through it. Chen Shuahong smiled and said, "Master Yang, this Pan Long Crouching Tiger Dictionary is written in ancient language. You may not be able to read it." Yi Yang glanced at him, then opened his mouth and said, "In ancient times, Tsangjia viewed the world and created words. I Zhang Longhu then viewed all the beasts and became a dictionary." Chapter 1 Dragons. Chen Shuahong's eyes opened wide and his tongue went limp. He actually read the ancient text without any obstacles. What kind of sage character is this? My own teacher cannot do this. Chen Shuahong actually carry a Chinese translation of the Pan Long Hu Dian. He intentionally handed over the original but actually had the idea of making a fool out of Yi Yang. You can't even read the ancient language, it's useless to take this book. But now he knew he was wrong to his grandmother's house. This Master Yang is truly a sage figure. Yi Yang quickly finished reading the Coiled Dragon and Tiger's Canon, post reading the Pan Dragon and Tiger Canon. Ancient method of breeding beasts. Upgrade branch skill Dragon Tiger Open Sea Kung Fu automatically full level. Dragon and Tiger Sea Opening skill. Wind from the tiger, clouds from the dragon collect. The breath of wind and clouds expand the sea of Dantian, full level effect. But wherever there is wind and clouds, one can automatically obtain the Dragon Tiger positive chi and thus open up the ocean of the Dantian. Yi Yang operated the Dragon Tiger positive chi technique and immediately felt that a dominating breath seeped into his pores from heaven and earth. The breath flowed all over his body and finally came to the Dantian, circled around the Dantian ocean and disappeared. Immediately afterward, the Dantian ocean trembled steeply and actually expanded by a circle at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yi Yang's face showed joy. Together, the innate chi method and the Dragon Tiger Zhang Qi Gong were able to form huge amounts of internal energy for him every day. Not only that, the Dragon Tiger Zhang Qi Gong had also opened up the capacity of his Dantian. In other words, at the same realm, Yi Yang's total amount of internal energy would be several times or even dozens of times that of other people. Yi Yang was immersed in joy, while at this moment Chen Hongyuan's face could not be more embarrassed. It was even if he had just been dog-eyed. His own father had said that this Master Yang was an honored guest, and he had actually ignored Master Yang and even mocked that little black dog. Damn it, that was an 8th rank spirit beast. In his entire life, he had only seen a few 8th order spirit beasts on Spirit Beast Mountain when he was a child. Lu Yunshan glared at him fiercely, signaling him to hurry up and apologize. As if waking up from a dream, Lu Honyuan hurriedly said respectfully, "Master Yang, I was wrong. After saying that, he lowered his head like an elementary school student, his hands clenching the seams of his pants with apprehension in his heart. Yi Yang's smile converged and he faintly said, "In the future, when you recognize someone, you have to be attentive." After saying that, he put up his hands. "Elder Lu, let's go and see the Mountain Master Spirit Beast." "Okay, Master Yang, this way please." Lu Yunshan was all smiles. He had now completely taken Yi Yang as a nobleman of the Lu family. In addition to his status as a newly promoted master, he was even a deep-seated 8th order beast breeder. With such a status, wherever he went, he would be treated as a guest of honor. Lu Yunshan even felt fortunate that it was the Wing Chun martial arts school that had discerning eyes, and that it was his Lu family that was destined to be with Yang Knight. "Ah, what are you guys waiting for? Follow." He glanced back again and said sternly. Lu Hongyuan hesitated for a moment and pulled on Chen Shuahong to follow. "Master Chen, don't be discouraged. Who would have thought that this would be a deep-seated 8th order beast breeder?" Lu Hongyuan saw Chen Shuahong's dark eyes and immediately comforted. Chen Shuahong looked up and gazed at Yi Yang's back. "He is younger than me. There is a ghost in this matter. Maybe that Jowl's dog was given to him after his master bred it. Anyway, everything will only be tested in front of the Mountain Master Spirit Beast. Anyway, I will never believe that this person can become an 8th rank beast breeder at such a young age." Confidence was rekindled in Chen Shuahong's eyes. The four of them quickly arrived in the depths of the garden. As for the little lowly, she was still jerking her cat in the small beast pile. In the fences on both sides of the road, a spirit beast was calm and relaxed. Starting from the lowest 1st rank up to the 6th rank, there was everything here. Along the way, the four could also see other people. These people were the mainstay of today's Spirit Beast auction, and when they saw Lu Yunshan, they all smiled and saluted. Finally, the four came to the end of the road. Here, there was a huge metal cage, which was forged with Shen iron and was very sturdy. Inside the cage was a centipede that was over 3 meters long. It was lazily lying at the bottom of the cage, pretending to sleep. Its armor was bright black, while its head was a deep purple. It looked just a bit appalling but not aggressive. Next to the cage stood an old man. What he was wearing was the elder robe of Spirit Beast Mountain. At this moment, a large group of people had already gathered next to the cage, discussing heatedly. The old man only cared about drinking and disregarded the scenarios they proposed. "Old Lu, you're finally here. This Spirit Beast auction you're organizing, these people you've invited, they're all just dirtbags." It was only when that old man saw Lu Yunshan that he raised his eyes for the first time, but the words he said didn't have the slightest intention of saving face for these people. These breeding beast masters' faces turned red, yet they were unable to refute. After all, the other party was an elder of the Spirit Beast Mountain and a 7th-ranked breeding beast master. Purple-headed black-back centipede, this was an 8th-rank spirit beast. As soon as Chen Shuahong saw the lazy big centipede, he immediately pounced on it with excitement, as if the other party was not a lurid 8th-rank spirit beast, but a beautiful woman with a jade body. The big centipede was instantly startled, revealing a pair of sharp palate teeth, looking not only not fierce, but also a bit cute. "Hey, what's the lad doing? Don't scare the purple electricity," the old man who was drinking immediately chided. Purple electricity, naturally, is the name of this purple-headed black-back centipede. Chen Shuahong immediately said, "Elder, I can evolve purple electricity to the 8th rank." He directly opened his mouth. Lightning strike would fire burn to ashes. 3 kilograms, engraved grass juiced for liters, the blood and flesh of a 7th-rank spirit beast. 10 kilograms, the spirit beasts cultivated in this way will have the ability to control lightning and will be able to spray poisonous mist. It's extremely powerful. That elder originally had a disdainful look on his face, but the more he heard, the more excited he became. He had been immersed in the way of breeding beasts for many years, so he could naturally hear that the idea proposed by Chen Shuahong was very feasible. At the end of the day, he directly jumped down and grabbed Chen Shuahong. "Your proposal is very good. Although it can only raise 1 rank, it's better than not being able to raise it." The Mountain Lord was definitely happy. The beast breeders under the stage had envious faces. So many people on their side, pondering for half a day, couldn't even come up with a fartastic proposal. Occasionally when they proposed one, it was instantly rejected by this elder, and they would also be severely sprayed. This guy had just appeared and even proposed an evolution plan that made the elder nod. Sure enough, he was a formidable character. Being praised by the Spirit Beast Mountain elder to his face, Chen Shuahong's self-confidence suddenly returned. "Young man, you are very good. What's your name and where did you learn from?" the elder asked with a smile. Chen Shuahong humbly said, "Kid Chen Shuahong." His mentor is Hanjiang Academy Guan Chenghan. Spirit Beast Mountain elder's eyes widened. "It's Guan Chenghan's disciple. Ah, no wonder, no wonder." The beast breeders marveled out. Guan Chenghan student, no wonder he could be so powerful. The corner of Chen Shuahong's mouth raised in triumph, and out of the corner of his eye he glanced at the frowning Yi Yang and smiled in a pretense of warmth. The kid is not talented and can only barely be promoted to the first rank, but that Master Yang is an 8th ranked beast breeding master and he is bound to be able to come up with a better plan. Everyone followed the sound and their eyes widened. You're not being funny, are you? How could such a young youth be an 8th rank beast breeder? The elder also frowned and said, Old me myself is still at the 7th rank. How could that young man be at the 8th rank? According to the words of the mountain master, you are the best one in all the programs. The secret book will be given to you. Excitement rose on Chen Shuahong's face. He glanced at Yi Yang again, and when he saw that he was still unresponsive, the contempt in his eyes increased. It seems like you are really pretending to be a big head with a spirit beast bred by someone else. I told you, how can there be such a young 8th rank beast breeder? I, Chen Shuahong, am still the youngest beast breeding genius. If you use this program, I can guarantee that in less than 3 days, this purple-headed black-back centipede will die a violent death. At this moment Yi Yang suddenly spoke coldly. Everyone instantly fell silent. The spirit beast mountain elder steeply cast his icy eyes. Are you cursing the death of the mountain master's spirit beast? Do you think that because I spirit beast mountain practice selling spirit beasts I won't kill anyone? His voice full of coldness. If Yi Yang couldn't come up with a statement, he was going to make his move. Yi Yang snorted. Look at the tip of this big centipede's 15th pair of steps underneath the armor. Is there a yellow spot? Why do you think this big centipede has become lazy? Why do you think this big centipede has become afraid of people? As long as those lightning strikes go down, this big centipede will die a violent death because its attributes clash with each other. If Spirit Beast Mountain is full of people like you, I am afraid that after 2 or 3 more years Spirit Beast Mountain will be in complete decline. Yi Yang spoke nonchalantly, completely disregarding Spirit Beast Mountain. The elder's face was green and white and he was furious. Damn, to be pointed at by a junior and scolded for not living up to his name? He was a 7th ranked beast breeder, the 4th ranked elder of Spirit Beast Mountain, and he had personally bred 6th ranked and 7th ranked spirit beasts with his own hands, at least a handful of them, not to mention other people. Even the mountain lord didn't dare to easily reprimand him. What kind of thing is this kid? How dare he rebuke him in front of so many people? Lu Yunshan saw that this elder was about to have a fit and quickly said, Old Chu, Master Yang is a valued guest that I have invited. He can't be aimless. I suggest that you check the condition of the purple-headed black-back centipede. If that 15th pair of footsteps is indeed yellowish, then it will prove that what Master Yang said is correct. Elder Chu snorted coldly. Boy, for old Lu's sake, I will not bother with you for now. But if you were just talking out of your ass, I'll spell out to tear my face, but I'll also arrest you back to Spirit Beast Mountain to listen to the mountain master's punishment. He threw out his sleeves and angrily went forward to inspect the purple-headed black-back centipede. The other young breeding beast masters murmured, their eyes all sweeping over Yi Yang's young face. Was this guy really an 8th order beast breeder? He felt very confident when he spoke just now. I don't know, I always feel like he's making a pretense. Wait for it, I guess he's going to lift a stone and hit his own foot soon. Although the Spirit Beast Mountain mainly sells spirit beasts, but the reputation of ferocity cannot be reduced in the slightest. Chen Shuahong also laughed at this time. Young knight, other than that, this bluffing skills are indeed a set of After the use of lightning would not out of 3 days purple head blackback centipede died violently. Ha ha ha, you don't even look at what you are? If I'm not mistaken, that little black dog of yours was bred for you by someone else, right? You think you're an 8th order breeder when you have an 8th order spirit beast with you. You don't even have to look at yourself. Hey, I was stupid enough to be fooled by you just now outside the garden, but you will soon be finished. Although the Spirit Beast Mountain is famous for breeding beasts in China, but their punishment is also very cruel. Do you want to enter the poisonous snake pool, or do you want to enter the crocodile swamp? Or the 5 poison pool? Chen Shuahong nonchalantly sneered. If what I said is correct, what should you do? Yi Yang faintly said. Chen Shuahong froze for a moment, then laughed loudly. If what you said is correct, in the future I, Chen Shuahong, no matter where I meet you, will immediately bow to the ground. The mouth will also honor Yang, sure. If you just believe in the words, I do not need you to make something because your little life only to be afraid of. He sneered a few times. How about Elder Chu? Is it possible to capture this person back to Spirit Beast Mountain? Chen Shuahong saw that there was no reaction from Elder Chu's side. He couldn't help but open his mouth. Elder Chu walked back. He naturally heard those words from Chen Shuahong and couldn't help but look deeply at him. Elder Chu took a deep breath and slowly walked to Yi Yang. Chen Shuahong's face even turned a little red. he knew that Elder Chu was definitely going to sternly rebuke this young knight next and then capture him instantly. Damn you bastard kid surnamed Young, it's not even enough to pretend to be a pimp with an 8th rank spirit beast bred by someone else, but you actually cheated. Away my coiled dragon and crouching tiger codex, this is your retribution. Chen Shuahong didn't know how happy he was in his heart, even when he stood out from more than 1,000 people and was publicly accepted as a student by Guan Changhan. He was not as happy as he is today. The next moment he saw Elder Chu bowing deeply towards Yi Yang. In a respectful and incomparable tone, he said, Master Yang, I was wrong, please rebuke me. Everyone present resounded with the sound of sucking in cold air. What is the situation? Why was the plot reversed so quickly and exaggeratedly? Yi Yang nodded his head lightly. It's good to know that you are wrong, Master Yang. I have a question to ask. Elder Chu didn't even raise his head because that wouldn't be respectful enough. Ask. You have not come close to the cage within 10 meters from beginning to end, and the yellow spot on that 15th pair of stepping feet is only as big as a fingernail cap, and it is still under the cover of the armor, so it is difficult to find out at all. How did you see it? The mountain master as well as my spirit beast mountain's group of elders didn't even manage to see it. The more Elder Chu spoke, the more puzzled he became. Yi Yang smiled faintly. He had the eye of wisdom which could see thousands of miles from afar, inspect the slightest bit close by, and penetrate the internal organs and limbs of the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. What is a distance of 20 meters and the concealment of the armor? I have a discerning eye, he directly said. Wisdom eyes? Elder Chu froze for a moment, then his eyes widened. Could it be? Is the ancient record of the eye of the Avatar? It is said that at the beginning it is only slightly stronger than the naked eye, but when it reaches the profound realm it is as terrifying as the mythical clairvoyance. He was an elder of Spirit Beast Mountain, so naturally he had access to a lot of secret history recorded in ancient times. Yi Yang smiled without saying anything. The secret of cultivation was not enough for outsiders. The respect on Elder Chu's face intensified. This was Grandmaster Yang's martial arts secret and could not be asked. Lu Yunshan even put back the heart that was in his throat and his face was even more joyful. Grandmaster Yang was indeed a veritable 8th-order beast breeder. His Lu family's power could be taken to another level. Impossible, impossible. Chen Shuahong was screaming at the moment just like an aggravated daughter-in-law. I'll never believe that there are yellow spots on the 15th pair of footsteps. He must be bluffing. A look of humiliation appeared on his face as he turned his head and was about to run towards the cage. Perhaps he was too noisy and scared the purple-headed black-backed centipede, who instantly shrank into a ball of fear. Elder Chu's face instantly became gloomy. After the purple-headed black-backed centipede had gotten sick, it couldn't bear to be frightened. In the beginning this Chen Shuahong had scared the large centipede once, and now it was the second time. You made every effort to frighten the purple power and then proposed such a program. Say, were you sent by a competitor of my Spirit Beast Mountain? He shouted. Are you proposing this scheme with the intention of deliberately killing this purple-headed black-backed centipede? If you don't tell me, the Viper Pool, the Crocodile Swamp, the 5 Poison Pool, take your pick. Chen Shuahong could not cry. You've returned all the things I said I'd give to young knight. You elders of the Spirit Beast Mountain, one by one your faces have changed faster than a Sichuan opera. Yi Yang faintly said, be a man of your word. Did you all hear Chen Shuahong's words just now? The crowd of beast breeders nodded like garlic. Chen Shuahong lowered his head, snot and tears tangled together on his face, full of humiliation. The gift of 5 bodies to the ground. The mouth respectfully called Master Yang. Elder Chu coldly said, I heard it clearly. It is fine for you to be untrustworthy in your own words. Never let your mentor wear this hat as well. Chen Shuahong slowly crouched his body down, forehead, hands and feet touching the ground, gritted his teeth and squeezed out 2 words, young division. Well, get lost next time. The ability to breed beasts a little bit stronger before learning someone else out of the mountain. Elder Chu snorted coldly and directly gave an expulsion order instead of Lu Yunshan. Lu Hongyuan hesitated for a moment and didn't dare to go and send off under his own elder's stern eyes. The crowd of beast breeders were silenced, and only a few dared to eyewitness Chen Shuahong's humiliated departing back. Master Yang, please propose a new program, Elder Chu said respectfully. Yi Yang said indifferently, my proposal has a 10% chance of advancing to the first rank and an 80% chance of advancing to the second rank, and at the same time, it can also cure yellow foot syndrome. Yellow foot disease naturally refers to the yellow spots on the footsteps. Elder Chu's eyes widened. 80% chance of raising 2 steps. The purple electricity was now the 7th rank. Adding 2 more ranks, it would be the 9th rank. 9th rank spirit beast. This had almost come to the apex of spirit beasts. One must know that a 9th-rank spirit beast was already comparable to a room entry realm master, and further up, a yellow-rank spirit beast was something that almost no one was able to cultivate. After all, stepping from an entry chamber realm master into an Exodus realm master was a big threshold. Stepping from a 9th order spirit beast into a yellow order spirit beast was also a huge change. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Yang had long had a method to breed a yellow order spirit beast, it was just that there were not enough materials. Thunderstrike wood could not be asked for, it was replaced with Thunder Whiskers, which had a weaker thunder attribute. Half a kilogram for yellow foot disease, a large amount of turtle shell powder was needed, and it had to be a turtle of the 3rd rank or above. On top of that, toon grass, solid spirit root, and skeleton corpse flower needed 1 kilogram, 2 kilograms, and 4 kilograms respectively, and all of them were milled into powder. It also needs a large amount of spirit beast blood and flesh. Mix all the previous materials in and feed it. Or in another way, other things remain the same. The last spirit beast blood and meat are all replaced with spirit rice so that the cultivated purple electricity's temperament should be more docile. Of course, the desire to attack should be reduced a little. Yi Yang finished the evolution program in one breath. The more Elder Chu listened, the more excited he became, and by the end of the day his legs were trembling and he was almost about to kneel down for Yi Yang. Mom asked me why I was kneeling to listen to someone else. It's because he's too powerful. Evolutionary programs. Open your mouth. After saying that, he didn't think it was too much, so he casually said another one. And he can also tell the predicted results of each scenario. What is this if not a beast breeding genius? What was this if not a beast breeding master? Elder Chu trembled as he pulled out the secret book and very respectfully presented it with both hands. Master Yang, this 10,000 beast atlas will be handed over to you. In the future, if you have the opportunity, please be sure to come to Spirit Beast Mountain to catch up. Spirit Beast Mountain will definitely set up a great gift to welcome you. Elder Chu bowed deeply. He understood better than anyone the value of an 8th order beast breeder. Yi Yang nodded lightly and turned to leave. He had come to the spirit beast auction for the ancient books, and now that he had gotten them, there was no need to stay any longer. Master Yang, I will see you off. Lu Yunshan hurriedly chased after him. The crowd of young beast breeders remained dumbfounded. With their barren imaginations, they simply couldn't imagine that such a young youth could be an 8th order breeding beast master. Moreover, even Elder Chu of the Spirit Beast Mountain had to bow down to him with an attitude as respectful as if he was honoring his master. Yi Yang soon left the Faiyan villa because on the other side Yin Chung Ching had already sent a large amount of qi nourishing jade, a full 50 of them. Returning to his lair, Yi Yang casted one by one on these qi nourishing jades, turning them into gold. One qi nourishing jade was 50,000 Chinese dollars, and to raise all of them to the next level Yi Yang had spent 2.5 million Chinese dollars, and for this reason he had even asked Elder Mo to borrow some money. But the gains were also great. 2nd, 3rd and 4th order ones aside, this time Yi Yang directly upgraded out an 8th order qi nourishing jade. The aura on its surface could even be described as liquid, slightly left in one place for a long time it would even produce water dew. Such a piece of qi nourishing jade, if put up for auction, would be worth at least $2 million. These 50 pieces of qi nourishing jade, the direct profit was more than $3 million. Yi Yang smiled faintly. He had no money worries for the time being. However, if there was no mistake, that Mountain Master of Spirit Beast Mountain was going to come and find him in trouble as well. After all, he had taken someone else's Spirit Beast Mountain's true magic skill. At the same time, Shangjing International Airport, a stooped old man stepped off the private airplane. On the receiving platform, the entirety of the Tang family from Shangjing had come, and a quick glance could still see Tang Bluxu and Tang Xiener. Only to see the standing position, Tang Xiener stood in the forefront, just like the highest status of the Tang family. Tang Blusuayu did not have half a bit of resentment, but instead stood behind her very respectfully. When the Tang family saw the old man step off the airplane, they immediately bowed in unison. 5th Pavilion Elder Good. The old man gently nodded his head even as he walked past Tang Blowing Snow, who was the same age as himself. He didn't half change his expression until he walked in front of Tang Xiener, and only then did a smile spread across his face. 5th Grandpa, there's no need for you to come here yourself, Tang Xiener said seriously. The old man in the green and white lab coat grinned. It's not easy to meet a martial arts prodigy who can recover my great Tang Lingyan Pavilion's Lingyan steps. How can I not come myself? If the people under me do something wrong and annoy that person, I'm destined to regret it for the rest of my life. Tang Jing, is everything ready? Do you think you can impress that martial arts master? Inside the airplane, another tall, handsome-faced youth walked out. When he heard the old man's words, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and couldn't help but say, "Fifth grandpa, do we really have to give this away?" Listening to what Xiener said, that so-called martial arts master is just a second-year student at the Shinjing Academy. Tang Xiener snorted coldly. "Tang Jing, are you questioning my decision?" Tang Jing said defiantly, "I'm not in favor of using such a precious thing to restore a martial art that's so broken that it's almost impossible to restore anyway." "Well, all shut up." Fifth grandfather Tang Yanghao stomped his cane violently and said in a deep voice, "Since I have already arrived in Shinjing, then this Master Yi I am bound to go and have a look at." He strutted into the lengthened Lincoln that had been waiting for a long time. "Lingyan Pujing is the true secret of my great Tang Lingyan pavilion. Even if there is only a little hope of recovery, I have to pour my efforts into it." At this moment Master Yi, as they called him, was stepping into the first grade classroom. Shuiwei highly valued Yi Yang's talent in breeding beasts, so she had always brought him around, hoping that Yi Yang could learn some skills that could not be learned from books. Of course Yi Yang couldn't learn anything, but it was better to follow Shuiwei to class than to stay in the classroom and listen to the boring beast breeding class. Hey, are we going to see Mr. Shin again today? I haven't seen Mr. Shin for a day and I miss him. Today's beast breeding class is the only time to see him. Looking forward to it. Go Xiao, if Mr. Shin comes you must show him the red-beaked pigeon you bred off. This is the bet we made. You cannot back out." A girl suddenly heatedly laughed. The young girl in the middle of the classroom's cheeks reddened, but she lifted her small breasts. "Of course I know, I still need you to say it." "Humph. The teacher is coming." "I don't know who called." Out the classroom immediately quieted down. "Classmates, this class we are here to test the results of the cultivation of the red-beaked pigeon." Shuiwei smiled and by the way introduced, "This beside me is the second-year student Yi Yang. Today he came to serve as my teaching assistant. The red-beaked pigeon is a first-order spirit beast bred in the Spirit Beast Mountain. This flying bird-type spirit beast with its docile character and almost no aggressiveness is very suitable as a pet." But a large group of young girls off stage were not happy. "We are here to see Shen Linfeng. This person looks a little bit handsome too, but under the light of Prince Shen he is completely covered up." "Ah, was he? Don't know." Gu Xiao immediately raised her hand. "Gu Xiao, what is your business?" Shuiwei nodded her head. Yi Yang frowned slightly. "Gu Xiao, isn't this the daughter of that driver master Gu Guoping? I can't believe I met Ms. Shui. Why did you change the teaching assistant? This second-year senior is definitely not as powerful as Senior Shen Linfeng. We want Senior Shen Linfeng to be the assistant teacher." The young girl's little face was taut. She was Shen Linfeng's #1 supporter, so she naturally supported Shen Linfeng. Gu Xiao said to herself, "Senior Shen has the most talent in breeding beasts. He has already obtained the certificate of a fourth-order beast breeder a few days ago, and he will represent our Shinjing Academy to participate in the competition of prestigious schools. Senior Shin is the one who is most qualified to be the assistant teacher." She looked straight at Yi Yang. It was obvious that this little first-year girl regarded Yi Yang as the bad guy who seized the position of assistant professor. Yi Yang shook his head and laughed. "He is only a fourth-order beast breeder, but I am an eighth-order." After saying that, Yi Yang even carried Xiao He to the podium and pointed at it and said seriously, "It is the eighth-order spirit beast." The dog had obviously never been stared at by so many people and was so scared that he went straight to Shuiwei's chest. Also 8th order spirit beast, really funny, this little dirt dog. If it is an 8th order spirit beast, then my red-beaked pigeon is not a 9th order spirit beast? A girl instantly laughed. "This senior, I hope you don't speak so boldly." Senior Shin took the certificate of a 4th order beast breeder. "He has a certificate. You say you're an 8th order, do you have a certificate?" Gu Xiao nonchalantly rebuked. "If you don't have a certificate, then you are just talking out of your ass. A person like you is even less worthy of being Mr. Shui's teaching assistant." "Teacher Shui, you must not be fooled by this big liar." Shuiwei was really angry and amused. She knew that Gu Xiao was Shen Linfeng's #1 fan, but it was really unexpected that it was fanatical to this extent. Shen Linfeng had gone to the Ministry of Politics a few days ago, and in one breath he had obtained the 4 certificates of 3rd Order Alchemist, 3rd Order Artifact Alchemist, 4th Order Beast Breeder, as well as the Internal Strength Minor Achievement Martial Artist, and she was also aware of this matter. But Yi Yang, he was much more demonic than Shen Linfeng. On the contrary, she couldn't say anything about it. Shuiwei smiled helplessly, but this smile fell on Gu Xiao's eyes, further solidifying the idea that Yi Yang was lying to deceive his teacher. Senior Shen also got the Spirit Beast Mountain spells from other sources in order to become a 4th order beast breeder, so how can you be so virtuous as to call yourself an 8th order? This senior, I'm afraid you haven't even seen the Spirit Beast Mountain spells, have you, humph? Gu Xiaoxiao crossed her arms across her chest and snorted coldly. Yi Yang rubbed his nose and was about to speak when outside the classroom the pressure of the inner strength masters overlaid like a dark cloud. A hint of realization flashed in his eyes. Sure enough, they were here. The sound of 10,000 beasts roaring could even be heard in his breath. It was undoubtedly the mountain master of Spirit Beast Mountain. Inside the classroom, the powerful pressure caused the students to be in disarray. Shui Wei also changed color explosively. How could she not know about the mountain master's aura? At the same time, in the academy's administration building, the auras of two inner strength masters rose to the sky. Spirit Beast Mountain Master Zheng Tianxiong, I have come to Shangjing Academy to ask for my Spirit Beast Mountain's true techniques. A deep, majestic and heavy voice boomed outside the classroom. It sounded like a lion or tiger roaring, shaking the mountains and forests. Zheng Tianxiong, Spirit Beast Mountain Master, Entry Realm Master. The entire school building boiled over at this moment. Holy shit, that's the Mountain Master of Spirit Beast Mountain. You know, since the recovery of Aura, Spirit Beast Mountain has almost taken its business to every household in Hanzhou and has spread the name of Spirit Beast Mountain's Master Zheng Tianxiong all over Hanzhou. Perhaps some people didn't know who the governor of Hanzhou was, but they must know who the Spirit Beast Mountain's Mountain Lord was. Why did the Spirit Beast Mountain Lord come to our school to ask for the true teachings? What's the situation? A girl asked curiously. Can't it be that someone from our academy has robbed the Spirit Beast Mountain's true transmission technique? A boy pushed up his glasses, but he didn't even believe what he said. How much energy does Spirit Beast Mountain have? If we really want to compare it, the Spirit Beast Mountain is just like the goose factory and pig factory that dominated the game industry in China a few decades ago, or Blizzard and other groups abroad. Shangjing College was just a public college with a government department, and the two were simply not on the same level. Shui Wei gave Yi Yang a worried look. There were very few people in the entire academy who knew who the Spirit Beast Mountain Lord was for, and she was one of them. The fact that Yi Yang had won the true skill of beast harnessing from Zhang Yuwei was, to put it in a big way, Yi Yang's malicious seizure of the true skill of Spirit Beast Mountain, and according to the rules of Spirit Beast Mountain he was to be brought back to be tortured. But to put it in a small way, it is only a competition between juniors, it can't be counted. The right to choose all in the hands of the Mountain Master Zheng Tianxiong alone. He is here for me, Yi Yang said indifferently. And then he took a big step towards the side of the three inner strength masters. The first-year student's eyes widened. Holy shit, that senior doesn't want to live. He dared to approach the inner strength master's encounter. Come for him? Who is this guy? Why would the Spirit Beast Mountain Master come for him? What a joke! Among the students, there was cynicism, sympathy, and those who wanted to go pull him back. Gu Xiaoxiao snorted. You really think you're a character coming for you? Oh, I see. I just said that you haven't even touched the Spirit Beast Mountain spells, and then you purposely play the big head and say that the Spirit Beast Mountain's master is here for you. That's really amusing. Gu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but sneer. Yi Yang ignored anyone and walked indifferently. Not far away, Yang Yan and Wu Jingyu both rushed over, their faces somber. Is Mountain Lord Zhang not afraid of being blamed by the Ministry of Arbitrary Politics for releasing Masters Mighty pressure so recklessly inside the Shangjing Academy? Yang Yan said in a cold voice. Zheng Tianxiong smiled coldly. Even if there is a political ministry that sends people, so what? My Spirit Beast Mountain's true teachings cannot be lost outside. Today I need to go back with the true transmission technique. I hope you hand over that student, otherwise there can be many things that my Spirit Beast Mountain can do. For example, cut off the supply of Spirit Beast cubs from the Shangjing Academy, Zheng Tianxiong said, and Yang Yan and the two of them burst into flames. Wu Jingyu immediately said, who was that student? Yang Yan was silent. Zheng Tianxiong waved his hand. Behind him, Zhang Yuwei stepped forward and said aloud, second-year student Yi Yang. Yi Yang. Wu Jingyu raised his eyebrows. A hint of joy appeared on his face. Then hand him over. For the sake of the peace of the academy, we also have to sacrifice certain students who do not follow the rules. Yang Yan said incredulously. Wu Jingyu, you. Among the onlookers, Shen Linfeng heard this name and a gloating smile rose. That guy Yi Yang went to mess with whoever was bad, but he even messed with the Spirit Beast Mountain and even robbed their sect's true teachings. What a death wish. It seemed like he no longer needed to trip him up. He was about to be taken to the Spirit Beast Mountain to receive his punishment. Right, a poisonous snake pool, crocodile swamp, 5 poison pool. That must be very refreshing, right? In the first-year classroom, Gu Xiaoxiao suddenly froze when she heard this name, and then she Looked at that youthful figure. If she remembered correctly, wasn't his name Yi Yang? Among the second-year students, Su Qingyan saw Yi Yang's figure at a glance. An anxious look immediately appeared on her delicate face as she directly leapt down from the second floor and ran quickly towards Yi Yang. The three inner strength masters' pressure was all released. The wind formed by the intertwining and clashing was very strong, and she came to Yi Yang's side against the raging wind, pulling him down with one hand. Yi Yang, you don't go. It's not like you are the one that the Spirit Beast Mountain Master is looking for. Yi Yang turned his head and broke free from her arm. Qingyan, a small matter, it's not worth the anxiety. After saying that, he continued to stride towards the core of the three inner strength masters' intertwined pressure. In everyone's eyes, Yi Yang was strange. He was obviously in the zone where the mighty pressure was intertwined, but his robes and even his hair were not half messed up. Little did they know that Yi Yang's internal energy was growing at an exaggerated rate in the midst of this mighty pressure. The innate Qi method plus the Dragon Tiger Sea opening technique plus the 1,000 grinding strikes body. In the time it took for one breath, it was the formation of 3 copies of internal energy. These 3 internal energy masters were like 3 million power engines emitting energy moment by moment. There weren't many chances like this. Yi Yang let out a light smile and deliberately slowed down his pace. However, in the eyes of the crowd, it was as if he had met a huge resistance and was unable to move forward. For some reason, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This was the right thing to do. With the pressure of 3 inner strength masters, how could you, a mere second-year student, resist? At the end of the day, you won't even be able to move forward an inch and can only tremble in the midst of the increasingly wild storm. The expression on Shen Linfeng's face changed back to coldness. It seems that your fleshly body has indeed been tempered well, but this is the end of the line. The Lord of Spirit Beast Mountain has personally arrived. There is no reason to leave empty-handed. In full view of everyone, Yi Yang's speed was just as they expected, getting slower and slower, and at the end he even almost stopped. Just wait, he won't be able to support himself anytime soon. Shen Linfeng laughed out loud. Next to him, the dog's leg Lu Quan's face also showed heartfelt pleasure. What else in this world was more pleasurable than seeing your enemy suffer so much? Yi Yang, Su Qingyan clenched her fists. For the first time, she felt that Yi Yang had actually occupied such an important weight in her heart. She didn't know when, but this teenager had completely entered her heart. I want to save you. Su Qingyan was about to rush in with a desperate effort. Yi Yang seemed to have sensed something and turned back to blink at her, his lips moving a few times. Don't come. The teardrops in the corner of Su Qingyan's eyes suddenly flowed back. It was because she clearly realized that this guy had a smile on his face. Everyone was a bit confused. This kid was in the midst of 3 inner strength masters' inner strength pressure exchange, and not only did it not hurt, but he was also smiling. Zheng Tianxiong, the Spirit Beast Mountain Master who had originally planned to give Yi Yang a hard time, also felt that something was wrong. There was no expression of pain on this kid's face. Moreover, he had a feeling that if he continued like this, even if his own internal energy was exhausted, this kid would still be able to act as if he was fine. The 3 of them looked at each other and very tacitly put away their internal energy at the same time. The pressure that was ravaging the academy and pressing down on everyone's chest suddenly disappeared without a trace. Everyone let out a sigh of relief unanimously. After all, the difference between their realm and that of the inner strength masters was too great, and this feeling was like having a giant hammer pressing on their chests at all times, making it impossible to catch their breath. But Yi Yang smacked his lips. How did it close? It's really no fun, you people. Wu Jingyu felt a little crazy. What's with the expression of not having enough fun? Is it hard to believe that being pressed against your chest with a giant hammer feels good? What kind of monster is this student Mo Tanqing? Are you Yi Yang? Zheng Tianxiong took a deep breath and resumed his usual serious and composed look and said sternly, you deliberately tricked Yue into betting with you and seized my Spirit Beast Mountain's true technique. Now, this mountain lord wants it back. Zheng Tianxiong's 2 sword brows were twisted together, his fierce aura was compelling. Yi Yang sneered. Spirit Beast Mountain really did not want to lose half of its face. Obviously, it was your daughter who had to gamble with me, and she had to take the Spirit Beast Mountain's true magic skill. Now to ask for the magic, everything is a brain push to my head. Zheng Yue even said at this time, Dad, he can read ancient languages and has already read the true technique of beast harnessing. Zheng Tianxiong's face became even more gloomy. Spirit Beast Mountain rules. Any non-Spirit Beast Mountain disciples may not learn the Spirit Beast Mountain true secrets. Anyone who violates this rule will be hunted down and killed all over the world and will be bound back to Spirit Beast Mountain to wait for their fate. For a sect, the loss or theft of the true teachings is definitely a matter of great loss of face. The next thing was very simple: either kill that person or let him become a disciple of Spirit Beast Mountain. Zhang Tianxiong was essentially a person who loved talent, so he hadn't had the idea of tying Yi Yang back to Spirit Beast Mountain and turning him into a Spirit Beast Mountain disciple this time around. But the others couldn't understand. Lu Quan was laughing so hard that his mouth was grinning up to his ears. This brat, this kid is dead. It's really too good to be true. What do not want to do have to go to steal other Spirit Beast Mountains' true magic. This is the highest level of death-defying. Gu Xiaoxiao in the first-year crowd was silent. She saw things from a different perspective than others. 10 minutes ago she was still mocking Yi Yang for being uneducated. Maybe he hadn't even read the Spirit Beast Mountain's crappy spells. As it turned out, not only did he have a copy of the Spirit Beast Mountain's authentic spells, but he had also finished reading all of the authentic spells in the ancient literary style. Shen Linfeng's book was only the beast mastery technique that outer disciples learned, while Yi Yang's book, it was even higher than the rank of an inner disciple, the true transmission technique of beast harnessing that could only be learned by a true transmission disciple. Her cheeks were red and she had no place to hide. Gu Xiaoxiao covered her face with both hands, itching to find a crack in the ground to drill down. Everyone else's reactions were just interludes. Throughout the entire Shinjing Academy, the very center of the qi was the three inner strength masters along with a second-year student. Yi Yang's next reply would completely change Zhang Tianxiong's attitude. Under the overbearing and peerless aura of the Spirit Beast Mountain Master, the master of the inner realm, Yi Yang raised his head and smiled coldly. If I don't go to the Spirit Beast Mountain, what can I do? The words came out and the whole room was dead silent. What a madman! You really don't know what to do. Do you know who is standing in front of you? That is the master of Spirit Beast Mountain, a master of the Chambered Realm. Either way, it gives Zhang Tianxiong the capital to become the top bigwig in Hanzhou. You're just a second-year student and you dare to drag yourself in front of such a big shot. Do you know how to write the word death? Shen Linfeng's mouth opened wide, then he laughed coldly. He was dead. Lu Quan gloated and laughed. It's really hard not to die for someone like this. Yang Yan's face also changed immediately. Yi Yang, you must not speak to Lord Zhang Shan like that. He was very high on Yi Yang as a student, and in the future Yi Yang would be the hope of retaining the name of a prestigious school for the Shinjing Academy. Wu Jingyu, however, narrowed his eyes and let out a cold smile. Yi Yang, you have no respect for your elders. How dare you be so rude to Lord Zhang Shan? A student like you doesn't deserve to continue in Shinjing Academy. If it continues for a long time, won't the wind of honoring teachers in my Shinjing Academy completely degenerate? As I see it, it would be a good thing for you to be taken to the Spirit Beast Mountain by Mountain Master Zhang instead. I would like to ask Master Zhang to refine this son's heart for my Shinjing Academy. I Wu Jingyu am grateful for Yi Yang. Wu Jingyu had an expression of worry and anger for Yi Yang on his face. If he didn't know this man's character deeply, Yang Yan felt that he was going to be deceived by him. The anger on Zhang Tianxiong's face was almost to the point of overflowing. Yi Yang, you are very powerful. How dare you say such things to me? In the entire Hanzhou, there are only a handful of people who dare to say such words to me. You too? Do you think that I, Zhang Tianxiong, have been in a high position for a long time and all my ferocity from back then has been worn away? Zhang Tianxiong snapped. He was truly enraged. In a large sect like his, face was very important. That's why I came to your Shinjing Academy to ask for the true transmission technique is to come in a dignified manner. It wasn't Zhang Yue who exported it to go, but Zhu Yi Yang who seized it maliciously. That's why I'm going to bring you up to Spirit Beast Mountain to receive your punishment, and you're going to accept it even if you have to gnash your teeth. But not only did you refuse, but you stomp on me. If a little brat like you can step on my head and piss on it, how will my Spirit Beast Mountain lose face in the future? Zhang Tianxiong's intrinsic strength pressure within the entry chamber erupted violently, pressing down on Yi Yang to death. Then I wonder if I can make Master Zhang stop by speaking. An old, but very tough voice suddenly sounded. As this voice appeared, a gentle and majestic breath blew through like a spring breeze, cleansing the entire academy of the pressure. The students didn't feel much, but the three inner strength masters all burst into flames at the same time. Only the strong understood how terrifying this aura was. This was an aura that exceeded the entry realm. Yi Yang also looked in the direction where the voice came from. Amidst the loud laughter, a hunched figure slowly appeared, initially at an extreme distance, but in a few blinks of an eye he had already arrived in front of Yi Yang. Behind him he was followed by Tang Xian Tang Jing and a group of people from the Tang family in Shinjing. Little friend Yi Yang, old man Tang Yang, how have you been? The old man laughed cheerfully, hale and hearty. Behind him, Tang Xian'er suddenly looked over and winked playfully. When Tang Jing saw the scene, his heart was even more displeased, but Tang Yanghao was in front of him, so he couldn't kick up a fuss for a while. Holy shit, it's goddess Tang Xian'er, she basically doesn't come to school off. Why did she come today as well, and also brought so many people? Wasn't that the head of the Tang family in Shangjing, Tang Shuashua? Why is he here too? And who is this old man? Why do I get the feeling that he's the most powerful one? The students froze for a moment before staggering away. Shen Linfeng's breathing suddenly changed. Lu Quan opened his mouth with difficulty. Mr. Shen, who exactly is that old man? As soon as he opened his mouth, actually even the Spirit Beast Mountain's mountain master stopped, and looking at his appearance he was even a little hesitant. Shen Linfeng clenched his fists. He followed his father to Yendu many times on business trips. Yendu, those big families basically contacted all over. This old man almost holding half of the financial power of the great Tang Lingyan Pavilion. How could he not know? Yendu Great Tang Lingyan Pavilion 5 Pavilion Old Tang Yanghao. Lu Quan immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Surprisingly, it was the pavilion elder of the Great Tang Smoke Pavilion in Yendu. Yendu is the capital of China. Although Shangjing was prosperous and ranked in Hanzhou in front of the capital of a country, it wasn't even worthy of mentioning. Shoes. Those lineages in Yendu that have been passed down for hundreds of years are even more terrifying, containing energy that is even enough to subvert some of the small Western countries. The Great Tang Smoke Pavilion was the best of these families. No wonder that Zhang Mountain Lord looked so hesitant. He doesn't dare to offend the 5th Pavilion Elder. Pavilion Master 5, what are you doing here? Wu Jingyu asked cautiously, a hint of flattery showing on his face at the right time. The Great Tang Smoke Pavilion's Pavilion Master, such a super big brother. If you flattered, it can be a path to heaven. Tang Yanghao laughed loudly and said, Xian'er once fought with little friend Yi. She found that little friend Yi has an extremely strong comprehension in martial arts and may be able to recover my Ling Smoke Pavilion's Ling Smoke steps, so I've come to take a look. Master Zhang Shan, I'll be the master. How about this matter is settled? After saying that, he turned to Zhang Tianxiong. In his voice, it wasn't a matter of negotiation but a command, a condescending tone. Zhang Tianxiong lowered his head, his forehead filled with sweat. Damn, it was really a bad flow year. He hadn't left the mountain for a few years, and this time he had left the mountain in order to retrieve the true transmission technique, originally thinking that he would still be able to accept a disciple with outstanding talent, but now he had to lose face in front of so many people. He raised his head and was about to follow Tang Yanghao's steps. Tang Jing suddenly stepped forward and said in a deep voice, slow down. I don't think there is any excuse for Lord Zhang Shan's behavior. Perhaps this Yi Yang really did something dishonorable. The corner of his mouth lifted lightly as he said lightly. Zhang Tianxiong was a smart man and immediately understood Tang Jing's meaning. This 1 inch, it seemed, was on his side. Tang Xian'er frowned and said coldly, Tang Jing, watch your words. Yi Yang is a valued guest of my Lingyan Pavilion. If he can recover the Lingyan steps for my Lingyan Pavilion. Tang Yanghao also frowned. Tang Jing suddenly smiled. I just received news that second grandpa has already invited the one from Han River. We no longer need to use such a precious treasure in exchange for a vain and perhaps unsuccessful restoration. Besides, I definitely don't think that a second-year student from Shangjing Academy can recover my Lingyanbu. Aren't great-grandpa and second grandpa both masters of the Exodus realm? They can't even recover it, so what can a student do? Sister Xian'er, I doubt that you've been mesmerized by him. Maybe in the beginning it was your eyes that were blurred. Tang Jing sneered. The moment he said this, many people's faces changed. Those who had grudges with Yi Yang, those who had every intention to bring down Yi Yang, were suddenly happy and smiling, while those who were on good terms with Yi Yang, their hearts sank to the bottom again. Originally, the appearance of this old man from Yendu had completely reversed the situation, and even the Spirit Beast Mountain Master had to bow down. But Tang Jing's words had completely changed the situation. Since there was someone who could recover 100% of the Lingyan steps, then Yi Yang too had become a tasteless chicken rib. What's more, one would have to spend a heavy treasure for this chicken rib. Tang Yanghao was thinking about the Lingyan Pavilion and any move he made. If this matter didn't have any value, he would never do it. When Tang Jing received the news, he also received the news. At the first moment, he gave up on the idea of continuing to help Yi Yang out. No matter how weak Spirit Beast Mountain was, it was still a giant in Hanzhou. No matter how strong the Lingyan Pavilion was, it still needed such a power to maintain its might. In other words, it would be better for Yi Yang to sell Spirit Beast Mountain a good karma in this matter, but instead he could still gain the favor of Zhang Tianxiong. As for Yi Yang as a person, it no longer had any value. Tang Xian'er was instantly anxious. She had competed with Yi Yang in the first place in terms of stance. What she had seen was not only the complete Ling smoke steps, but a higher rank stance than the Ling smoke steps. That stance stripped of the Ling smoke steps was far superior to it. Yi Yang had clearly mastered it, and if Ling Yin Pavilion missed this opportunity, then in the future they would never be able to obtain such a superb stance again. Yi Yang, please perform the stance. Ling Yin Pavilion would like to reward you with heavy treasures. Tang Xian'er made an instant decision and directly bowed deeply towards Yi Yang, revealing her perfect waist and hip curves. Everyone was shocked. How cool and arrogant Tang Xian'er was. She actually bowed to Yi Yang. The boys pounded their chests, desperate to substitute themselves into Yi Yang's perspective. Tang Jing's pupils shrank. He was furious. He had always looked at Tang Xian'er as his forbidden wife.